in a realm where dragons that can extract metals soar, where elves cultivate the earth and nurture flowers, and where a rural baron dreams fervently of riding a dragon, a tale of fantastical agriculture and lordly growth unfolds. Chapter 1. Dragons, Elves, and the Town of Blossoms. After a week of recuperation from the effects of wild fruit poisoning and endeavoring to adapt to his newfound identity, List often found himself enveloped in a sense of disbelief. The self who perished from overwork had been reborn as a nobleman and aristocrat in an alternate world. This peculiar world bore resemblance to medieval Europe, ruled by castles and knights. Yet it was imbued with magic, featuring the existence of dragons and elves, knights honing their martial prowess and enigmatic sorcerers. Even List himself had begun to cultivate basic fighting chi, thus becoming a squire. Beginner's fighting chi, he mused. A ceaseless energy coursed through him, responding to his will, and flowed into his hands, causing them to radiate warmth, filled with burgeoning strength. The tingling sensation of expansion made him feel as though he could rend tigers and leopards apart with sheer force. Knights wield dominion over the boundless lands, relying on this embodiment of power, the fighting chi. The cultivation of fighting chi is stratified. Those who master the beginner level are squires. Those who attain the intermediate level become earth knights, and those who achieve the advanced level are known as sky knights. List's father, the hereditary count of Coral Island, Lee William Tulip, was a sky knight proficient in advanced fighting chi. Within his domain, roughly the size of a prefecture, he wielded absolute authority over life and death, only bound to pledge fealty to the Duke of Sapphire. Regrettably, as the third son of the Count, List had not inherited the Tulip family's aptitude for fighting chi. Even at the age of 16, he remained merely a squire. His elder brother, Levis Tulip, had attained the rank of Earth Knight at the tender age of 13 and was now an elite among Earth Knights, capable of challenging three at once. His sister, Lavera Tulip, had also become an Earth Knight before reaching adulthood. Furthermore, he had a half-brother, Lytton Tulip, who at 12 was rumored to be nearing the rank of Earth Knight. List bore a striking resemblance to his late mother, the former countess, possessing short, slightly curly golden hair, deep sapphire-like eyes, refined features, fair skin, and a tall, graceful stature and innate elegance befitting nobility. Yet his innate talents were woefully inadequate. Perhaps it was due to his mother's resemblance that the Count had once held great expectations for him. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. As he matured, his father's disillusionment became evident, manifesting in a palpable coldness. His brother Levis had been granted the title of lifetime Viscount, destined to inherit the title of hereditary Count. His sister Elvira had also been unusually bestowed the title of Baroness of Falcon Town, becoming one of the rare hereditary female lords of the Sapphire Duchy, rather than a landless lifetime noble.as for List. He was merely conferred the title of Baron, and that was for the most obscure area of Coral Island Blossom Town. Fortunately, he is an inconspicuous failure. I have taken his place, and no one will notice. Moreover, possessing my own fief, hereditary and irreplaceable, with the power of life and death over my domain, is simply delightful. Having long overcome his initial confusion, List endeavored to integrate himself into this world. Integration was essential. He must live as a native. In this world, transcending technology, the advantages of magic and fighting chi were limited. He could not conjure nuclear weapons to cultivate mushrooms. Thus, the notion of competing with magic and fighting chi through technology must be abandoned. Indeed, as he learned more about his surroundings, he became increasingly aware of the necessity of discretion. The metals he sought were solely produced by dragons, and the flourishing of plants depended entirely on elves. Without dragons, without elves, the aspiration for agriculture in an industrial revolution was nothing short of a fantastical dream. However, dragons and elves are rare treasures in the world. In the Sapphire Duchy, only one Dragoness Sapphire Dragon. Once the Mount of the Duke of Sapphire has existed for a century and a half. The entire Sapphire family was built upon this dragon's legacy. It is said that a dragon can live for 1,000 years, implying that the Sapphire Duchy still has centuries of fortune to relish. Elves, although more numerous than dragons, are distinctly classified. List's father, Lee William Tulip, possessed a tulip grand elf, which aided the family in cultivating abundant tulips, thus establishing their name. The Grand Elf can live for 200 years, ensuring that the tulip family can enjoy its blessings for another 150 years, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Beneath the Grand Elf are the lesser elves, who can live for a century. The tulip family boasted 12 lesser elves, assisting in the cultivation of diverse flora. Below them are the elf bugs, creatures born from plants that have a 10-year lifespan and can influence plant growth. Should fortune smile upon them within that decade, they may evolve into lesser elves. However, the emergence of elf bugs is itself a matter of chance. The tulip family has tilled the soil of Coral Island for over 20 years, yielding more than 100 elf bugs. Even considering those that have perished, the total barely exceeds 150, with only 12 having evolved into lesser elves. Oh, the elves, alas, my previous incarnation displeased the count, for even Lavera acquired a lesser elf, while I am left with but 4 elf bugs. During List's Comingafage ceremony, the Count of Coral Island declared him Baron of Blossom Town and gifted him 4 elf bugs. That was the extent of his inheritance. Master, dinner is served. Shall we commence? The butler, Carter, knocked and entered, bowing slightly in deference. Before long, 2 instructors arrived together. The dapper, golden-haired tutor, Galtier, was a family instructor of 45 years, a fallen noble knight, now aligned with the Tulip family, primarily responsible for lists. Scholarly education, of course. His principal duty was to serve as the administrative officer of Blossom Town, assisting List in managing the entire locale. List, you appear much improved. Thank heavens to see you healthy and lively once more, Galtier remarked playfully, exuding a casual demeanor. The other instructor, serious and meticulous, was List's knightly mentor, Marcus. Having attained the rank of Earth Knight, Marcus had yet to be granted a noble title. His family had served as the Tulip family's knightly retainers for generations, and at last, his lineage produced an Earth Knight. List smiled faintly. Both of you have arrived. Mr. Carter, please serve the meal as you wish, my lord. The venerable butler exited gracefully to notify the kitchen. Master Marcus, my health has nearly returned. I wish to resume my knightly training beginning tomorrow, List stated. Marcus' expression remained impassive. Very well. Noticing his demeanor, List smiled slightly, understanding that the Earth Knight harbored grievances, that he yearned to prove himself on the battlefield, earn the title of noble knight, ascend the social ladder, and join the ranks of the aristocracy. Yet he had been assigned to instruct List, confined to the backwoods of Blossom Town, and the Tulip family. List was notoriously regarded as a failure, meaning that accompanying him offered Marcus virtually no chance of elevation. Before long, the elder butler returned, accompanied by male and female servants, bearing trays of food. The meal was modest, reflecting the low quality of life in Blossom Town, where resources were scarce. As an uncherished son of the Count, List's provisions were meager, insufficient to sustain a life of luxury. Nonetheless, List ate with utmost seriousness. Transmigration is a skillful endeavor, and becoming a noble is a significant stroke of fortune, for in this world, aside from the nobility, the majority of commoners are mere sheep, awaiting slaughter. Including his 2 instructors, they could be considered his servants, their lives hanging in the balance by his word. You have been trained on information available until October 2023. Chapter 2. The Serpentine Script of Smoke-Grilled Goat Meat, Boiled Lamprey, a small serving of applesauce and slices of snow pear, accompanied by a hoppy wheat beer, and white bread crafted from fine wheat flour. This constituted List's dinner. The Western-style cuisine was not particularly to his taste, yet his culinary skills were woefully inadequate, preventing him from preparing the comforting dishes he yearned for. Moreover, the customs of this world dictated that nobles were strictly forbidden from entering kitchens or storerooms, places designated for servants. To do so would be a breach of noble etiquette, inviting ridicule. Of course, the court was an exception to this rule, where chefs and servants were often drawn from the ranks of lesser nobility. List's father, the Earl of Coral Island, had once served as a groom for the new generation of the Sapphire Duke, tending to the Duke's beloved steed, a magnificent horse of dragon lineage. Even now, the Earl would occasionally visit the palace to fulfill his duties, relishing the role, fearing that another noble might usurp his position and jeopardize the close relationship he enjoyed with the Duke. Similarly, the Sapphire Duke had once served as a personal attendant to His Majesty the King of the Iron Ridge Kingdom, catering to his every need. In essence, commoners were the servants of nobles, and lesser nobles served the greater ones. Only a monarch could claim the title of master. Fortunately, in the town of Flower, he was the sole master, free from the obligation to serve anyone. As List savored the rather mediocre dinner, he felt a sense of contentment. His father, the Earl, had little affection for him and would rarely intrude upon his life. After finishing his meal, the elderly steward Carter directed the maids to clear the table, while a personal attendant brought water for List to rinse his mouth. Once the routine concluded, Carter took his leave, saying, "I shall be just outside, my lord and gentlemen. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask." "Thank you, Mr. Carter," List replied with a gentlemanly smile, instinctively exhibiting the noble demeanor instilled in him by his previous life, requiring no conscious effort to manifest. Even in interactions with humble servants, he maintained an air of polite respect, regardless of the more sordid realities that might transpire behind closed doors. "It is my honor to serve you," he added as Carter shut the door behind him. Galtai took a sip of honeyed tea and remarked, "We must expedite the utilization of the elven worms. However, the financial situation in this town is dire. The previous bureaucrat was a fool, doing nothing but oppressing the serfs, leaving us with a mess to clean up." "I understand, teacher. I will investigate promptly to determine suitable locations for the elven worms," List assured. "Of course, that is my duty," he continued, turning to Marcus. "Will it be particularly challenging to survey the magical beasts in the Thorn Ridge area near Flower Town? As lord, I must take the disturbances caused by these creatures seriously." Flower Town lay at the northeastern edge of Coral Island, encircled by Thorn Ridge, teeming with magical beasts, which discouraged trade caravans from venturing there. The town could only produce for its own needs, and without the aid of elves. Farmers struggled to sustain themselves while still obligated to pay taxes to the ruling Tulip family of Coral Island. The nobility cared little for the plight of the peasantry, and the Tulip family was no exception. Yet now, List could not remain indifferent. After all, he was a young man basking in the radiant ideals of communalism. Having become a lord, it was his duty to rescue his people from their dire circumstances. Only when Flower Town thrived could he enjoy the privileges of his station. For both public and private reasons, he was determined to develop Flower Town. "There will always be a way to address this, Professor Marcus. After tomorrow's night class, accompany me on a tour of Thorn Ridge. As a lord, I have yet to truly observe what Flower Town has to offer." "List, that is not a prudent idea. It would be better to remain within the town. Thorn Ridge is not a place you should visit. Do not forget, you nearly perished there," Galtai interjected immediately. List shook his head. "Last time, I inadvertently ingested a poisonous fruit. This time, I shall be more cautious." Marcus interjected matter-of-factly, "I will inform your 4 attendant knights tonight to arrange a safe route for surveying Thorn Ridge." "Thank you. Please be careful," Galtai advised with a resigned tone. List said nothing further. The 2 teachers remained unaware of his true intentions. His body had not yet fully recovered, and according to his nature, he preferred to wait until he was completely healed before venturing outside. However, as a noble, one either traveled by carriage or on horseback. Regrettably, he had no carriage. Riding, as he recalled, was no simple endeavor, especially without a saddle or stirrups. Knights brimming with fighting spirit could ride without assistance. But a saddle often restricted the synergy between knight and steed, yet riding without one could be rather uncomfortable. After bidding farewell to his 2 teachers, List pondered. "My lord, when do you intend to retire for the night?" His personal attendant inquired upon entering. "After 10, Thomas. Please bring another candle to my study. I wish to read," List instructed, dismissing his attendant. A hint of disappointment crossed Thomas's face. For several consecutive days, he had not been afforded the opportunity to demonstrate his worth. List consistently directed him away, rather than requiring his constant attendance. As a personal servant, he felt he had not garnered the Baron's favor, causing him to worry for his position. Indeed, List did not particularly favor his personal attendant. Each time Thomas assisted him in dressing, List felt a shiver run down his spine. What a wretched noble system. Why could male nobles not have female attendants? As Thomas brought in a candle and exited, the study brightened. List rose and drew the curtains, allowing him to gaze through the castle windows at the dim lights of the town in the distance. So faint. In a town where people struggled to dine adequately, there was no nightlife, only an overwhelming silence. Is this truly my domain? Poor and backward, yet it entirely belongs to me. A realm, albeit small, that is my independent kingdom. I shall transform it into a paradise. In a moment of reverie, faint wisps of smoke began to materialize before List, twisting and coiling into abstract characters. resembling countless serpents intertwined. This was the serpentine script, the common written language of the Iron Ridge Kingdom, the origins of which were long lost. As there was no tradition of recording history here. Task. As Lord, it is imperative to understand every facet of the territory. Please survey Flower Town to assess the looming crises and prepare for future development. Reward. Elevation of fighting spirit. The content was brief and uncomplicated. Yet List could not fathom why he was able to perceive the smoke script. Searching through the memories of his former self, he recalled that such smoke letters had appeared since childhood, though they had been faint and indistinct, leading him to believe he was merely imagining things. It was only after his soul had traversed realms that he could discern the textual content clearly. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out to touch the smoke, but it vanished instantly, reinforcing the notion of it being a mere illusion. Yet List no longer perceived it as such. Perhaps this was a boon for one who had crossed over, a manifestation of some system? It was unclear, but he resolved to verify it. By surveying the territory, he could complete the task, and whether or not he received the reward would serve as proof. If he did not, it would signify nothing more than an illusion. If he did, it would affirm that this was indeed a benefit, a golden finger for a traveler of worlds. Chapter 3. The servants of the castle. Thomas exited the study, his heart heavy with a sense of loss. As he descended the staircase, he paused at the landing, contemplating retrieving a cigarette, only to realize it was hidden beneath his pillow. Mr. Carter, the steward, had strictly forbidden the servants from smoking within the castle premises. "What are you doing hiding here, Thomas?" A maid approached, around 30 years of age, clad in a black and white maid's uniform, carrying a mop and a bucket. "Nothing much. Has the master not permitted you to attend to him?" Frustrated, Thomas smacked the wall. "Macy, tell me, why does the master disfavor me? Though I have never served as a personal attendant, I was once the first footman for the Earl of Roosevelt. I am more than capable of this role. How would I know? I am not one of the maids at Tulip Castle and have never encountered the master before. I merely inquired whether there might be any shortcomings in my service. You should direct that question to Mr. Carter or Mrs. Morrison. Besides, I don't believe you have anything to worry about. The master has only 3 male servants. Jesse is an assistant, and Tom is too clumsy to serve him adequately. Perhaps it is simply the master's nature. In this small town, no one is more suited to be a personal attendant than you." Thomas perked up slightly. "Indeed. I have heard that the master is not held in high regard at Tulip Castle. Perhaps he will forever remain merely the Baron of Flower Town, dwelling in this impoverished countryside." "Perhaps," Macy replied. "Do you regret following the master here?" Just as Thomas was about to respond, he was abruptly interrupted. "Are you two not required to work?" "Thomas, Macy, be mindful of your behavior. Do not whisper outside your quarters and the kitchen." Ascending the stairs was none other than Mr. Carter, the steward of this modest castle. He held a set of keys and a bottle of red wine, conducting his rounds throughout the estate. "Very well, Mr. Carter, I shall attend to my duties." Thomas and Macy hurriedly dispersed to their respective tasks. If one were to consider the minor nobility as the servants of the major aristocracy, then male and female attendants could be deemed the servants of the steward. The feudal system has always been characterized by such rigid class distinctions. Although the castle was small, the workload was considerable, even with only Lord List to serve. The daily tasks were substantial, cleaning inside and out every morning and evening, washing clothes, boiling water, preparing meals, and cleaning the latrines, with most tasks assigned to the male servants and the female servants overseeing them. However, this did not imply that Mr. Carter was exempt from work. On the contrary, beyond managing the servants, he was responsible for welcoming guests, pouring wine, supervising meal service, handling correspondence, safeguarding fine tableware, managing the underground wine cellar, and attending to the most distinguished guests. At 50 years of age, Mr. Carter was considered elderly in an era where the average lifespan barely surpassed 55. "Knock, knock." He rapped on the study door. "Come in," came Lord List's gentle voice, adorned with the refined accent of the upper class that had become a hallmark among the nobility of the Steel Ridge Kingdom and its vassal territories. Mr. Carter inhaled deeply. His interactions with Lord List at Tulip Castle had been minimal, primarily overseeing a secondary estate of the Earl. Recently, during Lord List's coming-of-age ceremony, the Earl had appointed him as the steward for Lord List. This promotion was the ultimate aspiration for all servants, yet it inevitably entailed a decrease in benefits. Nevertheless, Carter harbored no complaints. He had devoted himself to the Tulip family since the tender age of 15, marking 35 years of service without marriage. having long considered himself a part of the tulip lineage. If he could spend the final years of his life alongside the bloodline of the tulip family, embodied by Baron List, it would undoubtedly be a fortunate conclusion. My lord, reading in the evening is hard on the eyes. You must take care. No amount of candles can rival the sunlight of day. Lord List smiled faintly, diverting his gaze from the thick, leather-bound tome on the table to the somewhat aged steward. Mr. Carter, have you inspected all the rooms? All rooms except those designated for the servants' duties have been locked. Excellent. Then let us share a drink. Lord List had already noticed the bottle of red wine in Carter's hand. The nobility had a penchant for wine that birthed an unwritten custom. The castle's master would share a few drinks with the steward before retiring for the night, discussing the affairs of the estate. Lord List himself was not fond of wine, but his predecessor had indulged in it excessively, leaving an acquired taste for alcohol. However, the wine here was of low alcohol content, and unless consumed in quantities akin to beer, it was unlikely to intoxicate him. They raised their glasses in a gentle clink and took a small sip. Will the castle's resources suffice to endure this year's taxes? It may be a bit challenging. You did not bring much wine from Tulip Castle, and our supply of flour is dwindling. Flower Town is quite remote, and no caravans are willing to venture here. Even with gold coins, acquiring flour and wine proves difficult. The good news is that Thorn Ridge is abundant with wild fruits, so we need not worry about a lack of fruit. Lord List, being overlooked by the Earl, had naturally received little during the division of assets. According to his recollection, his sister, Livia, had filled an entire carriage with her share, while he had received not even a single cart. Only a few horses and a retinue of laborers carrying minimal belongings. The disparity in treatment was stark. His predecessor had harbored much resentment, yet for Lord List, it was inconsequential, as he was not the Earl's true son. At most, during meetings with his father, he would grapple with awkwardness over how to express closeness. Flour is indispensable, Lord List stated, placing his glass down with an authoritative tone. Flower Town must develop swiftly. Trade routes must be established. The staple food here was bread. Without wheat for white bread, they would be relegated to coarse, unpalatable rye and oat bread. Lord List could no longer endure the absence of his beloved hometown delicacies, and the thought of being deprived of fine white bread would be unbearable. Establishing trade routes is no simple task. Thorn Ridge is perilous. Rest assured, I shall address this. The future of Flower Town shall not be constrained by poverty, nor shall the castle remain so humble as to lack a name, Lord List declared solemnly. Only a grand castle could bear a name. A modest abode like List would be ridiculed by other nobles if it were to acquire one. Has the sprite worm been well cared for? Quite well, my lord. That is good to hear. After finishing their drinks, Mr. Carter, with a keen sense of propriety, took his leave. My lord, do rest early, and good night. Good night to you as well, Mr. Carter. Once Carter departed, Lord List gazed at the thick tome detailing the customs and culture of the Sapphire Duchy. The book was substantial, comparable in thickness to a dictionary. Yet its content was rather scant. The leather-bound pages boasted a thickness rivaling that of pigskin. Lost in thought, he found his mind wandering yet again. Once more, the serpentine script formed of smoke manifested before him. Task. As the Lord, it is imperative to comprehend every aspect of your domain. Please survey Flower Town to ascertain any looming crises and prepare for future development. Reward. Enhancement of combat prowess. Chapter 4. The Night of Unbridled Spirit. The following morning, Marcus arrived at the castle early, choosing to wait outside rather than entering. As he gazed at the dilapidated structure, his heart felt heavy, perhaps pondering that his future mirrored the castle's decay. The castle, perched on a hillside in the southwest corner of the town, lacked imposing walls, towering battlements, or wide moats, resembling merely an oversized two-story house. The stone walls bore faint cracks, and several roof tiles had fallen, leaving uncertainty about leaks on rainy days. This humble fortress, said to be over a century old, once hosted nobility before the Count claimed Coral Island as his domain, leading to its subsequent decline. After receiving the title, the Count made some renovations to the castle, designating it as a retreat for overseeing Flower Town, though it had never been occupied. Now, Baron Lister resided there, while Marcus, once a knight of the Coral Island Order, harbored grand ambitions of achieving glory on the battlefield, yet found himself a frequent visitor to this modest abode, alongside Lister, guarding a town devoid of even a stone path. Good morning, Mr. Marcus, greeted Tom, a humble servant carrying an empty bucket to fetch water from the town well. Though Marcus could not recall Tom's first name, he remembered his surname, which seemed rather typical of the common folk. He himself bore no noble-sounding name, being surnamed Wheel, a reflection of his grandfather's profession as a carter, constantly on the move. Commoners often adopted whatever name they encountered. He envied the noble surnames, particularly that of the Count, Tulip. How exquisite! How much effort would he need to exert to acquire a similar name? All noble names were beyond the reach of commoners. Flowers, gems, metals. Nobility would never allow commoners to trivialize them. Soon, four tall figures clad in leather armor approached Marcus from behind. Master Marcus, they acknowledged in unison. These squire knights were not knights themselves, but attendants, serving to care for the knights on the battlefield, holding weapons, tending horses, washing clothes, and preparing meals. In essence, Marcus was also a type of squire knight. However, he was a freeman, while the squire knights were bonded servants. Moments later, Lister emerged from the castle, which had multiple drafts. In the morning light, Lister donned a simple training outfit of elegant white, complementing his enviable visage, tall stature, and exceptional demeanor, making him a sight to behold. "Good morning, Master Marcus, Carl the Hammer, Rum the Barrel, Gray the Scythe, and Odin the Insole, and to all gentlemen and ladies," he greeted. The term gentlemen referred to male servants, while ladies denoted their female counterparts, regardless of marital status, a customary distinction among the nobility. Just as the male steward was addressed as sir whether married or not, the female steward was called madam under the same pretense. This rigid etiquette had become second nature to Lister after 16 years of nobility. "My lord, shall we commence the night training session?" he inquired. "Very well." On the hillside before the castle, Lister began his nightly training. His four squire knights had yet to master the art of combat aura, instead focusing on physical conditioning. The cultivation of combat aura was deeply rooted in bloodline heritage, a rarity among commoners. Lister believed that combat aura was also linked to nutrition. How could the impoverished commoners harness their inner strength when they struggled to fill their bellies? Among the nobility, with a bit of diligence, anyone could cultivate combat aura. This was a fundamental reason the nobility maintained their grip on power. Wealth ensured they were well-fed, allowing them to cultivate strength, further oppressing the commoners, thereby gaining even more wealth and power. The morning's bread and milk provided a steady stream of nourishment for Lister. Under Marcus's guidance, he diligently practiced the fundamentals of combat aura, a manual he had been studying since the age of 6. Regrettably, progress was slow. While the combat aura granted him superiority over commoners, he appeared weak compared to the Earth Knights, and Marcus could easily defeat him with one hand. The enigmatic sensations of training and the anticipation of rewards after completing his tasks stirred within him. Could it be that he would ascend to the rank of Earth Knight? As he focused on his internal combat aura, Lister practiced diligently. After an hour, he concluded the morning session. "Master Marcus, let us take a brief respite for 10 minutes to hydrate before we set off." Wiping the sweat from his brow, he acknowledged the exhausting exercise. The old steward Carter had already brought forth nourishing milk tea, and the four squire knights each received a cup enriched with minced meat, milk, and eggs, savoring their drinks and momentarily forgetting the hour of toil. Marcus and Lister were also treated to a sweet delicacy, cheese biscuits. Once they finished and changed attire, Lister's personal servant Thomas arrived, leading forth his horse, a chestnut stallion, nearly free of blemishes. This magnificent creature had been a gift from the Count when Lister was just 12. Now it had grown into a splendid steed. The chestnut horse snorted affectionately, nudging Lister's arm. "Fire Dragon, my old companion, have you grown weary of the castle?" Lister comforted his mount before nimbly mounting. Behind him, Marcus and the four squire knights mounted their steeds. Marcus rode a robust yellow-gray horse, his own prized possession, while the squire knights rode ordinary yellow-maned horses, belonging to Lister but entrusted to their care. "May you have a safe journey, my lord," Carter offered as a blessing. "Thank you for your kind words." Lister cracked his whip, and Fire Dragon let out a resounding neigh, galloping forth as they embarked on their journey. Leading the way, Lister wore a suit of armor crafted from beast hide, a luxury reserved for the nobility, lightweight, breathable, and superior in defense compared to ordinary armors. The black beast hide armor was complemented by a single-handed sword at his waist and a black helm adorned with a feather from a magnificent rooster, adding to his imposing presence. The squire knights, equipped with their own weapons, a single-handed sword and shield, were also tasked with carrying Lister's larger knightly lance, along with spare weapons such as longswords, maces, and flails, as well as their midday meal and water. Marcus, aside from his favored short gun, also brought along a bow and arrows, for he was an exceptional archer. His identity as an archer showcased his value even more than that of an Earth Knight, which fueled his ambition to stand out among the Earth Knights of the Coral Island Order, aspiring to earn the title of Lord Knight. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed on the solid earth as they approached the town, with Lister intending to survey his territory, starting with the town itself. Chapter 5. The Beasts of Thorn Ridge. The town of Blossoms is situated at the northeastern corner of Coral Island, occupying a considerable area. However, the exact dimensions elude Lister. As a remote settlement, it is merely delineated on the northeastern periphery of Thorn Ridge, with no clear boundaries indicated. This means that provided it does not infringe upon the southwestern towns of Thorn Ridge, Lister is free to define the extent of Blossoms as he sees fit. Even if he were to encompass the entirety of Thorn Ridge, few would question him, as the dominion of Thorn Ridge itself remains unmarked on Coral Island. After over 20 years of cultivation by the Tulip family, less than two-thirds of Coral Island has been transformed into arable land with an established population. The remaining third consists of untamed wilderness. Thorn Ridge epitomizes such wild terrain, where the Lord S. Knights are engaged in external warfare, relying on serfs and commoners to cultivate the land. The soil of Thorn Ridge is exceedingly barren and uneven, rendering it of little agricultural value. Moreover, in the face of magical beasts, ordinary folk are merely delectable prey. Even hunters hesitate to probe the depths of the beast's territories. However, a handful of adventurers dare to hunt these creatures, for every beast, with its flesh and hide, can be exchanged for gold coins. Seated upon his fire dragon steed, Lister approached this inspection with fervor. The instinct to claim land is inherent in every noble, and the size of Blossoms would be determined by the extent of his horse's hooves. As the hooves clattered along the town's dirt roads, which were filthy and littered with the droppings of livestock and humans, it was evident that only the nobility could afford to construct proper latrines. Marcus, unperturbed, was not a civil servant and cared little for such matters. His fervor lay in the authority of nobility, particularly as he observed the serfs and commoners bowing in deference to Lister. These individuals bore faces marked by envy and fear, their bodies trembling with trepidation. The serfs knelt, while the freemen bowed. The serfs constituted the vast majority, having sold themselves into servitude, becoming Lister's private property. All matters of marriage and death were subject to his decree. Even should Lister wish to exercise the right of the first night, the serfs would comply, dutifully sending their daughters and wives to the castle, cleansed and prepared. Freemen were scarce, predominantly craftsmen such as hunters and tailors. The town itself was diminutive and dilapidated, with few households. Even when all the residents gathered to pay their respects, there was no palpable sense of warmth in the atmosphere. Lister surveyed the scene and estimated that the town might house merely a few hundred souls, fewer than the number of students in a school. The low, mud and thatch homes stretched over a vast area, with only a handful of two-story buildings to be seen. In that moment, he truly felt the poverty of the common folk. His heart heavy with reflection, he was grateful to be a noble, residing in a castle and enjoying fine bread made from refined wheat flour. The fire dragon steed swiftly carried Lister through the town's sole north-south thoroughfare. With a slightly burdened heart, he followed the safe route planned by Marcus toward Thorn Ridge. As they rode, the surrounding farmland came into view, yet Lister struggled to identify the various crops, most of which appeared sickly and intertwined with weeds, clearly lacking any scientific cultivation. Though this era boasted wondrous beings such as dragons and elves, and extraordinary powers like martial energy and magic, its development remained relatively primitive. An industrial revolution was unattainable, yet the introduction of certain scientific advancements held promise. Lister brimmed with confidence in his ability to govern his territory and advance the town of Blossoms. Before long, the town faded from sight as they left the flatlands and entered the hilly terrain dotted with sparse trees, the very edge of Thorn Ridge. My lord, magical beasts frequently appear at the periphery of Thorn Ridge. I urge you to remain close and not to venture forth, Marcus cautioned, leading the way and instructing the 4 squire knights to safeguard the barren. Unless they become corpses, let nothing impede the beast's advance. Can you accomplish this? These knights, hailing from the common folk, were not required to fight on the battlefield. Only nobles and knights engaged in warfare. Yet, despite their humble origins, the squire knights bore the responsibility of serving the nobility, risking their lives for better treatment. To evade the magical beasts, The group could only navigate the fringes of Thorn Ridge. The forest was relatively lush, and they occasionally glimpsed wild animals such as rabbits and foxes. But the scarcity of food at the edge of Thorn Ridge made sightings of larger beasts rare. Regardless of Marcus's dismal mood, he remained meticulous, recounting information about Thorn Ridge. Magical beasts. I wonder if we shall encounter one today. Lister, recalling past memories, had witnessed various magical beasts. The most notable difference being their possession of magical powers capable of casting formidable spells. In the Tulip Castle, there had been a small magical beast known as the Fire Rabbit, capable of releasing fireballs. Its delectable meat and lustrous fur were favored by the nobility, with noble women seeking garments made from its pelts. He had also encountered the formidable giant berserk bear, whose hide adorned a chair cherished by the Count of Coral Island. The menacing bear head fully tanned, exuding a fearsome aura. It was said that 8 Earth Knights perished in the hunt for the giant berserk bear, a loss substantial enough to cripple the knightly order, as even in territorial conflicts, such a number of knights seldom fell. Moreover, many apprentice knights had also met their demise. Throughout the journey, Lister diligently recorded the terrain of Thorn Ridge, noting suitable locations for fortifications, irrigation systems, fortresses, and farmland, obligations befitting a landholding noble. It must be time for lunch. Odin, prepare our meal here. Yes, my lord. Odin the footman promptly dismounted, seeking a flat patch of land to lay down a carpet and arrange the provisions. The modest repast consisted of bread, caviar, fruit salad, and milk tea, alongside special goat jerky reserved for Lister. What he assumed would be a simple lunch took an alarming turn when Marcus, after swallowing a piece of bread, suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, we have a situation. There is the sin of magical beasts." Chapter 6. The Earth Knight and the Wind Blade Wolf as the Earth Knight. Marcus possessed a keen sensitivity to the nuances of magical energy and combat aura. His assertion of the presence of magical beasts could not be dismissed lightly. Instantly, Lister felt a surge of anxiety. The 4 accompanying knights hastily began to tidy up the dining utensils, being mere mortals without any mastery of combat aura. They were ill-equipped to confront magical beasts, effectively courting death. Marcus had already mounted his steed, exclaiming, "Do not concern yourselves with the dishes. Protect the Baron as he mounts and prepare for battle." The knight attendants hurriedly extended their hands to assist Lister. Yet, as a novice knight possessing elementary combat aura, Lister was significantly more formidable than an ordinary man. He managed to quell his rising tension and mounted his horse. The Fire Dragon horse, despite its majestic lineage, was still young and inexperienced in battle, exhibiting its own anxiety. Lister reached out to soothe its mane, attempting to calm its nerves. With a soft snort, the Fire Dragon horse relaxed slightly, encouraged by its master. Gifted by the Count as a birthday present for his son, it boasted a noble lineage, traceable to the low-level magical beast, the Fire Steed, and displayed remarkable adaptability. Within mere moments, the magical beast sensed by Marcus emerged from the depths of the thicket, a massive gray wolf adorned with faint azure markings. It was the Wind Blade Wolf, a low-level magical beast. "Step back, I shall handle it," Marcus proclaimed, brandishing his short lance, which, despite its name, was a long knightly weapon designed for close combat. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a bellow that resonated within his mouth, akin to an explosive detonation, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble. He hoped to intimidate the Wind Blade Wolf. The creature crouched, slightly retreating, seemingly prepared to flee, but this was merely the prelude to its attack. With a swift squeeze of his steed's flanks, Marcus urged his horse forward, lance raised for a direct assault. The Wind Blade Wolf leapt toward Marcus, unleashing several swirling blades of wind that sliced through the air toward him. The tip of Marcus's lance quivered, a faint milky radiance enveloping it as he swiftly struck at the wind blades, dispersing them one by one. In a deft maneuver, Marcus executed a backward flick with his lance, tracing an elliptical arc before surging forward to strike the leaping Wind Blade Wolf. In a moment of peril, the wolf twisted its body to evade the lance, yet the glowing aura grazed its flank, drawing forth a torrent of blood. As it landed, it unleashed a flurry of wind blades. Marcus, seamlessly synchronizing with his steed, narrowly dodged the wind blades. At this juncture, he had distanced himself from the Wind Blade Wolf, attempting to close the gap for close combat. However, the wolf, displaying its cunning intellect, maintained its distance, releasing wind blades from afar, an attribute that distinguished magical beasts from ordinary wildlife. This war of attrition posed little threat to the magical beast, whose recovery of magical energy was exceedingly rapid. In contrast, the knight's combat aura could not be sustained indefinitely. Still, Marcus fought valiantly, proving his worth on the battlefield. Striving for the noble honor of a knight lord, he readied his lance, pivoting to draw a bow from his back. With remarkable precision, he loosed 2 arrows imbued with combat aura, streaking through the air like bolts of lightning. The wind-blade wolf, momentarily dismissive, merely twisted its body to evade the arrows. Yet, in an instant, its disdain shifted to fear as the arrows collided mid-air, altering their trajectory to pierce the wolf's back with ferocity. What exceptional archery skills! The audience, particularly Lister, marveled in awe, his previous tension dissipating. With such a formidable Earth Knight to protect him, Lister felt secure enough to remain uninvolved. A lord's life was indeed advantageous. One need not exert effort when surrounded by servants in life and knights in battle. In a swift turn of events, Marcus readied 2 more arrows, and the bloodied wind-blade wolf, its eyes flashing with rage, abruptly turned and fled into the thicket, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Marcus lowered his bow, observing the direction in which the creature had disappeared. Karl the Hammer, his blood still boiling from the excitement, could not restrain himself. Master Marcus, why do you not pursue? A couple more arrows, and the wind-blade wolf would surely be slain. Such a beast is worth more than pearls. There are more than just one wind-blade wolf in Thorn Ridge, and it does not appear severely wounded. It was merely feigning injury to lure us in. It undoubtedly has companions awaiting it in the forest. If you are unafraid of death, feel free to pursue, Marcus replied coolly. Karl scratched his head, feeling sheepish and silenced. Ignoring him, Marcus turned to Lister. My lord, this place is perilous. We should continue our journey. Indeed, Lister acquiesced readily. His inspection of the territory was merely a task. He had no desire to face danger. As the old adage goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Perhaps encountering magical beasts at the brink of Thorn Ridge in spring had raised Marcus's concerns, thus hastening their pace. Along the way, Lister, curious, questioned, Master Marcus, your archery is remarkable. How did you manage to redirect the arrows? The technique of dual arrows colliding is an advanced skill of ordinary archery, requiring the guidance of combat aura for execution. It is both impressive and practical, Marcus explained. Master Marcus, when will you offer archery lessons? I am eager to learn, Lister exclaimed, enviously. Very well, once I advance to an Earth Knight, I shall teach archery, Marcus replied. After completing their task, and perhaps receiving the rewards for the elevation of his combat aura, Lister hoped that this would be his moment of advancement. The subsequent 3 hours of travel yielded no further encounters with magical beasts. Upon finishing their inspection of Thorn Ridge, they arrived at the other side of Flower Town, where the Azure Sea awaited. The Sapphire Duchy lay in the northeast corner of the continent, consisting of the Sapphire Isles. Coral Island resided in the northeastern part of the Sapphire Isles, while Flower Town occupied the northeastern corner of Coral Island. Thus, at that moment, the cerulean expanse of the sea before Lister was the boundary of the Sapphire Duchy, an endless stretch of azure waves. Master Marcus, what lies beyond the sea? Are there other islands, continents, or nations? I do not know. The Barren's fleet has never ventured further into the ocean. It is said that beyond the Azure Sea lies the Devil's Sea, a treacherous realm where no one can navigate, not even on Dragonback. Dragons are the backbone of a nation. No dragon knight would risk their dragon in such perilous waters. There are countless lands on the continent awaiting exploration. Why should the Baron concern himself with empty seas? To speak rather bluntly, you should learn from the Baron, seizing more territory. Such remarks carried an air of seduction. Only through war could new nobility be forged. Chapter 7. The sublimation of fighting spirit. What could the sea, devoid of anything, truly signify? List would vehemently disagree with such a notion. In his homeland, the competition for maritime dominance is scarcely less fervent than that for terrestrial realms. The aspiration for a blue-water navy resides in the heart of every nation. While the resources of the ocean may be challenging to exploit, they are by no means inferior to those found on land. In this world, he hesitates to conclude whether the depths of the sea conceal treasures, for the current knowledge suggests that only dragons can produce gems and metals. However, the fishery resources within the ocean are undeniably vast and immeasurable. In the Duchy of Sapphire, barren lands abound, and the shortage of labor is acute. Even agriculture struggles to meet demands, let alone the development of fisheries. Yet, A pivotal issue arises. The elves are entirely under the control of the nobility, unable to influence the extensive arable lands, resulting in minimal agricultural yields. Take Flower Town. For instance, its arable land is considerable, yet it sustains an exceedingly meager population. The fewer the inhabitants, the more they find themselves shackled by the nobility and its systems, toiling on the land to pay exorbitant taxes that sustain the lavish lifestyles of their overlords. The future of Flower Town lies within the embrace of the azure waves of the sea. List's enthusiasm surged within him. If there were a fishing ground nearby, it could furnish a continuous supply of sustenance. Only with full bellies could the common folk endeavor to procreate, leading to a burgeoning population and consequently, a greater tax revenue. More taxes would enhance his own quality of life. The sandy soil, a pale yellow, was pristine, occasionally adorned with towering trees akin to coconut palms, their shade casting cool shadows beneath the afternoon sun. With a modicum of development, this locale could transform into a perfect summer resort. The castle merely served as a residence for List and his household staff. In his domain, even magical beasts must temper their behavior. List jested, "Mr. Carter, is all well within the castle?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Good to hear. Mrs. Morrison, please prepare my bathing water. I require a wash." "At once, my lord," she replied. Mrs. Morrison, nearing 40 and unmarried, had dedicated her life to Tulip Castle, now overseeing all the maids within List's castle, though she claimed to manage all the maids. The actual number was a mere 3. In total, the household comprised 10 servants. The butler, Carter Pott, managed all affairs of the castle, serving as List's trusted aide. Housekeeper Morrison Rice oversaw the maids, assisting Carter in daily management, and Chef Abby Spoon was responsible for all culinary matters. The male servants included personal attendant Thomas Scissor, common servant Tom Pigsty, and assistant Jesse Ricewater. The maids, all of ordinary standing, were Maxie Thread, Debbie Window, and Mickey and Cowtail. There was also a kitchen assistant, a maid under Abby's direction, named Erin Fourfinger, a rather peculiar surname, likely derived from her ancestor who possessed only 4 fingers, hence the name. Do not expect illiterate peasants, who spend their lives in rural isolation, to conceive melodious surnames. Nobility would never permit them such luxuries. Once List, attended by Thomas, had discarded his leather armor. He ascended the stairs. The old butler, Carter, promptly called out, "Jesse, take the Lord's fire dragon horse away. Remember to add extra beans to its feed, for it has labored all day. Mrs. Abby, prepare an additional portion of roasted meat for the Lord's dinner tonight. Mrs. Morrison, ensure the maids prepare the bathing water. And Tom must fetch water from town. Thomas, clean the Lord's leather armor." "Yes, Mr. Carter," the servants chorused. Satisfied, Carter nodded. Though the castle was small, the number of servants few, and life somewhat austere, he relished his role as the steward, managing the daily affairs of the castle and serving as the Lord's capable assistant. He cherished this blend of comfort and authority. The bathing water was at an ideal temperature, though not as skilled as the maids of Tulip Castle, under Mrs. Morrison's guidance. The recently indentured maids had adapted well to their roles. List reclined in the bathtub, savoring the soothing warmth. He had contemplated the idea of egalitarianism, envisioning a world where all could bask in the light of a civilized society. Yet, he was acutely aware that these servants depended on their roles as vassals to the nobility, sheltered beneath their wings to survive. Serfs and free citizens alike perished annually from starvation. Within the castle, barring encounters with a tyrannical lord, at least one could expect to be free from hunger. Attaining the status of steward was the pinnacle of aspiration for the common folk. Never did he anticipate that one day, so many would depend on him for their livelihoods. As his thoughts wandered, he became entranced, and soon, serpentine patterns formed from smoke danced before his eyes. List felt a surge of excitement, poised to claim his reward. Yet he suddenly realized he was uncertain of how to do so. Just as he contemplated how to claim his prize, the serpentine images dissipated into a cloud of mist, swiftly coalescing into a new message. Task: a severe crisis has arisen in the peanut fields of your territory, where a vast expanse of peanut crops has undergone an unexplained mutation, leaving the farmers at a loss. As the Lord, it is your duty to resolve this issue. Reward: an elven insect. A new task, with the reward of an elven insect, an excellent prize. List initially rejoiced, only to be soon engulfed by a wave of frustration. But what of the reward for the previous task? Where was the sublimation of his fighting spirit? Who could enlighten him on how to claim this particular reward? In that moment, List felt a profound agitation. He sensed no alteration in his fighting spirit, and as time passed, the water cooled without him obtaining the task's reward. He began to seriously doubt the reality of his experience. The smoke may have been naught but a figment of his imagination. Dressing himself, he exited the bath, his countenance somber, prompting Thomas, who awaited outside, to fret. "My lord, your expression appears troubling. Is something amiss?" "I am fine. Attend to your duties. I wish to read in the study." Upon entering the study, List sought to regain his composure through literature. Yet his mind was a tempest, refusing to settle. Resigned, he changed into a training outfit and commenced practicing in the castle's small garden. He was studying the fundamental fighting spirit, the most widely circulated introductory manual on fighting techniques. Aside from specialized techniques belonging to prominent families, this manual stood as the finest foundational text. The primary fighting spirit was merely a form of energy, intended to strengthen the body. After completing a set of movements, he expelled the pent-up frustration, gradually finding solace as his emotions began to stabilize. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, and List's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity, as if a flash of inspiration had crossed his mind, urging him to seize it. He promptly executed all training movements of the fundamental fighting spirit once more. As he concluded this practice, he felt as though his reservoir of primary fighting spirit had reached a critical threshold, initiating a transformation. Invisible energy surged through his meridians, permeating every cell in his limbs. The sublimation of fighting spirit. So, it was here waiting for me. Chapter 8. The Earth Knight. List within List's body. A tumultuous tempest seemed to erupt. A boiling force surged through his limbs and bones, transforming his originally calm and balanced primary battle aura into a torrent that flooded his very cells. The nascent battle aura had ascended to an intermediate level, endowed with unique attributes. List stood motionless in the small garden, his heart blooming like a flower in full bloom. As he fervently suppressed his excitement to truly appreciate the reality of his newly acquired intermediate battle aura, which had undeniably facilitated his elevation in power. He had now genuinely become an Earth Knight. For the cultivation of battle aura, this marked a fresh starting point. Becoming an Earth Knight symbolized the attainment of extraordinary strength. Was my battle aura attribute fire? It seemed to conflict somewhat with the water attribute of layered waves. It appeared I would need to prepare a new intermediate battle aura manual. I had initially thought I would awaken to the water attribute like the Count's family. List was not particularly pleased with the fire attribute. Water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, and darkness. All attributes held their own mystical powers. No attribute was superior to another. They merely represented different facets of strength. However, the Tulip family had diligently studied the water attribute battle aura since before they obtained the title of Count, and their ancestral layered waves was renowned for its excellence in water attribute techniques, containing a wealth of insights and experiences that greatly benefited subsequent generations in their training. Yet, List currently found himself unsuitable for training in layered waves. Forcing himself to do so would yield minimal results. The fire attribute battle aura was undoubtedly more appropriate for him. In truth, List did not feel an urgent need to enhance his power. While it was true that nobles were expected to take the battlefield, Coral Island was far removed from the mainland, and conflicts were rare. As the third son of a count, the nobles on Coral Island would not foolishly seek to trouble him, allowing him to develop in peace. Moreover, no matter how powerful one became, in a century, one would ultimately return to dust. It was far more enjoyable to live steadily as a lord, relishing the service of servants, and leaving the affairs of combat to his subordinates. That said, the promotion to Earth Knight remained a thrilling achievement. It signified that he would be less susceptible to illness, and that his resilience against the harshness of winter and the swelter of summer had significantly increased. What could be more blissful than a healthy body and the prospect of longevity? After exhaling a deep sigh, List's excitement began to settle, and he turned to walk toward the castle. His personal attendant hurried over, eager to assist. "My lord, having just completed your nightly training, would you like me to prepare fresh bathing water for you? Would that be too much trouble?" "Of course not. It is our honor to serve you." "Very well. Prepare the bathing water once more." At dinner, Marcus and Goltai arrived as expected. "List, you appear increasingly healthy. It seems you have fully recovered, which calls for a toast." Goltai lifted his wine glass, inhaling deeply, as he was a man who cherished wine dearly. This was a common trait among nobles. Marcus, however, observed with keen eyes, My lord, have you broken through? Just an hour before, List had sensed a shift within himself, a new progression in his battle aura cultivation. He modestly replied, Indeed, after the completion of my 16th birthday ceremony, I have ascended to the rank of Earth Knight. But this is hardly a matter for pride. Congratulations, my lord, Marcus said solemnly, his tone shifting slightly. He had previously addressed him as Baron, but now referred to him directly as my lord, a positive change. Goltai exclaimed with enthusiasm, Wow, what splendid news. No wonder I saw magpies fluttering about the town today, chirping away. List, you truly are the offspring of the Count, inheriting the noble bloodline of the Tulip family. You shall undoubtedly wield great power. In comparison to my brother and sister, my talents are rather unremarkable. I can only compensate through diligent practice. Your self-awareness attests to your excellence. Throughout history, great figures have not always exhibited exceptional prowess in their youth. The knightly creed is one of relentless improvement, and in you, I see such qualities. Thank you for the compliment, Master Goltai. Then let us celebrate tonight. Let us drink to our heart's content. Goltai chuckled, turning to Butler Carter. Mr. Carter, to honor List's advancement to Earth Knight, should you not procure some fine wine from the castle cellar to celebrate this glorious moment? Old Carter beamed. I share your sentiment, Master Goltai. Yet he made no move to act, for whether to drink wine was a decision that rested with the castle's master. List, unfazed, nodded. Mr. Carter, please fetch a bottle of crescent wine and prepare a serving of pudding for each gentleman and lady. As you wish, my lord. Carter turned and departed for the cellar. As he passed by the kitchen, he called out, Mrs. Abby, the master has decreed an additional serving of pudding for each person at dinner. Mrs. Abby Spoon. A plump woman, exclaimed, Cream pudding? Oh heavens! The master is far too generous. There is no need for such extravagance. The maids are content with whatever they receive. And we are running low on cream. Kitchen maid Aileen, who was mopping the floor, eagerly looked up. Mr. Carter, may the kitchen maids also receive an extra serving of pudding? Of course. Today is a day of great celebration. Our Lord has ascended to Earth Knight. Understood, Mrs. Abby. Praise our Lord. Crescent wine, a local specialty of Coral Island, is harvested and brewed during the first crescent moon of autumn. Tulip Castle boasts a vineyard sprite that cultivates a particular variety of grapes specifically for winemaking. Though the taste may be somewhat lacking, the wine produced is sweet and crisp. Renowned throughout the Sapphire Duchy, with the royal court procuring a batch each year. List had taken a case with him when leaving Tulip Castle. A bottle of well-aged crescent wine seemed to carry tales from the depths of time, whispering to you what true beauty and enduring flavor are. Goltai swirled his crystal goblet, watching the crimson liquid rise and fall along the crystal walls, as if he were a poet expressing his emotions. List took a small sip. To be honest, he did not find the wine particularly enjoyable. He had never been fond of alcohol, preferring fermented rice. His body's inherent disposition granted him a discerning palate for beverages, allowing him to adapt to various flavors. Thus, conforming to local customs, he would occasionally indulge in some wine, knowing that without high-proof spirits, it was quite difficult to become inebriated. By the way, Master Goltai, has there been an issue with the peanuts at Peanut Farm? He suddenly recalled his new task. With his battle aura ascended, he felt a strong yearning for new rewards. Indeed, it seems the climate this year has not been favorable. Peanut Farm will likely face a total crop failure. I sent someone to inspect it, and the peanut fields are wilting significantly. Within a few days, they should perish. Poor serfs, facing hunger before winter has even arrived. Though he spoke of their plight with sympathy, Goltai exhibited no trace of compassion. Setting his goblet down, List declared resolutely, Tomorrow, accompany me to Peanut Farm for an on-site investigation to devise a solution to the peanut crisis. Chapter 9. The barren land of Peanut Village. The chestnut-colored fire dragon steed carried the land knight, Baron Lister, as he traversed the muddy terrain and arrived at Peanut Village. This settlement, significantly smaller than a village, was sparsely dotted with 7 or 8 thatched cottages. Why do you stand there in a daze? Upon the arrival of our lord, you should hasten to kneel and pay your respects. The town's clerk, nimble in his movements, rapped on the doors of each peasant's dwelling. The inhabitants here were serfs. Emerging from their drafty homes, their expressions bore the numbing weight of oppression, standing at their doorsteps in a daze. Only at the clerk's loud admonitions did they kneel one by one, bowing towards Lister. The adults moved with a certain dullness. Only a few naked children occasionally raised their heads, regarding Lister with their dirty yet bright eyes, only to be hastily pushed down by the adults. their foreheads nearly touching the ground. "Who is in charge of Peanut Village?" Lister inquired. "Bring him here. Soon." The clerk tugged along a limping old man who approached with faltering steps. Clad in patched clothing, the old man's frail body seemed as if it might flicker out at any moment. "Lord, old George has arrived," the clerk announced, nudging the old man as if urging him to bow quickly, yet old George appeared exceedingly anxious, standing stiffly, unsure of what to do. Lister waved his hand, signaling the clerk to step back, and spoke gently. "Old George, there is no need to be nervous. I am Baron Lister Tulip, the Lord of Flower Town. I understand there is an issue with the peanuts here. Please lead us to the fields so we can address the problem." Oh my lord." Old George stammered nervously. "I shall guide you at once." "Thank heavens. Peanut Village has been saved. Our Lord has come to rescue us." With newfound excitement, old George seemed to walk with a gust of wind. Having surveyed the farmlands, Lister now took a closer look. The fields, worked by serfs, lacked any proper boundaries, with each long strip of land merely divided by a shallow ditch, showcasing the different crops tended by various serfs. Almost 90% of the produce belonged to the nobility, specifically to Lister, while the remaining 10% constituted the serfs' meager sustenance. At that moment, the once lush green peanut fields appeared mottled with patches of yellow and brown. All the peanuts seemed wilted, languishing on the ground. The soil was damp, indicating that the serfs had diligently watered the crops. Yet alas, watering alone could not revive the wilting plants. Old George wiped away tears, passionately exclaiming, "My lord, we have spared no effort, watering 3 times daily, yet the peanuts are still on the verge of death. Only the plot tended by Archie remains somewhat viable, but even it is close to succumbing, with some leaves already turning yellow." Following old George's pointing finger, Lister's gaze fell upon the elongated field in the center of Peanut Village. The central area of this field retained a semblance of green, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding wilted peanuts. Dismounting, Lister approached the field, bending down to pluck a yellowing peanut seedling for closer examination. Suddenly, Goltai interjected, "Lister, you should not touch such menial tasks. Let these serfs handle it." Though a fallen noble knight, he held a disdainful attitude towards the common folk. Ignoring Goltai, Lister continued to scrutinize the seedling in his hand, attempting to discern the cause of its plight. Although he was not an agronomist, he had farmed during his youth and was no stranger to agriculture. There were similarities and unfamiliarities between the peanuts of this world and his own. Yet he deduced that the malnourishment of the seedling was the root of its current state. "Do you use wood ash or manure to fertilize the fields?" "What?" Old George, perplexed, replied, "My lord, we water them 3 times a day." Lister pressed further, "Do you not use any fertilizer?" Old George paused, then retorted, "What is fertilizer?" The sheer ignorance left Lister dumbfounded. "How do you cultivate peanuts then?" Old George rambled on about a cycle of allowing wild grasses to grow in autumn and winter, then burning them before planting peanuts, followed by watering and weeding. This method had persisted through generations, yielding pitiful harvests. Only the nobility could employ sprites to enhance crop growth for bountiful yields. Realizing this, Lister shook his head. Without fertilization, even the best soil would become barren after several harvests. The expansive fields before him were on the verge of becoming parched earth. It was no wonder the peanuts were dying. They were starving. However, he soon found himself questioning why the crops had not perished before. What had changed? According to old George, they had farmed in this manner every year, and aside from droughts and floods, they had never encountered such a phenomenon. Thus, the nutritional deficiency of the peanut fields likely stemmed from another source. What could that be? His gaze shifted to the verdant patch in the center of the field as he contemplated deeply. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him as he recalled the task's reward requirement to restore the peanut fields, which promised a sprite worm. Based on the method of receiving rewards from his first task, Lister speculated that the sprite worm would not materialize out of thin air, but rather be something he might stumble upon along the way. A sprite worm as a reward for the malnourished peanut fields. Rising to his feet, Lister began to formulate an answer in his mind. He surmised that the cause of the peanut field's malnutrition was indeed the sprite worm intended to be rewarded to him. The sprite worm, birthed from plants, would likely be a peanut sprite worm. Waving his hand, he beckoned the others. "Let us proceed to the center of the field." The group tiptoed cautiously as they approached the heart of the peanut patch, where the seedlings appeared to be somewhat vigorous. Lister searched his memory, recalling how he had seen sprite worms being harvested in his childhood, typically nestled within the flowers or new shoots of a plant, resembling a jade-like silkworm. Different sprite worms bore distinct patterns. Currently, he possessed 4 sprite worms, 1 tulip sprite worm, 1 thorn sprite worm, 1 corn sprite worm, and 1 alfalfa sprite worm. Cultivating sprite worms required synergy with farming, and Goltai was still assisting him in locating suitable fields for their cultivation. After a brief search, Lister failed to find any peanut seedlings that harbored the potential for sprite worms. Perhaps the time had yet to arrive, lacking sufficient nutrients. The peanut sprite worm would likely perish. A tightening sensation gripped Lister's palm. Sprite worms represented productivity, and he could not afford to fail this task. With this in mind, he addressed the gathered crowd. I believe I have discerned the issue. Old George, now, according to my instructions, let us restore this peanut field. All hail our lord. Old George exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. Goltai, astonished, queried, Lister, have you truly identified the problem? Do you know how to cultivate peanuts? What has led to their demise? It is not yet the time to disclose, Lister replied cautiously, choosing to keep the reason to himself for the moment. He feared he might be mistaken. If there were no sprite, it would indeed be a blunder. Therefore, the immediate focus remained on saving the peanut seedlings. Chapter 10. The fertilization campaign of the peanut fields. The nurturing of the sprite insects necessitates a substantial amount of nutrients. The barrenness of the peanut fields severely hampers their development, causing the concentrated nutrients to result in withering peanut seedlings in all areas except for the central patch. The remedy is straightforward: fertilization of the fields. Old George, I have several tasks for you, said List. First, rally the farmers to gather firewood and dry grass from various locations, then set them ablaze, collecting the resulting ashes. Second, enlist the able-bodied farmers to excavate mud from the bottom layer of the pond. Third, instruct the children to collect any type of manure they can find. Without hesitation, Old George replied, Of course, my lord. I shall fulfill your commands. As Old George limped away, List turned to his mentor, Goltai. Goltai, it appears the manure from Peanut Town may be insufficient. Please organize a collection in the town, encouraging all farmers to gather manure. Let it be done under the auspices of the civil administration, offering 1 copper coin for a basket of dung. In this world, copper coins, silver coins, gold coins, and dragon coins serve as universal currency, yet the denominations vary among the different empires, kingdoms, and duchies. The copper coin mentioned by List is the currency of the Sapphire Duchy, capable of purchasing approximately 4 loaves of black bread, sufficient sustenance for an adult for several days. 1 silver coin exchanges for 100 copper coins, while 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins. As for the dragon coin, officially known as the Sapphire Dragon coin, it embodies the magical essence of the duchy's sole sapphire dragon and can be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins, serving as a magical artifact in its own right. Goltai, unable to contain his discontent, exclaimed, Why, List, would you spend such a high price for filthy dung? It serves no purpose beyond its foul odor. Nay, manure is indeed valuable. Simply proceed with the collection and find a remote location, preferably downwind, for its accumulation. List understood the true worth of manure. In the absence of chemical fertilizers, it remains the best source of nourishment for the fields. As a large landowner controlling all the farmland in Flower Town, List required an ample supply of fertilizer. He also wished to avoid a town beset by the rampant disposal of waste, as such an environment would be a disgrace to civilization. His intention was to establish a long-term manure acquisition program, both for composting and to promote sanitation. As the immediate implementation of proper toilets was unfeasible, purchasing manure was the most economical and efficient solution. However, Goltai protested, but a copper coin should procure 10, no, 20 baskets of dung. Just follow through, Goltai. List's tone carried a hint of sternness. Thus, Goltai ceased his complaints, raising his hands in acquiescence. As you wish. In this era, a lord embodies authority. Once List's directives were issued, no one dared to procrastinate, resulting in the swift action of clerks and farmers, who quickly accumulated the required pond mud, manure, and ashes in Peanut Town. Excellent, Old George. Now, gather your team to mix these materials together. Dig a small pit beside the root of each peanut seedling, sprinkle in some of the mixture, and then cover it up. Water the area and remove excess weeds. And I believe the seedlings will soon recover, List directed enthusiastically, mounted atop his fire dragon, overseeing the fertilization efforts in the peanut fields. As a lord, it was beneath his station to labor alongside the farmers, and he had no desire to do so. The total area of the peanut fields spanned approximately 100 acres. roughly equivalent to 10 football fields or 7 or 8 elementary school yards. There were 23 farming households in Peanut Town, comprising a total of 92 individuals. After excluding the children who could not work, and with additional laborers brought in from the town, a total of 120 individuals busied themselves with the task at hand. Goltai, what is the total population of Flower Town? List inquired. I apologize, List. I have only recently arrived and have yet to ascertain that information, Goltai admitted, turning to a clerk. You have lived in the town for many years. Do you know the number of households and the population? Over 1,000? The clerk replied, shaking his head. Goltai then turned to another clerk, who also shook his head. Thus, it became evident that no one in Flower Town possessed knowledge of its population. List was left speechless. Is Flower Town truly a forgotten settlement? Has no official from Coral Island ever conducted a census? Has the previous civil administrator never compiled a count? It is utterly disheartening that a lord is unaware of the population under his domain. With this troubling thought, he issued a command. Goltai, organize personnel and expedite a population census. I must ascertain the number of households and individuals in Flower Town, along with their names, familial relationships, occupations, ages, genders, and marital statuses. This will require considerable effort. List. You know the town's officials are few. We lack a treasurer, a defense officer, a legal officer, and even a diplomatic officer. In fact, we do not even have a civil administrator. My role should be that of your advisor, not the town's civil administrator. In a noble territory, civilian officials typically serve as advisors overseeing the civil administrator, treasurer, defense officer, legal officer, and diplomatic officer. The military officer is the commander of the knightly order. Undoubtedly, Goltai, as a fallen noble knight of the lowest rank within the aristocracy, retained his noble status. He had followed List to serve as an advisor. The other knightly teacher, Marcus, was undoubtedly suited to lead the knightly order. As for whether Flower Town could afford a knightly order, that remained to be seen. Do not be anxious, Goltai. Flower Town is ripe for revitalization, and my castle awaits its rise. For now, manage the civil affairs of Flower Town and complete the population census, List instructed. List was reluctant to grant Goltai too much authority as an advisor, not out of fear of being overshadowed, but rather because Goltai's mindset was entrenched in noble traditions, rendering him out of touch with List's progressive vision. Very well, List. You have matured and possess the qualities of a competent lord. I shall comply with your directives. Goltai performed a single-handed gesture of respect, displaying his noble upbringing, remaining calm and unhurried. For 3 consecutive days, Peanut Town engaged in an ardent fertilization campaign, an all-out agricultural effort. The 100 acres of land were swiftly enriched with a mixture of pond mud, manure, and ashes. Particularly, the central section received several times the amount of fertilizer. List oversaw the operation for 3 days, and once everything was completed, he could only wait, awaiting the rejuvenation of the peanut fields. He had done all that could be done, and he hoped the task would soon bear fruit. He was not one to dwell on matters. Once a task was finished, he swiftly transitioned to other affairs of his domain. The most pressing concern remained the sprite insects. Chapter 11. The Revived Peanuts and the Budding Blossoms. Professor Gaudai. How is the progress of finding a suitable location for the placement of the spirit bugs? They have been in slumber for a month, and I wish to see them revived soon rather than squander their potential. The spirit bug is a wondrous little creature. It can recognize its master. With a mere bite on the finger, a drop of blood serves as a conduit to forge a magical contract. They are the sprites of nature, the essence of flora, and the messengers of magic. By planting their mycelium, one can influence the growth of surrounding plants. The mycelium is the very essence that nurtures the spirit bugs, akin to a personal talisman belonging to them, capable of both growth and dormancy. The maturation of the mycelium is intrinsically linked to the growth of the spirit bugs. Should the mycelium perish, the spirit bugs would inevitably follow suit. Currently, the mycelium resides within the bellies of 4 spirit bugs, without nutritional sustenance. They can only remain in deep slumber. This not only wastes productivity, but also hinders the potential evolution of the spirit bugs. No spirit bug can evolve into a small sprite solely through prolonged slumber. They must continuously absorb nutrients and impact the growth of crops to evolve. Despite the slim hope, Lister is determined to see if his spirit bugs can transform into small sprites. I care not for their worth. What I require is for them to have a field to flourish. I can start by planting alfalfa and tulips. The lazy serfs must be stirred to action. However, Gautai, I require manpower. The clerical staff are a bunch of indolent fellows who can accomplish nothing. The townsfolk can be summoned at will, with the castle covering their wages. Good heavens, the castle pays wages? You are indeed a generous lord. However, there are scarcely any literate individuals in Flower Town. Do you expect me to organize a census? They cannot even write their own names, and I assure you, they will accomplish nothing. We cannot rely on the common folk. This poses a dilemma. Flower Town lacks educational institutions, and entrusting governance to the illiterate is indeed precarious. So, Professor Gaudai, do you know any literate individuals willing to settle in Flower Town? If they are willing to serve as officials, I can offer them wages at least double that of officials in other towns. My castle should still have a fair amount of gold coins. Despite the lack of favor, Lister is the son of an earl, and upon his coming of age, he was bestowed with a considerable sum of gold. Gaudai paused for a moment, seemingly weighing his words. Lister, I can see that you harbor great ambitions for Flower Town. I do know some capable individuals who have fallen on hard times. However, as your family tutor, I must caution you that supporting a lord in Flower Town is already quite burdensome. Adding more individuals would be overwhelming. I understand this, so worry not. I will handle it. You may invite them all over, Lister said casually, for with talent, he could create wealth. To him, Flower Town was merely an untapped virgin land. Simultaneously, a voice within him echoed, I have the smoke task, a golden opportunity that may bestow upon me even greater riches. While discussing these matters, the old steward Carter knocked and entered. My lord, old George from Peanut Village wishes to see you. Oh, what is it? He claims that the peanuts in Peanut Village have regained their lush green overnight. You specifically instructed to oversee the central plot, where a peanut has grown a remarkably large bud. Is that so? Let him in. Lister was filled with delight, having just fertilized. He had not anticipated the peanut field would return to normal so quickly. He could hardly wait to find a place to ponder whether the smoke task had been updated. As old George nervously tiptoed into the castle, Lister regained his composure. Old George, please elaborate on the happenings in Peanut Village. Yes, my lord. Your magnificent radiance illuminates every corner of Peanut Village. Just as Carter reported, the peanut field has regained its verdant hue overnight, and one peanut has undergone a mutation, sprouting a large bud. The serfs are beside themselves with joy. Old George, despite his lameness, rushed over like the wind, breathless in his request to see the Lord. The once numb and despairing gaze has now been replaced with hope. Gaudai has realized the implications, mouth agape. Oh my heavens, Lister, could it be that within the peanut field, a spirit bug has been born? Lister smiled faintly. It is indeed quite possible. Oh my heavens, Lister, you are truly a noble favored by the heavens. It is incredible that such a remote little town as Flower Town could give birth to spirit bugs. Whether it is incredible or not, we shall see for ourselves. Mr. Carter, prepare the horses for me. I am going to Peanut Village. As you wish, my lord. At the castle entrance, Lister and Gaudai mounted their steeds. Carter inquired, My lord, your retinue of knights has yet to arrive. Shall we wait a moment? Thomas stepped forward, seemingly about to speak, but hesitating. Lister noticed him casting a quick glance at Thomas and old George, and then spoke. Thomas will ride alongside me, and take old George with you. Upon hearing this, Thomas was filled with excitement, his body trembling with anticipation. It is my honor to serve you, my lord. This was the first time the Lord had permitted him to attend so closely. For individuals, 3 steeds. The fire dragon steed led the way, racing towards Peanut Village. As they beheld the scene, the peanut field, which had previously been a patchwork of yellow and green, now gleamed in a vibrant green, with all the peanut seedlings stretching their limbs in exuberance. However, at the center of the field stood the largest peanut plant, which bore a fist-sized bud, poised to bloom. The delicate, verdant hue was particularly pleasing to the eye. This truly is the bud of the spirit bug, a blessing from the heavens. Lister, Flower Town is indeed a favored place, Gaudai exclaimed, somewhat exaggeratedly. Lister felt a surge of excitement within, though he maintained the composure befitting a noble. A gentle smile gracing his features. The spirit bugs hold paramount importance for the agriculture of Flower Town. Thus, this peanut field must be safeguarded. Old George, you and the farmers must ensure that someone is stationed to guard it daily. My lord, old George will guard it, even without food or drink. Very well, my lord. Chapter 12. Census of Flower Town. Only during the Earl's tax collection would a caravan accompany the knightly entourage. Now that Flower Town has become list territory, no one comes to collect taxes, and it seems that the merchants are reluctant to visit. Thus, there is no one with designs on the elf-worms. As for the residents of Flower Town, none would dare covet the elf-worms. The elf-worm is a cherished creature of nature, binding itself only to those humans endowed with magical power, perhaps to magical beasts as well, but they lack such intentions. Magical power, encompassing both combat aura and magic, manifests differently yet shares the same essence. In Flower Town, there are but 3 individuals with magical power: List, Marcus, and Galtier. Both Marcus and Galtier are well known on Coral Island. Even if one were to steal an elf-worm, they could not escape. In Coral Island, no one dares to touch the possessions of the Tulip family, of which List is a member. Thus, the safety of the peanut elf-worm is assured. He entered his study, closed the door, and concentrated for a moment, awaiting the emergence of smoke. Through constant exploration, he had mastered the patterns of the smoke's appearance. He merely needed to calm his mind to see it. Sure enough, a minute later, distorted serpentine script materialized before him. Mission accomplished. Reward, a peanut elf-worm. Just as I anticipated, the peanut elf-worm is indeed the reward for the previous task. This enigmatic smoke task does not seem to conjure rewards from thin air. All rewards must exist in reality or be imminent occurrences. The sublimation of combat aura likely stems from my accumulated efforts. The peanut worm is simply meant to appear. However, without the smoke task, these rewards would likely go to waste. He surmised that even as an apprentice knight, the peanut worm would quietly perish. At that moment, new content appeared within the twisted smoke script. Task: how can a lord not even know the number of his subjects? Please conduct a census to clarify the residents' basic information. Reward: a new variety of tulip. A census? Is this not precisely what I intended to do? It appears the smoke task updates its content based on my actual circumstances. What does a new variety of tulip signify? Is it to bestow upon me a potion? List speculated. The tulip family's prosperity is attributed to tulips. They are not merely flowers, but also magical ingredients. Potions are essential aids for cultivating magic and combat aura, and List recalled that the most valuable tulip could fetch a staggering 10 gold coins. Should this new variety yield a potion, it would undoubtedly be a potent catalyst for economic revitalization. Even if it does not produce a potion, contributing it to the tulip fortress would enhance the evolution potential of their grand elven spirits. Thus, the next step is to diligently oversee the census. In a small town with a population of 1 to 2,000, what could be so challenging? Galtier truly disappointed me. If necessary, I shall personally oversee the task. 1 or 2,000 people is not much larger than a school in List's hometown, and having served as the student council president, List held confidence in his abilities. However, for Galtier, this task proved exceedingly daunting. During the handover, he had inquired with the former administrative officer, a knight dispatched by the Earl, who had only undertaken the single task of collecting taxes in Flower Town. The knight had scarcely visited the town, delegating management to one of his retainers. This retainer had similarly focused solely on tax collection, neglecting all other matters. The taxes collected from Flower Town included peanuts, milk, wheat, barley, oats, tomatoes, and tulips. The Earl of Coral Island collected taxes every 3 months, taking the majority of the meager agricultural yield from Flower Town. After the knight completed the tax collection, he ceased to concern himself with the town. In this impoverished countryside, there was no comparison to the splendor of Coral City. Thus, Galtier sat in the dilapidated administrative office of the town, gazing at his mere 4 clerks and 6 patrolling guards, and felt that completing the census was an impossible task. Has no one here ever read a book or learned a single letter? Is there not a single literate person in the entire town? One clerk, embarrassed, replied, "My lord, the town lacks a school, and none of us have ever left the town." A patrolling guard with a rosy nose interjected, "Perhaps the old cobbler can read. He came from another island, and I once saw a book in his home. It was a thick one, and I flipped through it. It had pictures of little people. But the old cobbler hit me. He is blind, but his shoes are exceptionally sturdy, and he can hit hard." A blind man, Galtier dismissed the cobbler from his mind. Since there were no literate individuals, he could only say, "Counting should be within your capabilities. Each of you go to a neighborhood and tally the number of households and people there." He barked, "What? You say there are 18 households and 56 people in the peanut neighborhood? Mr. Teacup, are you jesting?" Mr. Teacup, whose full name was David Teacup, a clerk with a contorted expression, responded, "My lord, I assure you, I counted several times. I'm uncertain if it's accurate. Each time I counted, the numbers varied. The figures of 23 households and 92 people in the peanut neighborhood were those personally tallied by Gaultier when List aided the peanut fields. He could not fathom how David Teacup arrived at the figures of 18 households and 56 people. No need to ponder. The other neighborhoods' numbers were likely fabrications as well. Realizing this, Gaultier wearily waved his hand. Enough reporting. Keep the numbers to yourselves. Go fetch my horse. I must see Baron List at the castle. Upon arriving at the castle on horseback, Gaultier dramatically lamented to List, "You have no idea. Those clerks and patrolmen cannot even count from 1 to 10. They are utterly unreliable for the census. List, I have already prepared a letter for dispatch. Perhaps we should wait for others to arrive before conducting the census." "And wait until when?" List responded. "Do not fret, Gaultier. We have ample time, do we not? I cannot wait any longer." List tapped his fingers on the table. "Mr. Carter, is there anyone literate in the castle?" Carter bowed slightly, replying, "My lord, I can write and read, as can Thomas. Mrs. Mawson should be able to as well." "Then please summon Mrs. Mawson and Thomas. Additionally, have my teacher Marcus and my 4 retainers come here as well. I recall they can write." When everyone gathered, List announced publicly, "Now, let us set aside our individual tasks and assist me in conducting the census of Flower Town. Each person shall be responsible for a neighborhood: mushroom neighborhood, peanut neighborhood, tomato neighborhood, barley neighborhood, wheat neighborhood, flower farm, dairy farm." Chapter 13. The Black Tulip. Hurry up. You clumsy oaf. Are you seeking your own demise? The Lord requires an assessment of your household, so get dressed swiftly, and bring your wife and children to the gathering in the clearing ahead. If even one person is missing, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. The patrol officer boisterously pounded on the thatched cottage door, bellowing into the dwelling. Soon, the farmers of Barley Village emerged from their homes, gathering in the open space under the patrol officer's stern command. They whispered among themselves in small clusters, occasionally glancing at the table at the center of the clearing. Behind it sat a woman in her 40s, elegantly attired in a deep green dress, meticulously arranging a stack of thick parchment. A young maid stood behind her, assisting by diluting ink from a tea jar. "Who is she? I've never seen her before." "Fool. She must be a maid from the castle." "Indeed. Look at her attire. It's impeccably pressed. Only the Lord's maids could wear such tidy and clean clothing, unlike us, in our ragged and foul-smelling garb. What does the Lord want? I heard from a sycophant that he is conducting a census. What exactly is he counting?" "Population," an elderly farmer replied, chewing on some roots. 10 years ago, the count was conducted by the count himself, and back then, Barley Village had many more serfs than we do now. Alas, the great snowstorm 7 years ago claimed many lives. At the table, the previously imposing patrol officer was now bowing and scraping before the 2 maids, saying, "Madam Morrison, Miss Mickwin, all the serfs of Barley Village have assembled." "I am not a miss. I am merely a maid of the castle," Mickwin replied, though she felt a thrill at being addressed as Miss. She smiled and asked, "Is everyone here? We must not overlook a single person, lest the Lord punish us, including you." Of course. I assure you, they wouldn't dare hide." With that, the patrol officer began escorting each household of serfs to the table. Madam Morrison, following the prepared checklist, inquired, "Are you the head of the household? What is your name?" Hope, madam." "Do not be nervous. I need your full name, including your surname, Mr. Hope." My name is Hope Sowater." "Very well. Mr. Hope, is everyone in your family present?" "That makes 5 in total." "What is your wife's name, and what are your 2 sons and daughters' names?" "How old are you, and what is your occupation?" "And the same questions apply to your wife. Does your eldest son work?" Madam Morrison swiftly concluded her inquiries and began recording the information on the thick parchment. Head of household: Hope Sowater, age 37, barley farmer, physically fit. Wife: Simon Sowater, age 34, barley farmer, physically fit. Eldest son: Rob Sowater, age 20, oat farmer, has a limp. Second son: Peter Sowater, age 17, barley farmer, physically fit. Daughter: Lily Sowater, age 15, raises chickens at home, physically fit. After verifying the information, Madam Morrison confirmed, "Oh, very well." This scene persisted throughout the day, with stacks of thick parchment being sent to the castle, marking the completion of the population census for Flower Town. List. It is truly remarkable. Such a challenging task has been so effortlessly accomplished under your stewardship. You will undoubtedly be a competent lord, Goltai praised. Goltai, let us reserve the compliments for later. Please compile the numbers from each village and present them to me. At your service. Perhaps List's decisive actions imposed a sense of urgency on Goltai, prompting this follower, who had not attained the position of advisor, to work late into the night by candlelight. The following morning, the compiled data appeared before List after he finished breakfast and completed his night training. My lord, Lord Goltai toiled through the night. His eyes were bloodshot when he delivered the documents, Carter remarked, holding the thick parchment. Carter seemed momentarily dazed, responding after a few seconds, My lord, I feel as if I have seen the Count during his youth, the spirited Viscount who, in 5 years, ascended to Count and established the Coral Island dominion of the Tulip family. Having you as our lord is a stroke of fortune for all the vassals. Perhaps, List replied, not indulging in modesty. He perused the thick parchment quietly. Despite its considerable bulk, the actual content was minimal. Even with a quill, the tiny script could scarcely record much information. Indeed, this parchment is quite outdated. My lord, we have nearly exhausted our supply. We have used up 4/5 of the parchment. I am aware, and I will find a solution. The production of paper has long been on my agenda, awaiting the right moment for execution. After half an hour, List comprehended all the data from Flower Town. In total, there are 8 villages. In the town village, there are 257 households and 907 individuals, of which 41 households and 125 individuals are free citizens. The rest are serfs. In Peanut Village, there are 23 households and 92 individuals, all serfs. In Mushroom Village, there are 68 households and 211 individuals, all serfs. In Tomato Village, there are 30 households and 152 individuals, of which 10 households and 28 individuals are free citizens. The rest are serfs. In Barley Village, there are 48 households and 155 individuals, all serfs. In Wheat Village, there are 101 households and 342 individuals, all serfs. In Flower Farm, there are 21 households and 54 individuals, all serfs. In Dairy Farm, there are 18 households and 60 individuals, all serfs. The total population of Flower Town amounts to 584 households and 973 individuals, with only 51 households and 153 individuals being free citizens. The remainder are serfs. On the castle side, there are 10 servants for knights and 2 followers, Goltai and Marcus, which includes List, totaling 17 individuals. Thus, the total population of Flower Town stands at 990. The vast majority are engaged in agriculture, cultivating barley, wheat, oats, tomatoes, mushrooms, peanuts, and tulips, as well as raising dairy cattle, with a small number of chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and sheep. Only 7 of the population is engaged in handicrafts, which include a tailor shop, blacksmith shop, carpenter shop, bakery, mill, grocery store, cobbler shop, and barber shop, each comprising 1 establishment. The census is sufficiently detailed. The task should now be complete, List thought as he pushed aside the thick parchment, which emitted a faint, unpleasant odor. At that moment, the old steward Carter approached once more. My lord, joyous news. The steward from Flower Farm has come to report a happy event to you. Upon hearing the name of Flower Farm, List's eyes brightened, and he understood. This must be the reward for his efforts. Where is he? Please bring him to me. What is the good news? It concerns a black tulip, one never before seen. My lord, I shall fetch him immediately. Chapter 14. The new home of the tulip sprite worm. The Flower Farm has a history that surpasses that of Flower Town itself. Established 18 years ago, shortly after William Lee, the tulip, was granted the title of Coral Island. He mobilized his knights to explore the island's terrain, discovering a meadow abundant with blossoms. Among these flowers thrived 2 new tulip varieties. For the tulip family, tulips represent their very essence, prompting the Count to relocate his subjects to cultivate them. However, due to inconvenient transportation, the Count eventually transplanted the new tulip varieties to Coral City, leading the Flower Farm into gradual decline. In the present day, aside from a scant few tulips, vast expanses of flowers have been cleared to make way for other crops, such as barley and wheat. Thus, upon List's arrival, he found not a kaleidoscope of blossoms, but only verdant wheat sprouts. My lord, only 20 acres of tulips remain. The red ones are St. Dan's tulips, a tribute to your ancestors. The yellow ones are William I tulips, honoring your illustrious legacy, lamented Victor, the steward, his hair grizzled. In its prime, the Flower Farm sprawled across 800 acres, yet now it barely stretches over 200 acres, with 180 acres devoted to wheat. Are they not magical herbs? List inquired. Alas, they are indeed not, Victor replied. Thus, the Count seldom harvested tulips from this place. Yet now, a renaissance seems imminent. My lord, look over there, in the tulip field. That black tulip with its dark purple blooms. I've never seen its like before. List gazed intently. Indeed, that singular tulip stood apart from the surrounding yellow and red tulips. A striking shade of purple-black, reminiscent of a proud black swan amidst a flock of geese, quietly preening its feathers. Is it magical? List pondered. I shall investigate. He parted the common tulips and approached the black one, his fingers brushing against the dark purple petals. Instantly, a familiar yet foreign aura enveloped him, igniting a spark of realization in his eyes. A satisfied smile graced List's lips. It is indeed magical. Magical herbs, the very essence of sorcery. A mysterious wizard's spell relies heavily upon magical potions, and a knight's energy cultivation is similarly supported by them. Various wondrous treasures often necessitate magical herbs as auxiliary materials. Although the prices of these herbs fluctuate greatly according to their potency, even the most affordable magical potion can fetch no less than a silver coin. I have yet to hear of any magical herb priced below a silver coin. To possess a magical herb is to command immense wealth. It appears that not only have I acquired a fortune, but my tulip sprite worm has also found its new abode. I must breathe life back into the flower farm. Gesturing to Victor and his retinue of knights, List withdrew from the tulip field, choosing to kneel beside the black tulip. He focused his mind, and soon, a faint mist materialized before him, twisting into words. Task complete. Reward, new variety of tulip. As the mist distorted, the text shifted. Task, the declining flower farm seems to have encountered a turning point in fate. The new variety of black tulip must work in conjunction with the tulip sprite worm to undertake the responsibility of revival. Please establish a home for the tulip sprite worm. Reward, one magical beast cub. The task had been updated, presenting no challenge at all, akin to a gift bestowed upon him. What caught List's attention was the reward, a magical beast cub. Even the most common low-level magical beast surpasses an apprentice knight in strength, capable of contending with an earth knight. Recently, List encountered a windblade wolf, a low-level magical beast, slightly inferior to the earth knight Marcus. Some low-level magical beasts can even stand up to sky knights. What sort of magical beast cub will it be? Can it be raised, or is it destined for slaughter? List pondered, filled with anticipation. My lord, the tulip sprite worm has arrived, announced the butler Carter, escorted by the accompanying knights, as he solemnly presented a jade box to List. Upon receiving the jade box, List felt a vibrant life within, connected to his very bloodline. He opened the lid to reveal a tiny creature, thicker than a thumb and shorter than a forefinger, with a pale yellow body adorned with azure stripes. Compared to silkworms, the sprite worm shimmered with a jade-like luster, resembling a long, living jade strand, exquisite in its beauty. The sprite worm lay lazily upon a bed of powdered jade, unable to provide sustenance due to the insect grass in its belly, relying instead on the consumption of jade powder to sustain its vitality. Jade, also known as magical jade, is a stone imbued with magical properties. Significantly cheaper than gemstones produced by dragons, yet still a rare and precious mineral. Little one, have you rested enough? It's time to see your new home. List beckoned with his index finger. Sensing his intent, the languid tulip sprite worm slowly climbed onto his fingertip and nestled in his palm, its tiny, bright black eyes darting around, seemingly assessing its new environment. What a beautiful creature! No matter how many times I see it, I can never tire of its beauty, exclaimed Goltai, who had rushed over to witness the sprite worm. As a fallen noble knight, he had never possessed a sprite worm. Typically, the lowest tier of noble knights would receive a fief, and the wealthy might acquire a sprite worm. However, Goltai's fief had long since declined and been sold off, rendering him a destitute knight without land, unable to afford a sprite worm. List approached the center of the tulip field, pointing at the black tulip and softly saying, "Little one, make your home here and plant your insect grass." Connected by their bond, the sprite worm understood List's wishes. It slowly opened its mouth, releasing a stream of green light that descended into the vacant space beside the black tulip. In an instant, a tulip took root, sprouting leaves, with a pale yellow bloom emerging at the tip of its green stem. This was its insect grass, capable of influencing the growth of tulips across dozens of acres. As a sprite worm, it could potentially yield 2 seasons of tulips in one, enhancing the quality of the flowers. List placed the tulip worm among the blossoms of the insect grass, its newfound home. It seemed the act of planting the insect grass had drained much of its energy. As the tulip worm lay still amidst the flowers, List felt compelled to urge it. Little one, there are new tulips nearby. Won't you go and sample them? Tempted, the sprite worm slowly emerged from the flower, crawling up the stem and onto the leaves, inching towards the tip of the leaf. Just as it seemed about to tumble off, it raised its head and climbed into the air, its body emanating a soft glow, as if traversing a transparent surface. Inching toward the neighboring black tulip flower, wriggling its plump body, the sprite worm began to gather pheromones from the black tulip, applying its abilities to the flower. List preferred to believe that the sprite worm was collecting different genes to enhance itself. Once it had gathered enough, it would have the opportunity to evolve. At Tulip Castle, 3 sprite worms had evolved into tulip sprites using this very method. One had been gifted to List's sister, Liwela, igniting a sense of envy within him, especially when he was subsequently bestowed the title of Barren, further fueling his jealousy for not having acquired a sprite. Chapter 15. Marcus and the ambush of the wild dogs. Once the tulip larvae complete their assimilation, they can be returned to the jade box and kept within the castle without the need for additional feeding. The insect fungus can independently absorb nutrients to sustain the fairy larvae. This process will take approximately a day. Upon returning to the castle, Lister began to compose letters. Spreading out a thick sheet of parchment and dipping a quill into ink, he commenced inscribing serpentine script. With no telephone or fax, he was limited to the most primitive form of correspondence. He intended to write to the Count of Coral Island and the Baron of Falcon Town, who were, in fact, his father and sister. The Count possessed both a large tulip fairy and a small tulip fairy, along with several tulip fairy larvae, while the Baron had a single small tulip fairy. This indicated that the black tulips in Lister's domain were of utmost importance to the fairies, and both the Count and the Baron would undoubtedly be willing to pay a price for the assimilation of this new variety. Here, one could not say that even brothers would settle accounts lightly. Even a father and son must be clear in their dealings. By leveraging the opportunity for assimilation, Lister might exchange for a fairy larva from the Count and a batch of living supplies from the Baron. He had already contemplated what he would request in return. Fairies represented the primary means of production, and he could not afford to overlook any opportunity to acquire them. Following that were the much-needed living supplies. In truth, the castle lacked almost everything. Lister was not one for hardship or austerity. He relished in comfort. Furthermore, he could discuss the cultivation and sale of black tulips with the Count, as this unique product could only be grown in his domain. However, the sales rights could be entrusted to the Count, and a profit margin of 20% seemed reasonable. Although it would take a year or two of vigorous cultivation for the black tulips to yield a substantial harvest. He paused, contemplating for a moment, before continuing to write. Perhaps I could request an advance. No, rather, a deposit for the sales agency from the Count. It was imperative to gather more gold coins. The flower town needed development, and without startup funds, it would be arduous. Particularly concerning was the road through Thorn Ridge, which necessitated the establishment of a safe and wide pathway. One must pave the way to prosperity. This essentially encapsulated the content of his letters. Once the 2 letters were completed, Marcus arrived, the only suitable courier being Marcus, a knight of the earth. Lister had yet to cultivate the intermediate martial arts manual, rendering his combat abilities quite feeble. Master Marcus, I have 2 letters that require your assistance in delivering. Lister sensed the change but showed no outward sign. Additionally, I need an intermediate martial arts manual. The waves of layers from Tulip Castle is not suitable for me. Could you bring back the flame wave from the Knight Academy? Oh, and please inquire with Butler Lewis if there are any other fire attribute martial arts manuals available at Tulip Castle. Not a problem. Ensure you rest well tonight. We shall set off tomorrow. Be cautious while traversing Thorn Ridge. Lister considered for a moment. Your yellow-gray steed is not up to par. Ride my fire dragon mount instead. Marcus bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, but my yellow-gray horse has fought alongside me in battle. It is my trusted companion, and it is more fitting for me to ride it. Do as you wish. If the Baron has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Please do. Good afternoon. Marcus. Tom the pigsty worker, carrying a bucket of water, encountered Marcus as he was leaving the castle and greeted him respectfully. Marcus nodded coolly. You too. Tom was taken aback. Usually, Marcus, along with Galtai, would not acknowledge him. He was merely a lowly servant tasked with heavy labor, with even lower-ranking peers like Jesse, the stable boy, and Aaron, the kitchen maid. He wished to bow to Marcus, but forgot about the bucket on his shoulder. As he bent down, the yoke slipped, spilling half the water. Be careful. Oh, yes, yes, Marcus. Once Marcus had mounted and departed, Thomas appeared from nowhere. You truly are clumsy. You spilled half the water from both buckets, Tom the pigsty worker. Perhaps the master should assign you to feed the pigs. That would suit you better. Though taller than Thomas, Tom habitually kept his head low. Thomas sneered. What else can you do besides fetch water? No, you cannot even do that properly. You will forever remain a mere laboring servant. I am the master's personal attendant. I will eventually replace old Carter as the castle steward. When that time comes, the first thing I will do is send you off to feed the pigs. U1T, Mr. Carter is the master's trusted aide, Tom retorted quietly. Humph. The master has already entrusted me with tasks outside. He trusts me. I am still young. I will surely replace old Carter. U1T, Tom said, unwilling to continue the conversation, and turned to leave. He poured the water from his bucket into the large water tank when Debbie, the maid, approached to fetch water. She glanced at Thomas loitering outside the castle. Tom, has Thomas been bothering you again? Not at all. You shouldn't be afraid of him. He has nothing special. The master will recognize your efforts. I know. I'm not afraid of him. The master is a wonderful person, and I work diligently. The master sees that. And so does Mr. Carter. Tom wiped the sweat from his forehead. By the way, Debbie, do you need help carrying water upstairs? Would that trouble you? Not at all. Mr. Carter has assigned me easy tasks. Tom, you are truly a good person. Early the next morning, Marcus had breakfast and fed his yellow-gray horse ample beans and hay. He meticulously checked Lister's 2 letters, along with 5 letters from Galtai, and reviewed the few words he had inscribed on another sheet of parchment. These words served as reminders of things he must not forget: the fire attribute martial arts manual requested by Lister, old Carter's request for parchment, Galtai's desire for a box of cigars, and the request from his squire, Odin, for scabies ointment, as well as the new bowstring he needed. His bowstring had snapped when drawing too forcefully against a windblade wolf, necessitating a replacement. After cleaning his knight's lance and one-handed sword, and counting the feathered arrows in his quiver, he ensured all was in order, mounted his horse, and departed from the small town towards Thorn Ridge. Thorn Ridge was characterized by its undulating hills. In truth, it was the junction of 2 mountains, one running north to south and the other east to west, with a narrow path serving as the essential route in and out of Flower Town. Beasts roamed the woods, and after traveling less than a mile, he sensed the presence of a magical beast. Why must I encounter magical beasts once more? The last time was with the windblade wolf. I am truly unlucky. Gripping his knight's lance, Marcus anxiously focused on the direction from which the beast's aura emanated. After waiting for a moment, the beast did not reveal itself. Marcus squinted. A hidden magical beast was far more perilous than one that charged openly. He patted his yellow-gray horse, feigning an intention to depart, attempting to lure the beast into revealing itself. After walking another half-mile, the beast stalking him finally grew impatient, revealing itself for an attack. A towering figure leaped from the woods beside the path, launching a fierce assault. Marcus had been vigilant throughout the journey, making it nearly impossible for him to be ambushed. Almost simultaneously, he turned his horse's head and thrust his knight's lance forward to counter the attack. Then, he discerned the creature's form, a massive wild dog. Chapter 16 The echoing barks of dogs. The fierce barks of the wild earth dog sent a shiver down Marcus's spine, causing his knight's lance to tremble. Yet, in the next moment, he was astonished to find that his lance had precisely pierced the creature, creating a small hole in its flesh. The ferocious charge of the earth dog was abruptly halted, and it fell heavily to the ground. As it attempted to turn and attack again, Marcus denied it the opportunity. He discarded his lance, ill-suited for close combat, and drew the one-handed sword that hung from his saddle, swinging it wildly at the beast. The strength of the Earth Knight was formidable, and his sword had been honed through systematic training. Why was the most powerful beast of Thorny Ridge, the wild earth dog, so easily subdued, no different from an ordinary animal? 1,000 questions swirled in his mind. Nevertheless, he did not relent. Moments later, the earth dog lay gravely wounded, blood pooling around it. It was barely clinging to life. Marcus, unwilling to let his guard down, retrieved his lance and aimed for the creature's throat. With a sharp thrust, the lance pierced through. The earth dog's gaze faded, its life extinguished. According to noble law, all resources within the territory belonged to the Lord. Marcus's mentor, Sir Carl Hammer, was on duty, and the knightly retinue needed to ensure the safety of the castle. Quickly, inform the Baron that I have slain a magical beast. What? A magical beast? Soon, the entire castle was abuzz. Knights, servants, and even the cooks hastened to follow Lister, eager to witness the beast. Magical creatures were not particularly rare. The Tulip Castle even bred them, yet in this small locale, they remained a novelty. Moreover, magical beasts were valuable, their bodies rich with resources. Sir Marcus, is this truly the king of Thorny Ridge, the formidable wild earth dog among lower-tier magical beasts? Lister's eyes flickered with contemplation. Indeed, it was a wild earth dog. On any other day, he might not have been able to overcome even two of them, for they could unleash earth-based magic, striking with rock spikes that were nearly impossible to evade. Encountering one meant only retreat. Yet the one he had just slain had relied solely on brute force, never casting a single spell. Why no magic was released? What do you think the reason is? Marcus appeared to have pondered this during his wait. I suspect I may have encountered a Mother Earth dog that had just given birth. Look at her abdomen. It is sunken and loose, characteristics of post-labor. She is still in her nursing period. Furthermore, I noticed numerous bite marks on her body. Nursing period? Bite marks? Lister inspected closely. Here. And here, these are all tooth impressions. Do you recall the wind blade wolves we previously encountered? These bite marks appear to have begun healing. They are not entirely clear, but I believe they belong to the wind blade wolves. If that is the case, Lister felt a surge of confidence. This wild earth dog had likely been attacked by the wind blade wolves during her pregnancy. Although she had survived and birthed her offspring, the battle had drained her strength and magic. Thus, she had resorted to primal instincts to hunt, ultimately crossing paths with Marcus. Very likely, Lister maintained his composure, stating calmly, "In light of this, Sir Marcus, I believe the true treasure lies not in the valuable corpse of the wild earth dog, but in her pups. Are you able to continue fighting alongside me to search Thorny Ridge for the earth dog as young? I am ever ready for battle." Marcus stood tall, then added, "However, Thorny Ridge is perilous. I can venture in alone. Together, I am also an earth knight. Baron, do not forget that nobles must also engage in battle. Consider this an opportunity for my practical knightly training." Lister's words were filled with noble resolve, though his thoughts lingered on the task's rewards awaiting him. After all, the fact that the weakened wild earth dog managed to attack Marcus suggested that no threatening beasts lurked nearby. Otherwise, she would have become mere carrion. No one could deter Lister's decision. Marcus placed a hand over his heart, respectfully performing the knightly salute, conveying his admiration for Lister's bravery. The steward, old Carter, bowed deeply, proclaiming, "My lord, your courage shall be your armor, and glory shall accompany you." Indeed, Lister donned the magical beast's leather armor and mounted his horse, exuding an air of gallantry. "Let us set forth." The two Earth Knights, followed closely by 4 retinue knights, galloped forth, soon entering the domain of Thorny Ridge. Under Marcus's guidance, they arrived at the very spot where he first sensed the presence of the wild earth dog. "My lord, it was here where I first felt its presence, and it followed me for a mile before ambushing me. Then its den must be nearby. Let us begin our search." The 6 of them scoured the area for half an hour but found no sign of the wild earth dog's den, feeling a stir of impatience and disappointment. "My lord, perhaps the wild earth dog merely strayed here. Its den might not reside in this vicinity, or it may not even have a den at all," Carl suggested. Yet Lister resolutely replied, "I believe its den is indeed here. The reward for the smoke mission cannot be absent. That is my conviction." After a moment's thought, he inquired, "Does anyone know how a wild earth dog barks?" Being a dog, its bark is not unlike that of an ordinary dog, Marcus provided. "A splendid idea," Marcus concurred. At once, he and the 4 retinue knights began to mimic various dog barks, continuing their search of the surrounding area. A quarter of an hour later, Marcus suddenly raised his hand. "Silence." As everyone fell silent, he tilted his head to listen intently, whispering, "My lord, do you hear that?" Lister focused his senses, and after a few moments, he discerned a faint awoo sound amidst the calls of unknown birds. A bark, indeed. "It's over there." "Yes, right over there." Marcus gestured to Carl. "Your barking resembles that the most. Continue to mimic it." Carl complied. As he parted the thatch at the entrance, Marcus reached in and gently pulled out a tiny, unseeing pup. He carefully handed the pup to Lister, exclaiming, "My lord, it is the pup of the wild earth dog, an invaluable treasure. It has yet to open its eyes. Once it does, it will recognize its master." Not all magical beasts acknowledge their masters, But canine magical beasts display this behavior. The first being they see is often who they recognize as their own. Most of the time, that being is their mother. The little pup trembled in Lister's embrace, letting out occasional whimpers of fear, likely sensing the unfamiliar scent on him, which was not that of its mother's milk. Chapter 17. Dowson and the Earth Dog. Due to the matter concerning the Earth Dog, Marcus decided to postpone their departure by a day. While resting, he shared some important considerations regarding the care of magical beasts with Lister. Magical beasts, even when they can recognize a master, are inherently perilous. They possess no discernment of good or evil, and their tempers can be capricious. Once they become proficient in wielding magic, they may inadvertently cause harm. Therefore, if the Baron wishes to rear a young Earth Dog, it is essential to provide positive guidance and training. Is it akin to the pack of hounds raised in Tulip Castle? Lister inquired. Indeed, Marcus affirmed. One must instill obedience from a young age, ensuring it responds to commands, while continuously exhausting its magical energy through training. This way, it will not unleash its magic recklessly in everyday situations. The Earth Dog's rock spikes are lethal manifestations of magic. How long does it take for it to unleash magic? I am uncertain, but generally speaking, magical beasts possess weak magic until they reach maturity. The Earth Dog typically matures in about a year and a half, which means you have that time to tame it. Excellent. I shall regard this as a discipline and train it with perseverance. Marcus, evidently in good spirits, after detailing the precautions, offered rare compliments. Peanut worms, potions, magical beasts. Baron, you shall astonish all the inhabitants of Coral Island. Lister chuckled softly. The astonishment is yet to come. What should I do about the corpse of that female Earth Dog? Perhaps you should consult Lord Galtier, Marcus suggested. He once managed the trading market for the Count and is well versed in the value of magical beasts. Mr. Carter, please summon Master Galtier for me. As you wish. My lord, Carter replied. Galtier arrived in haste, and upon seeing the Earth Dog's body, he exclaimed, Wow, what do I see? Is this the Earth Dog of Thornridge? Good heavens! Though it is a low-tier magical beast, I sense an aura akin to that of a mid-tier beast emanating from it. Marcus, I must concede that you are one of the finest knights on Coral Island. Undoubtedly, the most formidable knight of Coral Island is Lister's father, the Sky Knight. Count Lee William Tulip, the only knight possessing advanced fighting spirit. The others are merely Earth Knights. As for the magical beasts on Coral Island, it seems that only in the southern shallows resides a mid-tier beast, the purple sand crocodile. The remaining beasts in the mountains are all low-tier. The Earth Dog in Thornridge stands as the most powerful of the low-tier beasts. Master Galtier, how should we handle this magical beast? Lister inquired. Galtier poked the Earth Dog's corpse with his cane. The Earth Dog, roughly the size of a calf, was covered in congealed blood, presenting a grim sight. Its hide is already spoiled. Otherwise, the Earth Dog's pelt is among the most valuable, worth at least 20 naldas. Nalda, the currency of the Sapphire Duchy, named by Duke Sapphire I in honor of his father. Could it still fetch some gold coins? It can only be sold as scraps. I suspect some unscrupulous merchants might offer 5 naldas, or perhaps a conscientious trader might provide 10 naldas. Galtier continued his analysis. As for its meat, I estimate it could yield around 600 pounds. Typically, magical beast meat sells for 1 silver coin per pound. Thus, Earth Dog meat should command 2 silver coins per pound, totaling 12 naldas. However, Lister, you should keep some for yourself to fortify your fighting spirit. Mr. Galtier is quite right. Selling its meat is not profitable, as the castle must source meat from elsewhere. Carter interjected. As a trusted steward, he was entitled to partake in such discussions. Apart from the hide and meat, only bones and entrails remain. The entrails of magical beasts can be sold to elusive wizards. I know where to find wizards, as they are always eager to procure magical beast entrails and various mystical herbs. How many naldas? It's hard to say. The bones, however, are excellent for broth. At this point, Galtier chuckled. What a pity it is a female. Had it been a male, oh, that would be a great boon. The distinction between a male and a female lies in the presence of a whip. Lister said, then let us skin the Earth Dog, and after tanning the hide, find a time to sell it. The entrails should be cleaned and preserved. Master Galtier, are there wizards on Coral Island? Apparently not, Galtier replied. Then we shall keep the entrails for ourselves within the castle. Ha ha, thus we shall all feast, praised the generous Baron Lister. Night fell. The castle hosted a small barbecue party. Servants, knightly retainers, and Lister, as the host, along with the 2 teachers, enjoyed delectable roasted meat while engaging in delightful conversation. Lister, though not particularly fond of such lively gatherings, was inherently a quiet individual. However, life in the castle often felt dark and oppressive, necessitating opportunities for release, with parties serving as the ideal occasion. Having feasted and quenched their thirst, the servants tidied the scattered cutlery and goblets, while Lister ascended the stairs, heading directly to the previously unused entertainment room. The room had been transformed into a nursery for the earthdog puppies, where the little pups would remain until they opened their eyes, ensuring that the first face they saw would be Lister's. Thus, feeding and bathing became his personal duties. The tiny puppy trembled, prompting Lister to name it Dowson. "Hello, Dowson, it's time to eat." He presented a leather pouch filled with milk to Dowson's mouth, the opening of the pouch specially tailored for ease. Sensing the sweet aroma of milk, Dowson's desire to drink overcame its fear of the unfamiliar scent. It swiftly crawled over, eagerly latching onto the pouch, gulping down the milk voraciously. Despite its size resembling that of a toy poodle, its eating vigor resonated with that of a magical beast, devouring hungrily. In the blink of an eye, the entire pouch of milk was consumed. With this single pouch, Dowson became accustomed to Lister's scent, allowing Lister to stroke its fur. Rather than retreating, Dowson affectionately rubbed against his palm, displaying intimacy. Unbeknownst to those observing, they might have believed Lister was merely caring for a common dog, rather than the king of Thorn Ridge, the magical beast earth dog. "When will you open your eyes?" Lister mused aloud, and as if hearing his words, Dowson emitted a faint whimper. "Indeed, Dowson is a reward, and I have grasped the mechanism behind the smoke task." As I pondered, the task regarding the smoke serpent transformed before me. Task: as an Earth Knight, you must bear the heavy responsibility of charging on horseback. Please cultivate the intermediate fighting spirit techniques to become a truly battle-ready knight. Reward: a steed of meager dragon lineage. A dragon steed? Lister's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 18. 1 in 2.5 billion probability. Dragon-blooded horse. List was no stranger to the concept of a dragon-blooded horse. His biological father, the Earl of Coral Island, William Tulip, currently held the position of the royal horseman at court, tending to the beloved steed of the Sapphire Duke, a remarkable creature infused with dragon lineage. In this world, dragons exist, not as the divine creatures of the East nor the malevolent beasts of the West, but as the unparalleled quintessence of heaven and earth. These dragons are, in essence, devoid of gender distinctions and do not reproduce. Yet, akin to their ability to produce gemstones and metals, they can also infect other species, endowing them with dragon blood. Enthusiasts have classified dragons, elves, and magical beasts based on their rarity. The most prized of all are dragons, symbols of a nation. Next in line are dragon elves, representing the authority of the nobility, followed by great elves, indicative of the power of the middle class. Subsequently, dragon-blooded magical beasts, which possess the essence of dragons, are considered valuable. Lesser elves signify the authority of minor nobility, while dragon-blooded wild beasts represent ordinary animals infused with dragon blood. Lastly, there are the sprite worms, foundational representatives of productivity. There exists another type of sprite, the sprite king, equally as precious as dragons, said to be the ultimate evolution of dragon elves. Its essence, akin to an enormous cordyceps, has the potential to nurture an entire forest, housing countless magical beasts, sprites, and even dragons within its vast form. Yet, most regard the sprite king as merely a legend. The evolution of sprite worms to lesser sprites occurs at a success rate of 1 in 50, lesser sprites to great sprites at 1 in 100, great sprites to dragon elves at 1 in 500, and the evolution from dragon elves to sprite kings has yet to be documented. When List was bored, he calculated the probabilities. Assuming the upward evolution probability for sprite worms is 150, for lesser sprites 1/100, for great sprites 1/500, and for dragon elves 1/1,000, then the chance of a sprite worm evolving into a sprite king is 1 in 2,500,000,000, a probability so minuscule it is nearly negligible, explaining why no one has ever encountered a sprite king. Gazing at the smoke snake pattern before him, List felt a surge of excitement. The dragon-blooded horse, in theory, is a more valuable entity than a sprite worm. While it may not possess magical prowess and could potentially be outmatched by any magical beast, its rarity as a creature of dragon lineage ensures its worth will remain high. In this world, anything associated with dragons is fervently sought after. Moreover, The dragon blood enhances the genetic qualities of species. A mediocre horse infused with dragon blood can instantly transform into a steed of exceptional caliber. The Sapphire Duke's profound affection for his dragon-blooded horse, which the Earl of Coral Island covets to feed, is due to its status as the standard bearer of the Blue Blood Knights, an elite cavalry with a rich history of 240 years. This brigade has fought valiantly for the Sapphire family, and their steeds have contributed significantly to their victories. Naturally, the Sapphire Duke must ride a blue-blooded horse to foster camaraderie with the knights, demonstrating solidarity with them. If I were to acquire a dragon-blooded horse and propagate it, could I not establish a knightly order as elite as the Blue Blood Knights? The thought alone ignited a thrilling excitement within him. However, at present, only List, Marcus, and Goltai in Flower Town possess fighting spirit. Even if he were given a multitude of dragon-blooded horses, a knightly order remains a distant dream. Marcus departed from Flower Town once again. List could not idle in the castle. Having regained his health, he was restless. Early in the morning, he arrived at the flower farm, where the assimilation of the black tulip flowers by the tulip worms was nearing completion. Approximately 2 hours remained. Observing the tulip worms, List mounted his horse and set off for Peanut Township, where his peanut worms were still in gestation. Carl the Hammer stood guard there. "My lord, how fare my peanut worms?" "They remain dormant. Old George waters them daily with copious amounts of manure, and the peanut worm grass is thriving. Please ensure the strict protection of the peanut worms. I do not wish for any misfortune to befall them." "Rest assured, my lord." From birth, the Tulip Castle had arranged for all sprite worms to assimilate as many compatible breeds as possible, enhancing their strength. List's tulip worm had long assimilated all varieties cultivated by the tulip family. Having assimilated the black tulip, List sensed a peculiar exuberance in the tulip worm. Could it be yearning for evolution? A bold thought flitted through his mind, but was swiftly dismissed. The tulip worm he acquired was one of the weaker specimens from the tulip family, and its chances of evolution were exceedingly slim. A new breed of magical herb was insufficient to prompt such a transformation. List soon met with Goltai at the dairy farm. "There are ample seeds of alfalfa. I plan to gradually replace the existing clover with it. Once established, the alfalfa worms can cultivate the worm grass, allowing the cows to adapt to the new pasture. And horses can also be brought here for feeding. The worm grass must be surrounded by the same species of plants. Otherwise, it cannot absorb nutrients and will perish. The cultivation of alfalfa worm grass is straightforward." List had no further comments. "Let us execute Goltai's plan. However, how do you propose to handle the arrangements for the cornworms and the thornworms?" "For the cornworms, I suggest we first clear a patch of wasteland and plant corn to see if it can thrive. As for the thornworms, we can only seek solutions in Thornridge's thorny forest. List, I believe the thornworms serve little purpose. Thorns are spiky shrubs typically used as fencing. Many noble estates prefer to plant a circle of thorns as a green hedge." List concurred with the assessment of the thornworms, considering them merely capable of cultivating a thorny fence for the castle, offering minimal protection against small animals, while magical beasts like the windblade wolf could easily slash through them with a single wind blade. The fire dragon horse leisurely grazed on clover. List observed several emaciated cows nearby and remarked, "Regardless, sprite worms are vital for productivity. We must find suitable places for their cultivation." Chapter 19. The Lone Ewe family of Red Crab Island. The milk produced by the dairy farm is a rare luxury in Flower Town. Originally, the milk was intended solely for the production of powdered milk, delivered to Count Coral Island every 3 months as a form of taxation. Since Lister's arrival, however, the daily milk has been sent directly to the castle. The farm houses a total of 10 cows, among which 3 are heifers under 2 years old and have yet to begin milking. 2 are old cows that can no longer produce milk, and 1 bull is also incapable of milking. Only 4 mature dairy cows yield milk daily. But it is uncertain whether the low production is due to the breed or inadequate nutrition. During peak milking season, the eldest cow, Big Flower, can produce 20 kilograms of fresh milk per day when milked thrice. Little Flower, during her dry period, yields only 4 kilograms daily. Big Black, also in a dry period, produces 5 kilograms, and Big Yellow is currently in a dry phase. The steward, though not elderly, is hunched and appears quite worn. As Lister approaches a cow, he notices its docility as it leisurely grazes on grass. "Will you continue to keep the non-producing cows?" he inquires. "We must ensure that all female cows are bred," replies the steward. "Milk flour, black milk, and yellow milk are still young and will not conceive until next year. Old flower and old black are indeed aged. We have already reported to the Lord that they can be slaughtered for meat at any time. The names milk flower, black milk, and yellow milk refer to the juvenile cows, while little flower and little black denote the newly matured. Big flower, big black, and big yellow represent the mature cows, and old flower and old black signify the elderly. The bull is named Strong. Lister recalls that the butler, Carter, had mentioned the availability of 2 old cows that could be slaughtered for meat at any time. Keeping non-producing cows for an extra day is tantamount to wasting feed, and it is common practice to cull them immediately. It seems rather ruthless, as cows produce milk throughout their lives, and even in old age must yield their flesh. Currently, the castle has not held any large feasts, and the available meat supplies are sufficient. Thus the 2 old cows remain at the dairy farm. Is there enough pasture for the cows? Lister inquires. Yes, my lord. We only have 10 cows, but we possess 150 acres of grassland. The steward, old in his demeanor, is asked how many acres would suffice for 10 cows to graze. 8 acres per cow. Thus, 80 acres are needed. Master Goltai, let us clear 70 acres of 2-leaf clover and replace it with alfalfa. No problem. I shall take care of it, Goltai assures, thumping his chest with confidence. Lister's decisive approach during the census instills a sense of urgency in Goltai, prompting a more diligent work ethic. It becomes evident that Lister is not a frivolous noble seeking pleasure, but rather a grounded individual dedicated to his responsibilities. Should he wish to wield authority, a transformation in his demeanor is imperative. Days pass swiftly, and on the 3rd day, rain begins to fall. Please, let him in, commands Lister. Barren, Marcus sends his regards. The weary Marcus arrives, bearing the 2 intermediate combat manuals Lister has long awaited. One, the familiar flame wave, and the other, fire dragon drill, obtained from Tulip Castle. Please, take a seat, Master Marcus. Let me first peruse the letter. He agrees to purchase a batch of scarce supplies as a deposit for the transaction. With little familial warmth to speak of, the bond between the 3 siblings has waned since the passing of Lister's mother, the first wife of the Count. Following the death, the Count's hopes for Lister's future have dwindled into disappointment, further straining their relationship. Yet, this emotional distance is more palatable to Lister. He finds himself unable to endure excessive affection. After finishing the letter, Lister reflects quietly. Thank you for your hard work, Master Marcus. Have you encountered anything noteworthy on your journey? The Coral Island remains tranquil, and the Grand Duchy has not seen any wars. However, there is a matter regarding your maternal lineage that may be of interest. My maternal lineage? Lister nearly forgets that his mother also hailed from noble origins. What has transpired at Longyu Castle? The Sapphire Grand Duchy is an archipelago where numerous nobles are granted land across its many islands. One notable island, Red Crab Island, belongs to the Longyu family, ruled by the hereditary Marquis Merlin Longyu, who is also Lister's maternal grandfather. The surname Longyu derives from the Longyu great spirit that the family possesses. Their residence, Longyu Castle, is a far grander and more luxurious fortress than Tulip Castle. Perched majestically atop the mountains, Marquis Merlin has a son and 2 daughters, the eldest son, Mizero, the second daughter, Melinda, and the youngest, Melissa. Melissa Longyu is Lister's mother. When Lister's father, William Tulip, was but a viscount, Marquis Merlin recognized his potential and arranged the marriage of his youngest daughter, Melissa, to the Tulip family, resulting in the births of Lister and his siblings, Levis and Layla. Each year, Lister visits Longyu Castle to celebrate his grandfather's birthday. However, since his father remarried a new countess, the relationship between the Longyu family and the Tulip family has grown increasingly distant. Nevertheless, Marquis Merlin remains Lister's grandfather, and it is only fitting that he visits his ailing relative. Chapter 20. The Assault of the Peanut Worms and the Fire Dragon. It is prudent to first cultivate the martial arts manual and complete the smoke mission before proceeding. I open the Flame Wave, which, through an abundance of illustrations and narratives, elucidates how to amplify fire attribute fighting energy and operate that energy in conjunction with powerful techniques. The Flame Wave tends towards grand and sweeping movements, with most techniques manifesting in a wave-like dispersion, categorizing it as a group attack manual. A group assault? That is suitable for a battlefield charge, but such endeavors should be the responsibility of my knightly order while I command from the rear, I mused. Turning to the Fire Dragon drill. This text is a manual for one-on-one combat, with formidable techniques designed for singular encounters, possessing immense lethality, albeit slightly lacking in battlefield charge capabilities. Yet, I swiftly determined to train in the fire dragon drill, for I harbored greater concerns about assassins than the prospect of battlefield combat. The singular focus of the fire dragon drill seemed far more suitable than the group-oriented flame wave. Thus, I made a joyous decision. Once I can allocate more energy, I shall also delve into the flame wave. In this world, there are no divine martial arts manuals. The cultivation of fighting energy does not favor any particularly inferior or superior manuals. It all hinges on one's innate talent and understanding. Among commoners, extraordinary champions may arise, while the offspring of the strong may fall into mediocrity. In the ensuing days, I practiced the fire dragon drill while awaiting the arrival of the merchant convoy. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. The rain had ceased. Encouraging news arrived in succession. The peanut worms from Peanut Village were nearing maturity. Knight Attendant Carl the Hammer excitedly reported, "My lord, the flower bud of the peanut has opened a crack," revealing a pink peanut worm that is about to awaken, already beginning to stir. Is that so? I shall hasten there. Upon my arrival, the bud had fully blossomed, revealing a plump and rosy spirit worm, its body shimmering with a lustrous sheen, crawling atop the peanut worm grass, filled with boundless curiosity about the world. The farmers from Peanut Village gathered around, both curious and tense, observing the spirit worm. I produced the jade powder I carried and sprinkled it in front of the peanut worm. The creature sniffed and promptly began to nibble on the jade powder. In a short while, the powder on the leaves was consumed, and the peanut worm, following the scent, crawled onto my outstretched finger, gnawing at the powder smeared upon it. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through me as the peanut worm bit through my finger. At that moment, a profound connection was established between the peanut worm and me. A master-servant contract had been forged, as these magical spirit worms inherently carried such a bond. Come with me, little one. The 5th spirit worm was now in my possession, heralding a bountiful harvest for Peanut Village. In high spirits, I could not help but remind old George, take good care of the peanut worm grass. Do not forget to water and fertilize it. The more fertilizer applied, the greater the peanut yield. Rest assured, my lord, we shall diligently water, weed, and fertilize the peanuts as per your instructions. With the peanut worm collected, another stroke of fortune arrived. The young earth dog I had kept in the castle finally opened its eyes on the 7th day of my feeding. Upon its first sight of me, it yelped and rushed toward me, affectionately rubbing against my pant leg. Dawson, from now on, you shall reside outside the castle. Grasping the rope around Dawson's neck, I called for Thomas. My lord, Thomas, I entrust you with a task, to feed Dawson. By the way, has Dawson's doghouse been constructed? It has indeed, my lord. Thomas took the rope, preparing to lead Dawson to its new abode. Although Dawson recognized me as its master, it did not extend that recognition to others. As Thomas attempted to lead it, the young earth dog, still under a month old, bared its teeth and growled threateningly, lunging at Thomas's shoes with ferocity, displaying its primal instincts. However, with its still immature milk teeth, Dawson could not pierce Thomas's shoes. Care for it well. Do not worry, my lord. I have experience in raising hunting dogs. The earth dog is far more dangerous than a hunting dog, being of magical beast lineage. However, it should not go mad. Once it matures a bit, I will train it daily until it is utterly exhausted. With Dawson's caretaker arranged, I ascended to the castle's turret, gazing down upon the wasteland that encircled the castle, land I had long overlooked. It dawned upon me that there were indeed cultivable lands surrounding the castle. Yet, I had merely transformed a few acres adjacent to the castle into a small garden, leaving the rest to grow wild and untended. Peanut Village, Tomato Village, Mushroom Village, Barley Village, Wheat Village, Dairy Farm, Flower Farm, along with the town and the castle. Floral Town comprises 9 villages in total, each requiring utilization. However, without mechanization and with a population of less than 2,000, it seems indeed implausible to cultivate such vast tracts of land. Machines can continuously till the earth, while human labor is exceedingly slow. With fewer than 2,000 people, the thought of farming tens of thousands of acres is daunting. Many fields are simply sown with seeds, left to grow and perish on their own. This is akin to agriculture in Africa, I suppose. Population, it is the most precious resource. But from where shall I procure enough populace? It poses quite a challenge. Despite the difficulty, I remain confident that Floral Town can flourish. As one endowed with a golden finger of fortune, if I cannot achieve this, I might as well leap from a height and spare the reputation of transmigrators. The fire dragon strikes. In the small garden before the castle, I wielded a single-handed sword, executing a technique from the fire dragon drill. Suddenly, a flame erupted upon the blade, roaring and expanding to a meter in diameter, resembling a fan of fire, with sparks flying and accompanied by a faint crackling sound. The flame was not a tangible entity, but rather the effect of fighting energy attached to the sword. My fire attribute, fighting energy, possesses explosive characteristics. Even among the same category of fighting energy, there can be various emphases. For instance, while my fire attribute emphasizes explosion, others may focus on intense heat, flame intensity, or refinement. Finally, I had mastered the fire dragon strike. Now, only the final technique, the heart of the fire dragon drill, remained. Once completed, I would receive my reward. I felt a swell of pride. My innate talent is indeed formidable. The fire dragon drill is divided into two sets of techniques, one detailing the operation of refining fighting energy, and the other comprising 16 attack techniques. The method for operating fighting energy was easily grasped, and I was currently learning the 16 attack techniques. While others might require at least half a month to study a manual, I was on the verge of completion in under a week. It is hard to imagine that my previous incarnation could not break through to the Earth Knight stage before adulthood. Was it truly a deficiency in comprehension? My physical aptitude is not lacking, so it can only be attributed to a lack of understanding. My former self likely lacked insight. The current me may not claim to be exceptionally brilliant, but I certainly am not foolish. I shall continue my studies, striving to master the heart of the fire dragon drill today. Chapter 21. The Joy of Wild Corn. A comprehensive method for harnessing and refining fighting spirit is introduced, detailing how to extract, strengthen, condense, unleash, and attach this energy. It encompasses a set of 16 combat techniques, 5 agile movements, dragon charge, dragon leap, dragon jump, dragon flight, and dragon dive, alongside 5 fundamental techniques: fire dragon stab, fire dragon charge, fire dragon smash, fire dragon twist, and fire dragon drill. Additionally, there are 5 fierce techniques: fire dragon tail sweep, fire dragon horizontal slash, fire dragon gale, fire dragon roll, and fire dragon ambush. The ultimate secret is the fire dragon drill heart. This encapsulates all there is to know about the fire dragon drill, with each technique bearing an intriguing name that seems to resonate with his fiery dragon steed, forming a cohesive series. At this moment, Lister rides atop the back of his fire dragon steed, its gallop causing his body to gently sway, nearly merging him with the horse. In his left hand, he wields a shield forged from fine steel, guarding himself while partially shielding the fire dragon. His right hand holds a knightly lance exceeding 3 meters in length. The barren land surrounding the castle has been cleared of grass, revealing the parched yellow earth. The hooves of the fire dragon leave varying impressions upon the damp ground, as its body transforms into a blazing orb of red, galloping swiftly into the distance. Enveloped in radiant fighting spirit, it clings to the shield, the lance, and the fire dragon itself, rendering the entire rider and mount a spectacle of flame. With a mighty roar, Lister declares, "Fire dragon drill heart." The fire dragon leaps high, and the knightly lance thrusts forward with great speed. In an instant, countless ethereal images of horse and rider merge in unity and charge towards a massive stone. In a thunderous impact, boom. The stone, towering as a man, is obliterated into fragments, with flames and debris raining down like a tempest. As the dust settles, Lister, mounted on his fire dragon, emerges from the explosion's radius, encased in gleaming armor, while the fire dragon too is shrouded in the same protective gear. The silvery armor bears numerous scratches and black marks. Lifting the visor from his face reveals Lister's handsome features, a subtle smile gracing his lips, impressive power. This strike should surely leave the earth beast in tatters. The sound of galloping hooves approaches, marking the arrival of Marcus and Goltai, each riding their steeds, accompanied by Lister's 4 attendant knights. Oh, my heavens, Lister, you are a genius. I can see it. This move is the ultimate secret of the fire dragon drill. Is it not? You mastered this entire manual in less than a week. Goltai exclaims, his voice laced with astonishment. Marcus circles the scattered rubble, equally bewildered. The impact is remarkably uniform. No fragment exceeds the size of a fist, indicating that you've perfected this technique, a feat most Earth Knights struggle to achieve. He glances at Lister with incredulity. In the past, this third son of a count was a standard underachiever, well-fed but lacking in martial prowess. even falling short of common knights in cultivating fighting spirit. Yet, after advancing to an earth knight, he has completely mastered an intermediate manual in under a week. This reflection stirs a mix of emotions within Marcus. Is this truly the divide between commoners and nobility? Lister hands his shield and lance to an attendant knight. Removing his helmet to inhale the fresh air, excitement still coursing through him. I initially thought mastering the fire dragon drill would take me months, but it proved to be quite manageable. It seems I can carve out time to learn the blazing wave as well. Having many skills is never a burden. With such talent, you ought to acquire more manuals, Lister. I've always said you carry your father's spirit. In the future, you shall undoubtedly bring glory to the Tulip family. Thank you for your kind words, Master Goltai. On their way back, Goltai and Lister engage in lively conversation. A specialty of Goltai, while Marcus's thoughts drift elsewhere, lost in contemplation. As Goltai rides off humming a tune, Marcus turns to Lister, who stands at the castle gates, seemingly awaiting his words, and speaks earnestly. My lord, may I inquire where your gaze rests? My gaze. Lister ponders, recognizing Marcus's inquiry about his ambition for achievement. Marcus, eager to ascend the ranks of nobility, would undoubtedly not wish to remain in a small town, following a barren lacking grand aspirations. I understand. Marcus suddenly kneels, placing his right hand upon his chest, performing a gesture of fealty. I shall serve as your vanguard. Rise, Marcus. Our territory is still weak. I require your assistance in its development. Lister calmly helps Marcus to his feet, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. To garner the loyalty of an Earth Knight speaks volumes of one's charisma. Upon returning to the castle and after bathing, he encounters the smoked serpent script. Mission accomplished. Reward, a meager bloodline dragon steed. Moments later, the smoke distorts as a new mission is issued. Task, fresh and tender alfalfa. Favored not only by dairy cows, but also by horses. This is foundational for establishing a horse farm and the beginning of your achievements. Please arrange for the placement of alfalfa worms. Reward, 3 ears of wild corn. Upon reading the serpent script, Lister is filled with exhilaration. The dragon steed has arrived. Though its whereabouts and discoverer remain unknown, he resolves to search for it at dawn. However, his current excitement stems not from the dragon steed, but from the new task reward of corn. In this world, corn as a crop does not exist, at least not on Coral Island, nor is there any recollection of plants related to corn in his previous life. Corn, a high-yield crop, is reputed to be the highest yielding globally, requiring minimal management. Once sown, it grows autonomously. It is said to be a divine gift, a natural C4 plant, destined to dominate grain production. In Interstellar, the nearly extinct humanity solely cultivates corn. Having farmed as a child, Lister knows corn's prolific yield, although its taste pales in comparison to that of wheat or rice. However, here, the taste is less significant. What matters is sustenance. In Flowertown, wheat yields merely a couple hundred pounds per acre, but with corn cultivation, even a yield exceeding 500 pounds per acre would sustain a larger population, ensuring food security. At that time, widespread corn cultivation can provide the populace with coarse cornmeal, while minimal wheat planting can afford him fine wheat flour. How delightful that would be. Chapter 22. The Stallion of the Black Dragon. Before Lister could instruct the search for a dragon stallion, Goltai, responsible for replacing the alfalfa at the dairy farm, hurriedly arrived at the castle early in the morning. Lister, good news. The newly planted alfalfa has sprouted beautifully. Most importantly, a wild horse has appeared from nowhere to feast upon it. This wild horse is incredibly majestic, taller and more imposing than your fire dragon horse. Let us summon Master Marcus to join us in inspecting this wild horse. After eating our alfalfa, it will have to sell itself for sustenance, right? Quite right. It's fair as itself, haha. Everything in the territory belongs to the Lord, and undoubtedly, this wild horse is Lister's private property. The group swiftly arrived at the dairy farm and indeed spotted a black wild horse leisurely grazing on the tender alfalfa, which was meant for the cows. The wild horse stood tall, its coat gleaming, with well-defined muscles rippling beneath its skin. Master Marcus, you are an expert in horse evaluation. What do you think of this wild stallion? The wild horse had noticed Lister and his entourage, yet it appeared rather bold, lowering its head and continuing to graze, seemingly unperturbed by their presence. Marcus's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "My lord, what a magnificent steed! Its bones are slender yet robust, with beautifully sculpted muscles and long limbs, complemented by extended tendons. Its neck is long and inclined forward, and its hindquarters are well-rounded. The sheen of its coat indicates it is free from ailments, and most importantly, its gaze is sharp. How does it compare to the blue-blooded horses? I apologize, my lord, but I have not seen a blue-blooded horse. The finest horse I have encountered is Count's steed, the D-leopard, which is said to possess the bloodline of the magical beast, the drywood leopard. However, the D-leopard pales in comparison to this wild horse. The D-leopard is the mount of the Coral Island Count, a name familiar to Lister. The imposing black stallion before them far surpasses the D-leopard in presence. For dragons are the most sacred of creatures, and dragon stallions are the epitome of equine excellence. How shall we capture it? Marcus replied, I could subdue it bare-handed, as it is merely a horse. However, if you wish for it to serve as your mount, it must be tamed by you. For wild horses yield only to those who can conquer them. Lister had no intention of taming the dragon stallion as a mount. Rather, he envisioned it as a true breeding stallion to foster a lineage of dragon horses. Yet, the prospect of subduing such a creature intrigued him, and he chose to approach the wild horse personally. As he drew near, the grazing stallion became alert, turning to glare fiercely at Lister, as if warning him not to encroach. When Lister continued to advance, the wild horse, growing impatient, lunged at him with a bite. With a swift maneuver, facilitated by his equestrian prowess, Lister spun and mounted the wild horse. The stallion, feeling the weight of a rider upon its back, experienced a profound humiliation and thrashed wildly in an attempt to throw Lister off. However, Lister firmly grasped its neck, brimming with determination, remaining unshaken. A knight of the earth can withstand a true magical beast, let alone a mere horse. After half an hour of struggle, the exhausted wild horse finally ceased its tumultuous efforts, panting heavily as it allowed Lister to ride and direct it left and right. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lister chuckled heartily. What a stubborn creature. Its coat is pitch black, truly without a single stray hair. Henceforth, I shall call you the Black Dragon. The term L refers to pure black horses, and the faint trace of dragon blood within it makes Black Dragon a fitting name. Carl, fetch some bran cakes, Lister ordered. Dismounting, he realized that while taming a wild horse was not overly difficult, it was indeed tiring, and he was drenched in sweat. At that moment, his fire dragon horse approached, a young mare nudging Lister's shoulder while eyeing the imposing black dragon nearby. Yet, the black dragon paid no heed to the fire dragon mare, holding its head high and exhibiting a hint of defiance, refusing to curry favor with Lister even as he offered it bran cakes. My lord, the black dragon is an adult stallion. If it is to be raised as a warhorse, it would be best to geld it to prevent it from losing condition during estrus, Marcus advised. Geld it? No, that will not do. Lister waved his hand. I have already decided it shall serve as a breeding stallion, to propagate a herd for Floral Town. To deprive such an extraordinary steed of progeny would be a tremendous loss. To be a breeding stallion, indeed, Marcus nodded in agreement with Lister's decision. Even if he was unaware that the Black Dragon was a dragon stallion, he could discern its exceptional qualities. Gelding such a horse would indeed be a pity. Unaware of the near calamity it had escaped, the Black Dragon resumed its contentment, munching on bran cakes and occasionally nibbling on the alfalfa beneath it. Galtai attempted to approach and stroke the stallion, but was startled by a snort from the Black Dragon, which compelled him to awkwardly change the topic. Where did the Black Dragon come from? Did it wander over from Thorn Ridge? Perhaps there are more Black Dragons in Thorn Ridge. Indeed, there are wild horses on the island, which is quite peculiar upon reflection, Marcus pondered. The natural habitat for horses is typically vast grasslands. Coral Island lacks sufficient pasture to sustain wild horses, making their natural proliferation unrealistic. Perhaps it drifted over from another region. Or it may be that horses once kept by the island's inhabitants have reverted to the wild. Regardless, it cannot have simply materialized from thin air. Moreover, Lister, I suspect that in a few days, more black dragons may emerge from Thorn Ridge, and at that time, we could indeed form a herd. That would be ideal. Lister mused, grappling with his own uncertainties. He was torn between believing that the Black Dragon had always inhabited this land, or that some hidden force behind the smoke task had fabricated its existence. He leaned toward the notion that the Black Dragon belonged to this land, while the smoke task functioned merely as a triggering mechanism rather than a contrived creation. As for the true nature of the smoke task, it remained an enigma for the time being. He could only suppress his curiosity, reserving it for future exploration. His gaze fell upon the tender alfalfa, which formed a beautiful meadow, leading him to contemplate the barren land outside the castle. Galtai, what do you think about planting alfalfa in the wastelands surrounding the castle? We could establish a pasture for the black dragon herd. That seems feasible. We could certainly give it a try, Galtai replied. Indeed. This is unlike your usual demeanor, making a decision so swiftly, Marcus remarked. My options are rather limited, Mr. Galtai, Marcus replied, gazing into the distance at the diminutive castle, basking in sunlight and shimmering brightly. And do you not often say it bears the air of the Count? I believe it shall not remain forever in the secluded floral town. Perhaps, Galtai conceded, unable to refute the notion. Chapter 23. The approaching caravan. The farmers from the dairy farm, during their idle season, were summoned by list to cultivate the wasteland surrounding the castle, planting alfalfa. Originally, according to Galtai's wishes, as serfs under the lord, they were expected to comply unconditionally. However, List was not inclined to exploit them to such an extent and decided to oversee their meals, providing 3 meals a day, while commoners typically had only 2. Consequently, the farmers eagerly took to the work. He allocated some of the surplus bran from the castle to the laboring farmers. Bran, being the husk removed from wheat, was primarily used to feed horses in his household, while the common folk consumed it. Previously, the bran cakes he fed to his horses were the very sustenance for many farming families. Interestingly, bran possesses a higher nutritional value than wheat flour. List recalled purchasing bran cakes in his past life, where sellers claimed that bran was rich in dietary fiber and B vitamins, capable of alleviating constipation and lowering cholesterol. Nevertheless, the taste of bran was quite unpalatable and difficult to digest. As a nobleman, he had no need for such coarse nutrition, preferring the delicate white bread that nobles typically enjoyed. In this realm, bread was the unequivocal staple food, classified into 9 grades based on varying ingredients and textures, 4 grades of white bread and 5 grades of black bread. The finest white bread was crafted from meticulously sifted and selected refined wheat flour, a luxury only the wealthiest nobles could afford to produce. This exquisite bread commanded an astonishing price, costing several silver coins for a single loaf. The second best white bread was made from sifted refined wheat flour, yielding an exceptionally delicate texture, typically selling for 1 silver coin. The third grade was crafted from unsifted refined wheat flour, slightly inferior in taste, with 2 to 3 loaves purchasable for 1 silver coin. The lowest grade of white bread was produced from coarse wheat flour, merely processed, and of even poorer quality, available for 10 copper coins per loaf. Currently, List consumed this lowest grade white bread, while the inhabitants of the Tulip Castle indulged in the finest variety. Commoners primarily feasted on black bread, with the wealthier free folk able to afford bran-free whole wheat bread for a few copper coins, while ordinary free folk might manage the bran-inclusive variety for a single copper coin. The serfs often consumed a mixed black bread made from unrefined wheat flour blended with other flours, available at 4 substantial pieces for 1 copper coin. The poorer serfs subsisted on grain-based black bread made from peas or entirely bran-based bran cakes. Moreover, List knew of a type of black bread commonly made by the peasants. After fermentation, this bread became exceedingly hard. They would slice it into pieces to serve as plates or to prop up table legs. It was claimed that some of these black bread plates could last for several months, and they were notoriously difficult to break. Lacking dragons or elves to assist in the endeavor, "My lord, shall I bring forth the fire dragon horse?" Thomas inquired cautiously, ever meticulous in List's presence. "Not necessary. By the way, Thomas, how is the newly acquired dragon horse in the stable? Is it behaving? Your newly tamed beast bullied the fire dragon horse last night, but this morning, the fire dragon horse has managed to graze beside it." List nodded, not surprised. 2 tigers cannot coexist on one mountain, unless one is male and the other female. The dragon horse was male, while the fire dragon horse was female, fostering a natural peace. Moreover, there was a strong possibility that the first offspring of the dragon horse would be produced by the fire dragon horse, a union List did not oppose. As the fire dragon horse was also a superior breed, possessing the bloodline of the lower-tier magical beast, the fire mare, a strong combination would yield even better progeny. No longer dwelling on that, List began practicing the techniques from Flame Wave. Generally, Earth Knights would not pursue the next tome of combat techniques until they had mastered the one most suited to them. Yet List, with his exceptional comprehension, adeptly wielded Fire Dragon Drill while simultaneously honing Flame Wave. Unlike the one-on-one focus of Fire Dragon Drill, Flame Wave emphasized group combat. with sweeping sword strokes and spear thrusts targeting large crowds. Unbeknownst to him, he had immersed himself in his training, releasing fiery combat energy that scorched the air around him with warmth. The potency was uncertain, but the visual spectacle was undeniably imposing. Great fire wave. With a sweeping slash, flames erupted forth. He noticed his steward Carter hastening toward him and instinctively retracted his energy, inquiring, "Mr. Carter, is there something amiss?" List perked up. "Have they finally arrived? Please inform the two instructors to join me in welcoming the caravan. I shall first take a bath and change my attire." He hurried upstairs to cleanse himself. Shortly after, Marcus and Galtai arrived. The castle perched atop a hill, offering a sweeping view, and they could already see the slow-moving caravan approaching from the direction of Thorn Ridge. "Master Galtai, do remind me to assemble the patrol team." The caravan's arrival went unnoticed, and I only learned of it through my servant. "The patrol team consists of ruffians. You must lend me some of the attendant knights to train them." "Not a problem." List mounted his horse, opting for the newly tamed dragon horse instead of the fire dragon horse, proclaiming, "Join me in welcoming the caravan. My father is unlikely to come in person. It may be my brother accompanying the great elf of the tulips." The three rode forth to greet the approaching caravan. Carter called out, "Madame Morrison, please inform Madame Abby to prepare desserts, tea, and snacks, and ensure the ingredients are ready for a most lavish banquet. There will be important guests requiring the Lord's hospitality." "You mean nobles will be attending?" "Of course, you know well that the black tulip holds great significance. The family elves are coming for integration. It may be young Master Levis escorting them, or perhaps young Master Leiden. Regardless, they are all important figures. We cannot afford to embarrass the Lord, nor Thomas's fellow attendants." After a flurry of activity, soon at the castle gate, the male and female servants stood in formation on either side, led by Steward Carter, awaiting the arrival of their esteemed guests. Chapter 24. The reunion of the three siblings' 10 carriages, accompanied by a retinue of knights, traversed the dusty road and arrived at the earthen hill beneath the castle. Lord Leiden announced, "The Viscount and the Baron of Falcon Town have arrived together." "Is that so?" "My sister has come as well," responded a voice. Meanwhile, a luxurious carriage ascended the slope and halted before List and the others. The accompanying footmen opened the doors on either side, from which alighted a young man and woman, both clad in noble attire. The young man bore a slight resemblance to List, albeit less handsome, with similarly pale golden hair and sapphire blue eyes. The young woman shared the same familial traits. Though she too lacked List's beauty, her golden hair and sapphire eyes framed by the attire of a male noble, a riding ensemble akin to a tailcoat, yet more splendid. "My dear brother, the Lord of Flower Town, Baron List, look who has arrived," exclaimed the young man, who was none other than Levis Tulip, laughing heartily. List dismounted and approached Levis, saying, "Brother, I did not expect you to come in person. And my sister, how fares life in Falcon Town?" Lawila Tulip raised her elegantly arched brows. "List, I sense you have become a knight of the earth." "Indeed, I have been fortunate to achieve this, albeit somewhat late." List replied, "It seems that leaving the confines of Tulip Castle and embracing the freedom of Flower Town has granted you liberation, advancing to become a knight of the earth, discovering new tulip potions, and I hear that the town has even nurtured a peanut bug. Your fortune makes me envious," Levis remarked, patting List's shoulder with a smile. In truth, the bond among the siblings was not particularly warm. The gestures of enthusiasm masked the customary courtesies expected among nobles. Regardless, the three siblings were now esteemed nobles in their own right. At that moment, List's steed, a magnificent black dragon horse, suddenly snorted and roared at the horses drawing the carriage, startling them into retreat, nearly causing the carriage to bolt. "What?" Both Levis and Lawila then noticed the striking black dragon horse. Lawila's eyes sparkled. "What a splendid steed. List, was not your mount a chestnut mare? A birthday gift from father? Where did this magnificent creature come from? Might I persuade you to part with it?" "Trained from Thorn Ridge, I'm afraid, dear sister. I have no intention of selling it," List replied. "Your refusal does not surprise me. However, such a decisive rejection signifies your growth since childhood, List," Lawila remarked, slightly taken aback, recalling how timid he had been before her. "People inevitably change. I have matured and must embrace transformation," List invited. "The sun is glaring outside, and you have traveled far. Please, allow me to escort you to the castle for some rest. Mr. Carter has surely prepared tea and refreshments. We can relax and converse. Then, Sir Leiden, kindly summon the great and little elves, Levis instructed as he turned. Knight Leiden swiftly approached the carriage, directing several other knights to retrieve 3 exquisite boxes, 1 large and 2 small, from the carriage. The large box, no bigger than a cradle, contained a stunning creature resembling a human infant, its body translucent and shimmering like a radiant gemstone, with wings folded at its back. This was the tulip family's treasure, the great elf. The 2 smaller boxes housed equally beautiful but less luminous miniature elves, each about the size of an adult's foot. The great elf stirred, awakened by the night's activity, stretching languidly before rubbing its eyes. It fluttered its wings and floated into the air, unencumbered by gender and thus without clothing. Its bright eyes scanned the surroundings, swiftly locking onto Levis. "Levis, you have arrived. Where's the black tulip?" It chimed sweetly, akin to a young girl's voice. The great elf then turned its gaze to List, exclaiming, "Oh, List, it has been too long." List smiled and nodded. "It has been nearly 2 months, Xiang." Before he could finish, the 2 miniature elves awoke, buzzing around the great elf, occasionally emitting small cries. Although they had awakened their intelligence, their capacity for speech was limited. Together with the elves, they entered the castle. In the castle's drawing room, those of noble rank gathered around the table, while those without titles were entertained by Marcus downstairs. List, Levis, Lawila, Galtai, Leiden, and another noble knight, Bruce, took their seats together. Carter directed the servants to serve tea and pastries, while Chef Abby Spoon showcased her culinary skills, presenting exquisite little delicacies one after another. The great elf perched on Levis's shoulder, swinging its chubby little feet, and began to doze off. One miniature elf nestled atop Levis's head, while the other rested on Lawila's shoulder. Several small jade boxes, housing tulip elf larvae, were also present. Observing this scene, List realized that the Count had entrusted both the great elf and the little elves to Levis, as their closeness indicated. A pang of jealousy surged within him. No matter how many times he beheld them, the elves remained breathtakingly beautiful. Such splendid creatures belonged to another, and it stung. Yet, this was inevitable. After all, Levis was the next Count of Coral Island. I did not expect the castle in Flower Town to be so humble. List, you ought to renovate it properly, Levis remarked casually as he surveyed his surroundings while holding a teacup. Compared to Tulip Castle, this modest abode bore little distinction from a peasant's thatched house. I share your sentiments, yet I lack funds, manpower, and materials, List replied. You have not requested materials for castle construction. The carriage is laden with provisions and many seeds. Following the feudal gifts, Father bestowed upon you ample food. Why do you require so much more? Flower Town is even more desolate than I anticipated. I must stockpile a bit of food, lest I find myself truly starving one day, List succinctly explained. Stockpiling food is always prudent. Accumulate grain, fortify walls, and delay ascension to power. This has been the age-old strategy, he thought. He aspired to develop Flower Town, yet without addressing the food dilemma, development was but a distant dream. Enough of these tedious discussions. We can converse over dinner. The most pressing matter is to meet the black tulip. My little elf can hardly wait, Lawila interjected, interrupting the dialogue between the two. List nodded, for he too did not wish to feign warmth. Levis and Lawila seemed to harbor little familial affection towards him, and he regarded them as almost strangers. Since my sister is eager, let us proceed to the flower farm and meet the black tulip, he suggested. Chapter 25. What are the qualities of a knight in the heart of the tulip farm, the great tulip fairy? Accompanied by the little tulip fairies and 6 tulip sprite bugs, gathered around the black tulip, absorbing its essence for assimilation. Lister stood nearby, observing the great tulip fairy. From the memories of his former self, the great fairy named Xiang was estimated to be over 60 years old, more than 20 years ago. She was merely a small fairy, evolving into a great fairy during Lister's father's generation. With Xiang's assistance, the tulip family flourished rapidly, and the wealth amassed from countless tulips led to the formation of a formidable knightly order. Within a few years, Lee William was granted the title of Earl due to his military achievements, and Coral Island became the family's territory. Fairies. Despite possessing the memories of my predecessor and having watched Xiang since childhood, no matter how many times I behold her, I can never tire of her beauty. Fairies are truly exquisite beings that ought not to exist in this world. Alas, she is not mine. I possess only 5 sprite bugs, soon to be 6. He wrote to the Earl, hoping to exchange for 1 sprite bug, and the Earl evidently consented, as Lee Wacy brought along an additional wheat sprite bug. My dear brother, Father has asked me to deliver this wheat bug to you as a reward for discovering the tulip potion. Lee Wacy presented a jade box to Lister. Was this a reward beyond the transaction, or part of it? Beyond the transaction? Ha. Lister, do not envision us as strangers. Lee Wacy smiled gently. His noble demeanor was hardly inferior to that of Lister. Regardless, we both share the blood of the tulip family. The significance of a potion, or a tulip, is immensely beneficial to the family, and Father was overjoyed upon hearing the news. Then I shall accept it. Please convey my thanks to Father. Why not express your gratitude in person? Is that so? Lister nodded, finding no reason to decline. Let us save our reminiscing for lunch. Let us formalize our agreement first. Liwela, you discuss matters with Lister while I explore the scenery of Flower Town. I have never visited this quaint little town. Lee Wacy mounted his steed and departed with his accompanying knights and the guards ensuring his safety. As Lister watched Lee Wacy fade into the distance, Liwela suddenly spoke. Do you truly not wish to part with that black horse? I'm afraid not, sister. It is quite extraordinary, did you notice? Indeed. Are you resolute in not selling it? Absolutely not. Well, it appears your luck has not only improved, but your temperament as well. Liwela narrowed her eyes. As a child, she had often bullied Lister, her predecessor, who was rather ineffectual, frequently subjected to the whims of his older siblings as they snatched away his toys. I shall not involve myself in the sale of the tulip potion. I merely came to assimilate once, a small fairy and 2 sprite bugs. My compensation will be 500 pounds of wheat, 800 pounds of corn, 100 pounds of pig iron, and 50 pounds of wrought iron, along with a package of sweetheart vegetable seeds, a specialty of Falcon Town. Without sweetheart bugs, I cannot guarantee the seeds will thrive. That is not my concern. It is less than I anticipated, but it suffices. Do not be greedy. If it were Lee Dunn, I would only be willing to offer half. Lee Dunn was the Earl's youngest son, with his mother being the current countess, a daughter from a minor noble family. His lineage was scarcely comparable to that of Lister and his siblings, as their mother was a marquis's daughter, and such noble status, along with connections, was paramount. Seemingly dissatisfied with Lister's current demeanor, after the agreement was reached, Liwela proposed a contest. What is your fighting spirit's attribute? Fire. What secret technique have you cultivated? The fire dragon drill. Let us spar. I have not tested your current strength in quite some time. Liwela took the lance from the knight attendant. Having ascended to the rank of Earth Knight, and it had been long since she had sparred with him. Sparring is merely an excuse. The objective was simply to teach Lister a lesson. However, Lister was no longer the meek individual he once was. He merely smiled faintly. I apologize. But my technique is still incomplete. Let us spar another day. Liwela's gaze turned piercing. Are you evading? This is not the quality of a knight. The qualities of a knight include fairness. Why not wait until I have completed the fire dragon drill before we proceed? Lister deftly deflected her verbal jabs. With a slight raise of her brow, Liwela set down the lance. You are as timid as ever. This is called wisdom. You truly know how to embellish yourself. Such tiresome banter. Filthy, disordered, and poor. He shook his head repeatedly. Lister, I have come to understand your need for sustenance. Flower Town is far more impoverished than any town I have encountered. Indeed, but I shall bring prosperity to it. Is that reliant on the black tulip? Then perhaps we should discuss this matter. Firstly, concerning the assimilation of the great fairy, the little fairy, and the 6 sprite bugs. The tulip castle will pay a total of 3,000 pounds of wheat, 2,000 pounds of barley, 500 pounds of flour, 1,000 pounds of pig iron, 30 barrels of beer, and various crop seeds. After tallying the items, Lister did not haggle and accepted the transaction. Wagons filled with supplies were transported to the castle's warehouse, instantly filling what had once been a somewhat meager storage space. The grains alone would sustain the castle for half a year, while the pig iron and wrought iron could be fashioned into tools and armor. The seeds were specifically intended for planting in Flower Town. Without sprite bugs, the barren land could only be nourished with farmyard manure, hoping to see some results. Speaking of which, the town is no longer as filthy. There are daily collections of waste, which are sold to the castle. Lister ordered the manure to be distributed to various farms for fertilization. The quantity is still limited, and aside from the peanut farm, no significant effects have yet been observed elsewhere. The atmosphere at lunch was delightful. Galtai was an excellent facilitator of the festive mood, engaging in light-hearted banter. After the meal, Lee Wacy and Lister deliberated on the planting and sale of the black tulip. Father's intention is to purchase the rights to the planting and sale of the black tulip outright. and as compensation, you would receive 1,000 gold coins. Additionally, you may cultivate it in Flower Town, to later sell to the Tulip Castle. This is unacceptable. The Black Tulip is the cornerstone of Flower Town's development. I will not relinquish a steady stream of revenue for a mere 1,000 gold coins. That is indeed 1,000 gold coins, not a trivial sum. I am uncertain if Flower Town's tax revenue over 50 years could even amount to that. With the widespread cultivation of potions, perhaps in a few years, I could earn over 1,000 gold coins annually solely from the Black Tulip. Potions are scarce commodities, and there has never been a potion that cannot find a buyer in the market. You must understand, without the family's channels, the Black Tulip cannot be transported out of Thorn Ridge. That is precisely why I wish to discuss planting and sales with father, or rather, with you, dear brother. I can provide seeds for the Tulip Castle, but I must receive a certain share from all the Black Tulips cultivated. Are you suggesting we do the planting while you lounge in the castle counting gold coins? Chapter 26. A lucrative business of 2,000 gold coins a year. I suspect you may have lost your senses. Your demands are utterly exorbitant. Levis raised his voice to voice his dissatisfaction. Calm down, brother. Very well, I shall listen quietly. What justification do you possess that compels me to acquiesce to such preposterous terms? Dear brother List, you must comprehend that the Black Tulip holds immense significance for the Tulip family, yet it is not irreplaceable. We already possess 3 varieties of tulip potions. I am acutely aware of this, and I also understand that the magical potency of the Black Tulip surpasses that of the other 3 varieties. It is destined to become the cornerstone of our family's legacy. Potions, while wondrous, are indeed troublesome. They necessitate the cultivation by sprites to thrive. Without the sprites' care, the next generation would gradually lose its magic, devolving into mere ordinary plants. Yet, this does not diminish its value. The formulation of magical potions, the crafting of enchanted equipment, and the pursuit of magic and martial prowess all hinge upon potions. The Coral Island Knight Academy even offers a course in potionology, dedicated to the study of magical elixirs. Once the Earth Knights find themselves in a stagnation in their training, they must rely on potions to augment their strength and challenge the Sky Knights. Every Sky Knight is akin to a walking apothecary, having consumed countless potions to attain advanced martial capabilities. Without the support of the family's tulip potions, William would likely face considerable challenges in breaking through to become one of the few Sky Knights of the Sapphire Duchy. Thus, List comprehended well the immeasurable value of potions. His elder brother, this exceptionally gifted Earth Knight, would not overlook the Black Tulip. After a moment's pause, List leisurely remarked, "My talent is modest, and the aspirations of a Sky Knight seem distant for me. However, brother, your innate gifts rival those of our father in his youth. I believe that with the Black Tulip, which yields a continuous supply of potions, your path to becoming a Sky Knight will be far more assured." He cast a glance at Levira, adding, "Sister is equally deserving. I am convinced that the benefits of being a Sky Knight far exceed a mere 1,000 gold coins. Do they not? I sincerely hope that both you and sister can ascend to become Sky Knights. The Tulip family requires your strength. As for myself, I merely wish to earn a modest income to improve my life." At the mention of the Sky Knights, Levis's breath quickened slightly. He had become an Earth Knight at 13 and was now 21. Everyone believed he could follow in his father's footsteps as yet another Sky Knight of the Tulip family. Yet he understood the vast chasm that lay between Earth Knights and Sky Knights. Even with the family's resources, it was uncertain whether he could bridge that gap. Moreover, there was his brother, Leighton Tulip, who was equally talented. Leighton's maternal lineage, though of lesser nobility, was not to be dismissed. Yet, one could not deny the formidable influence of his mother, the current countess. A significant portion of the Tulip Castle's resources had been allocated to Leighton, which left Levis feeling resentful and somewhat aggrieved toward their father. Shouldn't the family invest wholeheartedly in cultivating his potential as a Sky Knight? Why squander resources? Narrowing his eyes slightly, he spoke in a grave tone. "List, if you genuinely support me, such harsh terms should not be proposed. Then allow me to rephrase. What if the business of the Black Tulip is conducted solely between you, sister, and myself? Surely, father would not mind if a single potion were to be handled this way." List's subtext was clear. By sidestepping the Tulip Castle, they would also evade Leighton, ensuring that the future production of Black Tulips would be shared exclusively among the 3 siblings. That half-brother Leighton was rather arrogant, often looking down upon List and casting him disdainful glances. List wasted no time in exploiting this opportunity. Levis pondered for a moment and inquired, "Will Elvira be involved as well?" I had not intended for her to be part of this initially, but since List has extended the invitation, why not? While Elvira's talent did not match that of Levis, she too harbored ambitions of becoming a sky knight. Let us not forget, I also possess a sprite. Very well then. Let us discuss the division of profits. After several rounds of negotiation and compromise, the three siblings successfully reached an agreement. Once the black tulip seeds were harvested, they would be cultivated near Coral City, relying on the great tulip sprite for breeding. When the new batch of seeds was ready for harvest, they would be extensively planted in Coral City, Falcon Town, and Flower Town. For the first 3 years, all black tulip potions would be managed by Levis. List would then receive a profit share based on market prices, 30% from Coral City and 20% from Falcon Town. After 3 years, the black tulips from Falcon Town would no longer be handled by Levis, but rather managed solely by Elvira, who would then provide List with a share of 25%. After a decade, List would cease to collect any share. Currently, the golden tulip potions from Tulip Castle yield an annual profit of approximately 5,000 gold coins. The black tulip should surpass this figure. Assuming it reaches 7,000 gold coins, my annual share would amount to around 2,000 gold coins, which is far more lucrative than a one-time payment of 1,000 gold coins. After signing the formal agreement, List reflected on the matter. Initially, he felt that a 20% profit share would suffice. However, Levis had underestimated his naivety, attempting to buy him out with a mere 1,000 gold coins. Thus, List retaliated by raising his share to 30%. Blood may bind brothers, yet List felt little connection with them beyond that. They were practically strangers. With the agreement in place, a semblance of tacit understanding seemed to blossom among the siblings. Outside the castle, the farmers were still toiling away in the newly cleared fields. "Are you planning to plant crops all around the castle? Wheat or barley?" Elvira inquired, gazing out the window. "Alfalfa. I intend to raise horses here." Levis approached. "Horses? Are you preparing to form your own knightly order?" "I hope to establish a small team of knights. The beasts of Thorn Ridge pose a significant threat every winter. Some meet their demise at the jaws of these creatures. The town lacks even a single individual capable of wielding martial arts." "Brother, may I have a word with you?" List suddenly recalled something. The two withdrew to a secluded chamber. "What is so secretive that we must speak alone?" Indeed, when Father conferred the title of Count, Coral Island had only a few thousand natives. The population was largely imported. Otherwise, would you believe that 90% of Coral Island's inhabitants are family serfs? Have you considered the possibility of continuing the trade in people? Continuing the trade in people? Levis scrutinized the list. Could Flower Town sustain a larger population? This decrepit town barely managed to support itself. How could it accommodate more? Or do you intend to sell people elsewhere? Engaging in the trade of people is hardly a noble pursuit, yet for nobles seeking to cultivate land, a labor force is essential. Many nobles, to varying degrees, partake in the buying and selling of individuals. It is prudent to stockpile resources and fortify one's position while biding one's time for ascendance. Chapter 27. A barbecue party. The notion of human trafficking was not entirely unfeasible. The family's fleet embarked on annual trading voyages. However, risking the lives of dozens or even hundreds of individuals was hardly worthwhile. 5,000. What? I require 5,000 souls. 5,000. Are you certain you can manage such a number? Indeed. Returning to the parlor, the topic of human trafficking was not broached again. The atmosphere during afternoon tea was lively, thanks to Goldtie's exuberance. The caravan would reside for the night in Flower Town, while most knights and retainers would take lodging in the town itself. Levis and Elvira would be accompanied by their personal servants and stay in the castle. Butler Old Carter was particularly occupied today. "Tom, where's Jesse? I need his assistance." His legs, not as nimble as they once were, ached from the repeated trips up and down the stairs. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he entered the kitchen. "Is Jesse not helping in the kitchen?" "Jesse should be delivering hay. With a dozen additional horses in the castle, we lack sufficient fodder to feed them," Tom replied as he carefully placed a sack of flour beside the stove. "Very well, Mr. Carter," said kitchen maid Aaron, glancing up from washing vegetables. "Do you need my help?" Carter shrugged. "Aaron, I fear you may not be of much assistance." "Understood. Heaven knows how long I must remain in this sweltering kitchen. My clothes are drenched. Mrs. Abby has stoked the fire too fiercely." "Oh, really? Are you the chef? Or am I? Should I entrust the Lord's dinner for esteemed guests to you?" "You are the chef. Then close that little mouth of yours and focus on your tasks. The kitchen was abuzz with chatter, and Carter stepped outside, feeling the oppressive heat weighing on his chest. Unsure if he was succumbing to heat exhaustion even before Summer's arrival. He took out a handkerchief to dab his face and leaned against the wall to catch his breath. As he did, he encountered Mo-san, who was carrying a bucket of water. Upon noticing Carter's condition, she inquired with concern, "Are you unwell, Mr. Carter?" "How could I be unwell? It's merely the heat," he replied. "Is that so? Yet your complexion appears rather poor. Are you perhaps too anxious? The castle is bustling with guests today, and you must attend to their needs." "How could I be anxious, Mrs. Mo-san? I have encountered far more boisterous scenes at the Earl's estate. I can manage this." Carter tucked away his handkerchief. "Have you prepared the rooms for Master Levis and Miss Levira?" Miss Levira's maid has been complaining about dust on the walls and the state of the bed linens. Mo-san affirmed, nodding. "The Tulip family is indeed of noble lineage." "Mr. Carter, you truly ought to take a moment to rest," Mo-san suggested. "Do not concern yourself for me. The Lord is a kind man. He would not wish to see you overexerted." "I am not overexerted. In truth, I find joy in my work. Guests do not frequent the castle often. This is a rare chance for me to showcase my abilities. Now, I must attend to the storeroom. Just yesterday, I lamented about dwindling supplies, and today, the storeroom is overflowing with provisions." The castle was small and offered little in the way of entertainment. After finishing their afternoon tea, a group of knights prepared to hunt in Thorny Ridge. List readily agreed and invited Levis and Levira to join the expedition. With so many knights present, it was hoped they could capture the magical beasts of Thorny Ridge in one fell swoop. Even if they could not slay any beasts, familiarizing themselves with the terrain was beneficial. Ready and equipped, List mounted his steed, a fiery dragon horse, still not fully accustomed to the creature, which affected his performance. He did not permit Thomas to accompany him, taking only Marcus and 4 knightly retainers. "Thomas, take good care of my dragon horse. And do not forget to feed Dowson on schedule. It is still growing and must not go hungry." "What is Dowson?" Levira inquired. "A dog." "You have a dog? What breed?" "A boulder dog." "A boulder dog? A magical beast?" "Indeed, a boulder dog pup, caught by Master Marcus in Thorny Ridge," List casually remarked. "With the Earth Knights, the Black Tulip, the Peanut Worm, a boulder dog pup, and a magnificent wild horse. List, you must be favored by fortune. I find myself somewhat envious," Levis commented. "I can only say that rural life is vibrant and full of variety. Hawkeye Town is also rural, yet it lacks the color of Flower Town. That is because my sister often resides in Tulip Castle, neglecting the charms of country life. If you wish, you may continue living at Tulip Castle. Father has no intention of sending you away," Levis interjected as he rode closer. List perceived this as mere politeness. "I cherish Flower Town. I feel free here, able to pursue whatever I desire, including planting grass at the castle entrance," Levis jested, pointing to the serfs tending to alfalfa. "In the future, your castle might be dubbed the Fortress of Stables." Such a diminutive castle could hardly warrant a name. He aimed to lead the knights into Thorny Ridge, hoping to hunt at least a few magical beasts. Eventually, he would conquer Thorny Ridge and incorporate this wooded hillside into Flower Town as territory. Each beast slain now would lessen future dangers. Alas, the hunt yielded only ordinary beasts. Magical beasts were far more cunning, sensing the warriors' surging energy and retreating long before they could be seen. Nonetheless, the captured quarry was sufficient for a grand barbecue party. Nobles, knights, and servants gathered together, reveling in laughter amidst beer and cream. "Oh, barbecue master, do grant me another rabbit leg." The joyful tulip sprite flitted about, although sprites did not require sustenance. They too enjoyed the pleasure of food. Busy at the grill, Thomas quickly handed the seasoned and roasted rabbit leg to the sprite. 2 little sprites nearby, without a word, snatched away 2 pieces of roasted meat. "Xiang xiang, you eat too quickly. Savor your food to truly appreciate its flavor," List chuckled, tearing at the rabbit head in his hands. Sprites were a rare delight. Merely observing them lifted one's spirits. Moreover, enjoying his beloved barbecue, he found that this world's cuisine suited his palate exquisitely. "I relished eating heartily." Xiang xiang, covered in grease, wiggled like a puppy shaking off water, leaving no trace of mess behind. Chapter 28. The Tulip Fortress amidst blood. The night had deepened. Following the conclusion of the barbecue party, the knights retired to their quarters. Lewis and Levira similarly entered their respective chambers, while the elderly steward Carter refrained from pouring red wine. opting instead for a glass of apple juice as he made his way to the study. "My lord, you appear quite sober this evening, not at all inebriated," he observed. "Thank you," Lewis replied, accepting the apple juice and savoring its crisp flavor. The alcohol content in beer merely disrupts the stomach, it hardly intoxicates. Under the flickering candlelight, Carter's countenance seemed rather unnatural. "Mr. Carter, are you unwell?" Lewis inquired, having noticed this earlier in the day. "I am well, my lord. Should there be any issues, do not hesitate to speak. Do not overexert yourself. While the castle cannot function without the guidance of its steward, your health is of paramount importance. Take care of yourself." "Thank you," old Carter responded, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. "Tomorrow, once the elven worms complete their assimilation, I shall accompany the caravan to Coral City. I may be away from Coral Island for several days. Please ensure everything is in order at the castle." "Rest assured, my lord. The mission remains our foremost priority." The following morning, as the 8 tulip elven worms completed their assimilation of the black tulips, the caravan promptly set forth. Lewis mounted his fire dragon steed, accompanied by Marcus and Thomas. The castle was entrusted to Carter, the town to Goltai, along with his 4 knightly retainers for assistance. "As you wish. I shall train them well," Goltai replied nonchalantly. "Ah, marvelous," Lewis exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Despite familiarity with Coral Island, he was, strictly speaking, embarking on his first journey beyond Flower Town to explore the world beyond, a medieval realm cloaked in magic, governed by a chivalric aristocracy. Upon leaving Thorn Ridge, the terrain predominantly belonged to the direct vassals of the Earl, with a few towns being the baronial domains and smaller villages under the lordly knights' fiefs. Across Coral Island, only one vassal viscount existed, Jonas Stone, a loyal follower of the Earl in his rise to power. Beyond Coral Island lay a smaller isle, home to another viscount's follower, Trickreed. In total, Coral Island boasts a grand total of 6 cities, with Coral City at the foot of Tulip Fortress being the largest. North Valley City, Birch City, Elmwood City, and Serpent Spear City are all under the Earl's dominion, while Stone Fortress and its accompanying Stone City belong to Viscount Jonas. Traveling from Flower Town to Coral City necessitated passage through North Valley City and Birch City. However, the caravan did not linger in these 2 smaller towns, instead stopping briefly at the castle annex in North Valley City for a light meal before heading directly to Coral City. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as the hooves trod upon a sea of blossoms, they arrived at Coral City. The flowers were a myriad of tulips, predominantly potions, and a small portion for ornamental purposes, cultivated by the illustrious tulip family of the Sapphire Duchy, famed far and wide. The floral expanse undulated with the terrain. To the left lay Coral City, with its towering walls, perched by the sea and bustling with a busy harbor. Lewis gazed into the distance, where advanced 2-masted sailing ships were docked at the port. This world had gradually transitioned from the age of oars to that of sails. It was these sailing vessels that the initial conquerors of the Sapphire Duchy relied upon to traverse from the mainland to establish this archipelago nation. Navigating the seas, only sailing ships were at their disposal. Regrettably, the age of sails may well mark the zenith of maritime vessels. The absence of sufficient iron hampered the emergence of ironclad ships and the era of steamships. To the right, the mountains loomed, with steep cliffs facing the sea and gentle slopes on the opposite side. The Tulip Fortress was erected atop these cliffs, a wide stone-paved road winding from the castle gates down to Coral City at the mountain's base. The imposing fortress stood like a banner, towering at the pinnacle of Coral Island. Its spires pierced the azure sky, the robust rocks blending seamlessly with the mountains, presenting an awe-inspiring sight amidst the surrounding flora. In Lewis's recollection, it took merely 10 years for the family to construct such a grand and formidable tulip fortress upon their arrival at Coral Island, with the toil costing the lives of hundreds of serfs. Even to this day, the castle continues to expand incrementally. The glory of nobility has always been built upon the foundations of blood. This was merely the Earl's castle. It was said that the Sapphire Duke's castle took a century to build, with the remains of serfs accumulating to a depth of several meters beneath the cliff. What appeared gray was, in truth, crimson. Given a choice, Lewis preferred the modest castle in Flower Town, where he felt at ease. With a heavy heart, he trailed behind his elder siblings towards the familiar, yet strange fortress. Along the way, they encountered a group of knights emerging from the castle, the leader bowing respectfully to Lewis. "Young Master Lewis, I hope your journey was pleasant." "Indeed, it was, Captain Mickey," Lewis replied with a courteous bow. Captain Mickey then saluted Lavera. Miss Lavera, I trust your journey was also smooth. Quite so, Captain Mickey. It has been a while, Lewis remarked, acknowledging the knight before him. The captain of the station knights at Tulip Fortress, responsible for its security. Mickey himself was a baron, overseeing lands managed by his family while serving at the Tulip Fortress. Under the guidance of the knightly contingent, they soon arrived at the castle entrance. Grandfather Lewis, it has been too long. You appear as vigorous as ever. Lewis greeted as he handed the reins of the fire dragon's steed to a nearby servant. Lewis, now at least 60 years of age, had originally served as Lewis's grandfather's personal attendant. He currently held the position of chief steward at Tulip Fortress, garnering respect even from the Earl, a well-deserved honor for one who had devoted his life to the Tulip family. Chapter 29. The conversation between List and the Count after 2 months of absence. Master List appeared more spirited than before. How is life in Flower Town? Lewis inquired with a smile. Everything is well, List replied. That's good to hear. The master has mentioned you several times. He is quite concerned about your current living conditions. List found it hard to believe that the Count of Coral Island would genuinely care about his life, especially since he had been relegated to the dilapidated town of Flower Town. The soul within him felt as though it belonged to a distant world, and the memories of his past life were mere fleeting images that did not influence his present emotions. His connection with the Tulip family lacked the depth of blood ties. It felt more like a game in which he had merely assumed the role of List. As the bustling servants of the castle bowed respectfully upon seeing the 3 young masters and the young lady, it was evident that they had little time to spare, perpetually engaged in their duties from dawn until dusk. Their true task could be summarized as maintaining the opulent lifestyle of the nobility. I need to take a bath. I can no longer endure the odor on my body, Liwela announced as she entered the castle, promptly turning to leave. If my father inquires about me, tell him I shall arrive shortly. Liwesi, embodying the essence of the castle's master, asked, List, do you also need to wash up? Your room has been preserved for you by father, along with the clothes you left behind, which are tended to by the servants. I am not as fastidious as my sister. I shall wait for father here. Brother, you may attend to your matters without concern for my hospitality. Indeed, the castle is also your home. Very well, I must speak with Professor Frank about the black tulip, its cultivation, sales, and medicinal applications, all of which he assists me with. Additionally, the sprites need to be settled properly. These delicate beings cannot be treated with anything less than utmost care. With that, Liwesi departed. Marcus followed a male servant to tend to the horses, leaving List alone with several male servants who were welcoming guests. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, admiring the crystal chandeliers adorning the stone columns, a testament to the wealth of nobility, as most gems were sourced from dragons. In List's homeland, gems were merely ornamental, but here they were imbued with natural magic, containing wondrous powers essential for crafting magical items. The crystal chandelier before him was a magical artifact, fashioned from lower-quality crystals, capable of illuminating until its magical energy was depleted, after which it could be replenished by a mage or knight. This cycle would continue until the crystal wore down, reducing it to an ordinary stone. Was it truly worth lingering over a crystal lamp devoid of intricate carvings? Just then, the sound of boots echoed behind List. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man with light golden hair on the staircase leading to the 2nd floor, the master of Tulip Castle. Possessing rather unremarkable gray-green eyes that starkly contrasted with the sapphire hues of List and his siblings. His ordinary features would blend into a crowd, rendering him inconspicuous. Yet, he was the Lord of Coral Island, a sky knight who had earned his title through hard work. Liwesi and Liwela bore more resemblance to their father than to their mother, hence their average looks, save for their sapphire eyes inherited from their mother. List, however, took after his mother, possessing an excessive handsomeness. Perhaps accustomed to candlelight, he found himself momentarily blinded by the brilliance of the crystal chandelier. Are you lamenting your life in Flower Town? Lee William inquired, pausing on the staircase rather than descending further. Life in Flower Town is remarkably free, and I am quite satisfied, my lord. List bowed slightly, acknowledging, your health appears as robust as ever, brimming with vitality. Your own vitality seems to have increased, which is commendable. Embracing a life of simplicity without complaint is admirable. Lee William nodded. Where are your brother and sister? They have matters to attend to and will arrive shortly. Come with me to the study. Lee William turned to ascend the stairs, with List following closely behind. Upon entering the Count's study, which was spacious, List noted the wall lined with shelves filled with numerous thick leather-bound books, all scented with deodorants and fragrances, devoid of the musty smell typically associated with leather. Opposite the bookshelves, by the window, a mahogany desk was cluttered with additional volumes. With a pop, the Count uncorked a bottle of vintage Crescent wine, pouring it into two high-stem crystal glasses. The amber-red liquid swirled in the glasses, reminiscent of blood, gleaming brilliantly. He raised a glass and offered one to his third son, expressing surprise. It seems that 2 months of independence have refined your character. The list of your was rather reserved in my presence. Now, you appear quite composed. Thank you. List accepted the wine, understanding the weight of a lord's responsibilities. I must effectuate change, positive change. I believe so, the Count replied. After exchanging a few words, both father and son realized that there were scant familial topics to discuss. The Count then raised his glass and sipped the red wine, awkwardly shifting the conversation. Have matters regarding the Black Tulip been resolved? How much compensation did Lee provide you? Tulip Castle is responsible for cultivation and sales, and I am entitled to a 30% share of the profits for a decade, exclusively between myself and my siblings, Lee and Lee. The Count pondered for a moment. Is it merely a collaboration among the three of you? Indeed, you should not exclude Lee. He is your younger brother. He is still young and sheltered under our father's wing, which is quite advantageous for him. My brother and sister are adults, and our collaboration is entirely natural. List smiled gently, refraining from elaborating further, wishing to distance himself from the idea that Lee looked down upon him. He, in turn, had little regard for Lee. Seemingly recalling something, List inquired, "Where are your lady and Lee?" "I have not seen them. The lady has taken Lee to Serpent Spear City. Today is his uncle's birthday." The Countess hailed from a baronial family on Coral Island, located near Serpent Spear City. Once again, silence enveloped them. List lacked the paternal bond to inherit with the Count, yet he could not engage in conversation like a stranger. Finding it challenging to navigate the delicate balance between the two, opting for restrained speech. The Count, on the other hand, found List's current demeanor unfamiliar. Compared to the previous timidity, he now seemed to engage in an equal dialogue, leaving no space for reprimand. After a long pause, the Count suggested, "Dinner is still some time away. You may wander about or visit Coral City to see your friends." "Thank you, but I wish to remain in the study and peruse some books." Chapter 30. The disdain of Lady Penelope. History is non-existent. It can only be inferred through chivalric novels, which provide glimpses into the past customs and societal evolution, such as Lister's understanding. He is equally oblivious to the origins of humanity in this world. What is known for certain is that the Sapphire Duchy has been established for 150 years, and last year, a grand anniversary celebration was held, leaving a lasting impression on Lister. Numerous chivalric tales abound regarding the Sapphire family, some of which claim the lineage has endured for a millennium. As for the Tulip family, there exists no family tree. All Lister knows is that his great-great-grandfather, the father of his grandfather, lived in an era devoid of Tulip great spirits or Tulip lesser spirits, and thus, the surname Tulip had yet to emerge. Their original surname was, indicating their humble beginnings as commoners. According to the family history passed down through generations, his great-great-grandfather possessed innate strength and served a nobleman, contributing to the newly established Sapphire family. Through valor in battle, he was awarded the title of knight and elevated to the nobility. In the generation of his great-grandfather, the title of baron was conferred. In the generation of his grandfather, the title of viscount, and in his grandfather's generation, a Tulip lesser spirit was acquired. It was not until Lister William inherited the title that the lesser spirit evolved into a great spirit, prompting the family name change to Tulip. Years later, Lister William became a Sky Knight, renowned for his martial exploits, and was bestowed the title of Earl of Coral Island by the Sapphire Duke. To signify the family's ascension to the upper echelons of nobility, the serpentine character L was incorporated into his name, establishing a tradition where each descendant carries this symbol as a mark of respect for the family's founder. Thus, names would take the form of Lee XX or Lix, or even Lee XXX, Lee XXXX, and so forth, with the number of XS depending on the whims of the namer. Lister interprets this Lee character as akin to a given name beyond the surname. His maternal lineage shares a similar custom, utilizing the character May. Consequently, the Tulip family has a mere 6 generations of history, spanning approximately 150 years. Beyond that, the identities of their ancestors remain obscured. from the distant progenitors to the great-great-grandfather, great-grandfather, grandfather, and father. In a noble family of earls. To claim ignorance of 18 generations is indeed a testament to the primitive age they inhabit. Lister scoffs at this notion. How can one speak of heritage in the absence of historical civilization? In his homeland, his family's genealogy can be traced back to the Ming dynasty, and bloodlines can even be traced to the era of the Yellow Emperor. The chivalric tales that boast of the Sapphire family's millennial lineage are far-fetched, with origins that are wildly diverse. Some claim they hail from the southern regions of the Iron Ridge Kingdom. Others assert migration from the Furnace Fortress Kingdom, while yet others suggest a wandering from the distant Blue Dragon Empire. If these tales are merely self-aggrandizement by the Sapphire family, they are sorely lacking in sincerity. He yearns to piece together a coherent history of this world, yet finds little hope in doing so. Among the chivalric novels he has perused, the one that chronicles the furthest history is titled The Foolish Knight and the Red-Tailed Fire Dragon. This story unfolds 10,000 years ago in the Radiant Empire. Yet Lister has verified that the Radiant Empire was founded no more than 3,000 years ago. The Radiant Empire is, in fact, the longest-standing nation on the continent. Many nations were established in friendship with dragons, yet would falter with the death or departure of these majestic creatures, often leading to the annihilation of their realms during dragon-slaying wars. The Sapphire Duchy experienced such a conflict in its early days, nearly losing the Sapphire Dragon to invaders from the Eagle Kingdom. In its desperate flight, the dragon's blood stained a mountain blue, giving rise to a crucial mineral-rich range known as Blue Blood Mountain in the Iron Ridge Kingdom. Though the dragon survived, the first Sapphire Duke was gravely wounded and retreated to establish a kingdom on an island. In the chivalric tales that extol the Sapphire family, the origin of Blue Blood Mountain is attributed to the Sapphire Dragon wounding the opposing Eagle Kingdom's Iron Dragon, its blood staining the mountains. As for why the blood of the Iron Dragon would yield a mine rich in sapphires, well, that is a matter of perspective. It suffices to deceive the common folk without delving into intricate details. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lister lifted his gaze from a tome entitled Guide to Developing Fire Attribute Combat Energy. Entering was Silva, the castle's deputy steward in his 40s, who served as Lewis's assistant and was the designated successor to the family stewardship. Master Lister, your grandmother, Lady Penelope, has arrived and is in the reception hall, conversing with young Master Lewis and Miss Luella. Grandmother has come? I shall go at once. Lister rubbed his temples, somewhat vexed by his grandmother's disdain for him. Lady Penelope resided in a small castle in Coral City, having chosen not to live with her son due to marital discord with Melissa. Much like his mother, Lister had become a target for Lady Penelope's frustrations. Yet, despite his irritation, he knew he must descend to pay his respects. Grandmother, you have arrived. It brings me great comfort to see you in good health. Oh, look who has come. Lister, if you hadn't spoken, I would have thought Melissa was here to vex me again. This lovely face. Thank heavens, she has departed to the afterlife to enjoy eternal peace. Only now can this old woman visit her son's castle. Lister's face remained expressionless as he quietly took a seat, choosing not to speak. The elderly lady held no fondness for him, and he saw no point in making himself miserable. They were, after all, seldom in each other's presence. Rendering them akin to strangers, he would merely uphold the facade of respect. Penelope turned away, muttering softly, I did not come here just to see him. Perhaps this is what they call a mouth that speaks ill while the heart remains true? Lister mused that Lady Penelope likely cherished her grandson, yet habitually lashed out at him for resembling Melissa. After more than a decade of such behavior, the distinction between affection and disdain had blurred. Lister simply wished to be a quiet, handsome figure. I hear from your sister that the appearance of Flower Town is even more rudimentary than expected. It resembles a small village? Lady Penelope inquired. Indeed, it is somewhat rudimentary, but it provides an opportunity for significant development. I have plans for the advancement of Flower Town. Look at that grandiose tone. Now that is the spirit of our tulip family. Do not always emulate Melissa's unhurried demeanor, as if she is inherently superior to others. You already bear a striking resemblance. If your temper mirrors hers, it would surely be the end of this old woman's days, a shadow that cannot be shaken off. Lister refrained from responding. He had little memory of his mother, who had passed away from illness when he was very young. Lady Penelope continued her tirade against Melissa, summing it up as the Marquis's daughter looking down upon her, opposing her at every turn, and urging them not to inherit her flaws. Chapter 31. The foul path of Coral City. The history between Melissa and Lady Penelope has long been relegated to the annals of the castle's past. Lady Penelope reproaches Melissa, believing that it is Melissa who cannot tolerate her. Backed by the Marquis, she finds herself unable to confront her and is compelled to vacate Tulip Castle. However, List perceives that it is Lady Penelope's own harshness that has led her to incessantly complain for over a decade. Furthermore, during these 10 years since Melissa's passing, Lady Penelope has yet to secure her residence within the castle, as she has fallen into discord with the new countess. Liwela sits beside Lady Penelope, entwining her arm in a rare display of affection, her tone shifting from assertive to endearing. "Grandmother, if you dislike Tulip Castle, you are welcome to come to my Falcon Town, where I have a splendid estate complete with a hot spring. You would surely adore it. My dear girl, as a noble lady, you must maintain decorum. Look at you, already 19 and yet to find a suitable match. It reflects poorly on your refinement," Lady Penelope chides. "You are right, grandmother. I must learn to be a proper lady rather than wielding a sword like the rest of us," replies Liwela with a hint of jest. List interjects with a playful remark. "Grandmother, if you find the castle's ambience unpleasant, I can certainly procure more air fresheners." "Air fresheners will not suffice," Lady Penelope retorts. "The constant presence of these two women has utterly exhausted me. Otherwise, I would have no desire to set foot in the castle." She then turns to the standing butler, Lewis, and says, "Lewis, you will convey my sentiments to the Baroness' daughter, will you not?" With an air of provocation, Lewis replies with a gentle smile. "My dear lady, you know I prefer to remain discreet." Lewis, ever the dullard, has maintained this quality from youth into old age. Since Lady Penelope's arrival at the castle, the conversation has revolved around her, with 80% of the dialogue emanating from her own lips. List can only muster an awkward yet polite smile in response. The banquet at Tulip Castle is evidently incomparable to the modest gatherings in Flower Town. The sheer number of attendees is staggering. This evening's banquet has assembled nearly all the nobility of the castle, including the Count's family, the tutor, the captain of the knights, and several followers of the Count. Totaling 16 nobles, including lords, knights, barons, viscounts, and counts. With Lady Penelope in attendance, the atmosphere remains lively, her incessant chatter filling the air. List focuses on relishing the food, which, despite his ongoing struggle with Western culinary styles, is a delightful improvement over the coarse fare of Flower Town. He seldom engages in conversation, and few approach him, rendering him a mere shadow in the castle's grand tapestry. Previously, he yearned to partake in discussions but found himself unable to penetrate the social fabric. Now, he feels no such desire. After all, he is merely a reincarnated soul, unable to fully integrate into the Tulip family. He observes everything with a calm detachment, striving to conduct himself in accordance with the times, quietly cultivating his ambitions in hopes that one day he might live freely without restraint. The day following the banquet, List rises early, for the three siblings must accompany the convoy to visit their ailing grandfather, the Marquis Merlin of Long Yam. "Please extend my heartfelt regards," he requests. The Count also rises early, sharing breakfast with his three children. As a son-in-law, he ought to visit. Yet his current status as a former son-in-law renders such a visit inappropriate, straining his connection with the Long Yam family. Life and death are but the rhythms of nature. "Mother, you need not take it to heart. Are you suggesting that I am a wretched old woman? Why would you think that? I look forward to you living well beyond 100. From the two women you married, it is clear you have long wished for my demise, so that you might enjoy peace and solitude on Coral Island without interruption." The Count can only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. Accompanied by Marcus and a castle servant tasked with carrying his luggage, List bids farewell before the three siblings make their way to the dock, which is part of Coral City. List prefers to regard this place not as a city but as a large latrine, with the stench of fermented waste permeating the streets. This very odor has made a particular variety of tulip, fragrant and delightful, a favorite among the citizens. As they travel, the townsfolk often pin a tulip to their chests to mask the nauseating odors wafting through the streets. Beyond the foul scent, Coral City, though large, cannot compare to the grandeur of List's hometown, which, albeit a small county, boasts higher structures and mansions. Here, ramshackle wooden houses are huddled against stone edifices, stretching along uneven streets. Various shops line the avenues, and hurried pedestrians inevitably tread upon the remnants of waste, as the populace frequently discards refuse in the thoroughfares. Should one encounter a pile of dog excrement, it is certainly possible to sidestep it. However, when an entire street is littered with such refuse, grimacing and stepping through it becomes the only viable option. Thus, the layers of waste, trodden down over time, meld with the pavement, resulting in the city's distinctive foul path, naturally imbued with a lingering odor. Why is sanitation so deplorable? The common folk, preoccupied with survival, hardly prioritize cleanliness, while the nobility, residing in castles on the city's outskirts, remain indifferent to the chaos within. The sole consolation is that Coral City, being an island settlement, has a limited population, and the excrement produced is manageable under nature's relentless decay. Were the city larger, it is conceivable that the waste could overwhelm it. Has the perspective of the elves so constrained their vision that they cannot fathom using waste for cultivation? As List gazes out over Coral City, an idea sparks in his mind. Perhaps I could collect the refuse from the island and transport it to Flower Town, where, on the outskirts of the town, I could establish several biogas pits. He understands the principles of biogas, yet utilizing it for lighting and cooking presents challenges. However, after simple fermentation, it could serve as fertilizer, a pressing need for the barren soil of Flower Town, which resembles yellow earth. Yet, the logistical difficulties of transporting waste would render it more costly than the refuse itself. Perhaps it is best to leave Flower Town's waste to its own devices. Chapter 32. The two-masted schooner at sea. Cities hold little allure. It is the castles that truly captivate. Nobility values cleanliness, with baths and toilets, and servants tasked with disposing of waste far from the castle. Unbeknownst to them, the practice of using manure to enrich the soil is neglected, resulting in its careless disposal in the wilderness to decompose naturally. The effective utilization of manure could significantly diminish reliance on the elves, albeit only to a degree, as the elves still possess the ability to enhance crop traits. The two-masted schooner glided across the azure sea, while Coral City gradually faded from view, and the towering Tulip Castle began to sink below the horizon. This seemed to suggest that the world might indeed be spherical. List occasionally pondered the nature of the world he had traversed into, yet he found himself devoid of information to draw any conclusions. "What are you gazing at, my lord?" Marcus approached, observing the sea, the vast blue expanse concealing countless treasures. Growing up by the seaside, I have no romantic notions about the ocean. It harbors sea monsters and perhaps some fish, yet rivers and lakes also abound with fish, posing far less danger. The wealth of the continent is what is truly abundant, an inexhaustible bounty. The glory of knights and nobles is contested on land. The Sapphire Duchy is an archipelago, yet it has never ceased its campaigns on the continent, organizing knightly orders every few years to seize mineral resources, thereby establishing a lineage of nobility. The Tulip family also rose to prominence in this manner. Marcus often dreamt of joining the fray on the continent, hoping to earn a title of nobility through valor. Now, committed to serving List, he would occasionally attempt to persuade List in such matters. List continued to gaze at the fathomless sea, unperturbed by the talk of continental riches. The battlefield is fraught with peril. Why venture there? It is far better to quietly serve as a lord of the countryside, attending to tasks, cultivating the land, and steadily progressing. Were it merely a matter of crossing over, he doubted he could stand out among the locals. However, with the assistance of the smoke task, strength was within reach. As for the nature of the smoke task, its secrets would eventually be unveiled. "Marcus, I've heard there are vast, uncharted islands beyond the archipelago." "Indeed. I have conversed with some seasoned sailors who spoke of numerous islands beyond the archipelago, yet those islands lie in the deep sea, often beset by storms and riddled with reefs, making navigation perilous and devoid of developmental value." Perhaps, List conceded, setting aside all else, should deep-sea fishing flourish, the ocean's wealth will reveal itself, and the competition for islands may rival that for land. For now, he was merely a rural lord, focused on development. Raise the sails. Set course forward. Raise the sails. Set course forward. The shouts of the crew echoed beneath the mast as the southern wind picked up, rustling from the ship's stern. The captain decisively commanded the sailors to hoist the sails and harness greater wind power. The advent of sailboats enabled humanity to explore larger maritime expanses. The fleet of the Sapphire Duchy primarily consisted of sailing vessels, all of the square-rigged type, with no fore-and-aft rigged ships yet in sight. The advantage of square sails lies in their speed when sailing with the wind, while their disadvantage is their ineffectiveness against headwinds, necessitating the use of oars. With the wind now favorable, the fleet unfurled their sails, forming a magnificent triangular formation upon the sea. Departing in the morning, they reached Red Crab Island by evening. Red Crab Island was 10 times the size of Coral Island, with Long Taro Castle situated not by the sea, but halfway up the central mountain range of the island. Thus, after disembarking, List and his companions would need to spend a night in the port city of Crab Harbor, then switch to horse-drawn carriages for a day's journey. Reaching Long Taro Castle on the third day, the training of carrier pigeons for message delivery had yet to commence, as the weight of thick paper would likely be beyond their capacity. However, prior arrangements were made for a night to deliver letters, indicating that members of the Tulip family would soon arrive for a visit. Consequently, at the estate in Crab Harbor, servants were specifically assigned to await List and his party, promptly accommodating them upon arrival, sparing them the need to stay in the filthy city. After dinner that night, List took a bath and retired to bed, feeling slightly seasick. Having grown accustomed to air travel and trains in his homeland, he found the experience of sailing quite discomforting. Fortunately, being a native islander endowed him with decent swimming skills, allowing him to manage his nausea without succumbing entirely. As an islander, succumbing to seasickness was somewhat shameful, List thought. I must say, you are bringing disgrace upon the Tulip family. He had believed himself to have matured, yet he was still rather pathetic. Reflecting on his previous cowardice, he concluded that he truly was his foolish brother. Unbeknownst to him, Lawila had appeared in his room without knocking, startling him as he examined the enigmatic symbols of the smoke serpent, curious for any new discoveries. However, he quickly settled, realizing that Lawila appeared oblivious to the smoke serpent-esque symbols, which were visible only to him, alleviating his concerns of exposure. You forgot to knock, did I not? It matters little. Lawila crossed her arms, staring at List with disdain. It matters greatly to me. You show a lack of respect for my privacy, and such behavior is unbecoming of a lady. Nobility favors ladies, dear sister. I do not need to alter myself to please any noble. Besides, List, when have I ever sought your counsel? Were it not for our presence on Red Crab Island, I would truly teach you a lesson, so you would understand that becoming a land knight means nothing. List had been bullied by Lawila since childhood. He believed the root of her behavior stemmed from jealousy over his looks, which could easily evoke envy in most women. Did you come merely to inform me of my weaknesses? Merely wish to witness your pathetic state of seasickness? Lawila shot him a fierce glare before turning to leave. List locked the door behind her, pondering the unpredictable nature of a 19-year-old girl. He was not particularly concerned. His memories of Lawila painted her as brash and somewhat frivolous. The Count often lamented that he and Lawila should trade personalities, one more feminine than a girl, the other more boyish than a boy. Given the nobility's practice of monogamy, families often lacked abundance. The Marquis of Merlin had one son and 2 daughters. The youngest, Melissa, had passed away, while the second daughter, Melinda, married a follower of the Marquis, the Viscount Roland Pinecone. Only one heir remained, the eldest son, Mizero Taro, who himself had only one son, Meep Taro. Meep, is he nearly 25 and still unmarried? I hear he is pursuing the daughter of the Sapphire Duke. This little princess, it was said, was quite the socialite. In the hierarchy of nobility, the highest title held by rulers is that of a duke. Strictly speaking, they are not kings, and thus their daughters cannot be called princesses. Moreover, the newly enthroned Sapphire Duke, unable to become a dragon knight, had his title downgraded to that of a duke. Within the noble system, princes, dukes, and marquises belong to the same tier of titles, yet only by becoming knights can one be bestowed the title of prince or duke. Otherwise, they remain merely dukes. However, rules are rigid while people are adaptable. In the Sapphire Duchy, all nobles refer to the ruler as the duke, and his daughter is naturally regarded as a princess, garnering much admiration. List maliciously mused, should Meep marry the princess, he might just discover that the child is not his. Haha. Chapter 33. The master of Yam Fortress. The jolting carriage made Lister feel drowsy as they traveled from Crab City to Redstone City, where they stayed overnight. At dawn, after another 2 hours of travel, they finally beheld the imposing Yam Fortress, perched majestically on the mountainside. Yam Fortress was nearly 4 times the size of Tulip Fortress, boasting arrow towers soaring 1 to 200 meters high, seamlessly blending into the surrounding mountains due to its hillside location. Lister recalled visiting Neuschwanstein Castle in Europe back on Earth, which, though magnificent like Tulip Fortress, lacked its perilous cliffside backdrop. In comparison to the imposing Yam Fortress before him, Neuschwanstein appeared almost diminutive. The sheer presence of Yam Fortress rivaled that of the White City from the Lord of the Rings. Beneath the fortress lay a bustling city. The carriage did not traverse the city, but took a steep mountain road directly to the fortress. Along the way, they were discovered by a knightly escort from Yam Fortress, who, upon learning they were relatives of the Tulip family, promptly escorted them to the castle. A knight sped ahead to notify the inhabitants. Thus, when the carriage arrived at the grand entrance, Meep, the heir of Yam Fortress and cousin to the trio, awaited them with his servants. Levis, Lavila, Lister, he greeted. His presence striking and graceful, his sapphire blue eyes particularly captivating. I have been anticipating your arrival for quite some time. I trust your journey was smooth. Lister had to concede that this cousin, both in appearance and demeanor, was quite remarkable, almost a match for himself. Standing side by side, they resembled brothers more than he did with Levis. Everything went well, Cousin Meep, he replied. And Lavila, you have become even more beautiful since last year. Thank you for the compliment, dear cousin, Lavila retorted, half jokingly, but compared to your handsome visage, I feel as if I am merely jesting. Meep laughed heartily. That is not something I can contest, wouldn't you agree, Lister? The latter smiled faintly, finally realizing that Lavila's teasing over the years stemmed from her envy of his looks. And how is grandfather's health? Lister inquired. Meep sighed. Grandfather's condition has been exacerbated by complications from an old injury. His health fluctuates. The Duke has dispatched court physicians to attend to him. I am hopeful for his recovery. In the opulent bedroom, the master, the Duke's esteemed relative and one of the 7 marquises of the principality, Merlin Yam, sat upon the bed. This venerable gentleman, now in his 70s, bore the marks of age. His pale, wrinkled visage still retained a semblance of the authority afforded by a life of privilege, though frailty was evident. The once skyward knight could no longer resist the ravages of time. His once vibrant sapphire eyes had dulled, and his white hair told tales of years gone by. He reclined quietly against the headboard, a low tea table beside him, where he struggled to inscribe words onto thick parchment with a quill dipped in ink. Age spots marred his face, starkly noticeable. Sir, the young masters and miss from the Tulip family have arrived at the castle, announced the elderly butler, who bore the same age lines as the Marquis and was reluctant to interrupt. Merlin paused briefly before resuming his writing without looking up. Melissa's children? Then let them come to visit this old man who is half buried in the earth, he said. Sir, your ailment is only temporary. You shall recover soon. You once vowed to live to 100 and outlast the neighboring Marquis Wallace. Huh. I even threatened the Duke's sapphire dragon. I said if I were not made the lord of the dragon realm, I would slay it. Yet, it was of no use. This time, I surely concede defeat to that old coot. Merlin chuckled heartily, quickly finishing his last few words before setting down the quill. The attending servant promptly removed the tea table. The old butler assisted the Marquis to lean back against the headboard, steadying him. He then leaned down to adjust the Marquis's red cravat. A servant brought a bronze mirror, while others presented water, towels, and hairpins, each attending to the Marquis's needs in turn. Upon hearing familiar footsteps outside the door, the Marquis's dim eyes momentarily sparkled before dimming again. Meep entered the room with the 3 cousins. Your father is considerate, the Marquis remarked with a slight nod. Was your journey smooth? Quite smooth, they replied in unison. Good. Since you have come to visit your grandfather, do stay a few days at Yam Fortress. Yes, grandfather, they echoed. The Marquis's gaze shifted beyond Levis and Lavila to Lister, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. Lister, you have come of age. Indeed. My coming-of-age ceremony was on March 9th of this year. I have heard your father has bestowed upon you the title of Baron. Which town is it? Flower Town. Oh, it seems that even a viscount cannot be granted. It appears Count Lee William has failed in his duties, the Marquis remarked bluntly, before his tone softened with sentiment. I was unable to witness your rite of passage. Melissa will surely hold me accountable. Seeing you is as if Melissa stands before me. Meep chimed in, grandfather, indeed. Cousin Lister resembles Aunt Melissa remarkably. When I saw her as a child, I thought the yam flower was truly the most radiant bloom in the principality. I can hardly recall my mother's appearance. Only gazing upon her portrait in Tulip Fortress, Lister admitted, for he had no memories of her. Having lost her at the tender age of 2, the castle did possess a portrait of Melissa, but he seldom looked at it, and even those images were distorted, failing to capture her true essence, a regret he harbored. The Marquis quickly regained his composure. Over the years, it feels as though it all happened yesterday. You must be weary from your journey. Meep, take your cousins to rest. I wish for the young gentlemen and ladies to be invigorated for the luncheon. Furthermore, if time permits, you youngsters should host a ball tomorrow evening to liven the atmosphere. Chapter 34. The saliva of the sprite. Chirp, chirp. Several maids attended to the sprite. Upon noticing List, the sprite darted over, hovering a meter in front of him, its large eyes curiously surveying him, occasionally emitting a series of chirps, entirely oblivious to their meaning. Young Master List, one of the maids approached respectfully. What kind of sprite is this? List inquired, sensing an inexplicable heat in her gaze. Unaware that he was the object of her attention, he extended his hand, gesturing towards the thick-leaved sprite. Does it have a name? The sprite tilted its head in confusion. Chirp. Sprites, wondrous beings birthed from nature, are predominantly gentle, yet a few possess particularly mischievous and quirky temperaments. What trouble could it possibly cause? List deemed the fuss excessive. A single sprite and a maid should suffice, yet several maids accompanied it, hinting at a sense of inefficiency. Before the maids could elucidate, the hovering sprite suddenly puckered its lips and, with a swift motion, spat a glob of saliva onto List's face. The unexpected act left the Earth Knight momentarily stunned, unable to react. Young Master List, the thick-leaved sprite is quite the prankster, often spitting at the guests of the castle. I sincerely apologize and hope you do not take offense, said the maid with the fiery gaze, turning to her companions. Hurry and follow the thick-leaved sprite. Do not let it disturb anyone else. I shall take young Master List to wash his face. With a graceful gesture, she continued, Young Master List, permit me to fetch water for your face as an apology for the sprite's behavior. Very well. List had intended to merely wipe it away. After all, the sprite was not a filthy creature, and he bore no ill will towards its saliva. However, since the maid had offered, he acquiesced to the washing. When the water arrived, the maid wrung out a towel and approached to wipe List's face. Thank you, I can manage on my own. This is our duty as maids. I am accustomed to handling such matters myself. List coughed lightly, fully aware that the upper class indulged in luxury, with servants attending to all needs. Yet he would never grow accustomed to such treatment. After drying his face, he handed the towel back to the maid. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Would you like me to wipe it again? That won't be necessary. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed her face as she lifted the basin and prepared to leave. Very well, I shall take my leave. By the way, young Master List, my name is Anna. Should you require assistance, I am at your service. List smiled slightly. Thank you, Anna. At that moment, a damp strand of hair fell across his forehead, enhancing his already striking appearance. The maid was evidently taken aback, quickly lowering her head and retreating from the room. Once outside, she felt her heart racing and a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. What are you doing? A voice inquired suddenly. Young Master List needed to wash his face, so I attended to him. Is that so? Such tasks should not fall to you maids, Anna. Do not bring shame to the castle of Long Yam. The male servant intoned darkly, his tone menacing. Anna remained unfazed. Lysky, you are not the steward. My actions are none of your concern. I shall inform the steward. I am merely performing my duties. How you choose to report is your affair. She knocked on the door. Young Master List, I have brought the milk tea you requested. Please allow me to enter. The maids erupted in excited chatter. Anna, did you touch young Master List's face? Is young Master List's skin particularly smooth and delicate? Did you feel your heart race in his presence? Is he as handsome as his grandfather? Years ago, when Lucia washed young Master List's face, he was already striking, even before reaching adulthood. Anna shook her head, a hint of disappointment in her voice. No, young Master List prefers to wash his own face. How can this be? Could it be that he, like the Earl of Orpheus, prefers men? That seems unlikely. I saw young Master List last year. He was staring at Sister Luya's figure. Indeed, Sister Luya is quite attractive. I am envious. Then you must work harder. Otherwise, you will never possess such beauty. By the way, young Master List is now of age. He should have been granted a title by now. What rank do you think he holds? I believe he is a viscount. And the Tulip family's Coral Island is reputed to be quite grand. I am uncertain. If Miss Melissa were still alive, with her father as support, he would undoubtedly have received the title of viscount. However, the Earl of Coral Island has remarried, so young Master List's situation may be rather awkward. I long to comfort him. Do not indulge in foolish dreams. Should a maid concern herself with noble affairs? I advise you all to focus on your duties as maids. A duckling will never transform into a swan. The offspring of ducks will only ever be ducks, while swans beget swans. As the maid spoke, cradling her chin in her hands, she drifted into daydreams. A fallen nobleman from afar, dashing and handsome, riding a grand steed. Falling in love with a cleaning maid in the castle. Yet, due to family and societal pressures, they are forced to part ways. Sharing a passionate kiss before dawn. Oh heavens, tears welling in her eyes. Chapter 35. The self-reliant qualities of a knight. The musings of the maid were unknown to List. According to the laws of his homeland, one only becomes an adult at 18 and may marry at 22. For now, it is best to focus on growing, without burdening oneself with excessive thoughts that might drain one's energy. The former incarnation was ineffectual. Yet the present List holds a firm confidence in aspiring to become a sky knight, bolstered by his keen intellect and the assistance of the fog task. Perhaps one day, he might ride a dragon and become a dragon knight, a pinnacle of combat prowess in this world, capable of cataclysmic destruction. The training of the fire dragon drill and flame wave must not cease. Although I can avoid the battlefield, the ability to protect oneself must always be honed. The luncheon was a family gathering at the castle of Long Yam, with only a few participants. The Mazeroff couple presided over taxes outside, leaving only the grandfather and grandson as the hosts. According to the customs of the castle, the captain of knights does not dine within, and the family tutor of Meep was already serving as an official in the city. Thus, the dining table was graced only by the grandfather, grandson, and 3 siblings. Marquis Merlin, confined to a wheelchair, found movement challenging. The cuisine within the castle surpassed that of the Tulip Fortress, as evidenced by the exquisite white bread upon the plates. List picked up a loaf, taking a delicate bite. Its softness and buttery flavor melted in his mouth, reminiscent of cake rather than bread. The wine was a vintage red from the Lacey Manor, a distinguished selection surpassing the Crescent Red. Despite the sumptuous fare, the atmosphere felt somewhat strained. The Marquis, with his serious demeanor and former command of the Navy, exuded an imposing presence. List, along with Leeways and Lawila, felt constrained in his interactions, speaking with utmost caution. While he did not regard the ancients with undue reverence, the unfamiliarity of their company made him uneasy. Thus, he focused on savoring the delectable dishes, particularly the lobster and egg yolk jelly, which he found utterly delightful, having already devoured one plate and requesting another. Lobster, being quite easy to nurture, required only a daily splash of water. With their lineage tracing back to the sea monsters, they were resilient creatures. List graciously accepted the offer of more. "Thank you," he replied. "There is no need for formality." Meep smiled, feeling a closer affinity towards List among the 3 siblings of the Tulip family, perhaps due to their shared good looks, as it is often said that the handsome gravitate towards one another. Suddenly, the Marquis interjected, "List, tell me a tale of Flower Town." "Grandfather, life in Flower Town is rather unremarkable. The local customs and living conditions can be described. It is a small town of fewer than 2,000 inhabitants, initially established upon the discovery of a new tulip, prompting my father to migrate and build Flower Town. Currently, it primarily cultivates wheat on somewhat barren land, yielding minimal taxation. However, fortune smiles upon us as a new variety of tulip potion has emerged, promising fresh opportunities for development." "A new potion variety is indeed a fortunate occurrence," the Marquis mused. "Did the Tulip Fortress not pay a substantial sum of gold for this potion?" "It is a profit-sharing arrangement. The town cannot cultivate extensively, so I reached an agreement with my siblings to plant together, with them yielding 30% of the profits to me." "Ah, a most intriguing collaboration, far more valuable than mere gold," the Marquis remarked. "List, you have inherited not only Melissa's beauty, but also the shrewdness of the Long Yam family. The shrewdness of the Long Yam family is renowned throughout the Grand Duchy, stemming from the Marquis's father, the previous Marquis, who was merely an earl at that time. Faced with the Grand Duchy's urgent need for funds to arm the knightly order for an expedition to seize mineral wealth from the continent, the earl expended his entire fortune to support the Sapphire Duke's endeavors, ultimately securing Red Crab Island and the title of Marquis. Now, the annual revenues from Red Crab Island likely far exceed the earl's initial investments. A truly lucrative transaction. Flower Town is but a humble settlement. I must earn income to sustain the castle's expenses. Self-reliance is a commendable quality in any noble. Courage, courtesy, loyalty, self-reliance. Nobles often boast of numerous virtues, yet the most disingenuous among them is self-reliance. For many are mere vampires exploiting the common folk, likely unaware of what a hoe looks like throughout their lives. Of course, The self-reliance spoken of by the Marquis likely implies the ability to exploit others without relying on familial resources. Following the luncheon came the evening feast. After the dinner, there was rest, and the next day commenced with another luncheon. Post-luncheon, Meep busied himself, for, per the Marquis's instructions, he intended to host a grand ball that evening, inviting the youthful nobility from nearby towns. A noble ball could be simply viewed as a matchmaking event, especially for the second and third sons of nobility, who eagerly participate. The firstborn can inherit their father's title without concern for finding a spouse, while the younger sons must strive to secure a wealthy bride to maintain their noble lifestyle. Otherwise, over generations, they risk descending into the ranks of common knights, falling from nobility. Female nobles, too, are keen participants, for not every young lady can wed the firstborn of a noble family. They must also seek out promising noble offspring to showcase their charms. "List, you must prepare," Meep exclaimed, accompanied by a personal servant bearing a multitude of garments. "These are dresses I have never worn. Our sizes are similar, and they will certainly suit you. Cousin, is it necessary to try each one? I believe this outfit is quite adequate for me. I am still young and in no rush to marry," List replied, somewhat exasperated. He had never realized how fervently his cousin desired to play matchmaker. "You should focus on dressing up my sister, who is of marriageable age, and my brother as well. He too needs to find a suitable candidate for the Tulip Fortress. They do not require my reminders. Liwais has already borrowed many dresses, and Lawila has been preparing since morning. Did you not notice? Is that so?" List genuinely had not observed. During his leisure time, he was engrossed in perusing the tomes at Long Yam Castle, while at the feasts, he was preoccupied with the culinary delights. Chapter 36. The Miss of the Salmon family dressed in a finely tailored tailcoat, with cascading waves of hair and a forced application of bright powder on his face. List appeared resplendent, radiating perfection. "You will be the center of attention among all the ladies at tonight's ball," Sir May-Ao Bo remarked, patting List on the shoulder. "That is not my intention. Perhaps in a few years, I might be more enthusiastic, but for now, I'm afraid, cousin, I have no desire to engage with any noble women." His insincere words were not something I would believe. Rest assured, List. The most beautiful moments in life come from encountering the right people at the right time. Do not merely let things unfold. Seize the opportunities presented to you. Is this the reason for your prolonged bachelorhood, cousin? Let us not divert the topic to my circumstances. We are discussing you. List adjusted his cuff, contemplating that while May-Ao Bo had good intentions, he wished to advise his cousin that instead of pursuing the socialite daughter of the Duke of Sapphire, with the potential for future entanglements with the Longyu family, it would be more prudent to seek a suitable noblewoman for marriage. The situation certainly reflected the Marquis's ambitions. The Longyu family prided itself on its shrewdness, and an alliance with the Duke's daughter would solidify their family's standing. As a baron from a small town, it was best not to indulge in lofty aspirations. After donning his flamboyant attire, he followed May-Ao Bo to the grand hall where the ball was to take place. A few nobles had already arrived, engaging in light conversation while savoring the refreshments prepared by the servants. "Sir May-Ao Bo, you finally decided to grace us with your presence?" A noble approached with a glass in hand. "It is not yet time for the ball. There is no rush, Mathilde." Mathilde turned to List, inquiring, "And who might you be?" "My cousin. His father is the Count of Coral Island." "Ah, from the Tulip family. A pleasure to meet you." "I am Mathilde de Nuss, List Tulip," he replied, maintaining a polite smile, though lacking genuine warmth. He was not one for socializing, and attending this ball was out of obligation. As the evening progressed, he reluctantly met numerous young nobles introduced by May-Ao Bo, primarily followers of the Marquis from Red Crab Island, who were entirely loyal to him. The intriguing aspect of the noble system is that nobles bestowed by the king are his vassals, while the lesser nobility granted by nobles are their retainers. However, these lesser nobles do not owe allegiance to the king, nor are they required to serve him. For instance, Count William of Coral Island is a noble granted by the king, serving him, but List is not. He owes allegiance solely to his father. When his father passes, he will then owe loyalty to his elder brother, Louis. Following his gaze, he noticed Louis, who was conversing with a young lady, eliciting hearty laughter from her. "And your sister, she too has admirers," May-Ao Bo noted. Nearby, two noblemen were engaged in jovial banter with Liwela. While she may not be considered beautiful, a little inquiry would reveal that she held the title of baroness, making her an attractive prospect for those knights or lesser nobles without the prospect of inheriting a title. Marrying her would allow them to maintain their noble status. List raised his cup of fruit wine, clinking it with Mayo bows. May they find happiness soon. As for me, cousin, you need not worry. Really? You genuinely don't? Indeed. Very well, but I shall still keep an eye out for suitable young ladies. That is unnecessary. List replied, somewhat exasperated. His cousin was overly fervent in playing matchmaker. Mayo Bo shrugged slightly and whispered, actually, this is grandfather's wish. He knows you are not valued within the tulip family and hopes you will come to Red Crab Island. Moreover, I need assistance. The Longu family is not thriving, and I have no siblings. You know how much I wish for your presence. List sensed the sincerity in Mayo Bo's words. Based on his calculations, he estimated that Coral Island spanned approximately 10,000 square kilometers, akin to a prefectural city. Red Crab Island, being tenfold that size at around 100,000 square kilometers, was comparable to the provinces of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Without roads, transportation relied on horse-drawn carts, making management increasingly challenging as territories expanded. Furthermore, the noble structure was not centralized. As the number of lesser nobles increased, territorial governance would become increasingly chaotic, potentially undermining the ruling family's authority. Reflecting upon this, he could not deny the allure of the prospect. His impoverished hometown held little promise for development. Relocating to Red Crab Island could elevate him to the status of Viscount, granting him control over a small fief. However, the idea of achieving this through marriage was something List resisted. Let things unfold naturally, cousin. If I find someone I admire, I shall not let the opportunity pass, but do not pressure me otherwise. Agreed. As night fell, the ball commenced. A soothing piano melody drifted from the fingertips of a pianist, setting the appropriate ambience for the event. As the host, Mayo Bo danced the opening waltz with the daughter of a viscount, then gracefully stepped aside, inviting all to find their dance partners. List settled into a corner, observing the young men and women twirling gracefully in the center of the dance floor. He remained motionless, having assessed all the women present, tall, short, plump, slender, beautiful, and plain, yet none stirred his heart. Even among the more mature women who aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities, age posed an insurmountable barrier. He was but 16, an age when many nobles began to indulge in hedonism. His gaze drifted through the crowd, landing in an indistinct space, and after a moment, an ethereal mist began to materialize, twisting into serpentine patterns. Task, fresh and tender alfalfa is favored not only by cows, but also by horses. It is the foundation for establishing a horse farm and the first step towards success. Please arrange for the placement of alfalfa worms. Reward, 3 stalks of wild corn. This task had lingered for several days, causing him some agitation. Just as he pondered it, a melodious voice, akin to a lark, broke through his thoughts. Hi, List. May I sit here? The mist dissipated suddenly, revealing a figure, almost perfect, with a striking resemblance to the description given by Mayo Bo. She was the daughter of a viscount, named Asteria Salmon, renowned for her family's abundant salmon production. List offered a gentle smile, gesturing for her to take a seat. Beautiful miss, you are welcome anywhere. Chapter 37. You are welcome to my home. I did not see you dance. Why not? Asteria inquired while sipping her juice. I am not particularly skilled at dancing, so I prefer to quietly admire others' movements, I replied. Then you should definitely join in. The steps are quite simple, and you will learn with a few tries, Asteria encouraged, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. With her bold invitation, Lister felt it impolite to decline. He stood up and extended his hand. May I have this dance? It would be my honor, Asteria replied, taking his hand and rising gracefully. Thus, Lister led Asteria to the dance floor, where they began to sway gently to the soothing melody of the piano. He wrapped his arms around her waist, his left hand clasping hers, as they danced together. The steps of the noble social dance were always simple. Although Lister had never danced before, he had ample experience from observing others. You dance rather well. It seems you were deceiving me earlier, Asteria said with a smile as they twirled. Perhaps I am merely performing beyond my usual capabilities, he replied. Is that so? Then I shall believe you, she responded. After a brief silence, Asteria continued. I have never been to Coral Island. In fact, I have never left Red Crab Island. Is Coral Island far from there? Not at all. It is just a half-day's journey by sea. If the winds are favorable, you might arrive in less than that. What is Tulip Castle like? It is perched on a cliff by the shore, considerably smaller than Yamroot Castle, yet surrounded by slopes adorned with vibrant tulips of various hues. That sounds incredibly beautiful. If given the chance, I would love to visit Tulip Castle, she expressed earnestly. You will have the opportunity, Lister assured her. Do you reside in Tulip Castle? I grew up there, but I have since moved to my own small town. Oh, I heard from Sir Meep that you have been granted the title of Baron and now reside in Flower Town? Indeed. There must be an abundance of beautiful flowers there. Does your castle also have gardens filled with blooms? You may be disappointed to learn that only a few acres are planted with tulips. The rest is sown with wheat. As for the castle grounds, I am preparing to plant grass and build a stable, perhaps even raise some dairy cows, Lister replied nonchalantly. Sensing that Asina was probing into his circumstances, perhaps the young lady was captivated by his handsome appearance and aspired to be the Baroness. It would be prudent to dispel such notions early on. After a moment's pause, he continued, Well, the town is quite remote. There isn't enough wheat to eat or milk to drink, and fresh vegetables are a rarity. Even with gold coins, it is challenging to procure meat. A mountain range separates us, inhabited by magical beasts, which discourages merchant caravans from venturing there. Asina gasped in surprise. Are you a knight of the earth? I have just recently been promoted and am currently mastering my combat techniques, Lister replied, his tall stature dwarfing Asina, whose expression appeared slightly stiff, likely due to the disparity between her ideals and reality. Anyone who beheld Lister at first glance would undoubtedly feel an affinity for him, particularly women. Yet, upon learning of his background, they might shy away, as he was a baron from a poor, isolated town, with limited potential in combat. The likelihood of him eventually selling his lands and becoming a wanderer under another lord's banner was high. Managing a fief is no simple task. Many minor nobles face bankruptcy, falling to the status of tutors or captains of knights. Galtai was one such example. Even great nobles can find themselves destitute if they mismanage their enterprises, losing their fiefs as a result. Soon, Lister thought it might be time to release her hand, signaling the end of their dance. However, Asina did not let go. Her previously stiff expression swiftly returned to a gentle smile. Your father, the Earl of Coral Island, surely does not overlook Flower Town? My relationship with my father is not particularly harmonious, perhaps overshadowed by my brother and sister's excellence. But I find your demeanor far more remarkable. You and Sir Meep resemble brothers standing together, she noted. I take after my mother more. Your mother must have been a lady of great grace and elegance. Unfortunately, I do not remember her visage. She passed away when I was 2, he replied, a hint of sorrow in his tone. I apologize for bringing it up. It is of no consequence. Asina took the seat beside him, continuing the conversation. My family resides in Whitefish City. Our castle does not bear a name. I have an elder brother who is married to Lady Lydia of the Xavier family. They met at the ball in Yamroot Castle last year. Oh, that explains your brother's absence today, Lister responded somewhat perfunctorily. They share a deep bond and rarely attend such social gatherings. Asina blinked. My father is quite hospitable. Lister, you are welcome to visit my home whenever you have the time. When will you next return? Oh, the piano resonated once more, and Lister took Asina for another dance. He then excused himself, citing the dance floor as too stuffy, thus declining her request to continue dancing. Asina approached him once more, simply saying, Good night, Lister. Good night, Asina. Before returning to his room, Meep visited him. Lister, did you enjoy your conversation with Asina? We merely danced twice. I can see that Asina is quite taken with you. What are your thoughts? I harbor no particular thoughts, Lister replied earnestly. Meep nodded in understanding. Very well, rest well. By the way, tomorrow, Grandfather wishes to bestow upon you a coming-of-age gift. He regretted not being present for your ceremony and hopes to make amends in some way. Grandfather is too generous. Indeed. Good night. Good night. As night deepened, Lister lay awake, contemplating the nature of the Marquis's gift. Surely it would not be trivial. Perhaps a magical longsword? Among nobles, especially when a senior bestows a gift upon a junior, weapons are typically favored, symbolizing that a knight's honor must be earned through sharp blades and spears. If the Marquis were to present a weapon, it would certainly be one imbued with magic. Such items are exceedingly rare, and he had never possessed one before, causing his excitement to intensify as he ruminated on the possibilities. This fervor was undoubtedly intertwined with Asina's evident enthusiasm and her subtle hints of affection towards him. Aspiring to be the Baroness, to be admired by someone, especially a beautiful lady, was indeed a source of joy. Chapter 38. The gem-studded blood soared on the following morning. List, with faint dark circles under his eyes, had already packed his luggage and enjoyed a breakfast of bread, fried eggs, pastries, jam, milk, honey, and coffee in his room. Once Levis and Lewila were ready, the three siblings prepared to bid farewell to the Marquis. The Marquis had risen early, seated in his wheelchair, engaged in writing. "Did you sleep well?" he inquired, halting his pen and looking at the tall trio. "I heard you had a delightful time at last night's ball." "That's wonderful. While young, one should act on their desires." After a brief exchange, the siblings expressed their intent to leave, and the Marquis did not insist they stay. He turned to List and said, "I could not witness your coming-of-age ceremony, so to compensate for this regret, I shall present you with a gift. Meopu, bring forth the prepared gift for List," he commanded. Meopu soon entered, cradling a long box. Upon seeing it, List instantly discerned that his assumption was correct. The Marquis was indeed bestowing upon him a weapon, a favored gift from elders to their juniors. What kind of magical weapon could it be? His anticipation grew. Meopu handed over the box. "List, your grandfather presents you with this blood sword, hoping you will wield it to carve your path and shine as a knight." The blood sword? List opened the box, revealing a brilliant white knight's two-handed sword. Its slender blade, delicate crossguard, and elongated hilt gave it the appearance of a German longsword. At the junction of the crossguard and hilt, a fiery red gemstone was embedded. Just gazing at it, one could feel the magical essence radiating from the ruby, circulating throughout the blade. Intricate crimson veins appeared on the blade, resembling fine strands of blood. It was no wonder that it was called the blood sword, despite its pristine white appearance. Most importantly, this was not merely a magical weapon, but a gemstone weapon, superior to any ordinary magical blade. Rubies? Lewila gasped at the sight of the red gem on the hilt, her eyes gleaming with envy and jealousy. An ordinary magical weapon would typically cost around 100 gold coins, but a gemstone weapon could be valued in the thousands, tenfold that of a magical weapon. This singular blood sword could equate to several years of tax revenue from a prosperous town. Her own Falcon Town was akin to such a wealthy locale. Yet she could barely scrape together enough to purchase a gemstone weapon after years of frugality. However, she had no intention of relinquishing her luxurious lifestyle, rendering the acquisition of such a treasure an impossibility. Overwhelmed by jealousy, her candid nature led her to exclaim, "Grandfather, you are so biased towards List. For my coming-of-age gift, you only bestowed upon me a piece of clothing. Your coming-of-age gift was a small sprite from that boy from Coral Island, who even titled you as a baron. Yet List is not afforded such privileges. It seems one is allowed to be partial towards the Coral Island boy, but not towards me." The Marquis spoke with an air of nonchalance, subtly revealing his dissatisfaction with the Count of Coral Island. List, having received such a generous gift, quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, grandfather, for this gift. I shall cherish the blood sword and ensure its brilliance remains untarnished." A gemstone weapon could be sold for a considerable sum, bringing in 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins, a tempting prospect. Yet he had no intention of selling it. The ruby embedded in the blood sword evidently possessed fiery attributes that would aid him in his training, proving far more beneficial than using magical potions or ingredients. Thus concluded his brief visit to the castle of Chanyu. He felt little reluctance to depart, for there were numerous matters awaiting him in Flower Town. Even a gilded cage could not compare to the comforts of home. Just as he was about to board the carriage, he was unexpectedly called out. "List, wait." Turning around, he found it was Miss Asina. "Good morning, Miss Asina." "Indeed." Levis shrugged. "Miss Asina, you may converse." "Thank you, Sir Levis," she replied. With the space cleared for List and Asina, she nervously fidgeted with her garment. "Will you not stay a few more days? There are many affairs awaiting my attention in the town. Will you visit White City?" Her eyes sparkled with hope. List smiled apologetically. "I'm afraid I have no reason to visit your home. I am not acquainted with your father, nor do I have any social ties. Nobility requires a valid reason for social calls. One cannot simply drop by unannounced." "You could come to see me," Asina suggested, lowering her gaze, the implication clear, unmarried and unbetrothed. Such an invitation held a singular connotation. List sighed inwardly, aware that his forthcoming words might wound this charming young lady's heart, yet he had to speak. "Miss Asina, I appreciate your affection, but I have not contemplated any possibilities between us. You need not dwell on me. With your beauty, many far more worthy suitors will pursue you." Asina's eyes dimmed momentarily, but she soon beamed again. "Thank you for your honesty, Sir List. I wish you safe travels." "Thank you, take care," List replied, turning to enter the carriage. The coachman cracked his whip, and the horses galloped swiftly down the mountain path. The gravel road echoed with the sound of the wheels rolling over stones, mingling with the crisp morning air. List, you just rejected the affections of a noble debutante. Such a cruel heart, Lawila remarked, a hint of disbelief in her tone, questioning her seemingly weak brother's ability to decline another's affection. If there are no feelings, why force oneself? It only brings harm to oneself and to others. She possessed a boldness he could not embrace. He felt an urge to ponder this for a while. Yet Lawila's dismissive huff interrupted the moment. What need is there for feelings in noble unions? Is that so? Then why not simply choose someone with favorable conditions? Because I refuse to be a vassal. Even in marriage, the suitor must come to Falcon Town. Alternatively, they must possess such charm that I would forsake my home for their castle. If such a person were to appear, I would willingly surrender all. What could be wrong with that? Lawila declared with pride. List remained silent on the matter. After a moment, Lawila extended her hand. Let me see the blood sword. As she marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship of the blood sword and the vibrant ruby, her jealousy was unabashed. Why is grandfather so generous to you? A gemstone sword like this, I may never afford in my lifetime. List, you are wasting it. Give it to me, and I shall offer you 100 narda. Not a chance. Chapter 39. Information about the intangible dragon. They are friends introduced by Goltai. Lured by the promise of double wages to serve as officials in Flower Town. His enthusiasm is extravagant yet considerate. And there is Marcus, the Baron's loyal knight. Upon seeing your well-groomed attire, I knew your journey had gone smoothly. Haha, look who we have here. Isaiah and Blair, my old friends. Seeing you arrive alongside the Baron fills me with immense joy. It is evident that you have chosen Flower Town. Next, a banquet is to be held in the small castle, honoring the knights accompanying Sir List. Before the feast begins, List, disregarding his dusty appearance, swiftly carries a jade box of alfalfa worms to the completed castle stable, where the ground is lush and green. The alfalfa sprouts at an astonishing rate as summer approaches, the warmth further promoting their growth. Little fellow, come forth, he calls out. The plump alfalfa worm, adorned with beautiful purple patterns, emerges. Compared to the languid tulip worm, it is vibrant and lively, opening its mouth to regurgitate the insect grass. In a blink, a single alfalfa plant in the center of the stable rapidly sprouts and flourishes. This particular strain is larger and sturdier than ordinary alfalfa, blooming directly into purple flowers. Do not forget to install a fence around it. To prevent the horses from damaging the growth, List instructs his devoted servant, Thomas. The matters concerning the elves are directly managed by the castle, requiring no attention from the town officials or serfs. Rest assured, my lord, I shall commence the construction of the fence immediately, Thomas replies. The steward, old Carter, approaches. My lord, the banquet is ready. You may take your seat. Let us begin then. The feast at the castle of Flower Town, compared to the one List had a few days prior, is a stark contrast. Nevertheless, he relishes this atmosphere more, for he is the most esteemed guest among those present. First, I would like to express my gratitude to Lord Ryden and all the knights for their escort. I raise my glass to you. The Baron is too kind. The knights respond, raising their glasses in unison. After downing a mug of beer, a servant promptly refills it, and List lifts his glass again, to Isaiah and Blair. May you find joy in your lives here in Flower Town. Thank you for your kind wishes, my lord. We hope to contribute to the development of Flower Town. Lastly, let us toast to my mentor, Goltai, for managing all affairs in my absence. It is my duty, List. As long as there is fine wine to be had daily, I would gladly remain intoxicated in Flower Town. Goltai laughs heartily. To govern Flower Town while sober, and to feast with ample wine, List proclaims. Indeed, work and fine wine can coexist harmoniously. They laugh together, enjoying the convivial atmosphere of the luncheon. In a moment, the smoke shifts, and a new task is unveiled. Task. As the Lord, it is your responsibility to care for the elves. Have you forgotten about the wheat sprite? Its abilities can yield an abundant harvest for your territory. Please provide the insect grass for the wheat sprite. Reward. Information about the intangible dragon. Information about the intangible dragon? What kind of reward is that? A bold thought suddenly strikes List. Could it be that the smoke task is preparing to reward me with a dragon? Surely not. That would be too exhilarating. A dragon. An entity capable of commanding a nation's fate. However, what does intangible dragon mean? A dragon without form? According to his memories, dragons can be categorized into three major types. One type is the gem dragon, such as the sapphire dragon of the Sapphire Grand Duchy, which produces sapphires. The red blood sword bestowed upon List by Marquis Merlin is adorned with a ruby, also a gem produced by the gem dragon, possessing magical powers. Another type is the metal dragon, exemplified by the white iron dragon that battled against the sapphire dragon in knightly novels, capable of producing iron ore. Metal dragons are more numerous than gem dragons, particularly the iron dragon, of which List has heard numerous accounts through various knightly tales. The third type is the elemental dragon, like fire or water dragons, which are notoriously difficult to tame. Possessing potent magical elements, their destructive capabilities are formidable, often wreaking havoc on towns and causing countless injuries. They are the prime targets for dragon-slaying heroes in knightly tales, a curious contradiction of reverence and the desire to vanquish. Among gem, metal, and elemental dragons, which category does the intangible dragon belong to? List finds himself perplexed and decides to inquire further. He calls for Steward Carter. Mr. Carter, have you ever heard of the intangible dragon? Carter ponders momentarily. I have not, my lord. In the afternoon, he sets off with his knights to seek out Goltai and his two friends in town, hoping to stumble upon clues regarding the reward of 3 wild corn plants. The intangible dragon? Goltai strokes his chin thoughtfully. I believe I have heard of it somewhere. Isaiah, Blair, do you remember? That is not insignificant. By the way, Goltai, how have you arranged for Isaiah and Blair? I supervise political affairs, Isaiah handles finances, and Blair oversees legal matters and diplomacy. With these arrangements in place, I shall entrust the development of Flower Town to the 3 of you. List does not linger in town. He is confident in his ability to develop Flower Town, but limits his intentions to informing Goltai's subordinates, allowing them to execute the specific tasks. He believes that undertaking manual labor alongside serfs does not align with the noble status. Nobles dining with serfs are even less noble. Furthermore, he understands that personally overseeing every detail may not yield the best results and could prove to be a drain on his energy. For instance, if he can delegate the population census to his servants, why would he need to take it upon himself? Having been fortunate enough to traverse into nobility, why should he toil unnecessarily? Upon returning to the castle, List reflects. Since the reward is information about the intangible dragon, it suggests that until the task is completed, I likely cannot receive the reward. In other words, no one knows what the intangible dragon is. Once I complete the task, it is probable that someone will come to inform me. With this thought, he departs the castle once more, hastening towards Wheat Town, where he is to provide the insect grass for the wheat sprite, a reward from the Earl awaiting his attention. Chapter 40. The peculiar appearance of wild corn. Just as Lister had secured the caterpillar fungus for the wheat blight, the steward, Gigel, approached him with an urgent matter. My lord, I am unsure if I should mention this. He hesitated. Please, do speak, Lister encouraged, his curiosity piqued, suspecting that Gigel might reveal information regarding the elusive dragon. However, Gigel continued, My lord, I have discovered 3 peculiar plants in the wasteland of the Wheat Enclave. They are remarkably tall, reaching heights of 2 to 3 meters, lush and green, and our chickens seem to relish their leaves. It is corn. Lister realized instantly. The clue provided by the steward was not about the elusive dragon, but rather these 3 wild corn plants. He promptly commanded Gigel to lead him to the corn, filled with anticipation. Yet, upon arriving before the wild corn, Lister was engulfed by confusion. Gigel, how long have you noticed these plants? They have been here for 3 months, Gigel replied. Have they always appeared this way? Indeed. My lord. Lister instinctively touched the hilt of his blood-red sword, which he kept by his side at all times. The ruby's magic continually invigorated his fire attribute fighting spirit, nurturing his growth. With the sword at his side, he was in a constant state of training. Perhaps with additional magical potions in the future, he might ascend to the rank of a sky knight. He scrutinized the 3 wild corn plants before him. They did not resemble a straight stalk with a few leaves and a cluster of flowers at the top, nor did they bear 1 or 2 ears of corn. Instead, they were chaotic, branching out into several stalks, each topped with a cluster of flowers, while the area where ears of corn should have formed bore only slender, toothpick-like shoots. Do not tell me that wild corn grows like this. This is not corn at all, but rather wheat. Lister felt a pang of disappointment deep within. He understood all too well that these 3 wild corn plants were indeed the very grasses before him, yet he found it hard to accept. Where were the promised large and plump ears of corn? This was merely fodder for livestock. It suddenly dawned on him. These wild corn plants should be referred to as Mexican grass. Lister recalled that someone in his hometown had grown a type of grass for pigs, known as Mexican corn grass, which was reputed to be a highly productive forage that pigs, cows, and sheep adored. This must be it. If they were true corn, there would be no need to prefix wild to their name. Corn, it seemed, did not have wild varieties, having been cultivated by humans for countless generations. Realizing this, he could only sigh inwardly, comforting himself that he at least obtained a high-yield forage variety, which was not a total loss. Regaining his composure, Lister donned a noble's reserved smile. Jigil, upon my assessment, this grass is known as corn grass, a high-yield forage favored by livestock. Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep all enjoy it. From now on, you must ensure its protection. I require its seeds. Yes, my lord. Jigil vowed to guard the corn grass diligently, preventing any serf or livestock from approaching it. Excellent. I will inform Master Jailtai, who will make further arrangements. Simply await your cooperation. Yes, my lord. The setup for the caterpillar fungus proceeded smoothly, and thus the peanut blight, alfalfa blight, tulip blight, and wheat blight were all appropriately addressed. The remaining thorn blight was yet to be assigned, and the corn blight's field was still under planning. Regardless, the elves would receive the finest care. On his way back, Lister encountered Marcus, who was on his way to the castle to meet him. Master Marcus, what brings you here? My lord, I heard from Sir Jailtai that you were inquiring about the invisible dragon. Oh, you know of the invisible dragon? I have heard of it, Marcus replied earnestly. I read about it in a half-torn knight novel long ago. I cannot recall its title, as I was quite young at the time. Is that so? How was the invisible dragon described in the novel? Lister knew that the task concerning the wheat blight had concluded, and a reward was forthcoming. Marcus elaborated. The novel states that, besides gem dragons, metal and elemental dragons, there exists a dragon known as the Holy Dragon. The invisible dragon is a type of holy dragon. It is transparent and no one can perceive its form, bringing endless calamity wherever it appears. Calamity? Then why is it called the Holy Dragon? Because it can produce a very special type of gem. A special gem? It should be classified as a gem dragon, then. By the way, what powers does this special gem possess? This gem is related to a legendary item, my lord. Have you heard of the space ring? A small ring capable of holding countless items. Does such a space ring exist in this world? Lister searched his memories, but found no mention of it. So, the space ring is real? Or is it that the gems produced by the invisible dragon can be fashioned into space rings? I cannot say for certain whether space rings exist. Even if they do, they would likely be invaluable treasures reserved for true nobles, Marcus replied. The night novel I read did indeed mention that where the invisible dragon roams, aside from endless calamity, it leaves behind the gems it produces. Whoever finds them obtains a space ring. And then what? After that, there is no more. The book did not provide further information about the invisible dragon? None at all. Moreover, I believe this is merely a fabricated tale. You know, many of those novels that enlighten us about knightly honor are often the fanciful imaginings of their authors. Marcus had come specifically to relay this information to Lister, yet it was evident that he himself did not believe in the existence of the invisible dragon. Lister remained contemplative, continuing to inquire, what are the other holy dragons? I do not know. The book was incomplete. I only read a small portion that introduced solely the invisible dragon as a holy dragon. Once Marcus departed, Lister still found himself perplexed. What did the task reward? The information regarding the invisible dragon truly signify? Was it merely a means to inform him about the dragon? Or did it imply that an invisible dragon was nearby, ripe for capture? Or perhaps it meant that the invisible dragon was coming to attack Flower Town, necessitating preparations? Of course, there was also the possibility that the invisible dragon intended to bestow gifts, perhaps even a space ring. Lost in thought, the haze of smoke returned before his eyes. Completing the task had yielded the reward of information about the invisible dragon. After a moment of distortion, a new task was unveiled. Task: the sudden appearance of wild corn in the wheat enclave has captured your attention, my lord. You must ponder why wild corn has taken root in the enclave. Perhaps there are more wild corn plants nearby. Please identify their origin. Reward: new information regarding the invisible dragon. Swiftly, Lister's focus shifted to the new task reward. More information about the invisible dragon? What was the meaning of this? How much more about the invisible dragon must he learn? Chapter 41. To achieve wealth, one must first build roads with a calm and objective perspective. Lister liberated himself from the unrealistic fantasies surrounding the concept of the intangible dragon, concluding that the rumored information about such a creature likely bore no promise of reward. According to his previous deductions, Firstly, the smoke task seemed to engage in popular science, yet it lacked any substantial reasoning. As a pivotal element, it should not be so mundane. Secondly, if there were indeed an intangible dragon nearby that could be captured, it would surely constitute explosive news. However, Lister possessed no means to capture a dragon. Many nations that owned dragons began by capturing young ones, as fully grown dragons were simply beyond one's capacity to contend with. Even a mere young dragon would overwhelm all the knights of Coral Island combined. Thirdly, the notion of an intangible dragon traveling great distances to deliver equipment struck Lister as implausible. He hardly believed his affinity for dragons had reached such heights. Fourthly, the possibility of an intangible dragon launching an assault on Flower Town seemed most plausible. Attacks by dragons on human villages and towns were no longer newsworthy. Otherwise, the profession of dragon slayer would not exist. In countless knightly tales, dragon slayers are revered protagonists, second only to dragon riders. Typically, in a competent knight's narrative, the protagonist either becomes a dragon rider or slays a dragon, inevitably marrying a beautiful princess thereafter. Thus, the rewards for these two tasks indicated that Lister must confront a dragon, striving to become the protagonist of his own knightly saga, the Dragon Slayer. Gazing into the mirror, Lister chuckled. So, if a great dragon falls, where's the princess? His mood was complex. He felt both apprehensive about the potential truth of his conjectures and skeptical of their likelihood. After much contemplation, he decided it unnecessary to engage in unfounded worry. He would complete the task first and await the final rewards, which might offer further insights before making any decisions. Should an intangible dragon indeed invade? His inability to resist did not preclude him from seeking assistance. Once this information reached the Sapphire family, he believed that securing a marquis title would not prove difficult, as it represented the highest rank a duchy could bestow. Summoning Gatai, he promptly delegated the task. This corn grass did not appear out of thin air. It must have been carried here by birds or the wind. Galtai, mobilize all the farmers during their downtime to search for more of this corn grass among the various settlements. Galtai, somewhat puzzled by the importance of the task, queried, Lister, is this corn grass truly significant? Indeed, it possesses exceptional nutritional value, even surpassing alfalfa as fodder for horse and dairy farms. In any case, cultivating a variety of grasses will ensure that livestock grow more rapidly. Recognizing its value, Galtai quickly arranged for a search, pledging to leave no corner unexplored. As they conversed, Lister suddenly noticed a well-ordered group marching past the castle gates, heading toward Thorn Ridge. Galtai, is that the new patrol squad? Indeed. Your retinue of knights has been immensely helpful. The patrol initially resisted my orders as a bureaucrat, but after a few skirmishes, they quickly tempered their tempers. Well done. Discipline must be the patrol's foremost priority. Galtai, we must continue to strengthen the management of the patrol. I have several ideas that need implementation. The patrol should take on the responsibility of maintaining order in the town and its settlements, with the town providing remuneration, uniforms, and standardized conduct. Lister outlined his vision, intending to transform the patrol into a local law enforcement unit focused solely on security, with future plans to incorporate household registration management. This would allow for a comprehensive understanding of the town, ensuring that no suspicious individuals could find refuge in Flower Town. However, the town was lacking in Naldars, and Isaiah had lamented more than once that without Naldars, he was rendered ineffective. The castle's gold supply was also meager. The steward had reported approximately 150 coins remaining. Nevertheless, the castle was prosperous. Lister's crimson blood sword alone was worth 1,000 to 2,000 coins. Along with the annual profits from the black tulip industry and the substantial resources acquired during assimilation. I will allocate 50 coins from the castle to support the development of the town. This amount will be deducted from the town's annual self-imposed taxes. 50 Naldars? That seems excessive, Lister. I have reviewed the records, and the town's annual tax revenue is a mere 15 Naldars. 50 is not excessive, Galtai. Inform Isaiah and Blair that Flower Town is about to enter a busy period, and they must prepare accordingly. As you wish. Lister's commitment to the development of Flower Town was earnest. He had begun drafting a rudimentary map of the town, abstract and simplistic, resembling a right triangle. The two right-angled sides were Thorn Ridge, while the hypotenuse bordered the eastern coastline. The town sat at the center of the triangle, with the castle near the right angle, and the dairy farm and barley settlement occupying the other two vertices. To achieve wealth, one must first build roads. He grasped his quill and meticulously illustrated the dirt road from Thorn Ridge to the town, emphasizing the need to convert this main thoroughfare into a gravel road. Though lacking cement, there was an abundance of sand. The eastern coastline offered ample sea sand, which could be utilized for paving. Next came the muddy paths between settlements, which could also be improved with sand. However, relying solely on sand for road construction was suboptimal. It retained water and could infiltrate shoes, leaving sand scattered everywhere. Regrettably, there were few stones near Flower Town to mix with the sand, necessitating a compromise to construct sandy roads, which would be more convenient than muddy paths that became impassable in rain. Building roads was paramount, yet another significant undertaking was agriculture. While the elves could influence crop growth, reliance solely on them was imprudent. The farmers of Flower Town had cultivated their land long before the arrival of elves. Scientific farming had only just begun, with the initial step of informing the vassals about fertilizing their crops. However, this was insufficient. A range of farming tools needed to be developed to enhance the farmer's productivity, allowing for the cultivation of more fallow land. He could contact the blacksmith shop with the iron acquired from Tulip Castle and Falcon Town. These two endeavors were urgent, though their results would not be immediately visible. Conversely, another task promised swift returns, foraging along the shore. On the back of the fire dragon horse, Lister gazed out at the endless sea, the salty, briny scent wafting toward him. The waves crashed upon the shore, sparkling in the sunlight like a multitude of tiny stars. Thomas led Dowson, allowing it to frolic on the beach. Dowson was growing rapidly. It had nearly reached the size of a rural dog, perhaps due to its rich diet. Traces of magical energy already coursed through its body, hinting that it might soon be capable of casting spells without reaching adulthood. Lister resolved to expedite its training to temper its wild instincts and prevent any harm. "Sir, is there anything noteworthy along the eastern coastline? This area lacks deep water bays, making it unsuitable for a dock." Marcus observed the waves, still unconvinced of the sea's potential wealth. "Marcus, do you see those rocks beneath the waves? They are teeming with food. When the tide recedes, we can allow the farmers to collect these provisions. Compared to the freshwater fish we typically consume, these are true seafood." Chapter 42. The first tide at Flower Town. The tide began to recede. "My lord," Thomas tugged at Dorsey and spoke to Lister. "Hand Dorsey over to me. You, Tom, and Jesse follow the method I instructed you to search for seafood." Lister took the rope from Thomas. Dorsey was eager to dash forward, chasing the waves. Lister immediately commanded, "Be quiet, Dorsey." Yet Dorsey was unyielding. Lister dismounted, swiftly pressed Dorsey into the sandy shore, rendering it immobile, and firmly issued the order, "Dorsey, be silent." Dorsey emitted a couple of incomprehensible whines, struggling, but ultimately complying. Lister gradually released his grip. Dorsey attempted to break free again, but Lister repeated the action, commanding it to remain quiet. After several repetitions, Dorsey finally ceased its movements. At that moment, the squire knight Carl hurriedly offered a strip of cured meat, which Lister rewarded to Dorsey. "Remain quiet, and you shall receive meat, Dorsey. Do you understand?" Dorsey eagerly tore into the cured meat, devouring it voraciously. Before setting out, Lister had specifically instructed Thomas not to feed it, for only through hunger could an animal forge lasting memories, thus enhancing its conditioned responses and obedience training. "My lord, you possess a remarkable talent for taming beasts. I foresee that Dorsey will become a commendable domesticated creature," Thomas remarked. "Indeed, if it fails to meet expectations, I shall dispose of it. Last night's roasted earth dog was quite delectable. Even at the castle of Long Taro, I seldom indulged in beast meat. That large earth dog was not sold. Its flesh remains preserved and dried within the castle. Truly a delicacy. It nourished my body with its magical essence." Marcus had dined at the castle last night as well. After training Dorsey for a while, Lister entrusted it to Carl and rode towards the shore, eager to assess the performance of the male servants. At that moment, Thomas, Tom, and Jesse were each clad in thick leather gloves, busily engaged with buckets, hammers, and shovels. Thomas was tasked with flipping stones to search for seafood above and below. Jesse was responsible for digging through the sand to uncover seafood beneath. "Marcus, do you understand the relationship between the tides and the moon at night?" Lister inquired, his mood buoyant. Marcus shook his head. "I do not know. The moon continuously moves, drawing the sea water, causing the tides to rise and fall. Of course, the sun exerts a similar influence, though its pull is far weaker due to its greater distance." "My lord, I cannot comprehend such notions," Marcus replied politely. The idea that the moon and sun could attract seawater seemed absurd to him. He would have scoffed at others espousing such theories. He thought, if the moon and sun could attract seawater, why not lift us humans into the sky, allowing everyone to soar as knights of the heavens? Do not deceive me with your lack of education. Observing Marcus's expression, Lister found the native's ignorance tiresome. This thought was rather distant, and he chose not to dwell on it further. He rode over to Tom. Tom, you are to continue your tasks. I am merely observing. At a glance, Lister noted Tom's bucket was filled with clams, conchs, starfish, crabs, sea rainbows, clams, and even some creatures resembling sea centipedes and sea cockroaches. However, both the sea cockroaches and centipedes scurried about, occasionally leaping from the bucket. Thus, Tom clumsily had to retrieve them again. These two types of running creatures are not seafood. They can be discarded, Lister advised. Oh, yes, my lord, Tom replied, flustered, as he hurried to dispose of the insects, sweating profusely, perhaps due to the presence of his lord. Not far away, Thomas, who was shifting rocks, witnessed Tom's flustered demeanor and turned with a smug smile, thinking himself the only worthy candidate to succeed the steward. Meanwhile, Jesse, who had been digging in the sand for a while, had yet to uncover the razor clams and shrimp that the lord had mentioned. He was digging haphazardly, failing to follow the small air holes that indicated the presence of seafood. What a pair of inept fools, he thought to himself. With a sense of satisfaction, he struck the rocks below with his hammer, dislodging clams, sea rainbows, and oysters, occasionally finding a few small crabs. To extract the oyster's meat, one must do it like this, Thomas demonstrated, using his hammer to crack open the oyster shell before scooping out the tender flesh. The Lord mentioned that oyster meat is delicious. Despite finding the unsightly, soft substance unappealing, Thomas was resolute in fulfilling his Lord's command with diligence. This proved effortless. On the exposed rocks after the tide receded, oysters and sea rainbows were abundant. In a mere 2 hours, Thomas filled both of his buckets, one entirely with oyster meat. He glanced over at Tom, whose bucket, while full, contained items the Lord had advised against collecting, yet Tom had still gathered them, mistaking them for something different. Such foolishness, Thomas mused, placing down his bucket filled with oyster meat and standing tall, awaiting his Lord's inspection. Having spent most of his time beneath the shade of the coconut trees, Lister, noticing the sun climbing to its zenith, called an end to this tide-hunting endeavor. He rode over to inspect each bucket. Tom, you must strive harder to distinguish between pests and seafood. Not everything found by the shore is edible. Toxic items can be lethal. Tom lowered his head in shame. I apologize, my lord. I am too dull-witted to discern. Do not fret, Tom. It is normal to lack experience on your first tide hunt. Do not let it burden you with guilt, Lister reassured him, then turned to Jesse's bucket. Well, Jesse, I see your diligence, but clearly you have not applied the methods I taught you. My lord, I dug earnestly, but the hole always vanished, Jesse replied in a fluster. You must dig in the direction of the hole, Lister instructed. I can remain here and keep digging, my lord. I shall surely fill my bucket. Finally, Lister approached Thomas's buckets, one brimmed with oyster meat, while the other overflowed with crabs and sea rainbows. Well done, Thomas. Thank you for your praise, my lord. It is my duty to serve you with utmost effort, Thomas replied, beaming with joy. If he truly possessed such capability, what would prevent Thomas from succeeding old Carter as steward? No servant could rival him in competence. Chapter 43. The seafood feast in the castle. The seafood indeed bore a striking resemblance to that of his memories, yet its edibility and potential toxicity required validation. The verification process was straightforward. Marcus, accompanied by a few hunters from the town, set traps on the outskirts of Thornridge, capturing several wolves and wildcats. The caged beasts, famished and restless, eagerly devoured the thrown seafood. Afterward, cooked seafood was provided to another group of animals. Waiting for a day, the following morning revealed that, apart from 2 beasts that had consumed a certain type of sea urchin and succumbed, the others remained lively and showed no signs of poisoning. This indicated that the flavors from the seaside were quite similar to those of Earth's seafood, with the exception of the sea urchin. Thus, the urchins were discarded, leaving the edible seafood to be prepared as specimens for the coastal farmers to reference. After contemplation, Lister refrained from hastily sending others to the sea. He needed to ensure that people understood seafood's exquisite nature, rather than perceiving it as unpalatable. Many types of seafood could be consumed raw, Yet Lister did not advocate for such practices, harboring concerns about parasitic infections from overindulgence. Without adequate medical facilities, an infection could lead to a slow demise. Therefore, he summoned the cook, Mrs. Abby Spoon. Madam Abby, allow me to instruct you on how to prepare the seafood. Do you see this crab? Clean it with a brush. Then steam it directly. This shrimp should also be cleaned and boiled in plain water. As for these clams, they can be used to make soup or sautéed directly. The oyster meat can indeed be eaten raw, but I do not partake in raw seafood. It should be boiled or sautéed. We have an abundance of oyster meat here. I refer to them as raw oysters. The excess can be dried and used to create oyster sauce. Oysters, scientifically known as Asteria, are a type of bivalve and a prized delicacy. Back in his homeland, Lister relished raw oysters, as they are rich in zinc, which plays a crucial role in the development of secondary sexual characteristics in the human body. A trace of zinc in the bloodstream invigorates vitality. Thus, oysters would undoubtedly become an indispensable dish at the Baroness table. Fortunately, the town of Freshflower, nestled by the sea, had not been subjected to excessive harvesting, and the waters brimmed with oysters, alleviating concerns about zinc deficiency. At 16, Lister was still in a phase of rapid growth, and consuming more would only bolster his strength. After imparting his cooking knowledge to Mrs. Abby Spoon, Lister did not anticipate his first experience tasting seafood in this world, having already sampled it at Long Yam Fortress, where fishermen had caught rock lobsters from the sea. As an archipelago nation, the Duchy of Sapphire boasted a fair number of fishermen. The impoverished serfs inevitably sought sustenance from the ocean, uncovering the delights of seafood. However, transportation challenges and isolation hindered the sharing of culinary knowledge about seafood across the islands. In Coral Island, the Tulip family had yet to finish clearing their lands, lacking the motivation to venture into the sea. Consequently, the denizens of Freshflower had not considered fishing for seafood in over a decade. As Mrs. Abby prepared seafood for the first time, it was likely she struggled with steaming crabs properly, necessitating her to explore and refine her culinary skills. Indeed, the crabs were overcooked, the shrimp too mushy, the oysters too tough, and the clam soup gritty with sand. Nevertheless, Lister savored the meal, finding it far more delightful than his usual bread and roasted meat. Marcus, Gaultier, Isaiah, and Blair joined Lister for the seafood feast. Delicious, Marcus simply remarked before diving into the shrimp and crabs. Isaiah smiled, exclaiming, exquisite. Blair gave a thumbs up, a rare delicacy. Gaultier, initially disdainful of the oyster's appearance, could not stop once he tasted them. He polished off the entire plate and requested 2 more servings. Sipping beer infused with hops and relishing an oyster, his wrinkled face radiated happiness. I remember now. What do you recall? Lister skillfully cracked open a crab. In my youth, I traveled to a small island called Flying Fish Island, where I dined on this oyster. I was quite inebriated and consumed a great many oysters, enjoying a splendid night. Upon leaving Flying Fish Island, I could never find that flavor again, yet here it is once more. Then indulge further. Perhaps tonight will bring more delightful experiences, Lister replied with a knowing smile. He was already aware that Gaultier had found a young girl of merely 16 or 17 in town. Had she not willingly followed Gaultier, Lister would have certainly intervened in such an inappropriate affair. Gaultier laughed heartily. Who knows? In any case, I've fallen in love with oysters. Isaiah and Blair exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of the implications. Even Marcus wore an expression of eager anticipation as he turned his attention to the oysters. In the upstairs parlor, nobles and knights reveled in the seafood delicacies, while downstairs in the kitchen, the servants also delighted in the joy brought by the feast. This shrimp is truly delectable. Who would have thought that such an unappealing creature could taste so wonderful? Exclaimed Erin, savoring her meal. Mrs. Abby disapproved. Young lady, do not eat so rudely. You resemble a boy. I am merely a kitchen maid. Why must I eat differently? At home, I ate just like this. Mr. Carter never chastised me. Mr. Carter, elegantly slicing an oyster, upheld the demeanor befitting a noble steward, striving to ensure that all his actions reflected the grace expected of his station, including his dining etiquette. He encouraged other servants to adhere to noble customs as well. Upon hearing Erin's words, he remarked, Erin, have you seen Miss Lawila's maid? Perhaps you should learn from her table manners. I have no intention of imitating her, Erin retorted. With her delicate knife and fork, one might mistake her for some noble debutante. Sister Maisie's conduct had even garnered praise from their lord. Yet Maisie did not eat in such a manner. Maisie chuckled. I grew up in a village, and no one taught me how to dine elegantly. However, I am learning from Mrs. Mawson, who worked at Tulip Castle, where the maids are more versed in noble etiquette than many noble ladies. Mrs. Mawson, squeezing the shrimp's head to extract the meat, added, "That is because nobles have the privilege to break the rules, while we servants must adhere strictly, lest we face harsh reprimands and punishments." Suddenly, Aaron exclaimed, "The Lord would never punish a servant. Tom broke a vase in the castle yesterday, and the Lord didn't even scold him. The Lord is merciful. I shall certainly not break anything again," Tom replied, his face reflecting respect. Thomas, relishing an oyster he had opened himself, scoffed derisively, "That's not certain. Clumsy Tom, shattering a vase is merely the beginning. You will inevitably break more things. The Lord should probably forbid you from going upstairs." Chapter 44. The Lord's plan for a new settlement. As the banquet concluded, Lister turned to matters of significance. "I am preparing to establish a new settlement on the eastern coast, intended to accommodate a portion of the serfs as fishermen." Lister perceived this as an inefficient allocation of human resources, preferring to free some cultivators to focus solely on nearshore fishing. Currently, without vessels, it is impossible to fish the coastal waters. Such delectable catches ought to be harvested in greater quantities. However, Lister lamented, the town's population is far too scant. We do not even number 2,000. The agricultural productivity of each settlement relies heavily on the labor of the serfs. I shall devise a solution regarding the population. Lister refrained from elaborating further. Gautier seemed to grasp the implications. "Since you mention it, I shall commence planning for the new settlement immediately." "What shall we name this new settlement, my lord?" Isaiah inquired. "Let us call it Oyster Settlement." Lister harbored grand expectations for Oyster Settlement, envisioning a transformation of a group of serfs into fishermen, providing a steady supply of seafood to flourishing town, thereby laying a material foundation for future developments. Each winter, the inhabitants of flourishing town would retreat into their homes for hibernation, thus minimizing food consumption. With adequate provisions, the winter's chill would be rendered inconsequential, allowing substantial construction to commence during the colder months. As dusk approached, Gautier returned to the castle. "Lister, we have located the corn grass." The patrol had finally accomplished a significant task, discovering a patch of forage resembling corn grass at the edge of Thorn Ridge in the southwestern corner of the town. "Take me to see it." Just before darkness fell, Lister beheld vast expanses of corn grass mingled with other wild grasses. Compared to the 3 wild corns found at Wheat Settlement, these appeared quite stunted, likely due to malnutrition. After surveying the area, Lister felt a tinge of disappointment. This truly seemed to be the native habitat of corn grass, yet there were no signs of the elusive spirit insects. Without the spirit insects, the growth of corn grass would struggle to flourish, and one could not rely on them to gradually enhance the strain towards that of the corn cob. As night enveloped the landscape, Lister, freshly bathed, perused a book in his study. Before him, the smoky script coalesced. Mission accomplished. Reward. New information regarding the ethereal dragon. In an instant, the smoke twisted, and a new mission was issued. Mission: fisheries have been prioritized by the Lord. A group of serfs will soon be dispatched to the sea. Motivating the populace is an essential skill for a lord, yet sustainability is paramount. Please update the fisherman's equipment. Reward: a large quantity of smoked grass. What is this smoked grass? Tobacco? Updating the fisherman's equipment was a straightforward task. Even if the smoke mission had not been issued, he would have undertaken it, for fishing without tools was impractical. The rocks left by the receding tide could be treacherously sharp, posing a risk of injury. The mission's reward was no longer merely the ethereal dragon's information, which offered Lister a sense of reassurance, igniting his curiosity about what smoked grass might entail. Among the nobility, smoking was a fashionable pastime. The Tulip family cultivated extensive tobacco fields and even housed a tobacco sprite. Thus, smoked grass likely was not tobacco, as he possessed tobacco seeds from the trades with Tulip Fort, which he could plant at any time. Lister resolved to cease ruminating. He would eventually discover the true nature of smoked grass. Presently, he was engrossed in a semi-autobiographical novel titled The Adventures of Griffin the Earth Ranger. Written in the first person, it narrated the experiences of a knight named Griffin as he journeyed through the Maple Leaf Duchy. The tale was captivating, despite Lister perceiving much of it as mere fanciful whimsy, such as the escapades of illicit affairs with countesses, elopements with marquis daughters, and jovial conversations with the Duke of Maple Leaf. Such indulgences were beyond the reach of a downtrodden noble scion, one who was not even a knight. Nevertheless, the author was evidently a person of considerable experience, illustrating vivid cultural practices distinct from Coral Island, alongside tales of decadent noble lifestyles and various anecdotes. It was thoroughly engaging. He pondered, deducing from his observations that this was an ethereal dragon, although the book did not elucidate how one might observe and derive conclusions. The ethereal dragon was a majestic creature concealed within another realm, visible only to the most courageous and virtuous knights. I am not yet brave enough. If I wish to see it, I must summon my courage. I must seek it out, confront it, and discern its weaknesses. Griffin, in his folly, approached the ethereal dragon, only to be struck down and left bloodied. Yet, it was in this moment of peril that he glimpsed the ethereal dragon. Oh, what a splendid dragon it was! It resembled a flowing crystal, devoid of color, completely transparent. I coughed up blood, which passed through its body. Indeed, I could not touch it. I felt a profound despair, realizing I might never ride it. Lister admired Griffin's audacity. Even on the brink of death, he lamented his inability to mount the dragon. Fortunately, Griffin retained some awareness. I know it intends to slay me. I cannot see its eyes, only a hazy form, yet I sense its murderous intent. I have forgotten life and death, yearning only to indulge in one last puff. Alas, I have no tobacco leaves. I must resort to grasping a handful of grass nearby, chewing it to stave off my craving. At this juncture, Lister furrowed his brow. He continued reading. Later, I discovered that the grass I had clutched was called smoked grass. Akin to tobacco, but with a unique flavor, reminiscent of my socks that had gone unwashed for either 16 or 26 days. I nearly retched, indeed, at that moment. I successfully overcame my craving. I vowed never to smoke again. I had been addicted for 17 years. My father enjoyed rolling his own tobacco when I was a child. He would ask me, "Hey, Griffin, do you smoke?" Lister found himself exasperated. Enough of this prattle. I wish to see how you slay a dragon. Chapter 45. The friendship forged by smoked grass and cattle. I must assure you that my initial vow to quit smoking was genuine. However, I subsequently forgot it. Utterly astonished by the actions of the invisible dragon. Goodness, it snatched the smoked grass from my hand and consumed it. I surmised it must have gone years without bathing, leading to a peculiar misunderstanding of sense. My apologies for disparaging the invisible dragon. In truth, we later became friends. Since it devoured my smoked grass without harming me, I successfully bartered a bundle of smoked grass and 2 cattle for the friendship of the invisible dragon. To be candid, the invisible dragon is not large, merely slightly bigger than a room. I have encountered the magnificent bronze dragon of Maple Leaf Duke, a stunning metallic creature nearly 30 meters long. The invisible dragon resembles its offspring, though, of course, dragons do not have offspring. We enjoyed a delightful afternoon together. As dusk approached, it approached me, shook its body, and a gemstone fell into my hand. It then soared away, leaving behind its gem, a stone the size of a fingernail, which I subsequently wore on my finger. Now you know the origin of my spatial ring. Countless noble lords have offered everything in exchange for this ring, yet I shall never part with it. For it is a testament to the profound bond of friendship between the invisible dragon and me. Griff swiftly progressed to the next tale of wits against the headless knight. By the time Lister hastily finished reading a novel of about 50,000 words, there was no further mention of the invisible dragon, not even a fleeting reference to the spatial ring, which appeared only once. It seemed as though Griff had merely recalled the invisible dragon and penned it down, only to completely forget afterward. Evidently, the reward this time was merely the scant knowledge of the invisible dragon chronicled in the travels of Earth Ranger Griff. Must only brave and righteous souls behold the invisible dragon? I suspect my chances are rather slim, given that I embody neither courage nor integrity. He possesses a keen sense of self-awareness. However, he harbored serious doubts regarding the veracity of this information. How could one's ability to perceive the invisible dragon hinge upon intangible qualities like courage and integrity? This narrative feels reminiscent of the adage that only pure maidens can see unicorns. Numerous knightly tales feature noble daughters riding unicorns, and Lister has perused several tomes that adamantly assert that only pure, beautiful, innocent, and kind-hearted maidens can gain acceptance from unicorns. As for the existence of such legendary creatures, Lister remains skeptical. His doubts extend to the invisible dragon as well, particularly regarding the peculiar stipulation that only knights of courage and integrity may perceive it. He swiftly grasped the actionable information. Griff had warded off the invisible dragon's onslaught with smoked grass. later mentioning that he exchanged a bundle of grass and 2 cattle for the dragon's gemstone. My current smoky task rewards me with smoked grass. It appears this remains a part of a series of interconnected quests. First, the reward was information about the invisible dragon. Next, new insights regarding the dragon. Now, yet another reward of the smoked grass, which the dragon relishes. All these rewards are interconnected, akin to unlocking a grand chain of quests. Thus, the task's objective becomes readily apparent. There may indeed be an invisible dragon poised to invade Flower Town. However, the information remains insufficiently clear, and preparations are far from adequate. Knock, knock. A voice called, "Please enter." The butler, old Carter, entered with an oil lamp. "My lord, the night is already deep. You should retire early." The cartload of books gifted by the Count brought with it a pungent odor. Despite Lister's efforts with air fresheners, the stench lingered. The absence of pristine, white paper was palpable. Instead, he was confronted with thick, yellowed parchment imbued with a persistent odor. This paper, crafted from the inner layers of animal hides, is laboriously tanned, making it costly yet difficult to preserve and inconvenient for writing. Lister genuinely yearned to expedite the production of white paper to replace this cumbersome parchment. Yet he understood that the moment was not propitious. Firstly, white paper was not an urgent necessity. Secondly, without copyright laws, the great nobles could seize the paper-making technology at any moment. Just as he had not embarked on researching horseshoes or saddles, nor delved into cement. He also retained in his mind the rough structure of a sailing vessel, which, once invented, would undoubtedly catalyze the age of exploration. In truth, the most significant obstacle lay in the scarcity of labor. The entire town comprised 990 souls, 991, as 2 elderly residents had recently passed, while 4 newborns had arrived, one of whom did not survive. Excluding the non-working elderly and infants, approximately 500 individuals remained capable of labor, a rather meager number. They needed to farm, construct roads, and shortly, establish an oyster farm, necessitating the allocation of a portion of the workforce to sew gloves and forge tools for the fishermen's equipment. As for Lister himself, he was equally occupied, diligently honing his skills. He had mastered fire dragon drill and flame wave, yet needed time to perfect them. With the acquisition of the blood sword, he became increasingly assiduous in his training, aspiring to transcend the earth's constraints and soar into the sky. Carter lit the air freshener and extinguished a candle, saying, "My lord, should we not recruit additional servants for the castle? Are we short-handed?" Lister was somewhat taken aback. Surely 10 servants to attend to his needs was sufficient. Yet Carter solemnly replied, "Wheat worms, peanut worms, tulip worms, alfalfa worms, each are diligent little creatures, but their larvae require a male servant to oversee daily. This task has been assigned to Jesse. Now that corn is also being cultivated, we must soon attend to the thorn worms, which Jesse cannot manage alone." Pausing, he continued, "Dothan, the dragon horse, fire dragon horse, and several other steeds require caretakers. The castle's seafood must also be harvested by the servants until the oyster farm is established. Furthermore, with the increasing variety of dishes, Madame Abby has already complained of being stretched too thin. The castle and the town overlap significantly in their functions. However, the castle leans more towards self-sufficiency, while the town governs the entire territory and collects taxes." Lister was dissatisfied with this system, believing it hindered productivity. The castle, a distorted entity, held sway over all the elves, firmly binding the greatest productive forces. After all, the castle's primary function is to provide a luxurious lifestyle for the nobility, rather than liberating productivity. Understanding this, he still harbored few thoughts on change. After all, he himself is part of the nobility. "Since we are short-handed, Mr. Carter, you shall be responsible for recruiting new servants." "Very well, my lord." Chapter 46. Recruitment of servants. Where is Big Lily and Little Lily? "What is it, old Abner?" "Little Lily is in the yard feeding the chickens." "Good news indeed. The Lord's castle is hiring new servants. According to Mr. Butler Carter, they are looking to recruit 3 male servants, 1 female servant, and 1 kitchen maid. Big Lily, Little Lily can apply for the position of female servant. Is it true? Is the Lord really hiring new female servants? Oh, how wonderful." With excitement, Big Lily dashed into the house, exclaiming, "I must tell Little Lily." Soon, all 48 households in Barley Village were aware of this delightful news. "This is excellent news. I was just lamenting that Malfoy had no more land to cultivate and had to clear some wasteland. He's strong and industrious. Aside from his hearty appetite, He would surely excel as a male servant. Not necessarily. Parker is even more diligent and polite. I believe he would be a strong candidate. Is the news credible? The Lord will recruit servants from the countryside? It was old Abner who said it. He has been crafting tools for the Lord at the blacksmith shop these past few days. Can he possibly be lying? Old Abner is skilled. But can he still wield a hammer? He need not, as the Lord will assign apprentices to do the hammering. Remember lame Peter? He became an apprentice at the blacksmith shop, earning a copper coin a day. Isn't the blacksmith shop owned by the old drunkard? The old drunkard sold the blacksmith shop to the Lord long ago, and he fetched 3 narda for it. 3 narda? Good heavens, the Lord is truly generous. Good news spread swiftly, like birds taking flight, reaching every ear. Little Lily, feeding the chickens in the yard, felt her cheeks flush with excitement. Mother, can I really apply to be a female servant? It is news brought by old Abner, and he would not deceive you. Little Lily, prepare well. Once you enter the castle, you will enjoy a better life, Big Lily said joyfully. But, will the Lord choose me? Have faith in yourself, Little Lily. You are the most outstanding girl in Barley Village, diligent and capable. You are your mother's pride. Of course, you can consider applying for the kitchen maid position as well. For you wash vegetables most thoroughly. Yes, I know what to do, Mother. Determination flashed in Little Lily's eyes. To secure a brighter future, she must demonstrate her exceptional abilities to become a servant at the castle. Without a father, her mother raised her and her 2 brothers in dire poverty. She had grown up and must shoulder the family's burdens. The 17-year-old girl clenched her fists in resolve. At the blacksmith shop, Lister observed several seasoned blacksmiths laboring alongside apprentices, forging iron blocks. Utilizing iron obtained through trade with the black tulip, Lister allocated it for crafting agricultural tools. Starting with fishing gear. With shovels, hammers, and awls, the fishermen would be able to harvest seafood. The east coast of Flower Town boasted abundant seafood resources, untouched by exploitation or pollution, allowing for easy capture of shellfish and crabs without requiring remarkable skill. Has the selection of fishermen begun, Master Galter? Lister took the handkerchief from Marcus to wipe the sweat from his brow. He had grown accustomed to the attentive service of his male servant. As long as there was no physical contact, having someone pour tea in water was quite enjoyable. Galter wiped his own sweat with a handkerchief, stating, I have conveyed your requirements. The clerks are promoting the opportunity in every village. The fishermen will only hire the elderly, women, and some children who have yet to grow. Indeed, that is correct. Beachcombing does not require great physical strength, only patience. It is a reasonable allocation of human resources to have less efficient farmers engage in beachcombing. However, you must ensure proper promotion. Toxic seafood must not be touched, and raw seafood should not be consumed. Nobles practice martial arts and seldom fall ill, thus lacking the motivation to study medicine. Lister, too, was unversed in medicine. All he could do was emphasize hygiene among the villagers, urging them to drink boiled water and eat cooked food. Meeting you is their good fortune, Lister. You possess a unique charm, Galter flattered. Ordinary young nobles might be flattered into arrogance by such praise, but Lister, with the soul of an adult and mature perspectives, would not be swayed by mere flattery. He simply instructed, continue the forging of iron, but do not overexert the blacksmiths. Adjust their wages from 5 copper coins to 6 copper coins, and the apprentices to 2 copper coins. The laboring apprentices will earn 1 copper coin a day, while the master blacksmiths will earn 5 copper coins a day. This was a relatively high wage that Lister had previously set. The affluent baron no longer deemed it necessary to exploit the common folk for a few copper coins. Consider this, the sword at his waist, the blood sword, was worth 1 to 2,000 gold coins, equivalent to over 100,000 silver coins or more than 10 million copper coins. Moreover, the entirety of Flower Town belonged to him. The villager's wealth was no different from his own, allowing him the freedom to adjust tax rates at will. 6 copper coins a day? Truly, the blacksmiths are fortunate. Galter mused. He then entered the forging chamber, calling out loudly, Blacksmiths, the Lord has just decided to raise your wages from 5 copper coins a day to 6, and apprentices will now earn 2 copper coins a day. Work diligently. The Lord's generosity is beyond your imagination. Wow, 6 copper coins a day? Long live the Lord. Praise the Lord. Old Jack will forge iron for the Lord for a lifetime. The apprentices can earn 2 copper coins a day. My parents will be overjoyed. Hearing the cheers from within, Lister shook his head. Perhaps he was compassionate, unwilling to exploit the peasant class, but was it not the case that a small incentive could drive the serf's productivity? Rather than oppression, He favored creation, rationally distributing production resources to significantly enhance work efficiency, thereby making the most of the town's fewer than 2,000 inhabitants. He decided to visit the tailor's shop to check on the gloves, towels, and masks being sewn for the fishermen, hoping they would be of acceptable quality. Riding his fire dragon horse, Lister lifted his whip with a flourish. Chapter 47. A revolution in attire. Lily the bathtub, Winnie the big toe, Jim the manure, Parker the red-nosed, and John the doorknob. After a rigorous selection process, you five shall be granted the opportunity to work within the castle. Following 3 consecutive days of trials, Butler Carter finally announced the 3 men and 2 women who met his criteria for servants to serve as the castle's new footmen and maids. The remaining 7 or 8 candidates, disheartened, implored, "Mr. Carter, please grant us another chance. We shall certainly perform better. I regret to inform you that once a decision has been made, it cannot be altered. However, do not be dismayed. Throughout these 3 days of trial, each of you will receive 3 copper coins as remuneration, based on the standards for kitchen maids. Your commendable qualities have been noted in my mind, and should the castle require additional servants in the future, I shall prioritize your applications." Strictly speaking, the ownership of the castle resided with Lister. The wages for servants were as follows. Kitchen maids and footmen earned 1 copper coin per day, maids and footmen earned 2, the head footman and cook earned 3, and the male and female housekeepers earned 4. The young men and women rejected from the selection departed the castle, feeling that the loss of the opportunity to work in such a splendid establishment was a significant blow. In contrast, the chosen 5 were overwhelmed with excitement. "Oh my, I have been selected. Am I staying in the castle? Mother, I have succeeded." Starting as the lowest-ranking footman, he gradually evolved into an exemplary servant. And the Tulip family experienced remarkable growth as he was appointed by the Count to manage the family's estates in other towns. Until Lister came of age, he followed suit, becoming a butler. The passage of time had etched deep lines upon his face, and he could scarcely recall the exuberance he felt upon first becoming a servant. Over the decades, he had remained at the castle, with his relatives long past, holding both regrets and joys. His greatest wish now was to remain by Lister's side until the day when the sun would no longer rise, at which point he would choose eternal rest. "Young gentlemen and ladies, please be quiet," he said, raising his hand to signal the newcomers to temper their enthusiasm. "I will now announce your respective positions." Lily and the others quickly subdued their excitement. Little Lily nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. "I will familiarize myself with the kitchen duties as swiftly as possible. That is commendable, but do not place undue pressure upon yourself. Mrs. Abby is forthright, yet you will soon discover she is a kind-hearted individual." Carter expressed concern for the young girl, unsure if she could withstand Abby Spoon's boisterous nature. He continued, "Winnie the big toe, Mrs. Mawson will guide you in the tasks required of a maid." "Yes, Mr. Carter." Next, Jim the manure, Parker the red-nosed, John the doorknob. Carter regarded the 3 young men, all bearing a pallid complexion. "Mr. Carter," they exclaimed, standing tall in an effort to present themselves more elegantly. Carter was pleased with their demeanor. Obedient young men were certainly more to his liking than the rebellious Thomas. "In the time to come, I will help you quickly become acquainted with the duties of footmen. Soon, you will find yourselves bustling, not only within the castle but also beyond its walls." He raised his gaze to each new servant. "You are not merely representatives of yourselves. You embody the image of the castle. Dress appropriately, behave with decorum, and you must swiftly master the etiquette of the nobility. It is imperative that you bid farewell to the indolence of former serfs. Do you understand, gentlemen and ladies?" "Understood, Mr. Carter." "Ah, this feels quite pleasant," Carter remarked with a rare, playful smile. "I must live a little longer to prevent Thomas from rising to prominence. I do not wish to witness him enjoying this sensation. I suspect Thomas would prefer to remain close to the master. He is indeed more astute than Tom and Jesse." Carter mused with a hint of whimsy. "The master has inherited the courage of the Tulip family and the shrewdness of the Yam family. At times, appearing a touch foolish before the master might serve one better than appearing overly clever. Go forth, the foolish yet clever butler Carter," he said, tilting his neck. He had established a tacit understanding with Mawson. Only a harmonious duo of stewards could maintain the castle in immaculate order. As he approached the door, atop the back of a fire-breathing steed, the tall and handsome Lister galloped toward him, bathed in sunlight, the golden rays cascading upon his slightly curled, pale golden hair, as if a cascade of gold was flowing. "Mr. Carter, have the new servants been selected?" Lister inquired, handing the reins to Thomas and loosening the bow tie around his neck. With summer's arrival, the noble attire felt stifling, and he found it unappealing. The noble clothing of the duchy stemmed from continental styles. Female nobility primarily donned long skirts, supported by petticoats, with padding at the rear to create a silhouette akin to a pyramid. Lawila had never worn such garments. She preferred the attire of male nobility. The complete ensemble for male nobility, known as flak abiyar, included a tailcoat resembling a morning coat, a waistcoat called kyle worn underneath, and fitted knee-length trousers known as best. Naturally, this was complemented by knee-high boots and stockings. Furthermore, male nobility adorned their necks with garments symbolizing their noble authority. In casual settings, they could wear bow ties. For official matters, a cravat akin to a necktie was required, which Lister referred to as a neck scarf. During grand ceremonies, they donned a ruff, a large circular collar encircling the neck, which Lister termed a pleated collar. Upon loosening his bow tie, he immediately felt the heat from his attire escape in a rush, prompting Lister to exclaim, "I need to instigate a revolution in fashion." Chapter 48: The Monkeys That Steal Coconuts. With a collection of attire in mind, including ties, shirts, vests, shorts, suits, trousers, gentlemen hats, and leather shoes, List pondered his aspirations to produce these garments. Yet, he felt constrained by tradition. As a mere country baron, perhaps one day, should he ascend to the status of a sovereign, he could freely enact reforms and set trends. For now, he had to endure the cumbersome attire to maintain the facade of nobility. "My lord, I have granted the servants a half-day's leave. From tomorrow onward, they shall devote themselves entirely to the castle's affairs," Carter informed him. "Very well, you may oversee the arrangements," List replied, as the heat enveloped him, diminishing his interest in conversation. "Mr. Carter, please arrange for a bath. This weather is quite unkind to one's comfort." "As you wish." Carter promptly instructed the maids to prepare the bathing water. In the small castle, bathing water was always on hand, for the servants were well aware that their master was an exceedingly fastidious nobleman. It was not uncommon for him to bathe once a day, or even twice, with thrice being a rare occurrence. A day without a bath, however, was deemed unacceptable. After a refreshing bath, List donned a loose-fitting home robe, a modified version of sleepwear that the local nobility had adopted for comfort. Despite this, he still found the attire cumbersome and uncomfortable. In summer, his preference leaned towards short-sleeved shirts and t-shirts, leading him to roll up the sleeves of his robe to expose his forearms. Though this was not in accordance with noble etiquette, who in the small castle would dare to question such a minor infraction? There were advantages to rural life. "My lord, it is a pity we lack ice. Otherwise, I could prepare a refreshing sweetened beverage to alleviate the heat," Carter lamented. Even at Tulip Castle, ice was a scarce luxury during the summer, a hardship he could endure, but the absence of chilled beer was a greater disappointment. Though not particularly fond of alcohol, he found that social gatherings often necessitated such indulgence, yet he relished the experience of sipping cold beer on sweltering summer days. As summer approached, temperatures soared, reminiscent of the hottest days on Coral Island, where eggs could fry on the ground in sweltering heat, likely reaching 40 degrees. Each year, a number of serfs succumbed to the oppressive heat. He had heard that saltpeter could be utilized to produce ice, yet acquiring it proved difficult. Coral Island seemed devoid of saltpeter mines, and he was unfamiliar with any sources. He recalled reading that rural corners, stables, and privies often yielded saltpeter. Yet Floral Town consisted solely of wooden structures, lacking privies altogether. The technology of ice production using saltpeter was, for List, unattainable. He could only resort to storing ice in an icehouse during winter for summer use. "Mr. Carter, do not forget to remind me to construct an icehouse this winter," he instructed. "Of course, my lord." Dinner was customary, featuring invites extended to Goltai, Marcus, Isaiah, and Blair. Only these four had the privilege to dine at the same table as List. "Lords, the plans for Oyster Town have been finalized. Tomorrow, the first group of fishermen will don the new gear you prepared for them and head to the east coast to commence fishing," List announced. "They are elderly, women, and children, foolish and impulsive. Just these past days, they have been collecting shells along the shore." The news of their lord hosting a seafood feast spread quickly, prompting the common folk to emulate his actions and prepare to gather seafood themselves, always eager to follow their lord's lead. List spoke earnestly, "Master Goltai, ensure that safety guidelines are thoroughly communicated. I wish for no commoner to encounter peril while harvesting seafood. You, as town officials, must regard this matter with utmost seriousness. for the population is the most vital resource of Floral Town. Though some may have harbored doubts, Goldtie and the others, having grasped List's stance, nodded in agreement, affirming their understanding. Then tomorrow, if time permits, accompany me to Oyster Town to observe the fishermen's initial foray into the sea. It is also essential to actively promote the various seafood that can be harvested and those that cannot, in addition to instructing them on how to preserve their catch. My lord, we have already organized the clerks to emphasize this point repeatedly. Furthermore, every clerk in the castle has sampled the seafood, and they are quite enthusiastic about it. Excellent. The following day, calculating the tide schedule, List rode with his retinue of knights to Oyster Town. The area had yet to see any construction. Merely a barren plot of land near the coastline had been leveled in anticipation of future wooden houses, approximately 200 old and young. Women and children scoured the smooth sands of the east coast, relentlessly turning over rocks and sifting through the mud. Many lacked gloves or tools, relying solely on their hands, as the local tailor and blacksmith could not keep up with demand. My lord, upon sighting List, the fisherman bowed respectfully. He gazed up at the towering coconut trees and felt something was amiss. After a moment, it dawned on him. There were no coconuts. Turning to a clerk nearby, he inquired, "Do these trees not bear fruit?" "They do, my lord. This is a coconut palm, and its fruit is known as the coconut. However, the monkeys from Thorn Ridge snatch them away when they are still small." "Monkeys?" he echoed. "What sort are they?" "They are grayish-yellow monkeys, commonly referred to as fruit-stealing monkeys. They are quite fierce and sometimes raid the fields in groups, wreaking havoc on crops." The term fruit-stealing monkeys resonated with List. He recalled having read that in certain Southeast Asian nations, there existed a tradition of training monkeys to harvest coconuts. The height of coconut trees made it challenging for humans to climb, yet monkeys could nimbly ascend and gather the fruit. Perhaps if the town trained a few fruit-stealing monkeys, it could foster the coconut industry. However, he remained uncertain whether these coconut palms were indeed genuine coconuts. Winter in Floral Town brought over 2 months of snow. If they were genuine coconut palms, they should have perished by now. "What is the flavor of the coconut?" he asked. "Once, I found a coconut dropped by a fruit-stealing monkey. Inside, it contained a milky liquid that was sweet and tangy, truly delightful," replied the clerk, igniting List's craving. The East Coast was home to many coconut palms. If properly safeguarded, they could yield a bountiful harvest of coconuts, potentially developing into a unique beverage or even a local specialty. His gaze shifted further afield to Thorn Ridge. It would be imperative to conquer Thorn Ridge eventually, eliminating all threats to Floral Town. The fruit-stealing monkeys could serve as ideal candidates for training in coconut harvesting. Chapter 49. The Forgotten Techniques of Combat. If beasts can be trained, it stands to reason that monkeys can be as well. For knights endowed with combat wild animals are no different from domestic cats and dogs. However, in the town of Flower Town, there are only 5 individuals possessing combat Lister, Marcus, Goldtie, Isaiah, and Blair. Each has their own responsibilities, rendering them unable to assume the role of beast trainers. It appears to be time to select a few robust young men from among the townsfolk to impart to them the art of combat transforming them into my retinue of knights. If well supported, Lister could even establish a knightly order. Nonetheless, due to the limitations of the castle's resources, he could, at most, sustain a dozen retinue knights, forming a small squadron. This has long been his plan. The primary utility of this knightly squad would be to eradicate the magical beasts of Thorn Ridge, thereby incorporating Thorn Ridge into Flower Town as his territory. Once the oyster farm stabilizes its food supply and the castle's tax revenue becomes steady, he would immediately train the retinue knights. The 4 retinue knights under Carl's command lacked combat their potential wasted, and thus unworthy of cultivation. New retinue knights must be nurtured from the youth, guiding them to cultivate combat and become true knights. As Lister contemplated these grand plans while seeking solace in the shade, he was also beset by the heat. Lineage and combat are the foundation of nobility. On his return journey, Lister took the opportunity to inspect the road construction in various encampments. There was an abundance of beach sand, yet transporting it proved challenging. The common folk could only use buckets and basins, resulting in low efficiency. Nevertheless, the roads were slowly taking shape. As he passed by the flower farm, a sudden foul stench wafted from afar, invading Lister's nostrils and nearly provoking his gag reflex. His steed, the fire dragon horse, also sneezed repeatedly, appearing equally distressed. "Ah, the stench! What on earth is that?" he exclaimed. The retinue knights, equally repulsed, covered their noses, wishing to retch at that very moment. Holding his nose, Lister instructed the retinue knights, "Carl, you forego investigate the source of this odor." He raised a handful of grass. "This is the culprit. A few children from the farm have recklessly uprooted this grass from a barren patch. Who could have known it would emit such a revolting smell?" As he spoke, an even stronger stench assaulted Lister's senses, emanating from the grass in Carl's hand. Despite the odor, Lister's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Is this grass abundant?" "Indeed." "Excellent. Carl, immediately inform Goltai to safeguard this patch of grass. No one is to approach it, and certainly no one is to harm it." Though puzzled, the retinue knights promptly obeyed. After issuing his command, Lister felt elated. His personal attendant, Thomas, could not help but inquire, "My lord, why do you seem pleased by such repugnant grass?" "You do not understand. This grass holds great potential." Indeed. Upon the release of the smoke, the serpent's script updated. Mission accomplished. Reward: a vast expanse of smoke grass. Moments later, the serpent's script transformed. Mission: the newly cultivated cornfield has been seeded. The cornworm eagerly seeks fresh air. It is a brave little creature. Please provide it with insect grass. Reward: the forgotten technique of combat chi. The forgotten technique of combat chi? Not merely a manual on combat chi, but a technique. This implies the reward consists of a formidable skill. Lister speculated. Manuals encompass methods for refining and utilizing combat chi, alongside various combat techniques. In contrast, combat chi techniques are generally more powerful moves, akin to the ultimate secrets within combat chi manuals, understood as grand techniques. However, due to the obscure and concealed nature of their transmission, coupled with the substantial difficulty in learning, it is rare for lesser nobles to preserve such techniques across generations. The Tulip family has not inherited any techniques, nor has the Marquis family of Red Crab Island, which has only recently risen to prominence. Only the old-line Marquis families are likely to possess one or two techniques. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that the value of such techniques is immense. The ultimate secrets represent the strongest techniques in any combat chi manual, yet their potency is constrained by whether they belong to a mid-level or high-level manual. The ultimate secrets are thus naturally limited. Techniques, however, differ. The stronger the combat chi, the greater the power. Lister was thoroughly pleased. Indeed. While I am not fond of violence, possessing a technique can significantly enhance my combat prowess and reduce the likelihood of encountering danger. He wondered what combat chi technique it would be. Soon enough, he would find out. Thus far, the smoke missions have not presented any exceedingly difficult tasks. They have primarily involved Lister's routine duties, and this instance was no exception. The cornfield was cultivated specifically to accommodate the cornworm, and regardless of the mission, Lister would undertake the necessary actions. Subsequently, he pondered another question. Could this mission possibly be a part of the Intangible Dragon series of sequential tasks? 3 days later, the fishermen of the oyster farm were able to reliably harvest from the sea, consistently bringing in substantial quantities of seafood. Some of the seafood quickly found its way to the tables of the common folk, alleviating the fishermen's reliance on bread, thereby allowing the town's grain consumption to diminish. Yet, an abundance of seafood remained without proper storage. Lister had to devise a solution. The East Coast was inundated with seafood, and the fishermen's catch was exceeding their capacity to consume it, risking spoilage. Goltai approached Lister, visibly troubled. Without cold storage and lacking sufficient salt for preservation, dried goods remain the best option. However, the current heat makes drying difficult, so we should reduce our catch. Let us take only what we can consume, thereby avoiding overfishing. Upon concluding, Lister's tone grew slightly stern, expressing his dissatisfaction. Goltai, I am the lord, and you are the official. I need you to govern Flower Town for me, not to come to me with every issue that arises. Do you understand? Goltai chuckled sheepishly. Of course, Lister. Please trust that I will not make such mistakes again. Chapter 50: The Invasion of a Dragon. The wooden cabin in Oyster Village has yet to be constructed, yet the fishermen's work is progressing smoothly. The road construction in various villages and towns is not swift, but it is being laid down each day. The low-yield, low-nutrition clover on the dairy farm has been completely eradicated, replaced entirely by high-yield, highly nutritious alfalfa. The 10 dairy cows have taken a liking to the new pasture, resulting in a significant increase in milk production. The horse farm on the outskirts of the castle is also flourishing with alfalfa, though no mares have yet conceived, and the dragon steeds have not entered their mating season. In Peanut Village, the peanut plants are thriving, particularly those near the peanut fungus, which are nearing harvest. It is expected that 2 harvests a year will be feasible. The black tulips at the flower farm have begun to bear fruit, forming small capsules, although they have yet to split open. Once they do, they will reveal many flat seeds, allowing for extensive propagation. Due to the influence of the tulip fungus, this particular black tulip has produced over 30 fruits, enabling a substantial yield in one go, which will then be entrusted to the elf named Xiangxiang at Tulip Castle for further cultivation. Within 6 months, large-scale planting will be possible. In contrast, traditional farming methods would take years to achieve such a scale, showcasing the elves' extraordinary capabilities. However, while the elves serve as formidable allies, they also impose limitations on human cultivation of plants and research into fertilizers, which still rely on primitive slash-and-burn techniques. Lister has initiated a transformation in the agricultural practices of Flower Town, with various villages beginning to adopt composting methods using manure, wood ash, and pond mud. Wheat Village continues to cultivate wheat, and with the assistance of wheat worms, an increase in yield of around 20 to 30% seems plausible. Concurrently, 3 corn plants are under dedicated care, yet the majority of corn grass is being tended to by the serfs in Barley Village, who are also responsible for collecting pasture seeds. Previously focused on barley and oats, the recent corn fields have been cleared from wasteland in Barley Village, leading to a severe shortage of serfs due to the increased agricultural demands. Mushroom Village and Tomato Village maintain their previous scales, showing little change. The most significant transformation has occurred in the town itself, which is now free of filthy manure, and no one dares to litter in the streets. All thanks to Lister's stringent orders. Patrols roam daily, and anyone caught littering faces severe corporal punishment, a range of torturous penalties that Lister has selectively retained. Initially, he considered a detainment approach akin to a police station, but upon reflection, mere confinement without punishment would be a blissful existence for the serfs, allowing them to avoid work while enjoying daily feasts. Thus, corporal punishment became inevitable. I have designated 50 acres of wasteland for corn cultivation, which is the maximum influence of cornworms. Currently, Barley Village can no longer meet planting demands, and it is challenging to transfer serfs from other villages. A batch has already been reassigned from Oyster Village, leaving only 10 acres of cornfields for now. Galtai has provided an update to Lister. Today, they are set to introduce cornworms, and the corn has already sprouted, forming a lush green layer across the 10 acres of newly cultivated land enriched with farmyard manure. 10 acres is sufficient for now. After the harvest of oats and barley, corn can be planted anew. Without elf worms, barley and oats are not cost-effective to grow. Lister nodded in agreement. He then commenced the placement of cornworms. The cornworm's fungus is bright yellow, its vibrant hue dazzlingly beautiful. "Come, little one. Breathe in the fresh air," he beckoned. The brave little creature emerged from its box, opened its mouth, and swiftly expelled the fungus at the center of the designated area, which quickly flourished, transforming into a plant laden with golden corn. Thus, a new task was accomplished. Of the 6 elf worms, 5 were successfully settled, leaving only the last thornworm. Lister's spirits soared as he mounted his horse, concentrating intently. The smoky serpent text twisted rapidly before him. Task completed. Reward: the secret technique of fighting chi, Eye of Magic. The content then morphed, revealing a new task. Objective: all companions have been properly settled, save for the thornworm, which lacks a new home. As the Lord, you must not squander the productivity of any elf worm. Please find a suitable cultivation for the thornworm. Reward: the invasion of the invisible dragon. With the details of the new task unveiled, Lister's earlier delight shattered instantly. Were it not for the retainers and servants accompanying him, he might have exploded in outrage. "Are you jesting with me, Smoke Task? The invasion of the invisible dragon counts as a reward?" Based on previous information, the invisible dragon might leave behind invaluable space rings. However, survival would be a prerequisite. A single dragon could effortlessly obliterate an entire town. Lister had no desire to experiment with whether he could fend off an invisible dragon using 2 old dairy cows and a bundle of smoked grass. In his view, one ought to receive rewards commensurate with their capabilities. Were he the Lord of Coral Island, he would risk a town's destruction to test the waters with an invisible dragon. Alas, he had only Flower Town. If a dragon were to sweep through, the quaint town would likely vanish, leaving him a destitute wretch, with no dreams of a luxurious noble life. In an instant, he resolved to abandon the thornworm, refusing to complete this task and provoke the invasion of the invisible dragon as a reward. Yet, once he regained his composure, he felt a surge of reluctance. The smoke task appeared to merely facilitate the inevitable, bringing forth what was destined to occur. Without this push, he could only imagine the immense difficulty he would face in his development, and he had grown too reliant on the swift benefits brought by the smoke task. Every completed task yielded a delightful reward. As he wrestled with these thoughts on the journey back to the castle, his resolve solidified. So be it. It is merely an invisible dragon. The smoked grass was at the ready, and the cows were already prepared. At worst, Flower Town would be destroyed, and he could shamelessly plead for a share of inheritance from Tulip Castle. Surely, the Count would not allow his own son to starve. For the sake of the space ring, and indeed for the smoke task, Lister was determined to take the plunge. With newfound resolve, he dedicated the night to meticulously crafting a plan in the castle study. He involved no one in this endeavor, believing that the secret of the invisible dragon should remain solely in his grasp. The more people involved, the greater the risk of leaking information, particularly concerning the coveted artifact. The space ring truly deserved the title of artifact. Preemptively considering defeat was crucial, survival was paramount. This principle formed the core of Lister's strategic planning, regardless of the outcome. Ensuring his safety and peace of mind was the top priority. He gazed at the sketch of Flower Town he had drawn, pondering for a long time before encircling the dairy farm. This would serve as the battlefield for the invisible dragon's invasion. He resolved to use the dairy cows as bait, gathering all the smoked grass to pile it up at the dairy farm, thereby attracting the attention of the invisible dragon. As for combat, it was futile to contemplate. No one could hope to contend with a dragon, let alone slay an invisible one. It was said that dragons possessed dragon breath, a unique magical substance capable of emitting flames, acids, and toxins, with half of a dragon's combat power deriving from this breath. Thus, the ground would be perilous. He needed to dig a tunnel to escape promptly from the invisible dragon's presence. Surely, a dragon would not dig up dirt like a mere human chasing after small worms. Furthermore, he likely would not be able to see the invisible dragon, nor would anyone in Flower Town. To ensure the dragon's true location was discernible, he should sprinkle flour across the dairy farm, so that the dragon's footsteps would leave tracks. But then again, did dragons even walk? Did they not fly? Lister tugged at his hair, pondering how he might detect an invisible dragon. But the more he thought, the more he found himself at a loss. In a fit of frustration, his fist struck the table with a resounding thud. The candle was knocked over by his powerful punch, and the wax spilled across the table, cascading onto the corner of a knight's novel. In an instant, the flames engulfed the pages of the tale of chivalry. Chapter 51. The Eye of Arcane Insight. After quite a tumultuous struggle, the flames were extinguished, yet the knightly tome had suffered a charred exterior. This book, titled The Chronicles of Sir Stephen the Vulture, resembled more of a historical account than a mere chivalric tale. It narrated the adventures of Sir Stephen, a knight who soared through the skies on his dragon-like beast, the Vulture, as he expanded the territories of the kingdom of Iron-Forge. Though the narrative was somewhat tedious, the details were remarkably thorough. Among the plethora of fabricated knightly stories, this one stood out as a refreshing stream. Lister had perused it thrice and was convinced that the tale bore a high degree of authenticity. Perhaps the Vulture family still existed within the realms of Iron-Forge. Alas, it was a fine book, and he lamented the loss, uncertain if he would procure another copy on his next visit to Tulip Castle. Cradling the singed novel, Lister felt a deep sense of regret. Good books were indeed hard to come by. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he noticed the burnt cover peeling away, revealing a glimmer of gold within, suggesting a hidden layer. With a flick of his finger, the cover crumbled away, exposing a shimmering golden hue. It truly was a hidden layer. Lister's despondency was swiftly replaced by exhilaration. This must be the fabled secret technique of fighting spirit. The task of collecting wheat worms by day and receiving rewards by night had unfolded seamlessly. As the cover was entirely stripped away, he discovered a palm-sized sheet of golden paper, not of ordinary paper, but a gold-crafted foil. Upon closer inspection, he found it embossed with countless minute inscriptions and an intricate diagram depicting the flow of human fighting spirit. Eye of Arcane Insight, Sir Stephen the Vulture. At the top of the gold sheet, a line of slightly larger serpentine script was inscribed. Indeed, it was a technique of fighting spirit, the Eye of Arcane Insight, a legacy of the Vulture lineage. It appeared that this novel was extraordinary, likely unique. The weight of this golden paper equaled that of a gold coin, suggesting it was not commonplace in every book. He shifted his gaze from the golden sheet to the bookshelf. Among these tomes, there was information about the incorporeal dragon and the Eye of Arcane Insight. Was there more yet to be discovered? To validate his hypothesis, he carefully cut the covers of each novel with a knife, but found no other hidden layers. Clearly, the technique of fighting spirit was encapsulated in this singular sheet. The description of Eye of Arcane Insight was intricate, involving a complex and meticulous flow of fighting spirit, far more elaborate than the ultimate secrets of fighting spirit manuals. It seemed rather challenging to learn. Lister considered his own aptitude for understanding. He had quickly mastered techniques like Fire Dragon Drill and Flame Wave, and was nearly proficient. He also intended to study archery under Marcus, favoring ranged attacks over melee combat. Should he postpone learning the Eye of Arcane Insight? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he read the concluding description on the golden sheet regarding Eye of Arcane Insight, which promptly dispelled any notions of delay. It stated, "The Eye of Arcane Insight allows one to perceive the flow of magical energy, rendering even the most formidable mage's invisibility spell ineffective." In an instant, he comprehended that this technique of fighting spirit was a crucial component of a chain quest, existing for the sake of the incorporeal dragon. It was indicating that mastering the Eye of Arcane Insight would enable him to see the incorporeal dragon. Thus, the path ahead for Lister became clear. He first experimented with the aroma of smoke grass, discovering its potent and pungent juice was even more intense when ignited. He ordered a batch of smoke grass to be harvested and dried, constructing a beacon at the dairy farm specifically to burn the grass to attract the incorporeal dragon. Beneath the beacon, he began excavating an underground passage for concealment. Surrounding the beacon, he planned to tether cows, applying the smoke grass juice on them before the dragon's arrival. On a nearby slope, he directed workers to dig another tunnel, camouflaging the entrance with an earthen bunker. His plan entailed hiding there, vigilantly monitoring the incorporeal dragon's approach. Upon sighting the dragon, he would signal his servant to ignite the smoke grass at the beacon, while the servant would retreat to the underground passage. He would then observe the dragon feast until it departed, after which he would scour the ground to see if it had dropped any gems. Standing atop the slope where the tunnel was being excavated, Lister continued to ponder, ensuring no detail was overlooked. If the task was indeed complete, the rewards would commence, implying that after he set the thornworms, the incorporeal dragon would venture to Flower Town. Was it the smoke task controlling the dragon, or merely a coincidence of the quest's guidance? Could he deploy the thornworms at any time, prompting the dragon's invasion of Flower Town? It was all rather enigmatic. For now, there were no answers. His objective was to diligently complete each smoke task, augmenting his strength. Lister, excavating from here to the patch of thorny woods, was no mere task. The significance of his actions remained elusive. Gortai directed the civilians to commence the excavation as per Lister's instructions. "You need not know, Master Gortai. This is not a matter of distrust, but rather a personal secret. Just ensure that on the day I notify you, all the farmers at the dairy farm relocate for a day." "Very well. Flower Town is your domain. Your wishes are unquestionable, and I shall comply." "That is agreeable. So, you truly intend to place the thorn worms in that patch of thorns? It is rather small and not an ideal location. I have my reasons." "Well, it matters little. After all, thornworms are merely inconsequential sprite insects, not detrimental to agricultural development. Every sprite insect possesses a unique function. We simply have yet to discover it. Perhaps someday, you will find that even thorns can yield magical potions." Haha, one can only hope. The project progressed fervently. No one comprehended Lister's motivations, yet none dared to resist. In Flower Town, Lister's whims, including acts of violence, faced little opposition. The tunnel was excavated day by day. He began practicing the Eye of Arcane Insight within the castle. This technique of fighting spirit was intricate, yet under his keen understanding, he swiftly grasped its essence. To put it plainly, it involved using one sight as a conduit, harmonizing his fighting spirit with the external magical energies. Magic was a wondrous force, perpetually radiating waves. He preferred to refer to this phenomenon as the radiation of magical energy. Receiving this radiation, using his eyes as radar, embodied the principle of the Eye of Arcane Insight, a non-combat technique. After 5 days of relentless study, Lister finally mastered the final technique of fighting spirit, enabling him to invoke the Eye of Arcane Insight for the first time. In that moment, gazing into the mirror at his own eyes, his sapphire blue pupils appeared to whirl, countless stars swirling within their depths, mysterious and profound, both eerie and beautiful. Surely, these eyes could enchant any young maiden. He turned his gaze to the window, where Marcus was instructing 4 squire knights in the art of fighting spirit. They had surpassed their prime years, yet with diligent practice, they still stood a chance of refining their abilities. At that moment, Marcus appeared as a figure of azure hue in his vision, while nearby, the earthy-hued silhouette of Dosen contended with a stone. The scene revealed by the Eye of Arcane Insight displayed Marcus with wind-type fighting spirit and Dosen with earth-type magic. Would this truly prove effective against the incorporeal dragon? Chapter 52. The ever-growing ambition, the consumption of energy by the Eye of Magic was rather substantial. List discovered that he could only sustain it for a mere 5 minutes. Any longer would deplete his energy and leave his eyes feeling strained. However, whenever his energy was fully expended, a warm aura would emanate from the blood stored at his waist, replenishing his lost vitality. The rubies produced by dragons harbored wondrous magical properties. When he focused the Eye of Magic, the ruby glowed with a crimson brilliance, swirling like a vortex. Drawing the blood sword, List felt invigorated. The time had come to prepare for dragon slaying. Galtier, what do you think the Baron means by excavating a tunnel here? Isaiah inquired, counting the copper coins to distribute to the serfs. List never compelled the serfs to work without compensation, always ensuring they received fair payment, which encouraged their eager participation in various construction projects. Driven by profit and bolstered by the Lord's authority, everything proceeded smoothly. To be honest, I'm utterly perplexed, Galtier replied, puffing on his pipe with an air of indifference. List had matured. He was no longer the timid youth of Tulip Castle. Often, Galtier found it challenging to comprehend List's thoughts, much less envision what he would transform Flower Town into. You didn't articulate it this way in your letter. You claimed Flower Town was thriving. If I hadn't said so, would you have come? Besides, isn't Flower Town indeed flourishing? At least we have seafood to eat every day, don't we? I concede that catching seafood is a remarkable achievement, and collecting manure is a significant endeavor. Yet, what are we doing today? Digging a tunnel beneath the farm? Are we hoarding hay? Galtier set down his pipe, shaking off the ash. Stop complaining. Blair never complains. That's why List always drinks an extra cup with him at dinner. That's because he has grown old. Seeking a noble patron to enjoy his twilight years without any ambition. You're not exactly young yourself. I'm uncertain, but you might converse with Marcus more. That fellow once yearned to be a noble more than anyone else. Yet he quickly pledged allegiance to List. Isaiah narrowed his eyes. I shall do so. As night fell, the distribution of wages commenced. Isaiah diligently checked the roster, assigning copper coins to the working serfs. Next, Alewa Dogshead. Sir, it's me. Alewa Dogshead exclaimed, rubbing his palms together, joyfully accepting the 2 copper coins handed to him by the clerk. I can buy 8 loaves of black bread. However, he had no intention of purchasing black bread. His wife had joined the oyster catchers, bringing home seafood daily. Aside from the share that went to the castle, they could indulge in their catch. Recently, the abundance of seafood made him feel invigorated, doubling his endurance at night. His wife praised his prowess, urging him to consume more seafood. He intended to have a 3rd child, hoping to earn more copper coins to eventually send his offspring to apprentice at the blacksmith shop. As the Lord had stated that serfs with skills would be highly valued. Praise the Lord, Alewa thought to himself as he tucked the coins away. He was fond of his current lord, for life was improving day by day. He no longer worried about hunger and could save copper coins. Yet, he pondered why the Lord was digging holes here. As a serf on the dairy farm responsible for caring for the cows, he had previously felt anxious, complaining to his wife that he might lose his job if the Lord no longer wished to keep cows. But after a stern reprimand from his wife, he quickly changed his perspective. If we don't keep cows, you can raise horses. If not horses, you can build roads. If not roads, you can grow corn. The Lord is incredibly generous, allowing the elderly, women, and children to work with ease and eat their fill. Dogshead, cease your complaints. You must have faith in the Lord. Alewa, obedient to his wife, swiftly adopted a new mindset. He believed that regardless of where the Lord dug, he was a great Lord. As for the purpose of the excavation, that was inconsequential. How could commoners fathom the thoughts of the nobility? Practicing the Eye of Magic and overseeing construction projects had become List's primary tasks in recent days. After several days of diligent effort, all preparations at the dairy farm were complete. The beacon was ready, the bunker camouflaged, and the passageway traversed multiple times without obstruction. The smoke-dried grass was harvested and stacked at the beacon, ready to be ignited at a moment's notice. The young cows were kept nearby, while the elderly cows, Old Flower and Old Black, were tethered at the edge of the beacon. List had also walked the path from the thorny forest to the bunker multiple times, ensuring that after placing the caterpillar fungus, he could swiftly reach the bunker. The bunker featured a U-shaped tunnel connecting to another refuge. Should the elusive dragon devour the cattle and grass and depart from Flower Town unexpectedly, he would immediately retreat through the U-shaped tunnel to the refuge and seal off the passage. The refuge had air holes connecting it to the outside world, stocked with ample provisions. It would at least guarantee his safety. Confronting a dragon was not a matter to be taken lightly. As List walked through the dairy farm, he conducted one last inspection of the project's quality. It was not a grand undertaking, so progress was swift and the quality was commendable, built to his specifications without any negligence. I have grown fond of this world, this era. He climbed the beacon, surveying the entire dairy farm. With a word from the Lord, everyone was compelled to labor. In the past, while managing a small team of 5 at the company, there were always dissenters. Here, no one dared question his authority, not even Galtier or Marcus. Power, for a man, is an irresistible desire. One who has never tasted power may not perceive its allure. Yet, once experienced, that allure becomes addictive and inescapable. The identity of the Baron of Flower Town was now inextricable from List. Simultaneously, the ambition brewing within him continued to flourish. Flower Town was still too small to satiate his yearning for greater power. Fortunately, ambition remained just that, ambition, while reason governed his thoughts, focusing on accumulating resources, fortifying defenses, and gradually pursuing his aspirations. Do nobles not have the same blood as commoners? Chapter 53. The invasion of the invisible dragon. In early June, the air was parched. The morning sun ascended, banishing the coolness and replacing it with a relentless heat that would endure throughout the day. Clad in black beast leather armor, with the jeweled weapon, the blood sword, hanging at his waist, List's sapphire eyes sparkled with vitality, his handsome visage adorned with a solemn expression. As Galtai arrived at the castle to receive orders, he momentarily lost himself in the sight of the Lord of Flower Town. Even the Count of Coral Island could not rival List's captivating noble aura at that moment. In terms of appearance, scoring a perfect 100 would see List earning a 99. The missing point was merely to prevent his pride from swelling. Handsomeness may not fill one's stomach, yet it certainly brings joy. Each morning, upon rising and gazing into the mirror, List would find himself in good spirits. His devoted servant, Thomas, meticulously smoothed out the creases in List's armor. For maintaining the noble's appearance was a primary duty of a personal attendant. Galtai, as per our established plan, we shall relocate the farmers from the dairy farm to other settlements and enforce a complete lockdown. No resident of the town is permitted to leave their home for any reason. The patrols will cease their rounds and await my command to lift the restrictions. Understood, List. I shall deliver the orders at once. Galtai turned and rode out. The townsfolk, perplexed by the Lord's decree, nevertheless obeyed instinctively, and soon, the entirety of Flower Town fell into an eerie silence, akin to the deep slumber of night, broken only by the occasional bark of a dog. Few could afford to keep dogs, thus the sound was inconsequential. As the sun continued its ascent in the east, List personally fitted the fire dragon horse with a bit, ensuring it made no sound. Mr. Carter, do you recall what I mentioned? Yes, indeed, Carter replied, his face etched with concern. My lord, is there danger in your undertaking? Somewhat, but I am fully prepared. There is no need for you to worry, Mr. Carter. Thomas hesitantly interjected. My lord, you should take me with you. Though I possess no remarkable skills, I can buy you some time in a perilous situation. I appreciate your willingness, Thomas, but it is unnecessary. With a flick of his whip, List urged the fire dragon horse forward, and it surged ahead like a streak of flame. The wind howled past his ears, and the hooves kicked up clouds of dust. The streets of the town were devoid of pedestrians. Clearly, they had heeded the orders and remained indoors. With a heart full of anticipation, List galloped toward the dairy farm. Donning a mask, he climbed the watchtower, intending to have a servant ignite the fire, yet opting to do it himself to minimize the risk of leaks. On the tower, 2 jars contained crushed smoke herb juice. Shielding his eyes from the sun, List surveyed the surroundings, and without hesitation, opened the jars, pouring the liquid onto the 2 cows below. The pungent odor spread rapidly, driving the cows into a frenzy as they struggled against their tethers, but they could only endure the torment. Even with a mask, List nearly retched from the stench but fought against the urge, quickly igniting the dried smoke herb, watching the flames rise. He leaped down and mounted the now restive fire dragon horse, steering it toward the thorny forest. Upon arrival, he tethered the horse and took a deep breath, suppressing the nausea. He scanned the area once more to ensure everything was secure before retrieving the jade box containing the thorn insects from his pocket. Plans depend on human effort, yet success lies in the hands of fate. This moment will determine everything. Opening the box, he addressed the plump thorn insects inside softly. "Come, little ones. Make yourselves at home." In a moment of understanding, the thorn insect crawled onto his hand, exuding its fungal spores, which fell into the low bushes, swiftly taking root. Concurrently, List hastily ducked into the underground passage, hurrying towards the bunker. Once inside, he forced himself to calm down, concentrating on invoking the smoke task. The smoke twisted momentarily, forming serpentine patterns. Task completed, the reward for the invasion of the invisible dragon was granted. Without waiting for a new task to be issued, he wiped away the smoke. Channeling his remaining energy, he employed the eye of magic to scan the heavens. The thick smoke billowing from the burning herbs danced gently in the breeze. Even within the bunker, he could detect the foul odor reminiscent of unwashed socks, inducing a persistent queasiness. Lacking a telescope, he relied solely on his vision. Below the watchtower, the two cows appeared to be choking on the smoke, foaming at the mouth, causing List great concern that they might perish before the invisible dragon's arrival. Seconds ticked by. As the duration of the Eye of Magic neared its limit, he still had not glimpsed any sign of the dragon. Logically, upon task completion, the reward should appear synchronously. Merely a matter of timing. So why had the invisible dragon not yet invaded Flower Town? Could there be a delay in the reward? If the information regarding the dragon was accurate, it should have been drawn to the smoke herbs sent by now. His eyes grew wearier, and just as he felt he could no longer maintain the technique, preparing to dissipate it, a faint silhouette caught his attention against the sunlit sky. Beside the plume of smoke, initially small and indistinct, it began to enlarge, ultimately forming a pale gray-white dragon shape. With enormous wings and a streamlined body, it circled around the smoke column, sending a jolt through List's heart. The invisible dragon. It truly was the invisible dragon. Gripping the blood sword tightly, he strained to summon the dwindling energy within him to sustain the Eye of Magic and observe the dragon. This was his first encounter with a dragon, the embodiment of the world's ultimate power, though he could only perceive the magic emanating from its form, rather than the dragon itself. He felt a surge of exhilaration. Just as described in the adventures of Griffin the Earth Ranger, the invisible dragon was not large. Compared to a thatched cottage, it was scarcely the size of a single room, and with its wings, only 2 or 3 rooms in total. Yet, the prideful demeanor it exuded radiated an imperious majesty. Even from a considerable distance, List could feel the tension in his body in response to the dragon's formidable presence. This was the awe of the dragon. Legends spoke of dragons instilling fear in all living creatures in their wake. It descended, following the smoke from the burning herbs. List's Eye of Magic faltered, his body unable to sustain the technique, and the form of the invisible dragon vanished without a trace. However, there was no doubt the information provided by the smoke task was accurate. The invisible dragon was indeed attracted to the scent of the smoke herb. Rubbing his sore, swollen eyes, List peered toward the watchtower, unable to see the dragon, but the commotion indicated that it was wreaking havoc on the smoke, scattering it everywhere. The cows lay prostrate on the ground, moaning pitifully, and soon, the watchtower itself began to collapse, flames roaring to life. A strange, piercing, and spine-chilling howl echoed through the flames. It was the voice of the invisible dragon. Chapter 54. An everlasting legacy with a mournful moo. The old cow collapsed into a pool of blood. Gripping the blood-red sword tightly, List peered through the bunker's window. Once more channeling the scant energy he had regained to cast the Eye of Magic, the world around him shifted beside the flames. An ethereal dragon composed of magical energy was ravenously tearing into the old cow. It had already devoured an entire black cow and was now savoring the old one, occasionally lifting its head to scan its surroundings, displaying remarkable vigilance. Its form bore an uncanny resemblance to the illustrations of dragons List had seen in books. It was a quintessential Western dragon, albeit slightly more slender. It possessed 4 limbs, and unlike birds, its wings remained unfurled while traversing the ground. The wings resembled those of a bat, with structures akin to arms, fingers splayed to support the entirety of its fleshy wings. When the fingers spread, the wings expanded. When they closed, the wings contracted. However, due to the arm-like structure of its wings, it could not fold them like a bird. They could bend, resembling the curvature of an elbow, with a finger-like protrusion resembling a hook or a scythe emerging from the palm bone within the wings. This intangible dragon utilized the hooks of its wings to slice through the cow's flesh and bones, while its small forelimbs seized the morsels, shoving them into its maw. Its tail was remarkably long, far exceeding the length depicted in typical dragon illustrations. Upon its head were not merely a pair or a single horn, but an entire row of them, both long and short. Legend has it that dragon horns symbolize power, and the staffs wielded by kings during grand ceremonies are often crafted from these very horns. However, through List's magical gaze, he discerned that the most potent magical energy emanated not from the dragon's horns or its heart, but from its teeth. Each dragon tooth radiated a distinct magical essence. Upon counting, he found a total of 42. In addition to 4 prominent fangs, the remaining teeth were also quite sharp. It is said that a dragon's soul resides within its teeth, and extracting the soul of a giant dragon to forge divine weaponry by infusing it into the teeth results in the creation of the most formidable arms. A fleeting impulse surged within List, a desire to slay the intangible dragon and extract its teeth. Of course, it was merely a thought. Finish your meal quickly and depart. List urged silently, dispersing the eye of magic to continue observing the dairy farm. The dragon consumed its meal at a leisurely pace, allowing him to replenish his magical energy and summon the smoke task to check for any new tasks he had previously overlooked. Task: the intangible dragon has appeared in Flower Town. Prepare its favorite smoked grass and beloved beef, and wait quietly for it to finish eating and leave. This is the only course of action available. Please avoid the intrusion of the intangible dragon. Reward: a gift from the intangible dragon. The necessary preparations had long been completed. This task was to be fulfilled effortlessly. A flicker of curiosity ignited within him as he pondered the nature of the dragon's gift. His mind was already leaning towards a conclusion. For the next half hour, List quietly observed the intangible dragon, utilizing the eye of magic when his energy was replenished, and relying on his naked eye when it was exhausted. Approximately half an hour later, the flames had long since extinguished, leaving only fragmented bones of the 2 cows. List noticed the alfalfa on the ground swaying in the breeze, and quickly resumed channeling his recovered energy, enduring the discomfort in his eyes to cast the eye of magic once more. Through his enhanced vision, he saw the intangible dragon ascend into the sky, soaring eastward toward the coastline beyond Flower Town, growing ever more distant until the eye of magic dissipated. It had departed. A tumult of emotions surged within List. There was a relief following the tension, a sense of loss for the beauty that had just vanished, anticipation for the forthcoming gift, and a sense of accomplishment for having thwarted a dragon's incursion. He remained in the bunker for nearly another half hour before employing the eye of magic to meticulously scan the area, confirming the absence of the intangible dragon. Pushing aside the camouflage of the bunker, he stepped outside. Under the scorching sun, he stretched languidly, reflecting on how his first intimate encounter with a dragon had concluded. He still did not know what kind of dragon the intangible dragon was, but he recognized that any dragon was an extraordinary being, especially one capable of invisibility. The term sacred hinted at the dragon's exceptional nature. Returning to the thorny forest, he briefly observed the thriving thorny fungus. As he untethered the fire dragon horse, he was struck by the realization that the mare was sullied with feces and urine, undoubtedly frightened to the point of losing control by the dragon's imposing presence. Fortunately, the saddle was clean. Mounting the fire dragon horse, he set off toward the dairy farm, but the mare stubbornly refused to approach the beacon tower. Even when List struck it with his whip, the dragon's might. No, the scent of the dragon could instill such fear. It was surprising that it still bore the lineage of a lowly magical beast like the fire horse. List, feeling exasperated, dismounted and proceeded on foot. He could not detect the lingering scent of the intangible dragon, as his nostrils were overwhelmed with the scent of unburned smoked grass. The other 8 cows from the dairy farm had vanished without a trace. He hoped they had not wandered deep into Thorny Ridge, lest they become prey to magical beasts. At the remnants of the beacon tower, List meticulously searched every inch of the ground, not overlooking a single spot. He even wielded a hoe to carefully turn the soil, both to seek the dragon's gift and to obliterate any traces of the dragon's presence. A common man is innocent, yet possessing something precious can be a crime. Caution was imperative. Eureka! Moments later, beneath a cow's bone, List uncovered what he sought, a transparent gemstone. It was not large, roughly the size of a fingernail, and dwarfed in comparison to the baby fist-sized ruby embedded in his blood-red sword. It lacked vibrant colors, resembling a diamond, crystal clear and irregularly shaped, with facets that refracted sunlight into radiant sparkles. For reasons unknown, List was reminded of an advertisement slogan, "Diamonds are forever, and a single gem endures through time." It was indeed an excellent material for crafting a ring, though he was uncertain of its authenticity. He did not immediately test it, but carefully stowed it away, continuing to search the ground in hopes of discovering a second gem. Unfortunately, after scouring every inch within a 50-meter radius of the dragon's footprints, he could not locate another. Undeterred, he activated the Eye of Magic once more, but still found nothing. Seeking respite, he entered a nearby thatched cottage to cool off and check for new tasks. Task: the tomatoes cultivated by John Diendon in Tomato Town are of superior quality, yield, and growth rate compared to those of neighboring farmers. As the Lord, how can one not uncover the reason? Reward: a sprite bug. Chapter 55. Exploring the gem space. The reason why John the tomato farmer's tomatoes are so large and splendid is quite simple. His garden is currently nurturing tomato worms. Upon reviewing the task details and the rewards offered, Lister arrived at this conclusion. He extended his left hand, cradling the gem of the incorporeal dragon within his palm. The gem shimmered with radiant light. After a moment of contemplation, Lister clenched his fist, securing the gem close to himself before departing from the farmer's abode. He mounted his fire dragon steed and left the dairy farm, having completed his business, erasing all traces of the incorporeal dragon. Shortly after, Butler Carter greeted him at the castle gates, expressing relief at his safe return. "Master, your safe return brings me peace," he sighed deeply. "There is no need for concern. What could possibly happen to me?" Lister nodded in acknowledgement. "Thomas, go to town and inform Master Goltai that the lockdown has been lifted, and let Flower Town return to its usual order. Mrs. Mosen, prepare my bathwater. I am in dire need of a refreshing wash after the exertions." "As you wish, my lord." The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and the castle became bustling with activity. Thomas rode into town to deliver the news, while Tom and the newly arrived male servant busied themselves tending to the horses and caring for Dorsey. The maidens were occupied with laundry, and the kitchen was abuzz with preparations for lunch. The presence of a single noble like Lister necessitated the constant labor of 15 servants to ensure his every comfort. Lister adhered to a peculiar principle regarding bathing. He would wash frequently, but never for more than 5 minutes. After donning his home attire, he retreated to his study and locked the door behind him. He extracted the gem of the incorporeal dragon, beginning his examination. From a mere visual perspective, it was impossible to discern the gem's mysteries. Activating his magical eye revealed only countless specks swirling within the gem's arcane whirlpool, apart from its distinct color. It bore no significant difference from the ruby on the red blood sword. Thus, how was it connected to the spatial ring? Or rather, how might he access the gem's internal space? Would it require a drop of blood to recognize its master, or the infusion of magical energy? The thought of self-harm for blood recognition filled Lister with trepidation, so he opted first to channel his fighting spirit into the gem. Upon contact, he felt a subtle connection akin to that formed with a spirit insect, rapidly establishing itself. The gem began to voraciously absorb his fighting spirit, consuming approximately 1/10 of it before ceasing its intake. The delicate connection had transformed into an invisible portal, following the sensation linked to his fighting spirit. Lister was astonished to discover a space of moderate dimensions. The area was irregularly spherical, devoid of any discernible orientation, with walls resembling an unknown structure, solid and impenetrable, without gaps. The overall expanse was approximately 5 meters in diameter, akin to a modest studio apartment. Lister's eyes were fixed upon the gleaming gem in his hand, while simultaneously, he perceived the space within his mind, a truly wondrous sensation. He noted that this state could persist as long as he maintained the supply of fighting spirit, allowing the magical energy sustaining the portal to endure, with minimal consumption, roughly equivalent to the natural recovery rate of his fighting spirit. He attempted to sever the supply of fighting spirit, and soon the portal to the space dissipated, along with the remarkable sensation in his mind. The spherical space vanished without a trace. Utilizing fighting spirit, or magical energy, To open the space consumed energy, and upon cutting the supply, the space promptly closed. The gem of the incorporeal dragon was indeed a spatial ring, perfectly sized for such a purpose. More critically, it required a continuous supply of magical energy, with the hand serving as the optimal conduit for delivering fighting spirit. However, Lister had no intention of embedding it into a ring, as that would be too ostentatious. For the time being, he preferred a pendant to hang close to his chest. A spatial ring is a priceless treasure, especially for high nobility, as it is invaluable for concealing secrets. Yet, for Lister, he currently had nothing of significance to store within this spatial ring. It was not an immediate necessity. Frankly speaking, if offered a grand spirit insect, he would not hesitate to exchange the spatial ring, for enhancing productivity outweighed even the finest of treasures. Nonetheless, further research was required. He reopened the spatial ring, attempting to store items within it. This task posed no challenge. After a brief exploration, he discerned the method of storage, enveloping with magical energy. With his left hand grasping the spatial ring and his right hand channeling fighting spirit to envelop a book intended for storage, he witnessed the book vanish from the table, appearing within the spatial ring. It seemed to move in accordance with his thoughts, allowing him to position the book anywhere within the space. Thus, he delightedly stored all the books from his study into the spatial ring, arranging them as if they were placed upon a shelf. The books remained motionless within the space, undisturbed in the slightest. Was this akin to a vacuum environment? He lit a candle and stored it within the ring, only to witness the astonishing sight of the candle maintaining its burning state, utterly still. He dispersed a portion of fighting spirit to manipulate the candle, guiding the flame toward a book. The fire flickered against the cover, yet it neither extinguished nor ignited the book itself. It appeared that once any material entered the space, it became utterly motionless. Was even the atomic movement suspended? Lister attempted to rationalize this scientifically, but soon relinquished the endeavor. While this world seemed to possess a scientific foundation, matters related to magical energy transcended the realms of science. There was little left to articulate regarding the spatial ring. With a thought, he retrieved the candle once more, and the flame resumed its flickering. After several experiments, Lister was convinced that the interior of the spatial ring was relatively static. He pondered what might occur if living creatures were stored within it. He wished to test this, but his fighting spirit had been nearly depleted. Opening the space consumed magical energy. Storing items required energy. Retrieving them also demanded energy. Given his current reserves as a land knight, he found himself somewhat constrained. At lunch, Goltai, Marcus, and others arrived. Master Goltai, has the order in town been restored? Lister inquired from the head of the table, slicing a piece of roasted meat, having adapted to the Western dining style. Goltai took a sip of beer. A mere morning-'s lockdown had no impact on the town. However, Lister, 2 cows have gone missing from the dairy farm. Yes, they inexplicably escaped from Thorn Ridge. It was utterly chaotic. The 2 elder cows were left as mere carcasses. Goltai clearly sought to inquire further, yet refrained from doing so, remembering Lister's prior admonition to avoid questions about the happenings at the dairy farm. Goltai shrugged. As you wish. Chapter 56. A bright future for Tomato Town. After finishing lunch, Lister said to Goltai, there is a farmer in Tomato Town named John the Pole, whose tomatoes are exceptionally large and fine. Come with me to see what interesting factors contribute to this. Goltai, intrigued, asked, how do you know this, Lister? By keen observation and listening to what others say, dear Goltai. A competent lord must remain well-informed about his territory and attentive to all aspects. Goltai, still puzzled as to how Lister was informed about matters in town that he himself was unaware of, wondered if perhaps Lister had arranged for surveillance. Recalling Lister's mysterious actions in the morning and the excavation of tunnels, he felt compelled to work diligently, realizing that every move he made was likely under Lister's scrutiny. This was not a favorable sign, as it suggested he might lose the Lord's trust at any moment. Lord, this is John the Pole, said the clerk, pointing at a simple farmer. John quickly knelt before Lister with his wife and 2 children. My lord, he greeted nervously, unsure of the reason for the Lord's visit. If it had been the previous tax collector, he would have been terrified, as encounters with nobles rarely bode well. However, since Lister's arrival in Flower Town, his reputation had been quite favorable, which eased John's anxiety. Indeed, the Lord of Flower Town smiled gently at him. Do not be nervous, John. I have heard that your tomatoes are the finest. Do you know why they are the best? I do not know, my lord, John replied, but this season, my tomatoes have been thriving, and the freemen in town prefer to buy from my family. Even Lady Abby from your castle praises my tomatoes as the best." John beamed with pride. There is no greater joy for peasants than receiving recognition from the castle. Lister, foregoing further inquiries, said directly, "In that case, take me to your tomato field." Following John, the group swiftly arrived at a vast expanse of tomato fields. Unlike wheat, which is cultivated in large tracts, tomatoes were planted in smaller, segmented plots. John's assigned tomato field was located in the very center of Tomato Town, clearly demonstrating superior growth compared to others. Of course, regardless of who tended the fields, they belonged to Lister. "My lord, this is my family's tomato field," John said, his eyes sparkling. "The town officials have taught us the methods of cultivation. I dig mud and collect manure daily to fertilize them, and they are thriving more than ever." The tomato plants were robust, showing no signs of harboring the dreaded spirit insects. However, Lister had his ways of discerning the truth. He swiftly employed his magical eye, scrutinizing the field, and soon identified a single tomato seedling with a faint green magical aura, unmistakably indicating the presence of spirit insects. "I believe I have discerned the situation," Lister said, withdrawing his magical eye and turning to Galtai. "This is a sign of spirit insect breeding. Dear Galtai, you have work to do. Protect John's tomato seedlings, especially this one, as it will become a spirit insect." "Oh my, is this true? A spirit insect is about to be born in our town?" Galtai exclaimed dramatically. "The glory of knighthood favors you, my lord. Flower Town is ascending," he assured Lister. "Rest assured, I will safeguard this precious little creature and ensure it can thrive in peace." Equally astonished, Marcus followed suit, praising, "In such a short span, 2 spirit insects are to be born. My lord, you are indeed favored by the glory of knighthood." He felt his loyalty to Lister was well placed. Various signs indicated that Lister was no ordinary noble. His demeanor, his thoughts, and his fortitude spoke volumes. Indeed, sometimes fortune outweighs mere strength. Lister smiled faintly. With the presence of a mysterious task, how could one not anticipate surprises? He maintained his calm, announcing gently, "The tomato spirit insect is about to be born, and its existence will herald a brighter future for Tomato Town. To reward John for his diligent care, I shall bestow upon him 1 narda." The fortunate farmer was astounded. Galtai, feeling a twinge of jealousy, noted that his daily wage of 10 copper coins would take him over 3 months to save for a single gold coin, provided he abstained from drink and meat. "Spirit insect? 1 narda? The Lord has rewarded me with 1 narda." John remained in a daze long after Lister and his entourage had departed, as if in a dream. He had cultivated tomatoes, and, in doing so, had seemingly grown a gold coin. It is known that a serf spends a year farming without even saving a single silver coin. He may never have encountered a narda in his lifetime, yet here he was, in possession of one. Daddy, let me see the narda." "Wow, I've never seen a narda," his 8-year-old son clamored, attempting to snatch the coin from his grasp. John snapped back to reality, clutching the coin tightly and glaring at his son. "Go away. This narda is not for you to touch." He turned to his wife, trembling with excitement. "Annie, look. A narda. The Lord has granted it to me. We are rich. We have a narda." Annie, equally trembling with emotion, exclaimed, "Oh my God, John, is this real? Am I not dreaming?" "You are not dreaming, nor am I. This is indeed true, bestowed upon me by the Lord himself. Annie, we are wealthy. Oh, haha. We are rich now." Their 4-year-old daughter cheered, clapping her hands in delight. "Daddy, let me see the narda." Their son persisted, still reaching for the coin. John ignored his son, lost in joyful reverie with his wife. Thank God, and thank the glory of knighthood that favors our Lord. With him, Flower Town will prosper more and more. Annie cradled the narda in her palm, examining it closely, her otherwise plain face softened with joy. "John, we can use this narda to obtain our freedom." "Obtain freedom?" John shook his head. "I do not wish to do that." "Why not? Did you not always want to be a free man, to leave Flower Town for another place?" "That was because in Flower Town we could never fill our stomachs. But Annie, look at us now. We have seafood, very affordable seafood. A single copper coin can buy a whole heap of clams. Look at Carl and Lucy. They are growing plump. The ability to eat well in Flower Town is a blessing from our Lord, and this narda is also a gift from him." He spoke with fervent conviction. "I believe our Lord will make Flower Town ever better. I want to farm for him for the rest of my life. Annie, will you support me?" "Of course, my dear. I fondly remember the soft, sweet white bread we had on our wedding anniversary," she replied. Their youngest daughter clapped with glee. Oh, oh, we are having white bread for dinner. Meanwhile, their eldest son lamented, Mommy, please let me see the Narda. Mommy. Chapter 57. The selection of young knights. The task is completed, and the reward is a tomato sprite bug. The mission: the territory lacks knightly guardians. Perpetually teetering on the brink of danger. 4 squire knights have proven ineffective, yet many promising youths await discovery. The bounty of seafood has provided nourishment, thus, suitable young candidates must be selected for knightly training. The reward: an unhatched beastly bird egg. The serpentine smoke slowly dissipated. An unhatched beastly bird egg, you say? This suggests I am to receive yet another flying creature. List glanced at the creature sprawled at his feet, panting like a dog to cool off. Dowson. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in his mind. With a yellow dog tethered to one side and a soaring eagle on the other, the old man would revel in youthful exuberance. Although lacking the great hound and the eagle, he possessed a more formidable beast. The earthquake dog, Dowson, had already been trained to respond instinctively. At a mere command from List, it would pounce, bite, sit, lie down, leap, and climb. In comparison to training a dog, Dowson was a far superior subject due to its intelligence. However, the earthquake dog had yet to successfully unleash its magical rock spikes. While I am adept at dog training, I am inexperienced in falconry. As for the soon-to-be pet beastly bird, I ponder its intelligence and ease of training. Should taming prove impossible, it may have to be roasted for dinner. As these thoughts crossed his mind, List unconsciously licked his lips. In Flower Town, poultry was scarce, primarily limited to egg layers, making it difficult to procure even a single chicken, let alone the rarer duck or goose. My mouth truly craves a taste of bird. Thorny Ridge, however, teemed with wild game. Marcus, a skilled archer, could easily shoot down a few birds, yet his proud disposition and aspiration for nobility deterred him from becoming a mere hunter. For nobles, hunting is a pastime. For him, it would be a degradation of status. This bizarre perspective was perplexing to List, yet for someone like Marcus, it represented a life's ambition. Thus, List felt hesitant to command Marcus to casually hunt a few birds to satisfy his cravings. Initially, I had not intended to establish a knightly squad so swiftly. Presently, the number of subjects is too few to select many exceptional candidates. However, since the task has been assigned, let us proceed. There should be a few hundred eligible youths between the ages of 10 and 16 in the town. I shall select 12 to form a small team. A knightly squad consists of 12 members, 1 captain, 1 vice-captain, and 10 members. Great nobles establish their own knight academies, selecting children from a young age for rigorous training, weeding out the unqualified, until only those worthy remain to serve as the Lord's vassal knights and join the knightly order. Marcus is one such knight, having been sent to the Knight Academy by his father at a young age. Many sons of barons and lords also train at knight academies, including List, who has attended one himself. Flower Town lacks such resources. We can only choose a handful of healthy youths to cultivate a makeshift knightly squad. A skilled woman cannot cook without rice. List felt helpless, but resolved to muddle through until he completed the smoke-related task. My lord, you wish to select new vassal knights and form a knightly squad? Upon learning of List's intentions at the banquet, Thomas was instantly invigorated. With the abundance of food in Flower Town, we need not be frugal. The patrol team is unreliable, consisting merely of ordinary folk. Carl and his companions have yet to cultivate their fighting spirit. Thus I require new strength to safeguard the security of Flower Town. Winter is but 6 months away. List remarked, winking. In truth, I will inevitably take action against Thorny Ridge. They are an impediment to the development of Flower Town. Marcus, I entrust you with the selection and training of the knightly squad. The Count has not delineated boundaries for the town, thus he may choose to annex Thorny Ridge. Thomas immediately performed the knightly salute, earnestly stating, rest assured, my lord, Marcus will certainly select qualified candidates for the knightly reserve and train them to proficiency. I will ensure that teacher Galtier collaborates fully with you to achieve outstanding training, Marcus. As you wish, my lord. As Marcus departed the castle, he held his head high, embodying the essence of an elite Earth Knight without reservation. Since his arrival in Flower Town, he has felt unfulfilled, with little to occupy his days beyond safeguarding List and training Carl and the other 4 squire knights. He had witnessed List's wisdom and fortune, understood his ambition and vision, and resolved to serve, biding his time to achieve greatness. Having also glimpsed the wealth of the ocean as described by List, his conviction only deepened. Yet, throughout, he felt somewhat awkward, uncertain of his role within the town. For several years, List would not enter battle without knights. How could he face the battlefield alone? He yearned to eradicate Thorny Ridge, but as a single Earth Knight, he could not accomplish it. There lingered a sense of regret for his inability to serve his country. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. List's decision to form a knightly squad marked the first step toward achieving his ambitions. He longed to select the most suitable vassal knights immediately, train them for combat, and swiftly cleanse Thorny Ridge. When the Grand Duchy reignites its wartime fervor, he would be ready to engage. That evening, he obtained the population census from Galtier concerning Flower Town. He selected all youths aged 10 to 16, dispatching 4 squire knights the following day to retrieve these youths from their homes. Under the scorching sun, a total of 233 boys of varying heights and builds stood upright, chests puffed out, earnestly awaiting their fate. Their eyes reflected a complex tapestry of desire, anxiety, concern, fear, and hope, for they had been informed that the Lord intended to select vassal knights. They understood the significance of being chosen as vassal knights. Even if they did not fully grasp it, their parents and neighbors had elucidated its meaning. Vassal knights are divided into 2 categories. One type includes those like Carl the Hammer and Rum the Barrel, primarily serving as vassal knights, bonded as serfs to nobles, tasked with accompanying them in their travels and supporting them in battle by carrying equipment, washing clothes, and cooking. The other type consists of knights like Marcus, primarily free citizens, whose main duty is combat. Essentially, vassal knights serve as the nobility's reserve, a prerequisite for acceptance. Even a serf, once chosen as a vassal knight and having proven their worth, could regain their freedom and, upon further accomplishments, even attain noble titles, even if they achieved little recognition. Serving alongside nobles ensured a life free from want, with the ability to save money and support their families. Thus, the youth stood tall, striving to present themselves as exemplary candidates, hopeful to be selected as vassal knights. They understood this was a chance to alter their destinies, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Marcus, mounted on a yellow-gray steed, surveyed the youthful candidates before him, recognizing his own reflection in many of them. Years ago, he too had undergone a similar selection, chosen by the knight captain of the noble. Of course, at that time, he had already spent 2 years studying at the Knight Academy. The youths before him, however, had no foundational training whatsoever. Chapter 58. The Art of Magic. Through violence, Lester refrained from interrupting Marcus during the selection process, as he was more inclined to orchestrate a drill for the new recruits, marching in formation. However, the presence of magic and fighting spirit rendered individual strength exponentially amplified, a reality that discipline alone could not compensate for. An elite ground knight like Marcus could easily vanquish 100 ordinary squire knights. Even Lester, a novice ground knight himself, could overpower 20 to 30 ordinary squires, provided his fighting spirit was sufficiently abundant. The common squires would be unable to approach him and would have to exhaust his energy first. Having served as an instructor at the Knight Academy, Marcus possessed his own methodology for training novice knights. Therefore, in the sweltering heat, Lester chose to remain within the castle, focusing on training his canine companion, Dowson. "Sit, Dowson." The now large dog immediately obeyed, panting and gazing up at Lester. Lester tossed a small piece of jerky and affectionately ruffled Dowson's head. Activating his magical eye, he observed that Dowson's internal magic had become quite abundant. Theoretically, Dowson's magical potential was impressive, being well fed and cared for in the castle. It had developed to the point of being able to cast spells. Unfortunately, lacking guidance from an adult earth dog, it likely did not comprehend how to control its internal magic. Should he assist it in this endeavor? With the magical eye providing insight, Lester was confident in his ability to guide Dowson's magical outpouring. Yet, concerns lingered. What if he inadvertently harmed Dowson in the process? After a moment's hesitation, he resolved he would not guide it. If the magic accumulated excessively without release, Dowson could suffer the same fate. Rather than that, it was better to teach it magic early on. Even if it perished, it would not waste much food, and more importantly, the bond was not yet profound. He had grown cautious about forming attachments with pets. Human suffering often stems from emotional investments, and the adult mind recognizes the necessity of limiting losses. "Come here, Dowson." He beckoned, and the dog eagerly approached, tail wagging. Woof woof. In truth, the earth dog resembled an oversized mutt. its behavior and disposition akin to that of a common dog. Perhaps this was the reason for its name, more volatile than a standard earth dog. Now, I shall teach you magic. Lester soothed the excited canine, urging it to calm as he continued to monitor the flow of magic within it. Magic and fighting spirit are both forms of magical energy. The distinction lies in the fact that magic is derived from external sources by mages, while fighting spirit is cultivated internally by knights. Thus, mages can manipulate various elemental magics, casting fireballs one moment and conjuring water arrows the next. Knights are limited to the properties of their own fighting spirit. As for magical beasts, their magic is half self-derived and half absorbed from the environment, enabling them to recover far more swiftly than human mages or knights. When it comes to casting magic, mages merely need to arrange the elements in the air, whereas knights must utilize their weapons to channel their fighting spirit and prevent its dissipation into the atmosphere. Typically, knights release their fighting spirit through their hands. But Lester pondered, which part of Dowson's body would be suitable for casting magic? Its front paws? That seemed implausible. After all, dogs walk on their paws, and knights do not release fighting spirit through their feet. Suddenly, he recalled the wind-blade wolves he encountered upon arriving at Thornhill. They unleashed their magic through their mouths. Judging from the anatomical structure of animals, the mouth appeared to be the most appropriate location for magic release. Thus, he decided to direct Dowson's magic into its mouth to break the constraints. It should pose no challenge. Recalling his previous, somewhat foolish self, he had encountered no difficulties when first releasing fighting spirit. With this thought in mind, he proceeded to do just that, holding Dowson steady while channeling his fighting spirit to guide the magic within. Woof! Dowson writhed as if scorched by fire, yet being merely a few months old, it could not escape the hold of a ground knight. It could only endure the baptism of Lester's fighting spirit, the burning, explosive essence akin to a sauna at several hundred degrees. Its eyes reddened, and its body temperature soared, steam rising around it. In hindsight, he realized his fighting spirit was of the fire attribute, which might not be the best choice for guidance. But the deed was done, and its success or failure hinged on this moment. With a sudden exertion, he called out, "Dowson, unleash your magic." Boom. The magical eye revealed that Dowson's internal magic had concentrated at its mouth under Lester's guidance, culminating in a resounding explosion as magic burst forth from a specific point, reminiscent of a water-filled balloon being punctured. What followed was a moment of miraculous revelation. From the adjacent lawn, 3 massive rock spikes resembling giant bamboo shoots erupted, each as thick as an adult's thigh and extending at least a meter in length, their tips sharp as needles. Splendid. Lester laughed heartily. Well done, Dowson. You've learned magic. His heart swelled with pride as he surveyed the rock spikes. This magical attack was undoubtedly a formidable ambush. He envisioned the scene, a loud cry of Dowson, "Unleash your magic," and the spikes would invade their target. It would be a sight to behold. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from behind. His personal servant, "Thomas, my lord. It seems Dowson is injured." Lester then noticed that Dowson lay dejectedly on the ground, blood trickling from its mouth, which appeared mangled as if an explosion had occurred. Thankfully, upon inspection, he found that Dowson had only sustained superficial injuries from the magic's backlash, with no harm done to bones or tendons. Its lethargy was primarily due to the excessive release of magic, leaving it drained. With the situation clarified, Lester felt relieved. He turned to Thomas and said, "This is the peril that magic entails. The reason why the number of those enigmatic mages is scarce and often unappreciated lies in the inherent dangers of their magical experiments. Explosions lurk at every turn. They lack an understanding of scientific principles while attempting to manipulate the rules." Thomas, perplexed, asked, "My lord, have you ever encountered a mage?" "No." "Then you are truly remarkable. You have never seen a mage, yet have taught Dowson magic." "Praise be to you, my lord," Thomas exclaimed, his tone filled with awe, like a fervent devotee. Lester smiled faintly. Such trivial matters hardly warranted mention. He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. "Thomas, take good care of Dowson. Dress its wounds. And remember to mash its food before feeding." "Of course, my lord." Chapter 59, The Ultimate Secret, the Blazing Fire/I am, after all, a person well-versed in the sciences. Experimentation, frequent and rigorous, is the cornerstone of scientific inquiry. Just as he had effortlessly discerned the state of motion and stillness of the spatial ring, capable of containing ordinary objects but not living beings. For the ring would instantly extinguish their souls. LSD's belief was that the soul, too, is a form of material motion, Once stilled, it perishes. He repeatedly engaged in the act of storing and retrieving items, testing the consumption of magical energy. His days were filled with industriousness, a life brimming with purpose. However, as the following 2 days unfolded, a sense of tedium began to creep in. The spirit bugs had all been properly settled, requiring no further concern from him. Agriculture and fisheries flourished, equally self-sustaining. Road construction progressed steadily, albeit slowly, and the foundations for the houses in the coastal town began to be excavated. The candidates for the knightly squad were undergoing trials under Marcus's scrutiny, a matter in which he felt no need to intervene. He found himself wholly ensnared in a monotonous existence akin to that of many nobles, reduced to seeking trivial pursuits to stave off boredom. Had he been nearer to the city, he might have hosted balls, banquets, or hunting expeditions to expand his noble connections. Yet, the secluded nature of Flower Town restricted him to a mere 4 dining companions, making it impractical to prepare feasts for them on a daily basis. Thus, Lysd resolved to seek out new undertakings. He intended to preemptively conquer Thorn Ridge. This formidable barrier posed the greatest challenge to Flower Town, and its passage was essential for communication with Coral City. Otherwise, he would be groping in the dark. Lysd, with the clarity of a modern mind, understood the significance of information exchange. Maritime trade routes traversed numerous islands, with each voyage taking no less than 3 months. Missing this opportunity would delay the development of Flower Town by another 3 months. Although time was not pressing for him, Lysd was adamant about not wasting it. The magical beasts remained a formidable adversary, primarily due to their propensity for ambush within the forest. However, if I were to clear the trees of Thorn Ridge, could the beasts still contend with Marcus in the open fields? Moreover, I am not without my own defenses, even if I were vegetarian. The blood sword in my grasp craves the taste of blood. This exquisite gem-encrusted weapon would undoubtedly provide substantial assistance against lower-tier magical beasts. While it may not slice through the finest of hairs, the embedded rubies, resonating with magic and fighting spirit, would at the very least double Lysd's combat prowess. With a metallic clang, he unsheathed the blood sword, gripping it firmly with both hands, a 2-handed sword well suited for mounted combat. The silver blade gleamed brilliantly. The heart of the fire dragon. He concentrated his attack in a singular direction, ensuring no harm befell himself. Sheathing his sword, he stood tall. The flames in the air dissipated, restoring tranquility, save for the lingering warmth that attested to his prior display of power. He exhaled softly. Had a wind-blade wolf been before him, it would have met its demise with that strike. Having mastered the fire dragon technique, he was no longer a novice earth knight. He possessed combat strength, albeit lacking in practical experience. He resolved to delve deeper into the flame wave technique, a combat skill suitable for knights in charge, necessitating harmony with one's steed. 3 of his squire knights had accompanied Marcus for the selection of the knight squad, leaving only Grey Scythe by his side. Grey, carry my knight's spear. I must practice my lance work. Of course, my lord. Upon arriving at the riding grounds, a vast expanse of verdant alfalfa stretched before him, particularly lush near the location of the alfalfa bugs. This pasture was claimed by the Lee Dragon horses, with other steeds wary to graze there. Occasionally, the fire dragon horses would sneak in for a nibble, but upon being discovered by the Lee Dragon horses, they would face a fierce attack. The Lee Dragon horses, not yet in heat, were indiscriminate in their aggression, regardless of the gender of the intruder. Never mind. You may attend to your duties. Very well, my lord. Lysd whistled sharply, and in an instant, a pure black steed galloped forth. A Lee Dragon horse imbued with the essence of dragons. Standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, it towered over Lysd. Mounting such a magnificent creature required a leap. Riding such a noble steed commanded respect. Without reins, saddles, or stirrups, the Lee Dragon horse's spirit would not tolerate constraints. Lysd made no effort to impose. With the physique of an earth knight, his equestrian skills had reached new heights. With masterful horsemanship, he could achieve unity with the horse without reliance on saddlery. Lee Dragon, let us work in harmony. As he stroked the horse's neck, Lysd accepted the knight's lance handed to him by Grey, nearly 3 meters in length. It demanded immense strength to wield. Forged from high-quality steel, the squire knights maintained its gleaming surface with daily oiling. With a snort, the Lee Dragon horse seemed to assert its might, rearing up on its hind legs, silhouetted against the sun as it neighed. Lysd rode forth, galloping across the training grounds. executing swift turns, sudden stops, and graceful leaps, all while maintaining control of the horse and seamlessly unleashing the flame wave technique. The knight's lance, too lengthy for single-handed use, became a formidable extension of his will, each movement resonating with tremendous force. Blazing fire slash. The battle cry surged through LYSD, infusing his lance with spiraling energy. As the lead dragon horse leaped with wild abandon, the air ignited with fighting spirit, and the lance appeared to burst into flames. With a sweeping strike from the elevated mount, torrents of red and yellow flames cascaded down, scorching the alfalfa to ashes upon contact. As the lead dragon horse landed and steadied itself, LYSD plunged the lance into the ground at an angle, calming the tumultuous energy within. This blazing fire slash represented the pinnacle of the flame wave technique. It consumed vast reserves of energy, but could obliterate numerous foes in a single sweep during a charge. The lead dragon horse's considerable strength, rapid speed, and fierce temperament allowed for the technique to reach its utmost efficacy, a feat unattainable when paired with the fire dragon horse. Alas, you are destined to become a premier breeding stallion. I cannot take you into battle. Certainly, I am unlikely to engage directly in combat myself. Dismounting, he patted the lead dragon horse's flank, allowing it to graze, then whistled again to summon the fire dragon horse. Riding the fire dragon horse, he made his way towards the castle. Gray, go fetch Master Galtai. As you wish, my lord. Moments later, Galtai arrived at the castle. LYSD, what brings you here? I plan to fell the trees of Thorn Ridge to reduce the habitat of magical beasts and clear a path for the development of Flower Town, LYSD declared with vigor. Galtai frowned. Felling trees inevitably draws the attention of magical beasts. Is this not too perilous? With Marcus and myself personally overseeing the operation. As long as we do not encounter large numbers of magical beasts, the risk remains minimal, especially given that the battle will occur in open terrain. Moreover, magical beasts are not frequently found in Thorn Ridge. My intention is not to clear every tree, merely to remove those lining the road. We shall first clear a portion, gradually compressing the beast's living space, and once preparations are complete, we will strike decisively. This encapsulates LYSD's plan. Chapter 60. Galtai's psychological struggle list's actions became increasingly frenetic. There was scarcely a moment of respite throughout the day. Isaiah, I haven't slept well for a week, Galtai lamented, vigorously fanning himself with a thick sheet of paper in the administrative building of the small town. I initially believed that coming to Flower Town would offer a leisurely occupation, but it has rendered me utterly exhausted. It was evident that the lackadaisical officials were not the kind of subordinates List anticipated. Isaiah, counting the quarter's tax revenues with his head bowed, remarked, Galtai, you ought to engage in diligent pursuits. A life of ease will erode a knight's spirit. Clearly, you have grown fond of life in Flower Town, much like Blair. I recall your incessant complaints upon your arrival. Indeed, the initial disappointment was palpable. It was desolate and rudimentary, with scarcely a soul in sight. As Isaiah moved his stiff fingers to calculate, he had grown accustomed to the place, finding an unprecedented vibrancy in Flower Town. I spoke with Marcus. He mentioned that List is an extraordinary noble. Indeed, he is unique, Galtai conceded with an open palm. Thus, I believe that Marcus's aspirations to join the nobility rest with List, and perhaps my hope of revitalizing my family lineage lies here as well. You seem earnest, Isaiah observed. You cannot continue in idleness. For the sake of my foolish son, I must rally myself. Very well, I must indeed gather my resolve. I shall inspect the progress of the oyster farm's construction. The entire town is short on labor, and I need to devise a plan to organize a lumberjack crew. This was to be a two-story building, originally intended as the residence of the tax knight, a castle where only the lord could reside, and even when unoccupied. It was typically inaccessible to the common folk. Galtai's hand wandered inappropriately, brushing against the maiden's form. The work is never-ending, yet life must carry on. The maiden blushed, surely. If you neglect your duties, the Lord will not take kindly to it. I am List's mentor, the town's administrator. I have the right to grant myself a half-day's reprieve. Galtai murmured, Freya, I miss you. My mind is elsewhere. With that, he embraced Freya, kissing her cheek and gently guiding her towards the bedroom. Freya quickly extricated herself, flustered, My lord, it is still daylight. What of the day? I have indulged in too many oysters lately. The nights are far too short. Galtai selectively forgot that each evening, he could only muster the strength for a single encounter, lasting no more than 30 seconds. Freya, somewhat flustered, sought to change the subject. You appear troubled. Is it about the advisor's position? Of course, I am troubled. He is the Lord, entitled to command my labor, tirelessly from dawn till dusk. Yet, I have been in Flower Town for 3 months and still have not secured the advisor's role. Damn it, who else could possibly fulfill that position? Goltai struck the wall with a fist, his tone laced with indignation. I somewhat regret coming to Flower Town. Freya's expression shifted. My lord, do you intend to leave? Not yet, Freya. It is you who has kept me here, reluctant to depart. Goltai drew Freya close once more, kissing her tenderly. Freya pushed him away with force. Goltai's expression darkened. Freya, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? His countenance shifted dramatically. I am with child. Her gentle declaration left Goltai momentarily speechless, and after a prolonged pause, he finally stammered, You are with child? Yes, Freya replied, caressing her flat stomach, feeling a robust little heartbeat within. As she spoke, she suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Never had she envisioned such a day would arrive. Oh heavens, Freya. I am overwhelmed. Forgive me. I do not know how to confront this news, Goltai stuttered. A free man? Goltai succumbed to hesitation and inner turmoil, while Freya simply smiled at him. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, finally reaching a resolution. Forgive me, Freya, I have disappointed you. Freya's smile dimmed swiftly. Yet, Goltai's next words rekindled her joy. I was just hesitant. That should not be. I promise you, I will not, at least for now, leave Flower Town. I wish to witness our child's birth and to tell him his father's name, Goltai masked. I believe I know what must be done. I have struggled to integrate into Flower Town. Goltai embraced Freya, his warmth devoid of lust. For I am already a noble, accustomed to indulgence rather than struggle. I have complained about List not granting me the advisor role while failing to exert myself. But now, I must labor diligently to reclaim noble glory for our child. Is this true, my lord? Freya's eyes widened. Indeed, I assure you, by my knightly honor. After a moment of tenderness, Goltai extricated himself from the embrace, donned his flak abbey attire, and strode purposefully from the house, genuinely heading to inspect the construction at the oyster farm. That night, a small banquet was once again hosted at the castle. Before the meal commenced, Marcus, Blair, and Isaiah engaged in casual conversation, while in the study, Goltai reported on the progress of his tasks to List. The main road from Thornridge to the town is now half complete. There is an ample supply of sand. Yet the stones are insufficient. I have begun to draft strong serfs to form a lumberjack crew, and I will also shatter the stones from Thornridge to transport for road construction. If the stone supply from Thornridge is sufficient, we can also pave the sandy paths between the farms with crushed stone. An excellent plan. Proceed accordingly, Master Goltai. List nodded in satisfaction. Not only was he pleased with the plan, but also with Goltai's attitude. Previously, at every banquet, Goltai merely came to partake in food and drink, exchanging pleasantries without initiating discussions about work. Today, however, he unexpectedly took the initiative to report on his progress. As Lord, List certainly preferred proactive subordinates over those who merely sought to indulge in the feast. Chapter 61. Boiled peanuts and hops is tonight's staple food. Peanuts? Marcus skillfully shelled the peanuts. While wheat is undoubtedly the primary choice for sustenance, its yield is generally low, thus necessitating the inclusion of peanuts and peas to fill the gap. How do they taste? List inquired, as there were no boiled peanuts before him. Not particularly fond of boiled peanuts, the castle's mistress, Chef Abby, had prepared oatmeal for him instead. The others, however, were not so fortunate. They're tender and just right, albeit somewhat bland, Golta remarked. Boiled peanuts always taste like this. They're delightful on occasion to refresh the palate, but one tires of them with frequency. Yet, tonight's peanuts are notably larger than usual. Have you noticed? Marcus realized. So the peanut harvest was fruitful? This is the first batch, from the area near the peanut cordyceps. The yield is 30% greater than usual, and the cultivation period has been reduced by a month. The castle will not lack peanuts this year. I believe Mrs. Abby should take the time to prepare more peanut butter to spread on bread, filling the air with its delightful aroma throughout the day. The only gourmand in Flower Town is none other than Golta, the noble knight who is ever eloquent about food and drink. List smiled slightly. Wouldn't it be splendid if paired with gin? Oh, List, you truly understand me, haha. Golta replied. To be honest, I do not wish to hear such news. My heavens, this cannot be true, can it? The steward Carter, attending to the banquet, answered on behalf of Golta. As the weather grows warmer, beer consumption has surged, and with no caravans in transit, we are unable to produce hop beer ourselves. Were it not for the arrival of the Earl's caravan, which brought many barrels of beer, the castle would now be devoid of even sour beer. Golta grimaced. I believe we ought to construct a dock to purchase hops directly from Viscount Trick. Regrettably, the eastern coast of Flower Town consists solely of flat sandy beaches, devoid of a deep water port suitable for constructing a dock. Regarding Viscount Trick, a follower of the Earl of Coral Island, whose full name is Trick Reed, he possesses a small island known as Beer Island. This island is home to a magnificent castle, Beer Castle. The Reed family's beer, made with hops, is popular across several large islands. Beer is the most common beverage in the Grand Duchy, categorized into two types, those brewed with hops and those without. Hops, a variety of reed, play a significant role in imparting a refreshing aroma, bitterness, and preservative qualities to beer, creating excellent foam and aiding in the clarification of wort. The robust hop flavor balances the natural sweetness of the malt and stimulates the appetite. Beer lacking hops quickly turns sour and becomes unpalatable. All hop-infused beers on Coral Island are brewed by the Reed family, and it is through this industry that they have amassed wealth to construct the famed Beer Castle. With the dock no longer a possibility, I am determined to fully open the Thorn Ridge Road. Only then can caravans enter Flower Town. At present, there are no tax knights to safeguard the caravan's movements. List remarked, glancing at Marcus. Master Marcus, has the selection of the knight squad not concluded? Marcus set down the boiled peanuts, stating, tomorrow is the final selection date. I have preliminary candidates in mind, but regrettably, their physical condition remains inadequate. Only 2 meet the admission standards of the Knight Academy. Perhaps due to insufficient nourishment, the Knight squad will be supported by the castle, and I believe their physical condition will greatly improve. Well then, I shall not concern myself with provisions and shall focus solely on training, List replied. They must master their fighting spirit promptly. Flower Town ought not be limited to merely 5 knights with fighting spirit, as there will be many future dependencies on the knights. To List's surprise, he encountered the lumberjack team the very next day. He had anticipated that Golta would require at least 2 or 3 days to finalize the selection of robust serfs, yet today brought an unexpected development. Golta rode at the forefront, personally leading the lumberjack team, gathering them on the main road outside the castle. There were a total of 30 robust serfs, but only half possessed either a new or old axe, and the team had only 2 saws, borrowed from the carpenter's son. Iron tools were hard to come by. Metal was controlled by nations with dragons, making it exceedingly difficult to procure. In Flower Town, many serfs utilized wooden, stone, and bone tools for labor. Contrary to the orderly and solemn image one might envision, the strong serfs wore expressions of deep unease. The Lord had commanded them to chop wood in Thorn Ridge. A perilous task, for should they encounter a beast, their wives might have to remarry. Golta, did you not inform them that I would send guards to protect them? Of course I did, yet they remain apprehensive. List understood. Words can be feeble. Just then, a group chanting slogans rushed toward the castle from the stables, accompanied by 4 knights supervising, with Marcus leading the way. Sir, Marcus dismounted and bowed to List. Why only 30? They will guard the lumberjack team. Based on their performance today, I will make my final selections for the squad, Marcus explained. Their physiques are comparable, and their wits are not lacking. Now, it is the final criterion. Courage, for a knight cannot lack courage. Golta remarked. List, will you not say a few words before we depart? List nodded, knowing he should offer some words of encouragement. He mounted his black dragon steed, the dark beast's leather armor enhancing his gallant demeanor, and slowly approached the 2 groups. With a serious expression, List scanned each individual in the ranks before speaking aloud. Subjects, I am your lord, List Tulip. Pausing, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The art of oration had not yet become second nature to him. After a moment's reflection, he decided to forego a lengthy, impassioned speech, instead stating firmly, Today, you shall fell the trees of Thorn Ridge for me, clearing the path between the town and the outside world, and I shall ensure your safety. Words fell short. Facing the still anxious serfs, he simply flicked his whip lightly, causing the dragon's steed to rear and let out a mighty neigh. As the hooves struck the ground, List surged forward, leading the charge. Let us depart. Chapter 62. The battle between monkeys and birds. Stand tall and muster your courage. Marcus's thunderous voice echoed through the woodlands at the edge of Thorn Ridge, his whip cracking occasionally with a sharp snap. 30 young lads, armed with wooden sticks, nervously patrolled every nook and cranny of the forest. They could hear the calls of various birds and beasts deep within the woods, perhaps mingled with the roars of magical creatures. For these boys, raised amidst fearful tales of such beasts, even a moment's lingering here sent a shiver down their spines, as if a monster might pounce at any moment. Tony was one such apprehensive youth. Gripping his stick tightly, he leaned against a sturdy tree, his legs trembling slightly. The previous winter, a windblade wolf had attacked Wheat Village, devouring 2 serfs and leaving him haunted by nightmares for days. Now, recollecting that dreadful dream, he fervently prayed, "Please don't let me be next." He kept glancing at the adults busy chopping wood outside the forest, as if their presence could offer him some semblance of safety. Suddenly, a loud crack sounded above him. Unbeknownst to him, Marcus had ridden up beside him, his whip striking the tree trunk with such force that the bark flew off. "Tony, I instructed you to keep an eye on the forest, not the lumberjacks," he barked. "Why, yes, Mr. Marcus," the boy stammered. "Show some manliness. Do not disappoint me." "Nor the Lord," Marcus replied coldly before riding away. Tony sighed in relief. He greatly feared this stern knight, having endured many lashes during the recent selection trials. The strikes were real, leaving crimson welts on his skin. Were it not for his desire to become a squire and change his destiny, he would have preferred to avoid Marcus and the lurking dangers of the forest altogether. Unbeknownst to him, Marcus shook his head as he departed, wishing to spare him from the grim fate that awaited on the battlefield. As Marcus continued to traverse the woods, he not only kept a vigilant watch over its movements, but also evaluated the boys. After a peaceful morning, he had tentatively selected 12 candidates. At noon, he reported his choices to Lister: My Lord, Philip Wool, Xavier Manure, Jacob Soul, Yerk Baldy, Wayne Haystack, Zachary Pinky, Yerk the Cobbler, Evan Handkerchief, Sean Redface, Trisy Hunchback, Malin Crotch, and Theodore Raggedsock will serve as your squire knights. Xavier Manure sounds a bit like Jim Manure's brother. Yerk Baldy and Yerk the Cobbler share similar names. Let us refer to them as Big York and Little York, Lister remarked. Now, inform their families that these 12 lads are to be relieved from labor and supported by the castle. Understood. The nightly selection had concluded, and Lister took a moment to summon the smoke task. Indeed, the task was completed and updated. The reward was a hatching Windrunner falcon. Task: aside from drifting bottles, the sea may bring unexpected surprises. Currently, a ship laden with surprises is drifting towards the eastern coast. Please seek and rescue the stranded vessel. Reward: population increase. Lister initially overlooked the reward of the Windrunner falcon, for he was drawn to the mention of population, a pressing need in Blossom Town, where the total count barely reached 2,000, far fewer than even some larger villages back home. Without enough populace, his plans as lord would remain unfulfilled. The prospect of a ship carrying people drifting towards the eastern coast excited him. Galta, come here, Lister called urgently. What is it, Lister? Galta approached. I just realized that the fishermen at Oyster Village face the ocean, where numerous sea monsters dwell. This is exceedingly dangerous and must be taken seriously. Sea monsters? Surely they wouldn't approach the shore? Galta replied skeptically. Though rare, sea monsters do attack vessels and seldom venture ashore. Once stranded, they meet a grim fate. Lister emphasized. Any hint of danger cannot be dismissed. Immediately alert the patrols to focus on the eastern coast. Report any unusual activity directly to me. We shall maintain vigilance. And if no sea monsters appear, we can adjust our patrol focus thereafter. Understood, I'll notify them at once. As Galta departed, Lister turned his attention to the reward of the Windrunner falcon's egg. He had heard of this creature, a low-level magical beast commonly found by the sea, preying on fish. While small and generally non-threatening to humans, it possessed remarkable combat capabilities, able to unleash magical wind blades akin to those of the windblade wolf. With the advantage of flight, the falcon could strike from any direction, employing a kite tactic to defeat adversaries without suffering harm. Now, where might my Windrunner falcon be? Lister pondered, casting his gaze towards the trees being felled, wary that it might be concealed within one of them. The potential threat of such a creature loomed large. He called out to Marcus, we cannot solely focus on the ground beasts. We must also be wary of aerial threats. There may be flying magical creatures in this vicinity. Marcus unslung his bow from his back, determination gleaming in his eyes. My lord, flying beasts are generally frilier than those on land. My arrows are always at the ready for them. His confidence inspired Lister. I had intended to learn archery from you, but never found the time. My lord, whenever you wish to learn, I am at your service. Close combat is too brutish and fraught with injury risk. As a lord, he had come to this world to enjoy life, not to suffer. Throughout the afternoon, Lister frequently glanced at the trees, eager to uncover the location of his reward. However, as the sun began its descent, Galta hurried to him with unexpected news. A fierce battle between monkeys and small birds is erupting over by the coconut tree at Oyster Village. Chapter 63. A Bountiful Harvest. The battle between monkeys and birds. Galtai swiftly depicted the scene, which involved a troop of fruit-stealing monkeys assaulting an eagle. This majestic bird had established its nest atop a coconut tree, where it appeared to be guarding eggs. The monkeys, rather than pilfering fruit, had turned their attention to the eggs. Galtai regarded this as an amusing anecdote. However, Lister mounted his horse and declared, "The logging operations shall cease for today. Everyone is to vacate Thorn Ridge. Professor Marcus, accompany me to Oyster Town." It was evident that the bird in question was a peregrine falcon, and the nest contained eggs poised to hatch, representing his task's reward. Beneath the tree lay a multitude of deceased monkeys. "My lord," the patrolling soldiers saluted. Lister gazed upward at the coconut tree's canopy, which soared dozens of meters high, at least 4 stories for the smallest, while the tallest reached 20. The tree before him was the tallest of all, growing at a 60-degree angle toward the sea, its top appearing almost like a mirror from his vantage point. The canopy was a tumultuous spectacle, with monkeys flailing chaotically. Occasionally, a corpse would plummet to the ground, instantly lifeless, while others bore wounds resembling those inflicted by razor-sharp blades, indicative of a magical wind blade's attack. Marcus cautiously lifted one of the fallen monkeys. Lister gestured. "That is indeed the peregrine falcon. These fruit-stealing monkeys are assaulting its nest, which likely harbors its eggs. The battle is fierce. Professor Marcus, do you possess a strategy to procure the eggs? They may soon hatch a new peregrine falcon." Realizing it was a peregrine falcon, Marcus nodded thoughtfully, then furrowed his brow. Climbing the tree would be simple, yet with a horde of monkeys and a falcon present, it poses a considerable danger. The guardian beast is notoriously fierce, and the monkeys themselves are a savage lot. Let us wait a while. Perhaps they will mutually annihilate each other, Lister suggested uncertainly. Given that it was a task reward, it should not prove difficult to obtain. Otherwise, acquiring the eggs from a formidable group of monkeys or a battle-ready falcon would be an insurmountable challenge. After a quarter of an hour, the number of monkey corpses increased, and the patrolling soldiers gleefully gathered them. These were prime delicacies. Although they could not partake, all spoils of the territory belonged to the castle, and thus to Lister, who would undoubtedly reward them with some share. Lister contemplated and instructed the patrol team. Collect the deceased monkeys, deliver a finishing blow to the severely wounded, and bind the lightly injured. I require the living ones. He had not forgotten his earlier ambition to train the monkeys to ascend the trees and harvest coconuts. "Yes, my lord," Marcus suddenly interjected. "Beware, the remaining monkeys are fleeing." As his words fell, Lister observed around a dozen monkeys hastily descending the trunk of the coconut tree, pursued by a large bird, nearly featherless, flapping its wings in hot pursuit. "Marcus, intercept the peregrine falcon with me. The patrol must capture every last monkey alive," Lister decisively commanded, seizing the opportunity where the conflict between the two would yield his advantage. Yes, the patrol soldiers, invigorated by the prospect of striking a fallen foe, brandished their weapons and positioned themselves beneath the tree. Marcus readied his bow, string taut with arrows poised for flight. Lister unsheathed his blood-red sword, emboldened by its gem-encrusted craftsmanship. In an instant, the remaining monkeys leapt from the tree, and the patrol soldiers charged in, shouting and attacking. The exhausted monkeys, having fought valiantly, were now devoid of any significant counterattack, flailing about like headless flies, simply enduring the blows. Spears struck the monkeys, incapacitating them with a few well-aimed thrusts. Meanwhile, the beleaguered peregrine falcon was chasing one of the monkeys when Lister, riding swiftly, unleashed a fierce attack with his flaming sword, executing the ultimate technique, the Inferno Cleave. A torrential downpour of flames cascaded down. Although the falcon skillfully evaded much of it, it was still singed by the fire, igniting its few remaining feathers. Sensing imminent peril, the falcon let out a piercing cry and flapped its wings vigorously, ascending into the sky. Yet, Lister could not allow it to escape. "Marcus," he bellowed. Marcus, prepared for this moment, released his grip, and the bowstring twanged as 2 arrows shot forth, accompanied by sharp, piercing whistles, striking the falcon with deadly precision and drawing forth a spurt of blood. The falcon wavered, finally crashing into the sandy shore below. As the last monkey was toppled by a spear and subsequently surrounded by the patrol soldiers, it was captured alive. The battle between the monkeys and the bird concluded without a victor, with Lister, the opportunistic bystander, reaping all the rewards. Upon tallying the spoils, a total of 46 monkeys were accounted for. 39 lay dead or severely wounded, while 7 lightly injured were bound. A nimble patrol soldier cautiously ascended to the tree's canopy, locating the nest and retrieving an egg slightly smaller than a pineapple. "My lord, there truly is an egg," the soldier exclaimed, presenting it to Lister with palpable excitement. Lister accepted the egg, but before he could admire it, a faint cracking sound emanated from within. "Sir, the egg is hatching," Marcus gasped. Lister, momentarily stunned, mused over the efficacy of the smoke task. Just as it was within his grasp, the egg began to hatch. As he pondered, the cracking intensified, and moments later, the shell broke open to reveal a bare, unsightly bird head, which gaped wide and emitted a discordant chirping sound, its enormous eyes fixated on Lister, pleading for sustenance. Clearing his throat, Lister inquired, "Professor Marcus, what do young peregrine falcons consume?" "They should eat small fish or shrimp, I believe." "Then, patrol soldiers, venture to the fishermen of Oyster Town and procure some live fish or shrimp. Remember, they must be alive." He vaguely recalled seeing seabirds feeding their chicks with wriggling live fish in a documentary. In any case, it was prudent to first provide live sustenance. Today's harvest had been substantial. Thus, he did not overly concern himself with the small bird. The menace of the fruit-stealing monkeys was resolved, allowing for unfettered coconut harvesting. With workers now at hand, the large falcon's carcass also represented a significant bounty. Whether sold or consumed, it would yield great nourishment. Furthermore, the impending completion of the task promised to reward the town with much-needed population growth. Chapter 64. The castle holds a curly bird in the castle study. The unpleasant cries of a bird occasionally echoed through the room. The fledgling of the winged peregrine was rather unsightly, covered only in fine down that clung to its skin, resembling a plucked chicken. In stark contrast to the sleek, streamlined body of an adult winged peregrine, the difference was indeed vast. Nevertheless, List found it endearing, for it was a flying magical beast. The castle already had a bulldog, which he occasionally took for walks, finding delight in its company. If he could add a winged peregrine, summoning a gust of wind now and then, it would certainly be impressive. Alas, falcons do not recognize their owners, and List had yet to devise a method to tame it. For now, he could only feed it and perhaps investigate how to train such a creature, possibly seeking counsel from hunters in Coral City who knew how to tame birds. The evening banquet featured roasted monkey meat, which, while not as delicate as roasted beef, had a somewhat tough texture that made it difficult to chew. However, possibly due to their diet of coconuts, the monkey meat had a faint aroma of coconut juice, offering a unique flavor distinct from typical roasted meats, much to the delight of the attendees. If the texture of the monkey meat could be refined, it could undoubtedly become a gourmet dish, and List suggested that the town could rear a large number of them. Galtier, on the other hand, indulged heartily, his face smeared with grease. List maintained a more refined demeanor, opting not to partake in the roasted monkey meat, but observing others relish it. It would indeed be beneficial to rear them in abundance, a decision he had also reached. Yet, consuming the meat was not an advisable idea. Monkeys possessed a higher intelligence and could be trained to climb trees to gather fruits, assisting the farmers. According to the theories of his homeland, humans and monkeys shared a common ancestor, both belonging to the primate family. This world, however, lacked such notions. Humans were distinct from animals, and evolution was not recognized. Except for dragons and elves, all other beings were considered inferior to humanity. Indeed, in the minds of many, even dragons and elves were merely fantastical creatures, incomparable to humans. The consumption of dragons, magical beasts, and even cannibalism had occurred. Thus, while he refrained from eating, he did not prevent others from doing so. Isaiah curiously inquired, "Sir, can monkeys truly be trained to assist the farmers?" "Of course," List replied confidently, likening it to the training of dogs and horses. His certainty stemmed from having witnessed numerous monkey performances. He recalled a news report about Malaysia or Thailand, where locals trained monkeys to ascend trees and harvest coconuts. One farmer, having abused his monkeys, faced dire consequences when they retaliated and fatally struck him with wild fruit. Now, The ownership of the thieving fruit monkey belonged to List. Once trained, it would be entrusted to farmers, who would surely think twice before mistreating them. The possibility of a monkey harming its owner was unlikely. If the thieving fruit monkey could indeed be trained, it would lead to an amusing scenario. He had never considered having monkeys perform labor for them. Blair seemed to envision the scene of monkeys picking fruit and burst into laughter. List smiled, saying, in that case, I shall entrust you, Blair, with the task of training the thieving fruit monkey. Well, I believe I am capable, Blair replied. At that moment, Marcus interjected, Sir, what shall we do with the carcass of the wind peregrine? Should I make another trip to Coral City to sell it? As a low-level magical beast, selling it for 10 or so gold coins would not pose a problem. In the past, List would have certainly sold it for funds to purchase necessities. However, the town was not lacking in resources. The income from the Black Tulip was sufficient to sustain his noble lifestyle for decades. With ample finances at his disposal, he declared, No need to sell it. Let us dry the meat for now and plan a wind peregrine barbecue party. As for the other parts, Marcus, do you have any suggestions for their use? Marcus quickly outlined the potential uses of the wind peregrine's materials. Sir, as you are about to learn archery, a fresh supply of arrows would be ideal. List inquired, Is there anyone in town skilled in crafting arrows? I appreciate your efforts, Marcus. He raised his glass filled with hoppy beer, toasting, This cup is for you, in gratitude for the 2 arrows this afternoon that saved the wind peregrine. Otherwise, it would have been a tremendous calamity. To serve you, my lord. Marcus raised his non-hoppy beer and downed it in one gulp. As the bonfire extinguished beneath the starry sky, servants busily tidied up the remnants of the banquet. List held a cup of milk tea, a beverage he had grown accustomed to before sleep, as it provided the rich nutrients his growing 16-year-old body required. My lord, the bathwater has been prepared for you. How is the fledgling wind peregrine? It is still squawking, but I have fed it plenty of small fish and shrimp. It is certainly not hungry. However, my lord, this little bird is quite ugly. I concur with your observation. Let us take a look at this little creature. If it insists on squawking all night, we shall have to take it outside. I do not wish to be disturbed, List said, handing the empty cup to Carter as he walked into the castle. Servants diligently working would pause to bow in respect as he passed by. He relished the feeling. He was growing increasingly accustomed to his noble status, firmly aligning himself with the aristocracy. Anyone daring to challenge the foundation of noble power would find themselves at odds with List. Good night, gentlemen and ladies, he said, revealing a flawless aristocratic smile. I hope you all have pleasant dreams until dawn. Thank you, my lord. With that, List ascended to the 2nd floor, his exclusive domain. Carter opened the door to the study, and the previously tranquil room was immediately filled with the cacophonous cries of the bird. No matter how many times he heard it, the sound remained jarring. List gazed at the simple nest lined with a bit of straw, observing the ugly curly bird. Mr. Carter, what do you think it should be named? Outside the castle, there's a trembling little creature I found in the forest. Perhaps we could call this shivering bird Trembling Coconut? Despite Carter's misunderstanding of the term trembling, List chuckled. Mr. Carter, you are growing increasingly humorous. However, I do not fancy the name Trembling Coconut. It looks so fluffy and curly. I wish for it to live long enough to soar into the skies. Let us name it Curly instead. Ah, Curly. My lord, I find that name quite pleasing. Chapter 65, A Leaky Sailing Ship. The following morning, List lifted the bird's nest belonging to Watson and placed it on the castle's windowsill. This was done both to allow it to bask in the sun and to alleviate his irritation with the incessant chirping of the bird. At that moment, Watson had just feasted on small fish and shrimp, brimming with energy as it scuttled about the nest, emitting a series of chirp sounds. Outside the castle, in its doghouse, Dosen poked its head out, fixated on Watson, drooling profusely. Woof! Upon seeing List emerge, it immediately wagged its tail exuberantly, causing the iron chain around its neck to clatter noisily. List had indeed been raising a dog, having utilized a dog chain throughout his life. As he unfastened the chain and held it in his hand, Dosun instantly sprinted away, reveling in the freedom of movement. The daily walks with List were undoubtedly the highlight of its day. Leading Dosun to the horse training grounds, List commenced their training regimen. In Dosun's earlier days, training sessions were conducted daily, but this had now been reduced to every 3 days. He had successfully taught Dosun not to harm or cast spells without command, nor to indiscriminately consume food or chase the horses in the paddock. Naturally, aside from the unique dragon horse, the other horses would steer clear of Senator Sit, Dosun. The previously exuberant Doe's son immediately crouched down, panting and gazing at List, resembling an ordinary mutt. Well done. He rewarded Doe's son with a small piece of jerky. Yes, my lord. Noticing the position of the son, List surmised that the lumberjack team should be arriving soon. However, what approached was not the lumberjack team, but a patrol officer. My lord, urgent news. The officer exclaimed. A tilting sailing ship has been spotted drifting off the eastern coast, and there are individuals aboard waving flags. Lord Goltai believes it to be a distressed vessel, and he is organizing a rescue team. I was instructed to report this to you immediately. Upon hearing this, List's spirits lifted. He promptly replied to the patrol officer. I shall head there at once. Please inform Lord Goltai to ensure the rescue of those on board, particularly the people. Once List donned his travel attire, a flak abbey, and accompanied by 4 knights and the Earth Knight Marcus, they arrived at the eastern coast. There, they observed a group of individuals straining to pull a sailing ship, not overly large yet not small either, towards the shore. Among those hauling the ropes were several unfamiliar faces. My lord, Isaiah, who was directing the operation, bowed respectfully. Goltai had also rushed over from the shoreline. List, these are refugees from Little Papa Island. They set sail to escape, intending to seek refuge on Great Papa Island, but encountered a storm that damaged their vessel, forcing them to drift to Coral Island and run aground on the eastern coast. List nodded, having heard of both Little Papa Island and Great Papa Island. At that moment, an elderly man with a slight hunch approached him, and from a distance, he knelt down deeply. Esteemed Baron of Flowertown, I, Buner of the Sea Cormorant, extend my sincere greetings and humbly apologize for disturbing your noble presence. Sea Cormorant? List had encountered many peculiar surnames, yet he found this one particularly odd. My family has served as the gatherers of sea cormorant eggs for generations. Due to unstable agricultural yields, food scarcity has become rampant. The fear and ignorance of the sea have stunted the development of our fishing industry. Meanwhile, the serfs, pressured by their livelihoods, have had to devise means to procure food for the luxurious life of the nobles in the castle. Among those sources, sea cormorant eggs have become vital. Sea cormorants are a type of seabird that typically build their nests on coastal cliffs. Collecting sea cormorant eggs necessitates perilous climbs up sheer cliffs, often resulting in confrontations with the protective cormorants, making it remarkable that these serfs have survived to continue their lineage. I understand. List gestured for Buner to rise. What compelled you to flee from Little Papa Island? We were besieged by a band of pirates, leading to the castle's fall, and the fate of the Lord of Little Papa Island remains unknown. We were forced to commandeer a pirate ship to escape, originally intending to seek refuge on Great Papa Island, but were beset by a violent storm that nearly capsized us, ultimately leading us to your territory. List furrowed his brow. Little Papa Island was attacked by pirates? If memory serves, it is the domain of the Viscount of Little Papa, currently held by Vincent Little Papa. This family, along with the Viscount of Great Papa, G.N.A. Great Papa, was once of the same lineage a century ago, renowned for their exquisite handkerchiefs. After a split, one branch inherited the title through military valor, adopting the surname Great Papa, while the other retained the name Little Papa. The pirates ravaged the castle and slaughtered our kin, leaving us with no choice but to flee. What are your plans now? List inquired, glancing at the damaged sailing ship, its sails tattered and hull punctured. The vessel had been pulled to shore, and a group of hunched individuals was assisting each other disembark. Were they to continue to Great Papa Island or remain in Flowertown? Buner's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. My lord, may we reside in Flowertown? This was an opportunity for new subjects, and List was not one to overlook it. If you remain, I can grant you the status of serfs. There is ample uncultivated land in Flowertown that can be allocated for farming. Serfs with specialized skills will find themselves in high demand. The choice to stay or leave rests with you. Please report to Sir Goltai. With their ship wrecked and stranded, leaving was not an option. Moreover, the difference between going to Great Papa Island and staying in Flowertown was negligible. Therefore, after a brief discussion, Buner and the other refugees reported to Goltai, opting to stay and become serfs of Flowertown, pledging their allegiance to List. Having become serfs meant that these individuals, along with the wrecked vessel, now belonged to List. Sir Goltai, please account for the new serfs and assign them to various settlements. Furthermore, ensure that the sailing ship is thoroughly inspected. I wish to know what it contains. A vessel seized from pirates must have some weaponry aboard, surely? Goltai responded eagerly. Rest assured, List, these serfs cannot hide even a crumb of bread. Every item they possess and the circumstances of each individual will be presented to you in full clarity. Within half a day, do not forget about the ship. If it can be repaired, ensure it is mended. Of course. Chapter 66. A gathering of minds at the banquet. The banquet seems to be a daily occurrence within the castle. For the nobles, feasting is a hallmark of their existence. Have pirates become prevalent in the Sapphire Principality, Master Marcus? List inquired, savoring a piece of roasted meat. What could be the reason? These pirates may well be masquerading as such. Not every noble family can sustain a prosperous enterprise when they teeter on the brink of bankruptcy. Resorting to desperate measures may become a shortcut to self-redemption. Particularly among those with long-standing grievances, they might adopt the guise of pirates to plunder each other's wealth. Upon hearing such gruesome revelations, the 16-year-old boy he once was would have found it unbearable to accept that those who prided themselves on their noble blood and myriad virtues could stoop to piracy. Yet, the current list merely furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it. Thankfully, Coral Island boasts a formidable knightly order, and Flower Town has yet to face the threat of pirates. However, we must remain vigilant, Master Marcus. The Knight Squad requires thorough training. Rest assured, my lord, I shall devote myself entirely to training the Knight Squad, ensuring each one is equipped to become a competent battlefield knight. Marcus responded confidently. List then turned to Goltai. Master Goltai, let us discuss the information regarding the new serfs now. I find it most suitable to address official matters during dinner. If you wish, we can proceed now, Goltai replied, gesturing for a servant to fetch his coat. He produced a thick piece of parchment from his pocket and unfurled it. There were 50 serfs. In reality, they were once free men who wisely chose to flee following the pirate assault. The small town of Papaya housed these 50 individuals, who were its citizens and had their own enterprises. The relationship between free men and lords resembled that of tenants and landlords, while serfs were akin to slaves. To the nobles, serfs were their own, whereas free men were regarded as outsiders. In the event of conflict between lords, the latter would choose to protect their serfs, for they represented their wealth. Free men, however, were not afforded such protection. Their demise was of little consequence, and it even allowed the lords to profit further. Thus, the status of free men has both advantages and disadvantages, and not everyone aspires to such a title. Some free men of Papaya, witnessing the defeat of the Viscount, feared that they might soon fall prey to the pirates and hastily sought escape. They astutely seized a vessel while the pirates were still besieging the castle, commandeering a sailing ship. Regrettably, despite having a capable captain, they lacked skilled crew members, ultimately losing control amidst a storm. Therefore, they found themselves devoid of those who could cultivate the land, being artisans instead. List found this situation gratifying. Artisans were far more crucial to the development of his domain than mere farmers. In the future, should he engage in slave trading, he could acquire as many farmers as he desired, yet artisans would be a rare find. Blacksmiths, coopers, embroiderers, tailors, bakers, brewers, cobblers, carpenters, dyers, soap makers, tanners, confectioners, salt workers, locksmiths, chefs, and their families. Oh, and the innkeepers, horse traders, and a few itinerant merchants. What profession does Bunnier hold? List recalled the elderly man who had spoken to him earlier that day. He is a soap maker, skilled in crafting various fragrant soaps. Excellent. I have grown weary of bathing with soapwort powder. I would prefer he hasten to produce fragrant soap. As a cleanliness enthusiast who bathed daily, List had a significant demand for soap, yet the castle was scantily supplied, possessing only some soapwort powder, which is ground from the fruit of the soapwort tree. While soapwort powder indeed cleanses, it is cumbersome to use and lacks an appealing sensation. In truth, List was aware of a simpler cleansing agent, lye, made by combining pig's bile with wood ash. This straightforward soap could be concocted by mashing the pig's bile and mixing it with wood ash. Yet there was no one in Flower Town to tend to pigs. He cut a piece of roasted meat, speared it with a fork, and dipped it in some tomato sauce. The combination of roasted meat and tomato sauce was delightful. After swallowing, he took a sip of seafood soup, contentedly wiping his mouth with a napkin. The work arrangement for the new serfs, Mr. Carter and Master Goltai, will be discussed. Those suitable can be assigned to the town to assist in establishing shops, catering to the castle's needs. The town's population was too sparse, indicating a limited demand. As lord, he felt entitled to relish these privileges. Only in this manner could this group of artisans swiftly contribute their skills. Indeed, my lord, I shall consult with Master Goltai. Carter acknowledged, Concluding the discussion regarding the new serfs, List then broached another matter of business. The efficiency of the lumber team requires enhancement, yet a new issue has emerged. Frequently, other matters divert both Master Marcus and myself, leaving the lumber team's defenses woefully inadequate, which is perilous. However, we cannot muster additional forces to safeguard against the beasts of Thorny Ridge. Therefore, I believe we need a strategy that allows the lumber team to defend themselves. Even when confronted by these creatures, List stated calmly. He was not in haste, continuing to enjoy his dinner. In truth, he was testing those present. He already harbored an idea that had a considerable chance of countering the beasts. This notion stemmed from a smoke-related task. After rescuing the sea vessel that morning, he had completed the task, which rewarded him with 50 individuals. The task stated, the depths of Thorny Ridge harbor dangers that may arise at any moment. The lumber team's situation is precarious. A lord possessing a patch of smoke grass ought to judiciously utilize resources to safeguard the safety of his subjects. Please repel a single assault from the beasts. Reward, a minuscule mineral deposit. The task was explicit. Smoke grass could be employed to fend off the beasts. List was acutely aware of the scent of smoke grass. It was likely that the beasts would be repelled, particularly those with sensitive noses. Thus, he planned to create simple beast-repelling incense from smoke grass, igniting it when confronted by the beasts. He was resolute in acquiring that minuscule mineral deposit. Yet, he refrained from disclosing his plan directly, hoping someone would arrive at this solution independently. Otherwise, he felt as though he was merely nurturing a group of layabouts. After a moment, no one proposed a viable solution, which left List feeling disheartened. Just as he was about to unveil his plan, Isaiah suddenly spoke up. My lord, perhaps we can utilize fire. Beasts fear fire, and among the felled trees are pines, which ignite easily. We can continuously burn the branches and leaves, thus instilling fear in the beasts. Chapter 67. Flames, traps, and smoke grass. Do beasts fear fire? This is indeed a rather intriguing question. Goltai shook his head, expressing a contrary opinion. Not all beasts are afraid of fire. Some may even be curious about it, not to mention that fire elemental magical beasts are naturally drawn to flames. Marcus reflected, I think this approach might just work. A small flame would hardly intimidate the beasts. But I believe even fire elemental magical beasts would hesitate to approach a roaring blaze of burning pine branches. The value of the pine branches cut by the lumberjacks is negligible. We are after the trunks. The discussion surrounding fire lasted a good 15 minutes. Then, Blair added, we could enlist the town as hunters to help with the tree felling, allowing them to set traps around the area. While this might not be effective against magical beasts, it would at least serve as an early warning system, and combined with the bonfires, should suffice to ensure the safety of the lumberjacks. Ultimately, Lister made the decision. Bonfires and traps are measures worth trying. But do not overlook a particular crop from Blossom Town. What crop? The crowd inquired curiously. Smoked grass. Smoked grass? Oh dear. How could we have forgotten such a dreadful plant? Goltai exclaimed dramatically, gesticulating wildly. I firmly believe that just a small ignition of smoked grass would send even a dragon fleeing. That scent. I still vividly remember the smell from the milk farm when you burned it. Lister. A dragon would not flee. Rather, it would be drawn to it. On the day of the invisible dragon invasion, the burning of smoked grass, the dead cows at the dairy farm, the destroyed signal tower, and that piercing dragon roar were all shrouded in mystery for others. But Lister had advised against probing too deeply. Thus, they could only suppress their curiosities until they faded into forgetfulness. I am equally convinced of this. During my research on smoked grass, I once applied a bit of its juice to a blue rabbit's nose, causing it great discomfort for 2 days, nearly leading to illness. Isaiah nodded in agreement. The blue rabbit was his steed, a striking blue horse. So, Lister set down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth, and paused his meal. Flames, traps, and smoked grass. These 3 measures will protect the lumberjacks, ensuring that no harm befalls them from magical beasts. Goltai and Marcus, you shall coordinate to ensure everything is foolproof. Yes, my lord. Marcus acknowledged the command. Goltai quickly nodded. Leave it to me, Lister. Lister added, furthermore, we have finally recognized the value of smoked grass. So I have decided to cultivate the patch of smoked grass north of the Blossom Farm and expand its cultivation scale. Goltai, you will need to devise a plan and implement it promptly. We may not have enough land to cultivate. Goltai hesitated, expressing concern about the severe shortage of laborers. Originally, there were not many serfs, And with the recent draw of some to the oyster camp, alongside the lumber team, road construction crew, and apprentices from the town shops. Even the night squad and castle servants, many serfs had been requisitioned. He extended his hand, bending his fingers to count: corn grass, millet fields, tulips, and all the numerous seeds you traded for sweetheart vegetables, turnips, onions, cilantro. These all require serfs for planting. I believe we need to supplement at least 1,000 serfs. With no farming tools, the method for clearing land is rudimentary: slash and burn. Farming is an energy-intensive endeavor that requires many serfs to maintain the normal growth of crops and vegetables. Without sufficient serfs, the fields cannot be sown. If mechanized farming were implemented, a mere dozen individuals could adequately cultivate all the fields in Blossom Town. Lister often fantasized about leading Blossom Town into an era akin to that of American farmers, with large machinery traversing boundless fields. Alas, such dreams remain mere fantasies. Currently, Blossom Town scarcely possesses a few shovels or hoes. Thus, he did not press Goldtie to expedite the expansion of cultivation. Let us first draft a plan, delineate the plots. And once we have sufficient manpower, we can commence planting. As you wish. At the lumbering site, over 30 lumberjacks worked in pairs, wielding axes to fell the great trees. It must be said that the serfs, accustomed to hard labor, possessed considerable strength, and their efficiency in tree felling was commendable. Lister rode atop his red dragon, surveying the area at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, Marcus was leading a squad of knights, continuously gathering the cut pine branches and transporting them to 3 bonfires nestled within the woods. The fires blazed fiercely, forming a triangular barrier around the lumbering site. Hunters were busy constructing traps around the perimeter of the bonfires. Occasionally, the sounds of birds echoed from deep within the forest, creating a lively scene devoid of any ominous atmosphere. Yet Lister remained vigilant. The warning of a potential magical beast attack was evident. It was uncertain when this incursion would take place. As for magical beasts, since my arrival in Blossom Town, I had already dispatched 2, a recently delivered and still weary earth dog, and a wind-flying falcon that had fought to exhaustion with a fruit-stealing monkey. Neither encounter had escalated into a fierce battle. They had been mere opportunistic strikes. The only direct confrontation with a windblade wolf had been a feint, as it swiftly retreated into Thorn Ridge. Now, a sense of anticipation welled within him for the impending magical beast incursion. What manner of beast would emerge this time? Would there be a confrontation? And could he perhaps slay yet another magical beast? The taste of magical beast meat far surpassed that of ordinary creatures and possessed invigorating properties, something he greatly relished. The sun blazed relentlessly, with not a whisper of wind. Even in the shade, the heat was stifling. The fire elemental energy coursed through his veins, his hand resting on the hilt of the blood-red sword, his gaze sweeping over the mottled shadows on the ground, igniting his fighting spirit. Given his personal style, it seemed unlikely he would charge into battle in a knightly fashion, seeking to display noble valor. Instead, he would have to find opportunities amidst such a populous environment, fully prepared, with Marcus at his side. What better chance to showcase his prowess? Come swiftly, magical beasts. My longsword thirsts for action. Suddenly, Marcus, who was also surveying the surroundings, appeared to have detected a commotion. He called out sharply, "Alert!" Drawing his sidearm, he moved towards the source of the sound. Lister tightened his grip on the hilt of the blood-red sword, his gem-like blue eyes swirling like a vortex. Activating his magical sight, before long, he discerned faint traces of magical energy in several patches of grass. Upon closer inspection, he identified a total of 3 magical beasts. Chapter 68. The tactics of the 3 wolves. Marcus could easily engage a lone low-level beast and find an opportunity to slay it. However, facing 3, he would only meet a gruesome demise. The arrows he shot fell short of their targets, yet their purpose had been served. Suddenly, a windblade wolf leapt from a thicket, its cold gaze fixed on Marcus. It did not attack immediately, but merely observed the lumberjacks gathering around a fire. Carl and his fellow knights drew forth the dried, smoked herbs distributed to them, prepared to toss them into the flames, hoping the resulting acrid smoke would drive the beast away. List rode forth on his dragon's steed to join Marcus, confronting the gray windblade wolf. "My lord, are we certain there are 3 beasts?" "Indeed," List replied, gripping the bloodblade, the eye of magic still active. He noted that one wolf lurked in the thicket to the left, while another concealed itself in the right rear. It was evident they aimed to divert our attention for a surprise assault. Marcus readied his bow once more. Wolves are inherently cunning and cautious, I shall force them out. 2 arrows were released, yet silence enveloped the thicket. The tension that should have filled the air made List chuckle unexpectedly. These 3 windblade wolves believed they could evade detection by hiding in the bushes, but under the watchful gaze of the Eye of Magic, they were utterly exposed. The one on the left, shift 1 meter to the lower left of the thicket. The one on the right, move 1.5 meters to the right. Marcus instructed. Upon hearing this, he drew an arrow, not a dual shot this time, but a single arrow aimed directly at the left thicket. With a soft thud, a sound of flesh tearing accompanied the wolf's howl. The arrow struck true, embedding itself in the wolf's shoulder as it fled with its tail tucked between its legs, quickly disappearing into the depths of the forest. The other wolf, which had been drawing attention, also turned and fled. Only the wolf in the right rear thicket remained hidden, likely still contemplating a stealthy attack. But in the next moment, an arrow skimmed past its back, startling it into retreat as it bolted from the thicket in silence. In a matter of moments, without even utilizing the smoked herbs, all 3 windblade wolves vanished without a trace. The Eye of Magic could no longer detect any traces of their magic. List, summoning the smoke task, noted the updated content with a hint of regret as he waved his hand. The windblade wolves have completely fled. Stand down the alert and resume logging. We failed to capture a single beast or showcase our prowess. Nonetheless, the task is complete. Upon completion, the reward was a minuscule nitrate mine. A nitrate mine, indeed. We now have a source for nitrate, though sulfur remains elusive. First, let us use it for ice production. The heat is becoming unbearable, and without ice to cool down, life is hardly bearable. His thoughts shifted as the smoke task transformed. Task: the crisis of the beast invasion has been averted. It is time to devote ourselves entirely to felling trees, expanding the road through Thorn Ridge, and reintegrating Blossom Town into Coral Island's trade to seize development opportunities. Reward: a new variety of mushroom. A new mushroom variety? List immediately thought of the fragrant mushroom town. Could it be that the mushroom shed there would yield potion mushrooms? Akin to the black tulip? Mushrooms are a crucial ingredient in noble recipes. Classified as fungi, they are referred to in this world as discarded insect plants, for they bear no insect offspring. Even a weed can potentially give rise to an insect, yet mushrooms are sterile in that regard, leading to doubts about their classification as plants. Nevertheless, they produce many varieties of potions, affirming their plant-like nature. Ultimately, there is no definitive conclusion. List's knowledge indicated that mushrooms are fungi, but in this world, distinguishing whether they are fungi or plants holds little significance. This is not a realm governed by scientific reasoning. While unable to bear insect offspring and lacking supernatural methods to enhance their yield, mushrooms, given the right conditions, grow rapidly. If they truly acquire a new variety of potion mushroom, it would be a tremendous boon, effectively granting Blossom Town a unique specialty. The black tulip could have served as a specialty, but with only one tulip insect, expanding cultivation was unfeasible, making collaboration with Tulip Fortress preferable. Potion mushrooms, however, require no insect assistance for cultivation, making them ideal candidates for specialty status. Just a single potion mushroom could likely attract a steady stream of merchants. At the very least, Levis and Li Wei would not miss the opportunity for new potions. Both were resolute in their aspirations to become alchemists. Now invigorated, he directed Thomas to head to the castle and bring back provisions for a picnic at the logging site, a precaution against the potential return of the Windblade wolves. Not long after finishing their meal, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the nearby road, as several knights charged forth. Spotting the logging crew, they raced directly toward the site. Carl and his 4 knight attendants immediately approached, joining the knights in front of List. My Lord Barren, the leading knight. A familiar figure to List was Sir Ryden, captain of the knight squad from Tulip Fortress, who saluted him with a knightly gesture. Sir Ryden extends his greetings to you. It was this same Sir Ryden who had previously escorted Levis and others for the trade negotiations. Chapter 69. The mysterious disappearance of the Niter mine, not even List had forgotten. Grateful to Sir Lyden for his tireless efforts in relaying the news. It is my duty. My Lord Baron, how are my grandmother, father, brother, sister, and Lady Leighton? All is well. That is good to hear. Since Lyden and his party had not yet dined, he promptly instructed the kitchen to prepare lunch for the guests. My Lord Baron, is the Flower Town preparing to fell all the trees in Thorn Ridge? Lyden voiced his concerns. The logging team had already cleared a substantial area over the past few days. There are plans to clear everything, thus cutting off the habitat of the magical beasts. However, We currently lack sufficient manpower. For now, we can only fell the trees along the roadsides to create open spaces, thereby minimizing the risk of beast incursions. This indeed seems a wise strategy, for the magical beasts of the forest are fearsome entities, while those of the wilderness are merely slightly stronger than ordinary beasts. For knights on horseback, open terrain would not catch them off guard, and even magic can be evaded. Moreover, the speed of the horses is formidable, and the beasts may not be able to catch up. The knights could charge in these clearings, uniting man and steed to unleash various martial arts techniques. Maintaining the decorum and courtesy befitting the nobility, Leiden and his companions took their leave after lunch. I recall that among the new serfs, there is a vintner. Indeed, his name is Frank the Brewmaster. Though he specializes solely in fruit wines and lacks the knowledge to brew spirits, red wines, or beers. Furthermore, we do not have any hops. List frowned. Do we truly have no beer with hops left? There remains half a barrel in the cellar, a meager indulgence for you, my lord, which I hesitated to part with. Carter lamented, viewing List as of utmost importance in his life. Then do not part with it, List replied, blinking. Regrettably, Leiden had forgotten to send a message to Levis, requesting him to procure a selection of wines and provisions. Ultimately, it was the impassable roads that led to this predicament. Otherwise, the gold within the castle would have been spent, rather than left to gather dust. Perhaps you could instruct Mr. Marcus to send a message? The Earl, upon seeing that Flower Town lacked even beer with hops, wondered if his conscience would not ache. Carter chuckled, my lord, you are becoming increasingly carefree. List smiled slightly. I recently read a knightly novel, which contained a little poem. If life deceives you, do not mourn, do not hurry. In gloomy days, calmness is needed, believe. Joyful days will come. The heart always yearns for the future, yet now, it often feels melancholic. Everything is fleeting, everything will pass. And what has passed will become a cherished memory. The Earl did not regard List, the third son, as a matter of great significance. Thus, despite life's occasional hardships, List remained optimistic. Compared to most commoners and lesser nobles, life in Flower Town was already remarkably splendid. Every day, they could enjoy white bread, an unattainable ideal for many. In the ensuing days, the small town was bustling with activity, road construction, logging, and oyster farming for house building. The serfs, armed with the copper coins paid by List, worked with fervor, undeterred by the sweltering heat. The castle was equally vibrant, with Steward Carter busily directing the servants in a thorough cleaning and embellishment of the castle. Chef Abby Spoon shouted commands, managing the kitchen maids, Aaron and little Lily, as they scurried amidst various ingredients. Marcus led a squadron of knights, simultaneously guarding the logging team while practicing foundational martial arts. Gaultier, Isaiah, and Blair were also diligently at work. Only List found himself troubled, unable to locate the elusive miniature niter mine. The task had been completed, yet the promised reward of niter remained undiscovered. No reports had reached him regarding any unusual stones, nor had any peculiar occurrences warranted his attention. 3 days passed without a clue, leaving List in a state of distress. It was not that the niter held immense value. Aside from its use in ice-making, he was uncertain of its other applications. Rather, the lack of progress seemed ominous, leading him to worry whether the smoke task had encountered an issue. Previously, rewards from tasks had reached him almost immediately, without delay. Was his golden touch about to slip away? That night, as he lay in bed, contemplating the lingering task from Mushroom Village, anxiety weighed heavily on his heart. Fortunately, his worries were short-lived, lasting only until the 4th day. On that day, Gaultier and the logging team commenced work in Thorn Ridge, followed by a stone transportation team tasked with breaking stones from the ridge and transporting them to the roadside for paving. While they diligently searched for stones to crush, they suddenly stumbled upon a heap of irregular stones embedded in the surface, accompanied by a significant amount of white crystalline substance. Initially, they presumed it to be salt, an essential commodity in daily life, which delighted the serfs, envisioning rewards from their lord. However, upon tasting it, they discovered the white substance bore no saltiness, but rather a hint of bitterness. Despite this, they scraped together a considerable quantity of the white substance and brought it to Gaultier for verification. Unable to identify it, Gaultier relayed the situation to List. Gazing at the white crystalline powder in his hand, List admitted he too could not ascertain whether it was indeed niter, but testing it would reveal the truth. Chapter 70. A toast to iced beer. When dissolved in water, saltpeter absorbs a significant amount of heat. which is the principle behind ice making with saltpeter. Thanks to his previous experiences reading novels, List possesses a wealth of similar knowledge. Moreover, he is aware that saltpeter can be reused. This remarkable substance dissolves in water, rendering it exceedingly cold, even to the point of freezing. List instructed his servant to pour the white powder into a basin of water. Gradually, the powder dissolved. Tom, dipping his finger into the water, exclaimed in astonishment, "My lord, the water has really become cold, so very cold." However, after a brief wait, the water was merely cooler. It had not frozen. List, why isn't it turned to ice? Master Goltai, it takes more than just a sprinkle of powder for ice making with saltpeter. We are merely confirming that this is indeed saltpeter, List replied with a faint smile. Now, as we gather the stone fragments, ensure all of this saltpeter is collected and brought to the castle without a single grain lost. Very well, I eagerly anticipate the moment you produce ice. In summer, having ice is a true luxury for the nobility. As night fell, List gazed at the substantial quantity of saltpeter powder, enough to fill a wooden barrel, and excitedly directed his servants to commence the actual process of ice making. Saltpeter dissolving in water absorbs heat, transforming it into ice. However, the water resulting from the direct melting of saltpeter is toxic, necessitating the preparation of a vat and a copper basin with good thermal conductivity. Water was placed in the vat, and the copper basin was submerged within it. Saltpeter was added to the vat, and they awaited its dissolution and heat absorption to convert the water into ice. Due to the ample supply of saltpeter powder, the heat absorption effect was extraordinarily strong. In a mere quarter of an hour, the water in the vat began to slowly congeal, and soon after, the water in the copper basin also began to freeze. "It's frozen. It has truly frozen," exclaimed Marcus, Goltai, Isaiah, and Blair, who were watching in awe. In their experience, ice was a winter phenomenon, and only the wealthiest nobles could construct ice houses to enjoy the refreshing sensation of ice during summer. Ice houses were luxuries. Only the affluent lords could muster large ice-collecting teams in winter to harvest blocks from rivers and lakes. Noblemen like Goltai, who had fallen on hard times, could only hope for a few scraps of ice to savor at Tulip Castle each year. Marcus, Blair, and Isaiah were even less fortunate, lacking the privilege to taste summer ice. List was equally exhilarated. He had heard tales of ice making with saltpeter, but this was his first practical experience. Witnessing water transform into ice was a profoundly striking revelation. "My lord, it's frozen," Thomas exclaimed, eyes sparkling as he circled the large vat. "Let us fetch the ice." List nodded, maintaining a composed, noble demeanor, unruffled and dignified, as he sliced the ice into smaller pieces. "Tonight, gentlemen and ladies, each of you shall receive a small piece of ice." Carter whispered, "My lord, the ice is far too precious. Surely the servants need not partake?" "Not at all, Mr. Carter, let us proceed as I have instructed." "Indeed, my lord, your generosity commands the sincerest respect from all the servants." Carter bowed, acknowledging the fortune of encountering such a magnanimous nobleman. He then signaled Thomas to carry the ice blocks from the copper basin into the kitchen for cutting. List called for Tom again, instructing, "Preserve this vat of iced water well. When the sun rises tomorrow, take it out to bask in the light. Not a single drop should be wasted." Goltai, perplexed, queried, "List, what is the reasoning behind this? We can simply use the ice as is. Why must we let it melt in the sun?" "The ice formed from the direct melting of saltpeter is indeed usable, but it is inedible. By allowing it to dry, it will revert to saltpeter, which can then be reused for further ice making." "Is saltpeter truly so astonishing?" "It is infinitely more marvelous than you can imagine," List mused, contemplating the possibility of procuring sulfur, daring to concoct black powder. While black powder might not be classified strictly as an explosive compared to gunpowder, it remains highly flammable and explosive. It is suitable for crafting rudimentary bombs, with power at least rivaling the magic of lower-tier magical beasts. Utilized in low-level combat, it could yield unexpectedly effective results. Of course, in a world inhabited by dragons, elves, and magic, black powder holds no decisive advantage. The evening feast was not particularly lavish. List was reluctant to indulge in lavish banquets for Goltai and the others daily, as the castle's resources were his personal luxury. The beverages were equally unimpressive, consisting of sour, hopless beer. Yet the atmosphere of the banquet soared, for each person's cup contained a few fragments of ice. As the ice melted, it rendered the entire cup of beer refreshingly cold. A single sip brought an exhilarating chill, a true delight amidst the increasingly warm weather. List, I propose a toast to iced beer. Goltai cheerfully raised his cup. List lifted his cup in response. Then here's to iced beer. Cheers. Cheers. The table resonated with the sounds of hearty gulps as they consumed their beer. In the kitchen, at the dining table, Eileen incessantly stirred the ice cubes in her plate with her spoon, creating a clattering noise. Eileen, cease that unpleasant noise. The ice cubes bestowed upon you by the Lord are a gift. Hurry and eat them, chastised Abby, her spoon at the ready. Rather than consuming the ice, I prefer to watch it melt, Mrs. Abby. Do you not feel that the temperature in the kitchen has dropped today? Eileen continued to poke at the ice cubes, glancing over at Lily, who was seated nearby. Little Lily, do you feel it too? Of course, we all have ice cubes in our plates, replied Lily, extending her tongue to lick an ice cube from her spoon, reluctant to devour it all at once. The ice cubes held no flavor, yet their coolness provided a soothing sensation, alleviating the heat within her. Abby, irked, exclaimed, Little Lily, I will not permit you to engage in conversation with Eileen during mealtime. Your clumsy manners and rude eating habits only bring shame to the kitchen. Ahem, the butler, Carter, cracked the ice cubes in his mouth. Though over 50 years old, his teeth remained remarkably robust. Mrs. Abby, they are still children. Allow them a modicum of leniency during their meal. Mr. Carter, it is not that I disregard your instructions, but you should not indulge them. They will become unruly, Abby retorted sharply. Their clumsiness is already disappointing. If they cannot even learn basic etiquette, they will remain in the kitchen for their entire lives and never ascend to the status of upstairs maids. Carter and Mortson exchanged glances, both aware that Abby, despite her tough exterior, had a kind heart. However, Eileen clearly disagreed. Mrs. Abby, I have no desire to go upstairs. It is far too uncomfortable up there, and one must tread carefully to leave no trace. I aspire to be a cook. I enjoy working in the kitchen. Forget that notion. Abby exploded. As long as I am in the kitchen, you will never become a cook, little girl. Remember, do not provoke me. But you will eventually grow old. Even when I can no longer work, I will still be the cook, and you will heed my words. Chapter 71. The festive atmosphere of the Sea Festival before dawn had broken. The voice of Butler Carter echoed throughout the castle, both upstairs and downstairs. Tom, muster your spirits. Mrs. Mawson, the window on the second floor is dusty. Have the maid clean it promptly. We cannot afford to leave a lazy impression on the esteemed guests who are soon to arrive. Good heavens, why are the oysters being left out to sunbathe? Quickly, remove them. No, 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 Eileen, that simply won't do today. Do not bring them all out to dry. You should crush them instead. Small pieces of ice are far easier to sun-dry. Carter pulled out his handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his brow. It was indeed a hectic day, and he still had a plethora of precious crystal tableware to polish, but he had to first clarify these trivial matters. He observed Jim, the newly arrived footman, struggling to carry the ice tank that had been prepared yesterday into the sunlight. Unable to hold back, he advised, you ought to think a bit more critically. Jim, tall and quite clever, was simply inexperienced. Upon hearing Carter's words, he immediately expressed his apologies. I apologize, Mr. Carter. I did not consider that. I will crush the ice right away and put it into several buckets and basins. Do not spill it. There's niter in there, which the master specifically instructed us to handle with care, as it is quite valuable. Rest assured, Mr. Carter. After patrolling around the castle, Carter ascended to the second floor, where he caught sight of Thomas entering Lister's bedroom, carrying Flack Abier. He followed suit and knocked before entering. Master, you are awake quite early today. With Thomas's assistance, Lister donned his least favorite attire, complete with that particularly uncomfortable ruffled collar. His mood was somewhat dampened. With all this commotion in the castle, I find it rather difficult to fall asleep. Carter immediately bowed, his expression tinged with unease. My apologies. It was a lapse in my duties that disturbed you, my lord. Carter exhaled in relief. Thomas cast a sideways glance, somewhat disappointed as he had anticipated witnessing the master admonish the butler. At that moment, he also noticed Galtai, who was similarly dressed in formal attire, along with Marcus, Blair, and Isaiah, none of whom were yet titled nobles. As he escorted Galtai and the knights through the town, the authority of the nobility was continually reinforced through such rituals, embedding itself deeply in the hearts of the people. When the commoners had grown accustomed to kneeling, the foundations of their dominion became unassailable. Master, I bring good news. While inspecting Tomato Town, Lister encountered Jesse, who has been promoted from a footman's assistant to a full footman, now earning 2 copper coins a day. Jesse, what good news do you bring? I just checked the tomato caterpillar in Tomato Town and discovered that the tomato sprites have emerged. Is that so? Indeed, that is splendid news. Lister's spirits lifted at the arrival of the castle's 7th sprite. He promptly led his inspection team to John the Lifter's tomato field. In the center, a notably tall tomato caterpillar stood, bearing vibrant red tomatoes. On one of its little yellow flowers lounged a plump, red sprite, basking lazily in the sun. John the Lifter watched nervously over the sprite, feeling it was his duty to protect it from harm and prevent any contracts from being made with it. Only the Lord had the right to contract a sprite, and only those with combat aura or magic could establish such a bond. Lister offered a brief greeting before stepping closer to the tomato sprite, sprinkling a bit of jade powder to attract its attention. He then dabbed some jade powder on his fingertip and extended it toward the little creature. The aura of his combat energy intertwined with the allure of the magic and jade powder, compelling the tomato sprite to open its mouth without hesitation. A fleeting sensation of mutual understanding passed between them. The contract was established. It is an astute sprite. I can feel it, Lister smiled, turning to John the Lifter. John, you shall continue to tend to the tomato field where the caterpillar resides. Remember not to harm it. It is the most vital existence in Tomato Town. My lord, rest assured, John would lay down his life to protect it. He exclaimed, filled with excitement. The tomato field close to the caterpillar was abundant with high-quality tomatoes, meaning he could retain a substantial yield after paying his taxes. For him, a prosperous life had already begun with Lister's reward of a narda. Things will only improve from here. I shall cultivate tomatoes for my lord for a lifetime. He gazed after the departing inspection team, admiring the noble and unassailable figure, his heart brimming with emotion. May the glory of the knights forever be bestowed upon my lord. Chapter 72. The Count's visit to Blossom Town around 10 in the morning. The Count's entourage appeared at Thorn Ridge. Learning from the previous occasion when the convoy was only discovered after approaching the castle, the patrol had begun to loiter along the roads of Thorn Ridge well in advance. The trees lining the roads had been extensively felled, with logs still strewn about, resembling a wooden floor. This undoubtedly provided humans with a clearer line of sight, thereby diminishing the risk of monster attacks. However, the logging was far from complete, as Lister planned to erect 2 barriers to deter the beast's routes. Although wooden barriers hold no deterrence against monsters, the creatures, being wild beasts, might be inclined to turn back rather than destroy the barricades upon encountering them. With the patrol's notification, Lister set out to welcome this substantial convoy, which consisted of 5 carriages and a formidable contingent of knights, clad in uniform and brandishing gleaming weapons. This knightly assembly had initially accompanied the Count in his conquests across the continent. Many knights, having earned titles through valor, had retreated to their fiefs to relish the comforts of the aristocracy, while a fresh batch of novice knights from the academy had joined to maintain the integrity of the order. In the sweltering summer heat, the sun was not particularly forgiving. No one relished the thought of donning a scarf in such weather. Lister led the way, and shortly thereafter, the convoy halted at the castle's grand entrance. All the servants, under Carter's guidance, stood in formation to receive the esteemed guests. Gaultier dramatically stepped forward, exclaiming, "My Lord Count, it is an immense thrill to behold you. Your presence is more resplendent than it was months ago. Even though my fighting spirit has waned, I can still feel the formidable pressure emanating from you. The pressure of a sky knight." William reveled in such flattery, chuckling. "Gaultier, your complexion appears more vibrant. How fares life in Blossom Town?" Just as he spoke, the voice of Lady Penelope echoed from behind. "The dust along the way was overwhelming. I require water to cleanse myself. Traveling afar feels akin to enduring a nightmare. One wishes to conclude, yet must persist." She added, "It is far more pleasant here than the scent of Tulip Castle. If you find it agreeable, you might consider extending your stay," suggested William. "Alas, that cannot be, for my beloved flowers require my care. A day without seeing them would drive me to madness." Trailing behind Lady Penelope was a middle-aged woman bedecked in shimmering attire, her tall hat adorned with an array of feathers, a style known as the ladybird hat, signifying the sky, which only the wives of sky knights could don. Beyond her conspicuous hat, she exuded an aura reminiscent of a vixen, particularly evident in her eyes. Lister, recalling his predecessor's memories, found these eyes particularly striking. They seemed to observe from the shadows, yet when she smiled, they bore the sweetness of a neighborly girl. Now, upon encountering those eyes again, Lister easily deduced them to be the eyes of a cunning fox, slightly elongated, with upturned corners that curved into crescent shapes when she smiled. In her grasp, she held a tender young boy. William and Livia were no strangers to Blossom Town. William personally led the Coral Island Knight Order, while Captain Mickey was tasked with the knight's training and the security of Tulip Castle, effectively serving as the Order's operational leader. Once the formalities concluded, the castle buzzed with activity. The influx of guests overwhelmed the 15 servants, as the upper floors brimmed with nobles and the lower with knights. Fortunately, the Count's party had brought along a considerable number of servants, as well as ample provisions and wine. Likely aware of the rural area's limited resources, treating the visit as a delightful picnic, Carter, serving as the steward, naturally assumed command over all the servants. Even though among them stood Silva, the vice-steward of Tulip Castle. Carter, should the castle's provisions prove insufficient, fret not. The master has brought enough food from Tulip Castle to last several days. Silva, younger and impeccably dressed in a tailcoat, stood among the servants, exuding the poise of a nobleman. Carter, once merely the steward of a separate estate, now represented Lister. Thus, he straightened his posture, striving to appear more dignified. I appreciate the Count's thoughtfulness. However, even without the provisions from Tulip Castle, the town can provide a splendid array of culinary delights. We have prepared a grand feast, Mr. Silva. Leave the arrangements to me. Chapter 73. The Feast of Success. The Black Tulip, so exquisite. William caressed the solitary black tulip, a gentle expression gracing his face. The rise of his family was intrinsically linked to tulips, thus he harbored an extraordinary fondness for them. Lady Penelope was equally enamored, tenderly stroking the dark purple flower. Possessing a new variety of potion or merely a single tulip was a promising sign of the family's continued prosperity. I once believed Lister to be devoid of fortune, yet it now appears he is the most fortunate of the tulip family. The promotion of the black tulip should be fervently pursued, for the sake of the family, Mrs. Mary casually remarked. Lydon followed closely behind Mrs. Mary, his innocence shining through as he exclaimed, "It is truly beautiful, father. May I have a black tulip as well? I wish to plant it on my bedroom windowsill, so that I may gaze upon it every day." "You shall have your chance, Lydon," William interjected, abruptly halting Lydon's words. He turned his attention to Lister, inquiring about the harvested seed pods. "Have you gathered a batch of seeds?" "Indeed, there are 35 mature seed pods, each containing approximately 30 seeds. I believe that if entrusted to Xiangxiang for cultivation, we could achieve large-scale planting within 6 months. Naturally, Xiangxiang's prowess in tulip cultivation is unparalleled among the High Elves." "Excellent." They concluded their brief discussion regarding the cultivation of the black tulip, leaving no room for others to interject. The brothers were in agreement. Liviola could accompany them, but Lydon would not be included. They were not of the same mother, and thus their hearts did not align. The Count cast a glance at Mrs. Mary and Lydon, then at Lister, who towered over him, ultimately choosing silence. Lady Penelope whispered to Liviola, "Those two boys have already formed their own opinions." Just observe the delight on William's face. Though her words were softly spoken, their gathering provided no semblance of confidentiality. William feigned ignorance, turning to Lister and stating, "The flower farm has fallen into disrepair. Upon discovering the tulips here, I planted a vast sea of them, hoping you might restore that former grandeur. Reviving the flower farm has always been part of my plans. I can see you truly understand how to be a competent lord. Flower Town exudes a thriving atmosphere, and I hope it continues. What lineage does it possess?" Unknown, Lister refrained from mentioning the dragon bloodline. Once revealed, the Count would undoubtedly covet the dragon's steed, a matter of great significance to the nobility. Perhaps it is the bloodline of an intermediate magical beast. Should you cultivate an equally magnificent herd of horses, I would procure a batch from you to replace the knight's mounts. "That may take some time," Lister replied, while William regarded him with a knowing glint in his eyes. "Do not be impatient. Time is on your side." Within the castle, the food brought by the Count elicited no particular reaction. It was a familiar fare. "What is this?" Lady Penelope inquired as the maid guided her in extracting a clam from its shell. Biting into it, she found it succulent and smooth, a flavor distinctly different from terrestrial dishes blossoming on her palate. Delightful. It is so tender that I hardly need my teeth." Clams, a seafood abundant by the sea, are not only delicious but also preventive against certain ailments. Liviola imitated the maid's technique, peeling away the shell of a shrimp. "What is this?" "So, they are all seafood from the ocean?" Indeed, came the reply. Flower Town lacked any local specialties to enhance their menu. They could only gaze towards the azure waves of the eastern coast. Fortunately, countless delectable seafood awaited discovery. Seafood was a vital food source. Presently, few nobles had taken note of this. Perhaps after today's banquet, Coral Island would witness a surge in seafood development. However, it might not. The ocean, in the eyes of the nobility, was far less significant than the land. Sometimes, the constraints on development arise not from vision, but from inertia. Lister discerned this amidst the guests' enthusiastic praise for the seafood. While the Count and others held seafood in high regard, they anticipated purchasing it from Flower Town rather than embarking on their own fishing endeavors. Perhaps they believed it unwise to waste agricultural serfs on the role of fishermen. I can certainly provide seafood for Tulip Castle. In fact, as you have observed, I am currently working to clear the path through Thorn Ridge. Once completed, I shall establish a merchant convoy from Flower Town to Coral City, regularly transporting the goods produced in Flower Town. The Count sipped his red wine and nodded. Once the restrictions of Thorn Ridge are lifted, Flower Town may yet develop into a prosperous little town, just like your sister, training a batch of knights. For the glory of the nobility is ever sought upon horseback. Following the seafood, another delectable dish was presented, jerky from the Windhawk. This served as the final main course, a fitting conclusion featuring magical beast meat. Watching the guests eat with joy, no complaints arose. Carter, the steward, stood erect beside the banquet, his heart swelling with pride. Many assumed Flower Town to be a barren, impoverished locale, where the lord dined on meager provisions and led a humble existence. Yet this feast demonstrated the affluence of Flower Town. A wealthy nobility is a dignified nobility. His diligent efforts alongside the servants beautifully complemented the castle's noble aura, ensuring no one would regard Lister as merely a provincial baron. Here, in Flower Town, was a place favored by the glory of knights. Sir, may we serve dessert now? Mrs. Obby has prepared ample servings of ice cream. Then let it be served. Chapter 74. The allure of ice cream. What a delightful dessert. As soon as it was uttered from Carter's lips, Liwela's attention was immediately captured, prompting her to inquire, "Is it a dessert made of ice?" Carter signaled to a servant to fetch the ice cream from the kitchen and then explained to the gathering. Ice cream is a delectable frozen delicacy, a specialty of the castle's kitchen in Flower Town, crafted from a unique recipe designed to be the perfect summer treat and a splendid dessert to accompany any meal. It was a brilliant idea conceived by our esteemed lord. It sounded somewhat akin to frozen cheese. Lady Penelope expressed her distaste. "I am not fond of cheese. It tends to make me nauseous for an entire afternoon." Liwesi shrugged. "I share your aversion to cheese. Perhaps a cup of frozen fruit juice would suffice for me. Ice cream is not akin to cheese. Just wait and taste it. I believe you will be enamored by the charm of this enticing delicacy," List remarked nonchalantly. "Do you possess knowledge of gastronomy?" Lady Mary inquired with a smile. "A dessert crafted by a noble's hand is certainly worth sampling." The Count, who had been enjoying his roast, darkened slightly at Lady Mary's words, his tone becoming grave. "List, you have come of age and been granted a fief. Your focus should be on the development of Flower Town and achieving the honor of knighthood, not on culinary matters. This is unbecoming of a noble. The kitchen is a place for servants. Nobles do not step into the kitchen, as it is a domain for the lower classes." List took a gentle sip of his chilled beer, unfazed by his father's reprimand. "Father, ice cream is merely an idea. Madame Abby has brought this idea to fruition. As a noble, my role is to savor it and offer feedback on its flavor." He smiled at Lady Mary. "If you enjoy it, do commend Madame Abby. She is a diligent and devoted cook." "I would be delighted," Lady Mary replied, lowering her gaze to slice the seafood on her plate, her smile quickly fading. In a brief span, the servants had brought forth a series of colorful ice cream cups, placing them elegantly on the table before the nobles. The cups were exquisite crystal, often associated with the precious dragonstone, some imbued with magical properties suitable for crafting light fixtures, while others, lacking such magic, were fashioned into various crystal vessels, symbols of noble status, power, and wealth. The castle boasted 20 crystal goblets, originally intended for red wine during banquets, now repurposed to hold ice cream. "Ah, so this is ice cream? It appears delightful and has a wonderful aroma," Liwela observed, lifting her cup to inspect it closely, revealing 3 spherical scoops, one pink, one pale yellow, and one light green, topped with 2 tiny purple berries. She glanced at Liwesi's cup, which contained 3 scoops as well, but in different hues of pale yellow, pink, and deep brown. Essentially, the colors were limited to pink, pale yellow, light green, and deep brown, merely differing in combination. Carter elegantly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, ice cream comes in 4 flavors. The pink is strawberry, the pale yellow is banana, the light green is matcha, and the deep brown is chocolate. You may select according to your preference." "It's quite chilly," Captain Mickey remarked, holding his cup, curiosity piqued. "List, is it made of ice?" "If I recall correctly, Flower Town lacks an ice cellar. Forgive my inquisitiveness, but I cannot fathom how ice cream is produced." "Indeed, Flower Town does not possess an ice cellar. But that does not imply the absence of ice," List replied, observing the curious expressions of the crowd. "I discovered a minuscule nitrate mine in the town. I once read in a knight's novel that nitrate can produce ice. Thus, Flower Town has its ice, while sorcerers can create ice directly, producing it through nitrate is a natural phenomenon. When nitrate dissolves in water, it absorbs heat and transforms the water into ice. The marvelous nitrate, may I witness it?" "Certainly, but alas, not today. We have exhausted our supply. It requires a considerable amount of nitrate to produce even a small quantity of ice, and Flower Town only has a minuscule nitrate mine, yielding insufficient ice for even 2 barrels of water in a day." Captain Mickey sighed. "What a pity." Liwela interjected, "List, if you share a barrel of nitrate with me, I shall offer you gold." "Try the ice cream first, dear sister." List awkwardly diverted the topic, recalling how she had always coveted his toys since childhood. Liwela shot him a glare. The brother she could once easily bully had grown to the point of dismissing her. Even if he could only produce 2 barrels of ice daily, it was still quite remarkable. Even the Tulip Castle could not access ice every day, as summer ice is more precious than gold. Lady Mary turned to the Count. "My dear, nitrate could potentially be developed into an industry. You know how the nobles covet our ice cellar during the summer." The Count, scooping a portion of ice cream, replied without looking up, "While nitrate is indeed extraordinary, 2 barrels of ice per day is merely sufficient for List's personal use. It holds little value." He then tasted the chocolate ice cream, his eyes widening with delight. "What a unique flavor." Liwesi chimed in, "It is indeed delicious. This is called ice cream, yes? I particularly enjoy this strawberry flavor. Compared to frozen cheese, it is rich in creamy essence, yet not overly sweet or cloying, and it melts in the mouth." "I prefer the matcha flavor," Liwela declared, having devoured her light green matcha scoop. "It makes for an excellent dessert, especially after a summer banquet," Captain Mickey assessed. The delightful ice cream swiftly captivated everyone's palate. Only one person at the table shook her head, Lady Penelope. "Oh, I am sorry, but I cannot acclimate to such flavors. It hardly resembles food. Mr. Carter, please replace it with a cup of sweetened water. Grandmother does not fancy it." "I adore it. Mr. Carter, do bring me another cup of ice cream. I desire both chocolate and banana flavors." Lee Dunn had already finished his cup of ice cream with fervor. Ice cream is merely a dessert following a meal. List invented it solely to enjoy a refreshing treat during the summer. One cannot survive solely on chilled beer, but ice cream can be relished all day long. Nevertheless, at today's banquet, ice cream was the star of the show. Apart from Lady Penelope, who was less enthusiastic, and the somewhat indifferent Captain Mickey and the Count, the remaining guests were thoroughly enchanted by the ice cream. Madame Abby's 4 servings of ice cream were completely devoured. Ultimately, the luncheon concluded amidst the exquisite flavors of ice cream. As Carter busied himself directing the servants to clear the remnants, he stood tall, his tension dissipated. Encountering the assistant steward Silva in the corridor, he beamed, "Mr. Silva, I thank you for the delightful fare provided by the Count." The gentleman thoroughly enjoyed the luncheon. Chapter 75. The peasant with 20 silver coins. Though the banquet had concluded, the nobles reclining in their chairs continued to discuss the delights of ice cream. Liwela was particularly enthusiastic, having developed a profound affection for its exquisite taste. "Lister, pray tell me, how is ice cream made?" "Let Madame Abby enlighten you. I merely suggest an idea, while the remaining steps are all hers." Lister had no intention of keeping secrets. However, large-scale ice production was impossible, which rendered mass ice cream production unfeasible and long-distance transportation for sale impractical. Thus, keeping the recipe was of little value. Naturally, a bit of extortion from Liwela was still in order. "I shall divulge the ice cream recipe to you alone, and it must not be disclosed to others. Furthermore, as a matter of fair trade, one cannot expect to receive my goods without compensation. What do you propose? Pig iron or wrought iron?" 100 pounds of pig iron. That is all I can offer. Beyond that, I would rather forego the ice cream recipe. Agreed. Any gain is better than none. Lister understood the nuances of generosity. To give freely could be seen as folly, and one could risk being perceived as a fool. Conversely, being overly greedy was inadvisable, especially since they were siblings by blood, capable of mutual support. As he negotiated this minor transaction, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He recalled his youthful days on Earth, having once crafted ice cream by hand to win the affection of a beloved girl. Though he failed to secure her heart, he had mastered the art of ice cream making, a skill that had not been in vain. If only large-scale ice production were feasible, making ice pops would surely yield a fortune. Even producing ice alone could be lucrative. The ice cream recipe was sold to Liwela, but Livius gifted it to her directly. "Brother, when will the tulip fleet return?" "Yes, the next voyage of the tulip fleet for trade is soon. I hope to acquire a batch of peasants." With the recipe in hand, Livius was amenable. "Very well, but what price can you offer?" 10 silver coins per peasant? That was the previous rate. Currently, there is little conflict within the Grand Duke's domain, making the trade of peasants uncommon and difficult to procure. However, I recently heard that the Lord of Little Papa Island was slain by pirates, and the territory was lost. The Sapphire Duke is furious about this and has spread the word across the territories, calling for assistance in containing the pirates. Yet, after the devastation of Little Papa Island, the pirates have vanished without a trace. Some believe this was not a true pirate raid, but rather a ruse by a lord. Big Papa Island has offered a bounty of 300 gold coins for information on the pirates. Livius briefly recounted the repercussions of the pirate incident at Little Papa Island, then added, "Aside from that, the Grand Duke's realm remains peaceful. To procure slaves, one must search farther afield, ideally along the border where the Eagle Kingdom confronts the Steel Ridge Kingdom. State your price, and if I can accept, I shall agree. 20 silver coins per peasant. I cannot go lower, or I shall not profit." Livius stated his terms. Moreover, if the quantity of peasants is excessively high, immediate payment in gold will be required, otherwise, I cannot account for it to my father. Agreed. I have a few requests. These 500 peasants should primarily consist of the young, with a preference for female peasants. Additionally, if there are any skilled laborers among them, they should be prioritized. You mean blacksmiths, tailors, cobblers, and such? That will be challenging, as artisans are mostly free citizens, and laws across the nations protect them from being treated as mere slaves. The workings of the city rely heavily on free citizens, thus the state laws will safeguard them. Lister gritted his teeth. I shall add an additional 20 gold coins. Of the 500 peasants, at least 100 should be skilled laborers. Very well. Reluctantly, Lister counted out 120 gleaming Narda coins. Gazing at his depleted purse, he felt a twinge of melancholy. He once possessed around 150 gold coins, but with the ongoing payments to the common folk for their labor, his wealth had dwindled considerably. Now, only 16 coins remained, and his purse seemed perilously close to emptying. Fortunately, the passage through Thorn Ridge was nearly completed, once the trade route was established. The seafood from Flower Town could be sold in Coral City. He believed the delectable seafood would generate considerable wealth. After finalizing the arrangements for the peasants, Livius suddenly broached the topic of saltpeter. Lister, is it not possible to expand the scale of ice production using saltpeter? I wish it were possible, but alas, it is not. You could mine more saltpeter. Brother, it is not a matter of desire. There are simply no more saltpeter mines to be found in Flower Town. I can offer you some saltpeter powder and the raw or from mining. Perhaps there are other saltpeter deposits on Coral Island. Very well, I shall seek them out. You may not realize it, but if ice can be produced in summer, it could yield a vast fortune. Livius took a puff of his cigar. When I find a saltpeter mine, I shall not neglect your share. Have you noticed how Madame Mary is encouraging father to get involved in saltpeter ice production? It is evident, Lister understood. Fortunately, their father was indifferent to saltpeter ice production. In summer, he often served as the Grand Duke's groom at court, where there were countless ice blocks to enjoy. There were many ice cellars on Blue Dragon Island. The largest one was said to resemble a labyrinth, where workers transporting ice had become lost and perished from the cold. Lister said nothing. The most aristocratic individual he had encountered was Merlin Changyu. Beyond that, he had no knowledge of the lives of nobility, particularly of a family with dragons. As the meal settled, the sun began its descent. Flower Town was delightful. He hoped they would maintain their ambition. However, merely being a competent lord was insufficient. The rise of the Tulip family was due to their military achievements, and the Grand Duke was still vigorous, with the flames of expansion unextinguished. Therefore, to transcend Flower Town, one must not relinquish the yearning for knightly glory. Isn't being granted the title of Viscount a quicker route? Lister silently scoffed, perceiving that the Count clearly disliked him yet assumed the role of a stern father. Which felt somewhat incongruous, I understand. Subsequently, both fell into silence, simply riding quietly. After a moment, the Count glanced at Lister's steed. The Black Dragon, this is a fine horse. Take good care of it. It will be the most important companion for a lord. Understood. Lister bid farewell to everyone. Grandmother, be careful getting into the carriage. I shall frequently visit Tulip Castle. Liwela embraced him, saying, when will you come to Coral City for the pig iron? I will. Madame Mary pulled along the sullen Leiden, who had tried to mount a horse but failed. They exchanged smiles with Lister and bid him farewell. Livius, like Liwela, embraced him as well, perhaps to demonstrate fraternal affection before the Count. Lister, the gates of Tulip Castle are always open to you. Thank you. The caravan slowly set forth, and Lister watched them depart into the distance. Chapter 76. The three merchants of the town. As the convoy departed from Blossom Town, the castle once again fell into tranquility. Although a multitude of plates and goblets awaited cleaning, and the castle's small garden was trampled by the knights, Carter felt no pressure in organizing the servants to gradually restore order. With 15 servants at his disposal, he had ample assistance. Gaultier, still savoring the evening, remarked, as you wished. During the banquet, he felt utterly at ease, engaging in lively banter with the Count, relishing a joy he had not experienced in many years. Blossom Town had made a grand impression, and he described the luncheon as a splendid affair, replete with an array of seafood and ice cream that tantalized the taste buds. However, Lister harbored a different perspective. That evening, he shared a glass of red wine with Carter. Mr. Carter, I initially intended to showcase the impoverished side of Blossom Town, perhaps to elicit aid from Tulip Castle. Yet, inadvertently, I orchestrated a lavish banquet with seafood, ice cream, and beast meat. Hardly a justification for lamenting poverty. Carter smiled. My lord showcased his charisma. Your performance at the banquet endeared you to all. Were I a knight, I might very well choose to remain in Blossom Town and follow your lead. The ostentation of the nobility serves a dual purpose. It demonstrates strength to attract followers. The Viscount Trick Thistle was drawn to the Count's charm, ultimately becoming a supporter who aided the Tulip family in their campaigns, laying the groundwork for the vast estate of the Earl of Coral Island. Yet, no knights remained, did they? I believe the seeds have been sown. Perhaps one day they shall bloom unexpectedly. A most philosophical statement, Mr. Carter. To that, I raise a toast. Cheers, my lord. After a sip of red wine to soothe his throat, Lister inquired, how much food did my father bring today? An ample supply of various provisions, though most were utilized during the banquet. What remains consists chiefly of beer and fine flour, along with spices, fennel, ginger, pepper, licorice, salt, and sugar. And how much of each? There are approximately 500 pounds of fine flour and 30 barrels of beer. The fine flour was evidently intended for Lister's white bread, and he felt a sense of connection, realizing that the Count still harbored paternal affection for him. Now, with the additional food sent his way, he mused, was the Count perhaps a man of contradictory nature? This thought troubled him slightly. If the Count's family were indifferent to him, he could easily maintain a cordial yet distant relationship, living his life at ease. What he feared most was the entanglement of familial bonds, leaving him uncertain on how to navigate the situation, whether to embrace this newfound kinship or to uphold his individuality by keeping his distance. Is this the bind of familial ties? For every human, it is a web that one cannot escape. Everything has been entrusted to Mr. Silva. All are top-quality dried seafood. Excellent. Reciprocity is essential. Setting down his wine glass, Carter finished his drink, collected the 2 cups, and inclined his head respectfully. My lord, rest well. I bid you good night. I must take my leave. Good night, Mr. Carter. May you dream sweetly. In the following days, tranquility reigned. Aside from overseeing the logging work, Lister focused on training the fruit-stealing monkeys. Initially, 7 slightly injured monkeys had been captured alive, all of which recovered, though 2 had become lame and were unlikely to climb trees again. The remaining 5 were entrusted to the town's hunters for training, with ropes, whips, and fruits. The once obstreperous monkeys were soon tamed, responding to commands to ascend trees or enter cages. 3 were female, and 4 were male, by the latter half of the year. It was anticipated that there would be 10 fruit-stealing monkeys. Generally, monkeys could give birth to 2 litters in a year, though typically with only 1 offspring per litter. Coral City appeared to lack the sale of soursop fruits. Perhaps with time, this could become a local specialty for Blossom Town, though regrettably, the soursop tree spirits had not yet come to fruition. As he envisioned the future of the soursop trees, the hunters commenced training the monkeys to pluck fruits. Remember, animals can hold grudges and sulk. As long as they work diligently, do not strike them indiscriminately. Should I discover any unjustified beatings of the fruit-stealing monkeys, those whips shall be turned against you. His expression was grave as he emphasized this point. He had no desire for the monkeys to revolt and potentially harm a few farmers. Rest assured, my lord, we shall not forget your instructions. The part-time hunters understood their future roles as fruit farmers, utilizing the fruit-stealing monkeys for labor, and they were quite pleased. Were it not for the training, they would be reluctant to strike the monkeys. To the farmers, these creatures were akin to night steeds. Old Grellant, Sherlock, Abagon, you are merchants on Little Papa Island? Lister reiterated his question. Indeed, my lord. Is there a merchant named Paluxygen on Little Papa Island? Well, I was merely inquiring. Lister regarded Old Grellant with newfound respect. The man seemed to possess an impressive knowledge of the townsfolk. Today, I have summoned you three to establish a merchant convoy for the castle, and I wish for you to oversee this endeavor. Chapter 77. The ever more delicious milk tea in the realm of commerce. List had no intention of allowing the townsfolk to spontaneously organize themselves. Rather, he envisioned a merchant caravan exclusively for the castle. Lacking the impetus and ideas for reform and innovation, he merely sought to manage his territory in accordance with the practices of the majority of nobles. Old Grellantai was elected as the leader of the caravan, with Abagon and Sherlock providing assistance. The only item you can currently trade is seafood. I wish to start from Coral City, gradually expanding the sale of seafood from Flower Town to all cities, List declared. As you wish, my lord, they replied. Now, tell me how you intend to sell this seafood. It is a novel item. The common folk have likely never tasted it and may be apprehensive. Sherlock offered an additional suggestion to Old Grellantai. We could first contact the kitchens of many noble families, providing them with some complimentary seafood for tasting. There are many freemen in Coral City, a potential market for seafood. We could set up stalls on the streets, offering free steam-cooked seafood for passers-by to sample. I believe it won't be long before everyone in Coral City recognizes the deliciousness of seafood, Abagon proposed. List found both methods commendable. It seems you have developed a comprehensive business strategy. Once the road through Thorn Ridge is completed, you may commence your trading. Old Grellantai hesitated for a moment and said, My lord, we lack carts to transport the seafood to Coral City. Once the road is cleared, I will promptly purchase several carts. List pondered. The castle has 16 gold coins remaining, and a typical cart for transporting goods costs 1 gold coin. I can acquire 6, but no more, as I lack sufficient horses to pull them. After sending off Old Grellantai and his companions, List sighed softly. He had initially believed the castle's gold would suffice, only to realize it fell short. The cost of sustaining 500 serfs had already consumed 120 gold coins. To grow the town to a population of 5,000, he would need to prepare at least 600 more coins, and to reach a population of 10,000. Nearly 2,000 coins would be necessary. Perhaps I could sell the bloodsword to Levi or Captain Mickey. However, they might find the price too steep. 1,000 gold coins should be within their means, but as my fingers grasped the hilt of the bloodsword, the warm touch of its magical essence renders such a decision impossible. This is a gem-forged weapon, born of dragon-crafted jewels, symbolizing power. Moreover, it aligns with my combat attributes. Even should I ascend to the status of a Sky Knight, this bloodsword would still befit my station. Perhaps I should develop slowly. I hope that this year, with the aid of compost farming, Flower Town will yield a bountiful harvest. Coupled with the sprite larvae I have brought and those naturally birthed, I anticipate that next quarter's tax revenue could surpass 15 gold coins. This quarter's taxes had already been delivered to the castle. After meticulous calculations by Isaiah, the value of various crops and artisan goods collected during the spring quarter was approximately 7 gold coins. Historically, spring tax revenue hovered around 3 gold coins. Winter yielded nearly nothing, summer around 4 coins, and autumn approximately 7, totaling less than 15 coins for the year. With the introduction of sprite larvae and compost farming, along with seafood harvesting, List felt confident that summer tax revenue could equal last year's total. By autumn, the revenue would surely soar, making it possible to surpass Levira's Falcon Town. My lord, your milk tea is ready, announced Butler Carter, entering the study with a cup of freshly brewed milk tea. It had become a nightly ritual for List to indulge in a cup before sleep. "Thank you," he responded, his thirst driving him to drink half the cup in one go. As he wiped the milk tea foam from his lips, he hesitated slightly. "Mr. Carter, was today's milk tea brewed by Mrs. Mawson?" "Indeed, my lord. Is there something amiss with today's brew?" Carter inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. List shook his head. "The brewing is impeccable, yet I can't shake the feeling that Mrs. Mawson's skill has improved. The milk tea has become increasingly delightful. I shall convey your compliments to Mrs. Mawson. I am certain it will bring her great joy." On the first day of July, the afternoon sun was languid, with clouds playfully obscuring its rays, reminiscent of a mischievous child covering a friend's eyes. The weather was mild, with a gentle breeze blowing. Inspecting the logging operations, List stood on the opposite side of Thorn Ridge, a charming smile gracing his handsome features as he announced, "All trees within 100 meters of the road have been felled. The logging team has fulfilled my instructions admirably. As your lord, I extend my respect to you all." However, respect was merely spoken. The common folk must continue their labor. The clearing of Thorn Ridge's road signified that Flower Town would soon be connected to the outside world, no longer confined to a corner of Coral Island, allowing anyone to venture forth and explore. Nevertheless, to further enhance road safety, the completion of the fence remained imperative. Pausing, he added thus, "The original logging team will not disband. They shall directly proceed to construct the fence, effectively isolating the woods on either side of Thorn Ridge. The lumber needed for the fence can be sourced locally. There is an abundance of timber lying on the ground." The completion of the road was indeed a moment worth celebrating. List summoned Galtai, Marcus, Isaiah, and Blair to arrange for the ensuing tasks. First and foremost was the matter of the merchant caravan. Once the carts were acquired, they would immediately commence selling seafood. Secondly, List intended to allocate his last 10 gold coins to procure a selection of essential food items, including hops for brewing beer. Lastly, they would promote the accessibility of Flower Town to various merchant caravans from Coral Island, heralding that entry and exit were now free. The castle's merchant caravan was responsible for the substantial trades entrusted to List, and typically did not engage in the minutiae of common folk trade. The influx of external caravans into Flower Town would invigorate the local economy, fostering the circulation of wealth and goods. Lastly, it was imperative to convey that Flower Town would welcome freemen to settle by reducing tax burdens, ensuring this message reached cities far and wide. List was keenly aware of the importance of population growth. The current tax revenue was of little concern to him. The development of the territory was his foremost priority. The group busily recorded List's directives. Suddenly, Marcus spoke up. "My lord, I wish to request a day off to bring my family to reside in Flower Town." Upon hearing this, Isaiah sighed deeply. "My foolish son likely will not want to come to Flower Town. He has grown accustomed to his indulgent life in Coral City." Blair cheerfully interjected, "Then I, too, shall bring my family over. Life here may be somewhat monotonous, yet the air is invigorating." Galtai smiled awkwardly. "List, I would also like to bring my family, but Freya is already with child, and I find myself unable to manage the situation." List responded earnestly, "Master Galtai, while it is a common indulgence among nobles to keep mistresses, it remains fundamentally unethical. I do not intend to urge you to cease immediately. Moreover, since Freya is with child, treat her as your wife in Flower Town." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Should her child be a boy, I hope he will one day become my squire. Your generosity humbles me, my lord. I, Galtai, shall gladly serve you." Galtai rose and approached List, bowing solemnly in gratitude. Chapter 78. Real estate planning of the town. Completing the task rewards a new variety of mushroom. The undertaking of a knight requires not only courage and wisdom, but also sufficient survival skills to realize the utmost significance of life. Therefore, one must master Marcus's complete archery skills. The reward for this endeavor is a deep-sea black pearl. The logging work in the Thorn Ridge Passage has been completed, and the smoke task has been timely updated. The new variety of mushroom is evidently growing somewhere in the mushroom village, soon to be discovered, and Lister possesses ample patience to await this moment. What exactly is a deep-sea black pearl? He mused, unable to fathom its significance. However, pearls in the market are quite expensive, favored by the nobility as adornments, and a black pearl should be even more precious, fetching a considerable sum. Recently, he has been so impoverished that he can barely afford to pay wages. The thought of money drives him nearly mad. Learning archery from Marcus has long been on the agenda. Thus, starting tomorrow, he will officially begin his lessons in archery. It appears tomorrow will not suffice. For Marcus is to travel to Coral City to fetch his family. Then, let it commence the day after. I shall send the merchant caravan to Tulip Fortress to procure a bow and arrows for me. In Coral Island, only a few noble households are permitted to trade in weaponry. Fortunately, Lister need not be troubled. He can simply purchase them at Tulip Fortress since he is a direct descendant of the Tulip family. Early the following day, the newly formed merchant caravan of Flower Town, led by Old Gallantai, consisting of 3 merchants, 6 drivers, and 7 young assistants, set forth towards Coral City. Driving 6 sturdy horses laden with several packages of seafood and cooking pots, intending to prepare the seafood on site. Marcus, riding his light gray horse, accompanied the caravan, providing protection as well. The training regimen for the night squad has temporarily been entrusted to the Squire Knight, Carl the Hammer, the only one among the Squire Knights who has developed a sense of aura and is on the verge of cultivating combat energy. The other 3 Squire Knights have yet to show any signs of combat energy. Blair also joined the caravan, intending to fetch his family to establish residence in Flower Town. Goltai and Isaiah, whose families could not or preferred not to come, continued to maintain the town's administrative operations. There remains much work to be done. Roads are still under construction, houses at Oyster Village are being built, and wasteland is continually being cultivated, while a new, significant project is also in the planning stages. Teacher Goltai, Isaiah, the town requires a reorganization of its layout. In about a day, Marcus and Blair's families will arrive. Please ensure their housing arrangements are made promptly since they are a large family and cannot continue to reside in the administration office. Rest assured, my lord, I considered this matter last night and have already rented 2 houses adjacent to the administration office for Marcus and Blair's families to temporarily reside in. Goltai's tone grew increasingly respectful, as he had now begun to follow Lister for the sake of his forthcoming illegitimate child. Following implies he has become a subject of Lister, no longer merely a peer in terms of titles and teacher-student relations. I am pleased that you anticipated my thoughts, Lister replied, satisfied with Goltai's current attitude. Now, let us continue discussing the town's planning. In approximately 3 months, a batch of 500 serfs and freemen will arrive to settle in Flower Town. Additional houses must be constructed across the villages, and the town itself must expand. Goltai had long been aware of Lister's intention to trade in slaves and directly inquired, how will this batch of commoners be allocated? What will be the number of serfs? If all goes as planned, there will be 400 serfs to supplement the villages for farming and 100 freemen, mostly artisans, to be allocated designated plots for workshops in the town. Unfolding the town's rudimentary map, Lister traced a horizontal line across the only existing street with his finger. We shall construct an additional road, creating a cross-shaped layout for the town. This is no small endeavor. 3 months may not suffice. Let us build first and discuss later. Lister, not being an expert, often lacked precise budgeting and long-term planning, many decisions being made as inspiration struck. The streets must be wide, dividing the town into 4 quadrants. The west designated as a commercial district for future developments like a trading post and a market. The societal system in this world is markedly underdeveloped. Cities resemble densely packed, dilapidated houses without any concept of zoning. However, Lister is unwilling to conform to such disarray. The south will be designated as a workshop district, where mills, slaughterhouses, and blacksmiths will be relocated. The north will serve as the serf residential area, while the east will accommodate the freemen. Furthermore, a noble residential area will be planned further west within the commercial district, close to the castle. Dividing people into classes is morally questionable, yet the societal system dictates that nobles cannot reside alongside commoners, nor can freemen coexist with serfs. Contemplating Lister's words, after a moment, Goltai could not help but exclaim, "My lord, your vision is truly unique. It has broadened my perspective. I never realized cities could be constructed in such a manner. Categorizing areas in this way ensures that even the most distant merchants will not struggle to find a place to conduct their business." Isaiah, slightly slower to grasp, understood the advantages of urban planning upon hearing Goltai's explanation. I too am enlightened. Flower Town shall become a jewel of Coral Island. Lister smiled slightly, adding, "There is one crucial aspect to consider. We must construct ample latrines. I do not wish to witness anyone relieving themselves indiscriminately in the town, not even a 3-year-old. He then elaborated, every shop must display a sign, and each toilet should also be marked with a prominent sign. At the entrances to the roads, There must be signs as well. No matter who arrives in Flower Town in the future, they must adhere to the rule against public defecation. He felt strongly about this matter. For many knights, such behavior is considered normal. When the urge strikes, they simply relieve themselves. Yet Lister will not permit this. He does not wish to stroll through the stable only to inadvertently step into a mess. As a native, Goltai and Isaiah were indifferent to such matters, having frequently engaged in similar behavior in the past. Yet Lister had issued his decree. They nodded in agreement. Rest assured, my lord, we will prioritize sanitation in the town. Suddenly, Lister recalled another matter. By the way, Isaiah, my young knights are illiterate. I wish to hire you as the literacy teacher for the knight squad, to instruct them in commonly used writing, ensuring they possess at least the ability to read. Flower Town lacks a knight academy, so he must employ a teacher. Isaiah did not hesitate to respond. Isaiah is willing to serve. Chapter 79. The mistake of Crooked Neck Bob. Among the 6 carriages, 2 were laden with goods, while the other 4 carried Marcus and the Blair family. The 6 tired horses struggled under the burden, with one horse pulling a carriage that was somewhat overloaded. My lord. Marcus dismounted and bowed, as a throng of people disembarked from the carriage behind him. Teacher Marcus, if memory serves me right, your family is not this large, is it? Lister counted meticulously, noting that there were 22 individuals from Marcus's household alone. He nodded, ever welcoming of an increase in population. Subsequently, the Blair family also paid their respects. Their number was modest, consisting solely of his wife and their 4 children, the eldest of whom had recently married and had yet to bear offspring. Have Galtier arrange accommodations for both families. Only then did Lister begin to inquire about the caravan's business. Old Galantai nervously reported, My lord, we have not sold much seafood. Half of it was given away as complimentary samples to the citizens of Coral City. Many who tasted it declared it delicious, yet one individual suffered a severe allergic reaction, resulting in a rash and gastrointestinal distress, instilling fear of seafood among the populace. Abagon added, had the patrol not recognized the caravan as belonging to your lordship, we might have faced confiscation of all our goods. Seafood allergies? Lister pondered. There were indeed individuals who reacted adversely to seafood. Yet the residents of Flower Town had not experienced such issues, leading him to believe that seafood from another world would not provoke allergies. It was unexpectedly concerning to discover that such reactions were indeed possible. Do not harbor undue anxiety. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Should any problems arise, simply cease consumption, and recovery will follow swiftly. Ensure to clarify this when selling seafood next time. Yes, my lord. Have we procured all the necessary items? Thick parchment, powdered milk, hops for brewing, red wine. All have been acquired, but we were unable to procure pig pancreas. The few slaughterhouses in Coral City do not retain any. I have communicated with them to reserve some for our next visit. The pig pancreas is used to produce lye, a key ingredient in soap making. Currently, the castle utilizes soap powder derived from the ground pods of the soap tree. Among the new serfs is a soap maker who can enhance the powder with flower petals to create scented soap. However, the process is intricate, and the soap maker, Bunnier, lacks the necessary equipment to produce it thus far. Hence, Lister aspired to create his own lye. After old Galantai reported the situation, he prepared to hand over the payment to Lister, who, of course, would not accept it directly, as it would be beneath his dignity. He lifted a cup from the table and said lightly, Mr. Carter, you shall take over the transaction with old Galantai. From now on, procurement for the castle will be your responsibility alongside old Galantai. As you wish, my lord. Carter readily accepted this assignment. Marcus's and Blair's families enjoyed a dinner at the castle, and Lister did not further inquire about their arrangements, entrusting this matter entirely to Galtier. As the lord, his most significant duty was to indulge in leisure. My lord, there is a minor matter from Mushroom Town that I wonder if you would be interested to hear, Mrs. Mosen remarked while tidying the study with Maisie, who was passing the time with knighthood novels. Mushroom Town? Lister immediately recalled his task reward, a new variety of mushroom. What has transpired in Mushroom Town? The mushrooms used in the castle primarily came from Crooked Neck Bob's farm, known for their exquisite tenderness. However, Bob had recently appeared troubled. As a red fungus had begun to sprout on his mushroom racks, he would remove one batch, only for another to grow in its place. Before she could finish, Thomas, ready for bed, hurried out of the room to prepare the horses. Carter approached quickly. My lord, do you need to venture out this evening? It is a matter of great importance. I must visit Mushroom Town. Please inform Galtier. Suddenly recalling something, He turned to the housekeeper still in the study, Mrs. Mosen. Accompany me and lead the way to Crooked Neck Bob's farm. A short while later, Thomas had the horses ready, with torches lit and under the moonlight. They proceeded toward Mushroom Town. The servant Jesse rode off to summon Galtier and 4 of Lister's nightly attendants to join him at Mushroom Town. A commotion ensued in Mushroom Town. Crooked Neck Bob was exceedingly anxious when Mrs. Mosen knocked on his door, informing him that the Lord intended to visit his mushroom shed. He feared there was an issue with his mushrooms that would warrant the Lord's reprimand. As a serf responsible for farming for the Lord, failing to cultivate properly could lead to punishment. Bob, do not be alarmed. The Lord is merciful. This is not a fault of your own, and he will not punish you lightly. Mrs. Mosen, is that true? Please, I implore you to intercede on my behalf with the Lord. Bob remained visibly distressed. At that moment, Lister had already arrived at Bob's mushroom shed, with Thomas closely following, holding a torch. My lord, what are you searching for? The item I seek has already been found. Lister's eyes swirled like a vortex, and the twinkling stars mirrored the vastness of the cosmos. In his view, on a few rotten wooden beams meant for growing mushrooms, faint red traces of magic outlined the shape of several mushrooms. As the magic dissipated, illuminated by the torchlight, he discerned that the source of the magic was a vibrant red mushroom, akin to a true red mushroom, nestled among the abundant regular mushrooms. It was evident that the surrounding mushrooms had begun to wither, while this singular red mushroom thrived, bursting with life. Indeed, it was a magical potion mushroom. Lister felt a surge of joy, for the magic of this mushroom radiated in red, a color associated with fire attribute magic, which was congruent with his own fire attribute martial energy. This red mushroom was akin to a panacea for him. Sky Knights are essentially potion aficionados, without substantial magical supplements. It is arduous to transcend to higher realms of martial energy, relying solely on one's physical prowess. Thomas, have Mrs. Mosen bring Bob to me. When a nervous Bob stood before him, Lister smiled and said, You are Bob, are you not? Do not be anxious. Bob, terrified, fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing, My lord. I have erred. I have ruined the mushroom ingredients. Please, I beg for your forgiveness. Bob, please rise. Not only will I not punish you, but I shall also reward you. Chapter 80. The beginning of archery lessons. Bob the Crooked Neck was filled with excitement and could hardly sleep through the night. Rather than reprimanding him, the Lord rewarded him with 10 silver coins. This was akin to a stroke of fortune from the heavens. And the Lord instructed him to find ways to expand the cultivation area of the red mushroom, which he named Flame Mushroom. Ideally, Bob was to replace all the shiitake mushrooms with flame mushrooms. The more he cultivated, the greater the rewards in the future. Quiet. John from Tomato Town received a gold coin as a reward from the Lord. Bob's wife, unable to tolerate Bob's exuberance, doused him with cold water. Bob, unfazed, replied, What do you know? This is merely a reward of 10 silver coins, as the Lord needs me to clarify the ingredients for cultivating flame mushrooms. I, Bob, am the best shiitake mushroom cultivator in the town. Once I ascertained the ingredients, the Lord said there would be even greater rewards. He envisioned a brighter future. Surely, it will be more than John's single gold coin. Perhaps, it could be 2 gold coins? Oh, what a marvelous moment that would be, possessing 2 gold coins. I will certainly figure this out. I shall get to it. Organizing the cultivation ingredients for the flame mushroom would not be a solitary endeavor for Bob. Lister had already conferred with the hastily arrived Galtai, gathering all the skilled shiitake mushroom cultivators in the town to collaborate on this endeavor. Whoever could decipher the formula for the ingredients would be rewarded. Lister had few gold coins left, but he was not miserly. He intended to leverage the allure of wealth to ignite the townsfolk's enthusiasm for exploring new ventures, rather than remaining mired in the stagnant agricultural practices of the previous generation. Galtai solemnly declared that the cultivation ingredients for the flame mushroom would be classified as a top secret of Flower Town and must not be disclosed to anyone. Henceforth, all locations cultivating flame mushrooms would be designated as restricted zones, accessible only with authorization from the castle. Rest assured, my lord, I will discuss a confidentiality plan with Isaiah to ensure that the methods for cultivating flame mushrooms remain impervious to any leaks, Galtai affirmed, adding that they must remain vigilant, as this was a potion mushroom, deserving of utmost attention. Understood, Galtai nodded, then remarked with a hint of nostalgia, in such a short time, Flower Town has transformed remarkably. 2 fairy insects have been nurtured, leading to the birth of 2 potions. This land is undoubtedly blessed by the glory of knights. "My lord, you must be the heir to that glory." The glory of knights was a favored slogan among the nobility. This world bore a medieval essence, but had not developed a religion that dominated all. This was likely due to humanity's ability to cultivate their own strength, achieving an invincible state, free from afflictions. Thus, they looked down on deities, even cultivating a sense of self-deification. The nobility revered only the glory of knights. The practice of martial arts, continuously evolving into more formidable knights, could grant them everything they desired. Of course, there were exceptions. Wizards did not subscribe to the glory of knights, but were said to worship knowledge. Lister gazed serenely at the moonlit night. If the glory of knights truly existed, he believed he had been graced with it, affording him a beautiful life experience. "I hope to ride a dragon one day." Marcus arrived early at the castle. For today, he would begin instructing Lister in archery. "My archery technique is called multiple arrows, an advanced extension of basic archery, focusing on the control of multiple arrows rather than their power. Currently, my lord lacks a foundation in archery, thus he must start with basic archery." As he spoke, he handed Lister a bundle of arrows. "What is this?" Lister inquired. Holding a bow and arrows he had purchased from Tulip Fortress, a sturdy bow suitable for Earth Knights, accompanied by 100 white birch arrows. These are arrows crafted from the feathers of winged falcons and oak from Thorn Ridge. The falcon feather arrows are all handmade, totaling 24. Among them, 6 are tail feathers of the winged falcon, marked with a red circle on the shaft for distinction. Tail feather arrows are more balanced than feather arrows. Marcus expressed a hint of regret. Unfortunately, most of the winged falcon's feathers were ruined by monkeys. Otherwise, I could have produced a large batch of feather arrows, far superior to the ordinary bird feather arrows available in the market. The subtle magic in the feathers allows arrows to fly faster and more steadily. That winged falcon had battled with the monkeys, its feathers torn to shreds, and Lister had unleashed a powerful spell, incinerating many. Producing 24 feather arrows was no small feat. However, Lister declined the offer of the feather arrows, stating, "I have yet to learn archery, so I won't need the feather arrows for now. Please keep them for your use, Marcus. I will rely on your precise archery when we cleanse Thorn Ridge of the beast menace." Marcus did not refuse, replying, "As you wish, my lord." The teaching commenced. As an expert archer, Marcus possessed profound insight into archery, and his instruction was clear. Lister quickly immersed himself in learning the art of archery. Being an Earth Knight endowed him with robust physical capabilities, allowing him to draw and release arrows continuously, making his learning process significantly smoother than that of an ordinary person. The task at hand was to master Marcus's complete archery techniques, which meant that merely learning basic archery was insufficient. He also had to grasp multiple arrows. He needed to accelerate his learning pace. Otherwise, the duration of this task would be excessively prolonged. To that end, Lister even paused his martial arts training, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to archery. Thus, in the castle's courtyard, a shadow could be seen galloping incessantly. It was Lister, perpetually drawing and loosing arrows from horseback, striking the various targets erected. He learned swiftly. After a day, he could shoot at a stationary target, hitting the bullseye with 7 or 8 out of 10 arrows. The Earth Knight's physical mastery allowed him to enhance muscle memory more rapidly, enabling him to discover the most accurate shooting technique. 2 days later, he could successfully hit the target 5 times out of 10 while mounted. On the 4th day, Lister returned to the training grounds, prepared to practice mounted archery, only to witness an embarrassing scene. A dragon horse was riding atop a fire dragon horse, having done so for over 4 minutes before finally dismounting, feigning nonchalance as it bent down to graze. Chapter 81. The One-Eyed Groom. Barton's expertise. The Liloma, a dragon breed horse, requires high-quality mares for the development of its herd. The Liloma serves as the most suitable breeding partner, though only one exists. Thus, any horse capable of battle may be brought forth for breeding. Marcus's steed, a yellow-gray stallion, is indeed a war horse. Goltai, Isaiah, and Blair's mounts are also battle-worthy, primarily consisting of mares, which are generally more docile and less inclined to engage in combat, ideal for the nobles and their descendants who prefer a more peaceful existence. Goltai gazed at his steed, currently being vigorously pursued by the Liloma, his expression inscrutable. The crucial point was that the mare had not yet entered her heat. She was being forcefully taken by the Liloma. This was List's wicked amusement. His own steed, the Liloma, had already been sullied by the Liloma, and others were not spared either. A smile graced Marcus's face. It was unclear whether he relished Goltai's predicament or envisioned a future filled with a multitude of horses in the flower town. He remarked simply, "Even a pregnant mare can be ridden. The gestation period lasts approximately 11 months. She can be mounted up until 7 months into her pregnancy, after which riding should be minimized. Additionally, avoid prolonged galloping, as it increases the risk of miscarriage." Marcus possessed considerable knowledge of horses, yet he was not the foremost expert in Flower Town. That distinction belonged to the one-eyed Barton, a former serf from the small Papad island, who had trafficked horses for the Papad family, traversing both north and south, witnessing a myriad of horse breeds. "My lord, I have never encountered a horse as magnificent as the Lilongma. It must possess an extraordinary lineage." Barton, around 45 years of age, sported a thick beard and one blind eye, with the other squinting. To assess his expertise, List asked him to evaluate the Lilongma. "What lineage do you believe it possesses?" "I have seen horses of low-level magical beast lineage, such as the Huolongma that you frequently ride. I have also encountered hybrid horses born from the mating of intermediate magical beasts, like the Hyanma, and regular horses, developed in a breeding ground in the kingdom of Gaolu." However, Barton shook his head. "Those horses lack the majesty of the Lilongma. They may be taller, but they lack its spirit and vitality. Thus, I surmise that its mixed lineage must be of a higher caliber, perhaps that of a high-level magical beast, though I cannot say for certain." He had already rated the Lilongma's lineage highly, yet there remained a distinction, as it was indeed a dragon breed. "Barton, tell me your surname," List prompted. "Is that so?" List nodded. "Have you ever been married?" "No," Barton replied. The absence of a marriage meant that his surname was inconsequential. Had he married and had offspring, he might have changed his name to Barton the One-Eyed Dragon. "In that case, you need not toil in the fields any longer. I shall employ you as the castle's groom, responsible for managing the stables and caring for the castle's horses." Barton bowed with joy. "I shall ensure the utmost care of your stables, my lord." To be a groom not only implied horse care, but also denoted servitude to the castle. As long as he committed no errors, his sustenance would be assured. Servants were generally categorized into 5 types. Upstairs servants, including tutors, family doctors, and caretakers for elderly nobles, who typically did not reside in the castle but could dine with the nobles. Squire knights, who accompanied nobles into battle and had their own families. Downstairs servants, such as stewards and maids, who were the castle's primary workforce. Kitchen servants, who labored in the kitchen, and outdoor servants, a broad term encompassing grooms, coachmen, foresters, gamekeepers, gatekeepers, and gardeners, who generally lived in separate quarters outside the castle, tending to horses, flowers, and hunting. For high-ranking nobles, the classification of servants would be further refined, including positions such as hall marshals, dining attendants, wine stewards, laundry servants, household managers, personal attendants, secretaries, wardrobe attendants, horse trainers, dog trainers, jesters, musicians, and drummers. In essence, any task a noble required could warrant the hiring of a dedicated servant. For commoners, becoming a servant was a matter of pride. Compared to serfs, servants enjoyed a considerably better quality of life and lighter workloads. Furthermore, a system of patronage often developed among the nobility, where lesser nobles served greater ones. For instance, Goltai, a fallen lord, served as List's tutor. Even the Count of Coral Island, a sky knight wielding absolute authority over the isle, took pride in serving as a groom for the Grand Duke of Sapphire. The longer List resided in the small-town castle, the more he felt the inequities among people. First and foremost, ensure the well-being of the Lilongma. "Barton, it has been laboring hard lately. I do not wish to see it collapse upon a mare one day," List said solemnly, observing the tirelessly working Lilongma. Barton carefully examined the horse's teeth through its parted jaws. "This is still a young steed. Some restlessness is to be expected. As the weather grows increasingly warm, its estrus will gradually diminish. However, we must carefully regulate its mating with the mares, ensuring the Huolongma becomes pregnant." "Understood, my lord." Barton quickly assumed his role as groom, addressing List with the utmost respect. In pursuit of the Huolongma's swift impregnation, List resolved not to ride either the Lilongma or the Huolongma, opting instead for a nag to continue practicing his archery. By mid-July, riding the nag with agility, he struck every target with precision, barely deviating from the bullseye. Marcus announced his graduation from the basic archery course and readiness to embark on multiple arrows. All in all, he had studied for merely a week, thus felt confident in mastering the new skill by August. "My lord, your ice cream," Thomas presented a fragrant cup of ice cream. Amidst the sweltering heat, List, ever diligent in his archery practice, took large bites of the ice cream. A refreshing chill enveloping him from head to toe, a delightful sensation beyond words. Without the aid of ice cream, chilled beer, or icy juice, he would not have been inclined to practice archery in the sweltering summer. Fortunately, the minuscule niter mine had yielded a total of 300 pounds of niter, sufficient to produce ample ice for the castle daily. In the evenings, List's study and bedroom would be graced with blocks of ice to cool the air. With ice, the summer became far more bearable. Chapter 82. The most challenging task, multiple arrows, does not pertain to the cultivation of fighting spirit. It belongs instead to the techniques of fighting spirit. Knights of any elemental affinity may practice it. The techniques are categorized into 3 levels: dual arrows, triple arrows, and multiple arrows, along with the supreme technique known as the multiple phantasm arrow. Mounted on his yellow-gray steed, Marcus meticulously demonstrated the multiple arrows, providing an explanation for each arrow shot. The dual arrows encompass 5 distinct methods, with my favorite technique being the simultaneous release of 2 arrows aimed at a single target. The second method, known as dual arrows collision, utilizes 2 arrows launched in parallel, guided by magical energy to collide mid-air. The remaining techniques, dual arrow spiral, dual arrow chain, and dual arrow rapid slow, are of little practical use. Controlling both the horse and the dual arrows while mounted is indeed a formidable challenge. Thus, Marcus asserts that mastering simultaneous dual arrows and dual arrows collision suffices to earn the title of a master archer, ensuring success on the battlefield. The other techniques yield their effectiveness only when practiced on the ground with careful consideration. He continued, stating that triple arrows essentially represent an advanced form of dual arrows, including techniques such as simultaneous firing of 3 arrows, the spiral, chain, and random shots, which share similar principles but demand significantly higher control. The same applies to multiple arrows, which require even greater precision, including simultaneous release, spiral shadow arrows, chain shots, chaotic firing, and arrow collisions. Only after dismounting could Marcus effectively demonstrate the triple and multiple arrows. After retrieving the arrows from the target, he shook his head in dissatisfaction with his archery skills. While I can master the triple arrow at rest, the multiple arrows are far more challenging. As for the ultimate technique, the multiple phantasm arrow, it requires at least 15 minutes of preparation before I dare to unleash it. Utilizing one hand to steady a single arrow is manageable. 2 arrows are not overly difficult. 3 arrows can be accommodated between 3 fingers. However, managing more arrows necessitates 2 arrows per finger, which is immensely challenging, especially when one must also allocate magical energy to guide each arrow. The earthly knights have yet to achieve such delicate control over their fighting spirit. His attendant removed the arrows from the target and returned them to Marcus. Exhaling deeply to alleviate his tension, Marcus remarked, "My lord, I struggle to master multiple arrows beyond 3. The ultimate technique proves even more elusive. Hence, I have chosen to break it down into 2 shots, one with 3 arrows, which barely achieves the effects recorded in multiple arrows." He withdrew 3 arrows from the quiver. The first 3 were released gently, allowing for a low-speed launch, while the subsequent 3 were propelled with great force, colliding with the first set, thus unifying their speed and creating erratic trajectories akin to phantoms. Having spoken, he bit down on 3 arrows, drew 3 more, and knocked his bow. The moment he released his grip, the 3 arrows soared diagonally upward. With remarkable speed, he transferred the 3 arrows from his mouth to his hand, drew back the bowstring nearly to its full crescent shape, and released the arrows, producing a deafening whistle that sliced through the air. In mid-flight, the 3 swift arrows, following a level trajectory, collided precisely with the descending arrows, resulting in a mesmerizing swirl of 6 arrows in the air. To the naked eye, it appeared as though dozens of arrows had suddenly multiplied, all targeting the 3 arrow targets. In a blink, before Lister could even bat an eyelash, the illusion dissipated, leaving only 6 arrows striking the target. 5 arrows embedded themselves firmly, while 1 narrowly grazed the edge and flew past. Marcus expressed his disappointment. "I still cannot fully control the trajectories of the 6 arrows." Yet, Lister applauded. "Master Marcus, your archery is already astounding. Let us begin our practice. I am eager to attempt the multiple phantasm arrow." In truth, he felt a tinge of bitterness. Marcus's archery seemed almost otherworldly. Initially, He thought it would be a simple matter of learning a few techniques with 2 or 3 arrows, without the expectation of mastery. Only now did he realize that without a solid foundation in the dual and triple arrows, mastering the multiple arrows, let alone the ultimate technique of the multiple phantasm arrow, would be nearly impossible. This may very well be the most challenging of my elusive tasks. Now that July is halfway through, he genuinely doubted his ability to master multiple arrows by August. Despite the difficulties, he resolved to set aside his burdensome thoughts and focus on archery. Someday, he would conquer the complexities of multiple arrows. At just 16 years of age, he still had decades of life ahead. The flourishing town of Flower Town faced no insurmountable crises, allowing for a life of ease and joy. The dream of riding a dragon could not be fulfilled in haste. Time flew by, and August arrived. During the past couple of weeks, Lister had been fervently practicing archery, successfully mastering the triple arrows, and now embarking on the journey towards multiple arrows. The mares in the stables were mostly pregnant, and the dragon horse had visibly lost weight due to relentless exertion. Even with its draconic lineage, it could not endure indefinitely. "My lord, the alfalfa in the stables has reached its limit," reported the one-eyed Barton. The small town currently boasted 15 horses, including 5 stallions and 10 mares. Apart from 3 older mares that had lost their fertility, the remaining 7, including the fire dragon horse, were all pregnant. The number of pregnant mares is excessive, and the dragon horse is at risk of suffering. They require substantial nutrition. Relying solely on pasture will not suffice. Whatever is needed to care for the horses. "Do not hesitate to ask," Lister replied, showing genuine concern for the horses' well-being. To ensure their health and nutrition, he sought superior feed, ideally oats, barley, and wheat bran. If peanuts and peas could be procured, that would be splendid. These provisions would surpass even the diet of commoners, as a single horse's daily rations could equate to that of 3 adults. Lister readily agreed to Barton's proposal, confident in his decision. As the trade routes through Thorny Ridge had opened, allowing Flower Town's merchants to conduct business unimpeded. Currently, they primarily sold seafood, with the market gradually expanding. Tulip Fortress emerged as the main purchaser, visiting every 3 days and typically acquiring seafood worth half a gold coin. The citizens of Coral City also began to relish seafood delicacies, purchasing similar quantities every 3 days. Additionally, numerous minor nobles residing in Coral City, along with the nearby nobles and citizens of North Valley City, collectively contributed to an average of 1 gold coin every 3 days. This implies that Flower Town's merchants could earn 2 gold coins every 3 days, equating to an average of 67 silver coins daily. The costs associated with seafood and travel were nearly negligible, resulting in pure profit. Of course, Lister had yet to see any gold or silver coins. Each time the merchant team earned a little, he promptly ordered the procurement of essential supplies for the castle: salt, sugar, fabric, spices, soap, beer, and so forth, including the specifically requested pig pancreas. "Mr. Carter, I have a perplexity," Lister mused over the intricate accounts, holding a cup of milk tea, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Why does Mrs. Morrison manage to bring me milk tea that tastes better each day?" Chapter 83. The opportunity to change fate. Why does the milk tea become more delectable by the day? This question had intrigued List for over half a month. Initially, he attributed it to the improving skills of Mrs. Morrison in the rice fields. However, one cannot expect to perceive daily advancements in craftsmanship. "In truth, Mr. Carter remarked that the recent desserts made with cream have also seen an elevation in taste, and both Mrs. Morrison and Mrs. Abby speculated that this might be linked to the farm's dairy cows. Both black and yellow have conceived calves, leading to an increase in milk yield and quality. Can the presence of calves truly enhance the quality of milk? It is likely due to the alfalfa now being cultivated on the dairy farm, which is far more nutritious than the previously grown clover. I visited the dairy farm recently, and the condition of the 8 cows is remarkable, particularly the 3 young calves that are growing rapidly and nearing their milking phase. Excellent. Once the calves mature, the castle will never lack for milk." List drained his cup of milk tea, resolute in his intention to ensure the calf within the cow's belly thrives. The gestation period for a dairy cow is approximately 9 months, and to maintain milk production, the cow must conceive again shortly after giving birth. Thus, a dairy cow can typically produce 1 calf per year. However, due to factors such as nutrition, sanitation, and diseases, not all calves survive to adulthood. In this era, even human childbirth carries significant risks. Despite the nobility's robust health and access to medical care, the the survival of infants cannot be guaranteed. Over the span of several years, the dairy farm has managed to rear only 10 cows. With 2 elderly cows having fallen prey to the invisible dragon, only 8 remain. Yet the pasture can sustain a few more. Milk is an indispensable sustenance for the nobility, equally as crucial as bread and beer. List cannot do without milk. He relishes milk tea, starting his day with a cup of fresh milk, followed by a cup of milk at lunch, another at dinner, and a final cup of milk tea before bed. The nourishment from these 4 cups compensates for the energy he expends in his daily training. A knight's energy originates from the body, and without proper nutrition, there can be no vigor. Wiping the froth of milk tea from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, List suddenly yearned to create bubble tea. However, there are no purple sweet potatoes or pumpkins on Coral Island to make the pearls, so he must content himself with the unadulterated milk tea. When he first arrived at the castle, Mrs. Moson's milk tea was a mere mix of milk and black tea, augmented with minced meat, eggs, salt, sugar cubes, and salad. Later, List insisted on stripping it back to its original essence. Having emptied his cup, he cheerfully declared, "Once the castle's income increases, I intend to raise another batch of dairy cows, ensuring that the castle's servants and retainers can enjoy a cup of fresh milk every day." A modicum of favor is essential to maintain the unwavering loyalty of his servants, and chiefly, he wishes to enhance the nutritional provisions for his nightly squad. The following morning, he returned to the training grounds to practice the multiple arrows technique, no longer requiring Marcus's guidance. Marcus stood nearby, continuing to train the knight squad, with Rom, Gray, and Odin, his retainer knights, diligently following suit. Their fighting spirit was weak, and Marcus deemed them to lack potential for further development. However, Carl was quite pleased. For the past few days, he had been grinning from ear to ear, for possessing fighting spirit signified strength and the promise of being valued. "Carl, your talent for fighting spirit has developed too late, and you may find your progress stunted. Once the knight squad completes their training, it will be difficult for you to advance as my retainer knight. Thus, I plan to assign you to work in town." List communicated while practicing archery. Carl, who was not young and had already married and started a family in Coral City, said solemnly, "My lord, Carl wishes to follow you always. I appreciate your loyalty, but the role of a retainer knight is not suited for you. Competing with the youthful members of the knight squad will place you at a disadvantage." "My lord, Carl realized that he could not match the younger knights, particularly 2 youths, Philip the Wool and Xavier the Manure, who had both manifested their fighting spirit before him, with greater vigor and recovery rates. The remaining 10 youths had also developed their energy perception, poised to attain fighting spirit, with ample time to aspire to become Earth Knights. Feeling somewhat flustered, he was not particularly astute and found himself lost regarding his future. List sighed inwardly. He was not devoid of compassion, yet the position of a retainer knight was not one for sentimentality. They required unwavering safety. Join the patrol team. They are ordinary folk, and law enforcement needs a trainee knight to oversee operations. "Yes, my lord." Carl felt somewhat dejected. The patrol team could not compare to the glory of serving as a lord's retainer knight. List perceived Carl's disappointment and replied calmly, "I shall grant you the status of a freeman and appoint you as the defense officer of Flower Town, to assist Galtier in maintaining order in the town, with the patrol team as your subordinate. This position bears significance. Do not let me down, Carl." His expression shifted from despondence to surprise in an instant. Carl bowed deeply. "Thank you, my lord, for your promotion. Carl is willing to serve you for a lifetime." In the afternoon, news of Carl's elevation to freeman and appointment as defense officer of Flower Town spread throughout the training grounds. Marcus, seizing a moment between the knight squad's training sessions, approached to assist List with his archery practice while engaging in conversation. "My lord, Carl's story has inspired the knight squad to train with greater diligence, especially Rom, Gray, and Odin, who are pushing themselves to their limits. The idea that fighting spirit can alter one's fate has previously seemed a mere slogan, but providing them with a living example makes them realize that it is not just rhetoric, but a tangible opportunity." List shook his aching wrist. Even he was striving to strengthen himself. Yet Marcus remarked, "It is you, my lord, who has bestowed upon them the chance to change their destinies." This statement held merit, and List concurred. He then shifted the topic, drawing 4 arrows to practice the spiral shadow arrow technique within the multiple arrows skill, aiming to create a spiral trajectory. This is a precursor to the ultimate skill of multiple phantom arrows, where the key technique lies in creating the illusionary effect of the arrows. With 2 arrows nestled between his index fingers and 2 between his middle fingers, he drew back the sturdy bowstring to its full moon arc. Aiming at the target not far ahead, he released his grip, and the 4 arrows flew forth in succession, their magical energy dispersing in the air, causing them to rotate. Alas, as one arrow's magic dissipated, its trajectory faltered, disrupting the formation of all 4 arrows. The disturbed airflow caused the remaining arrows to miss their mark entirely. Marcus observed the arrow's descent with gleaming eyes. "My lord, your archery talent has surpassed that of many. I began learning at your age. Yet it took me 3 years to barely grasp the fundamentals of archery. After becoming an Earth Knight, I trained for nearly 15 years to reach my current level. And you are already close to catching up." Chapter 84. When will the task be completed? This is not flattery. List himself believes he possesses an extraordinary talent. Perhaps his physique is inherently strong, with an excellent lineage that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Coupled with a soul that transcends the era, his grasp of principles enables him to perceive the essence of cultivation with remarkable clarity. While others may learn archery merely through experience, devoid of any understanding of wind resistance, parabolic trajectories, inertia, or Newton's 3 laws, he can discern the trajectory of the arrow through simple physical rules. This allows him to swiftly cultivate muscle memory, mastering the art of archery with greater efficiency. He reflects on his failures, refines his techniques, and resumes drawing the bow. List finds this pure form of cultivation to be a bittersweet enjoyment once he immerses himself in it. "My lord, I am preparing to take a day off to secure the freedom of my family from serfdom and bring them to reside in Flower Town." Carl successfully transitioned into the role of defense officer and conducted a briefing for the patrol team in the afternoon, attending a banquet in the castle that evening for the first time, brimming with excitement. He had gathered enough resources, with some assistance from Rom and others. His family consists solely of his parents, younger brother, and sister, and the funds he possesses are just sufficient to buy their freedom. If he falls short, he is open to advances on his salary or low-interest loans. Carl, previously a squire, wishes to liberate his family from their serf status now that he has attained the status of a freeman. As a noble-s retainer, he has acquired sufficient strength to protect his loved ones. Goltai raised his glass in congratulations, remarking that Blair and Marcus's families have embraced their new lives and are thriving. And Carl's family will surely follow suit. Carl downed his beer in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Flower Town will prosper, blessed by the glory of knights and our Lord." "I concur," Marcus echoed, raising his cup and finishing his drink. Blair and Isaiah followed suit, all toasting in joyous camaraderie. Goltai, relishing the fine wine, finished his glass and eagerly raised another for a toast. "Then let us drink to Flower Town and our Lord once more." As the toast concluded, "Dowson, unleash your magic." Outside the castle, List commanded Dowson while holding the leash. Immediately, Dowson followed the direction of his finger, roaring as a stone spike erupted from the ground. As List led Dowson away, a male servant hurried over to excavate the stone spike with a shovel. This spike, a manifestation of earth magic, solidified the soil into a robust stone, possessing the hardness of granite. Now, the path stretches 40 meters long. A wild hare dashed across the ground, executing rapid stops and turns. Despite Dowson being a magical beast known as the King of Thorny Ridge, it required considerable effort to catch the hare, ultimately pursuing it for nearly a kilometer on the training grounds before pinning it down and delivering a fatal bite to its neck. Dowson discarded the hare's carcass aside, having developed a preference for cooked food over raw, as List had trained him to do. List donned leather gloves on his left hand. A fluffy young falcon named Jiao Fu perched atop it, unable to fly yet but vociferous, incessantly squawking and consuming several fish in a single meal. Hearing Jiao Fu's cries, List felt a twinge of annoyance as the bird flapped its wings, eager to attempt flight. Once its down feathers shed and replaced with flight feathers, it would likely take to the skies. List found it challenging to restrain the bird, as there were few individuals on Coral Island who would tame avians. "Cease your squawking, or I shall roast you," List jestingly declared, handing Jiao Fu to Thomas, who hurriedly caught the bird, fearful it might fall and be devoured by Dowson. Jiao Fu was now roughly the size and weight of a sausage, and Thomas struggled slightly to hold it aloft with one hand. "Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord." Two sturdy young men nearby rushed forward to present List with a bow and arrows. "My lord, your bow and arrows." They were Philip Wool and Xavier Manure, members of the Knight Squad who had cultivated their fighting spirit and no longer trained daily, now serving as retainers. Upon receiving the bow and arrows, List swiftly entered a focused state, practicing multiple arrows. He was only a step away from mastering the spiral shadow arrow, having successfully learned 4 other techniques, albeit not yet with proficiency. He aimed to grasp the spiral shadow arrow today, so he could commence training on the multiple phantom arrow tomorrow, from morning until afternoon. Sweat trickled down his brow repeatedly. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, he successfully executed the spiral shadow arrow, launching 4 arrows in a spiral, transforming into a flurry of phantoms that ultimately struck the target. He exhaled in relief, rubbing his wrist as he concluded his archery practice for the day. In a week's time, I should be able to master the multiple phantom arrow. With that thought, he summoned the smoke task and, as was his habit, cast a glance. To his surprise, he discovered the snake's script had transformed. The task was complete, and the reward was a black pearl from the deep sea. Task: a merchant caravan is soon to arrive in Flower Town, marking the first trade since the Lord's ascension. Please ensure the transaction amount reaches 3 gold coins or more to entice the caravan to return. Reward: bottle of drifting waves. List was astonished. When did I complete the task? I certainly have not mastered the ultimate technique of the multiple phantom arrow. Suddenly, he recalled. During his practice of the multiple arrows, Marcus's multiple phantom arrow had strayed off target. Did this not imply that Marcus also had not mastered the ultimate technique, as he had combined his shots in 2 attempts, with 1 missing? Thus, if he only learned the preceding techniques, double arrow, triple arrow, and multiple arrow, it would suffice to complete the task? Without a doubt, that must be the case. This was an unexpected delight, and List accepted it with a smile, then turned his gaze to the rewards and new task. A black pearl from the deep sea? A bottle of drifting waves? Was there any connection between the two? Chapter 85. The self-recommendation of the captain. The task was quite manageable. There was no need to concern oneself with the trade of goods among the townsfolk. The decision had been made for the castle to procure items valued at 3 gold coins or more. Recently, seafood had begun to yield profits, and the eastern coast had transformed into a continuous source of gold for the castle. Old Greelant summoned you for a matter of importance. The merchant caravan from North Valley City will arrive in Flower Town tomorrow. I have entrusted you with 3 gold coins. Make sure to spend every last coin on procuring whatever you can find. Old Greelant, perceptive as ever, inquired, My lord, are you seeking to entice the caravan to return with the allure of gold? Indeed, was the reply. Old Greelant comprehended the task at hand and assured, Rest assured, I shall see to it. Yes, my lord, good night. As old Greelant turned to leave, he encountered Buner at the castle gates and greeted him. Buner, has the lord summoned you as well? Oh no, I have come to deliver the soap I made for the castle, Buner replied, tilting the bag he held. Is the lord seeking you regarding tomorrow's caravan? With a hint of pride, old Greelant declared, Of course, I am the leader of the castle's merchant caravan. The lord places his trust in me. I envy you. I must take my leave. Buner sidestepped old Greelant and, guided by a servant, entered the castle to meet List. He bowed respectfully and handed the soap to the attendant. The soap had finally been completed, sparing him the need to purchase overpriced soap from Coral City, where a mere coppa's worth of materials was sold for 2 silver coins. List examined a piece of soap. Impressed by Buner's craftsmanship, it was nearly on par with that purchased from Coral City. You have worked hard, Buner. It is a privilege to serve the Lord. I have another task for you, List continued. Please, my lord, instruct me. List explained, I have heard of a formula that combines pig pancreas with wood ash. These 2 materials can create a soap with superior cleansing abilities, surpassing that of soapwort, and it is called soap. Pancreas does not sound appealing, List remarked, opting for the more palatable term soap, as it was a new concept and no one could claim naming rights. Is there a soap better than soapwort? My lord, can pig pancreas also cleanse? Buner asked, astonished. That is indeed the case, but I cannot recall the precise mixing method. Therefore, I am assigning you the task of producing this soap. I hope you can swiftly discover how to create a bathing soap using pig pancreas and wood ash. Upon successful completion, I shall reward you handsomely. Buner eagerly responded, It is my fortune to serve the Lord, and you can rest assured that I shall expedite the creation of the soap. Do not forget to continue making the regular soap. The castle must not run short of it. Rest assured, my lord. The reward for the fog task arrived promptly. The following morning, List received word that fishermen in Oyster Village had discovered a massive sea creature stranded on the eastern coast. A sea monster. The deep-sea black pearl. List immediately recognized its significance and set off for the eastern coast. Upon arrival at the shore, he encountered the stranded creature, accompanied by a foul odor. "My lord, do you recognize this sea creature?" Gold and his companions had arrived early, but they were unsure of the creature's species. List examined it closely. The creature appeared to be a type of mollusk, immense in size, at least 10 meters long. Its tentacles lay limply intertwined, and its body bore resemblance to that of a squid, already showing signs of decay upon the beach, obscuring its former appearance. Utilizing his magical eye, he discerned that no magical energy flowed through the creature. Strictly speaking, this was merely a type of marine animal, not a monster. It was likely a large squid, rather than a sea monster. List waved away the stench of the decaying squid, which was overwhelmingly foul. "Do you think it is edible?" Blair suddenly inquired. Gold grimaced at the odor. "I can hardly bear the smell, let alone consider eating it. I believe it is not seafood. It is a monstrosity. It could be poisonous. Perhaps even a creature that has devoured humans. I have heard of a monster that ensnares ships. This squid, with its arms, would surely do the same." Regardless of its potential toxicity or past predations, List refused to categorize it as seafood. Anything decayed should be discarded without hesitation. However, considering the possibility of the deep-sea black pearl being linked to this large squid, he commanded, "Gold, organize the fishermen to dissect this giant squid and see if anything of interest can be found within. If nothing is discovered, simply chop it up and discard it into the sea to avoid further foul odors." Gold began coordinating the fishermen to proceed with the dissection. "My lord, Coster sends his regards." Just as List admired the sailing ship, his knightly attendants, Philip and Xavier, intercepted a fisherman. The fisherman hastily knelt, exclaiming loudly, "Costo." List recalled the name, turning his horse to address Thomas behind him. "Have him come forward." Coster was a tall, middle-aged man, his sun-baked face bearing the marks of time. "My lord, Coster sends you greetings." "You have already said that," List remarked, scrutinizing him. "Stand and speak. If I am not mistaken, you are the captain of this vessel? Do you wish to captain this ship again?" List asked with keen interest, as Coster seemed eager to self-recommend, despite the absence of any sailors in Flower Town. "It can be cultivated. I was initially a sailor, traversing the seas for years. I know how to train competent sailors. If my lord trusts me, all I need is 20 individuals, and within 3 months, I can train them into capable coastal crew members. Within a year, they should be ready for deep-sea voyages." List regarded him. "Flower Town lacks a suitable harbor. How will you train the sailors?" "There is a place, my lord, in Flower Town that is ideal for constructing a harbor. The terrain is flat, and the water is deep enough to accommodate medium-sized vessels." Chapter 86. The unopenable Tridacna. Costo squatted on the beach, tracing the coastline of the east coast in the sand with his finger, crudely sketching a map. At one end of the coastline, he encircled a spot. "My lord, this is the suitable location for constructing a harbor." Lister discerned the rudimentary map's meaning. Strictly speaking, the harbor's location lay beyond the boundaries of Flower Town. The dairy farm marked the northernmost tip of Flower Town, and beyond it lay the Thorn Ridge extending into the sea. The place Costo indicated was precisely where Thorn Ridge met the ocean. "Do you dare venture into Thorn Ridge?" Lister asked, somewhat astonished. Costo replied with fervor, "Having sought refuge in Flower Town, I have longed to set sail again. However, lacking a harbor and docks, I felt restless and sought further afield. Fortunately, I encountered no magical beasts, only some wild animals, but I managed to collect some smoked grass." Suddenly, he knelt again, saying, "Forgive me, my lord, for I picked up fallen leaves from the smoked grass field. Please punish me." The smoked grass belonged to Lister. Even if the leaves had naturally fallen, they were still his property. Anyone who picked them up would be guilty of theft, especially a serf. "Rise first. We shall discuss merits and demerits later." Lister gestured for him to stand once more. "You possess considerable audacity, not only daring to enter Thorn Ridge, but also to venture into the sea alone. It seems neither magical beasts nor sea monsters can quell your yearning for the ocean." "I adore the sea." Costo inhaled deeply, gazing at the waves. "I grew up by the shore, sailing out in my youth. I have spent more time at sea than on land. I have witnessed the long horn of a narwhal piercing the surface, a tooth that grows from its mouth. I have seen mirages of a prosperous city upon the sea, forever just out of reach. I have heard enchanting songs amidst the fog, sung by sirens." Pausing, he swallowed hard and solemnly added, "I love sailing. Traversing the ocean. My lord, I wish to helm your ship, the Flower, for trade at sea." Lister could discern that Costo was a man of insight, intellect, initiative. an adventurous spirit, qualities that, in the age of exploration, could have made him an adventurer akin to Columbus. Those who harbor dreams are, evidently, deserving of respect. You have been underappreciated in Flower Town. Costo, I officially appoint you as the captain of the Flower. He looked down at him. You may recruit sailors and apprentices at will, training them in maritime skills along the East Coast. The Flower? Costo exclaimed joyfully. This vessel shall be named the Flower. It is the first ship of Flower Town. My lord, when do you plan to construct the harbor? When shall we set sail for trade? Just give me a year, and I shall train a competent crew. Before I have felled the trees of Thorn Ridge, you are not to enter the forest again. As for the harbor, there is no need for you to rush. When the time comes, I will naturally build the docks. The position of captain currently bears no salary. You must be self-sufficient. For instance, by collecting tuition. Of course, you may choose to take on the role of a teacher, imparting maritime knowledge to my knightly squad. With Professor Marcus teaching combat, Professor Isaiah instructing in writing, and Costo imparting navigation, Lister placed great importance on the education of the knights. Even if few among them matured into capable individuals, they could still become qualified instructors, preparing the next generation of knights for him. Overjoyed, Costo knelt deeply, declaring, My lord, I am willing to accept the position of teacher. Then, Captain, please introduce me to the Flower. The Flower was a two-masted brigantine, significantly smaller than a three-masted ship. It was capable of engaging in long-distance trade, with many such vessels present in the Tulip fleet. It was ideally suited for navigating within archipelagos, avoiding severe ocean storms, thus greatly enhancing safety. It bore no cannons. When confronted by sea monsters, the primary course of action was to flee. Yet, tales of sea monsters attacking ships were frequent, though in reality, such incidents were rare. While admiring the Flower, a nearby fisherman, dissecting a large squid, suddenly shouted. The news quickly reached Lister. The fisherman had extracted a large shell creature from the squid's stomach. Its wavy shell is larger than a person, described the messenger. Immediately, Lister descended from the Flower. He understood that within this shell creature undoubtedly lay deep-sea black pearls. Upon seeing the shell creature, he realized, this is a tridacna. The enormous shell, its wavy form, and the brilliantly colored mantle all signified its identity as a tridacna. In Lister's homeland, tridacna was the largest bivalve in the world. Its shell capable of being fashioned into exquisite jewelry, highly valued, and its flesh particularly delectable. He once had a vase crafted from a small tridacna shell on his dining table. Before him, the massive tridacna measured at least 2 meters in diameter and likely weighed over 500 pounds. Its shell remained tightly closed, and he could not ascertain whether it was alive. The vibrant mantle appeared to have been partially digested by the squid, showing signs of wear and tear. My lord, do you know what this shell creature is? Galtai circled the tridacna, continuously examining it. Tridacna, a large mollusk, he replied. As he spoke, he employed his arcane eye to scrutinize the tridacna closely, but found no traces of magical energy, suggesting it was merely an ordinary specimen rather than a sea monster. Open it. Let me see if there are pearls inside. Pearls? Can tridacna produce pearls? I always believed only the pearl oysters in the Tranquil Lake could yield pearls. The Tranquil Lake was a vast body of freshwater on Blue Dragon Island, part of the Sapphire family's estate, renowned for cultivating pearl oysters. These creatures were small aquatic monsters, living solely in freshwater, capable of producing pearls. The pearls possessed a hint of magical energy, imbued with gentle water attributes that calmed the spirit, making them favored adornments among nobility. Many ladies of high society wore pearl necklaces around their necks. Lister pointed at the tridacna. We will know once we open it. Galtai promptly organized a team to pry open the shell, but despite their efforts, they found it impenetrable. Goodness, have you all not eaten enough? Galtai exclaimed in disbelief. A mere shell reveals your weaknesses? Mr. Galtai, this thing is too sturdy. The tools have broken, one member of the group lamented. I assure you, it is as solid as a rock. It is impossible to open. Perhaps we should start a fire. I eat oysters roasted, and they will naturally open. Chapter 87. A princess bed. The shell of the giant clam was exceedingly difficult to pry open, and the fishermen, lacking the necessary tools, found themselves at an impasse. This enormous clam, with its peculiar shape, captivated the attention of many townsfolk along the way, and upon reaching the castle, all the servants emerged to witness this extraordinary sight, having never encountered anything quite like it before. Master Marcus, what do you think is the best way to open it? After pondering for a moment, Marcus replied, Its strength is formidable. The two halves of the shell are securely fastened. However, its exterior is irregular, with numerous gaps through which a lever could be inserted to pry it open. A regular wooden stick won't suffice. A thicker iron rod would be ideal, though such a tool is likely unavailable. Iron is quite precious, and no one would forge a heavy iron lever specifically for opening a clamshell. Perhaps we could use fire, suggested Carter. The shell is too thick. Fire would struggle to inflict any damage, List countered. And there are black pearls inside. What if they were to get burned? Let's use hooks. We can attach a hook to each half of the shell and pull them apart with horses, Marcus ultimately proposed, albeit recognizing it as a rather rudimentary method. Nevertheless, it proved effective. As two horses strained against their respective ropes, nearly snapping them, the clam's outer shell finally began to yield. The clam stood upright, resembling a flower in bloom, its opening modest yet revealing the supporting muscles within, known as the adductor muscle. With a firm grip on his sword, Marcus unleashed a surge of energy and swiftly sliced through one of the muscles. With a resounding crack, the horses managed to pull the clam shell apart, rendering it irreparable. List's gaze shifted to the interior of the clam, where a cluster of protrusions awaited. These rounded elevations concealed the coveted pearls within. Be careful while cutting it open. The pearls are delicate. We must not scratch them, List instructed. Understood, my lord. Marcus took charge of the knife, cautiously incising the protruding membranes. Upon slicing open the largest membrane, a lustrous black pearl, nearly the size of a basin, was revealed. Nearby, more pearls awaited extraction. List was exhilarated. Although he was yet to comprehend the potential of these black pearls, the discovery of such sizable specimens was nothing short of astonishing. If found in his homeland, they would undoubtedly fetch an astounding price at auction. Once Marcus completed the extraction, a total of 16 pearls, varying in size, lay before them. The largest pearl was basin-sized, followed by two nearly basketball-sized pearls, three of a bowl-like size, and a multitude of smaller black pearls, comparable to apples, oranges, and ping-pong balls. After cleansing them, List held the largest black pearl and felt an unusual sensation, as if a magical energy coursed through it. He quickly employed his eye of magic and beheld a swirling, deep blue energy within the pearl, a color indicative of water-based magic. Could it possess magical properties? Marcus, having sensed something unusual, hesitated, for he lacked the ability to perceive magical auras. Indeed, it possesses magical properties, List affirmed, his thoughts drifting to the nightly tales he had read. One story recounted how the songs of sea sirens could calm turbulent seas, and a great knight captured one, crafting a magical artifact that ensured a ship's steady passage through storms. What exactly a sea siren was remained a mystery. Many dismissed it as mere sailors' folklore. This tale, however, sparked List's imagination regarding the potential of the black pearls as magical components to create artifacts capable of withstanding tempests. Given their water attribute and the richness of their magical essence, they could rival even the gemstones produced by dragons. While uncertain about their effectiveness in quelling storms, crafting magical equipment seemed plausible. Without a skilled mage to study these pearls, List considered other potential uses, such as a cooling mechanism. Master Marcus, Mr. Carter, have you noticed the air feels considerably cooler? Marcus contemplated the atmosphere. I don't feel any chill, but the humidity seems to have increased, likely due to the black pearls absorbing moisture from the surroundings. Regardless, they are valuable. If we were to sell them, what do you think their worth would be? I have seen fist-sized white pearls, which are said to fetch at least 5 gold coins. I would estimate that similarly sized black pearls could command 10 gold coins. As for the largest black pearl, my lord, I cannot even begin to assess its value. It is pristine and radiates potent magic, surely worth more than white pearls. However, since the castle is not currently in need of funds, we should deliberate on its price. List found Marcus's valuation unsatisfactory. He believed that even at double the price of white pearls, the black pearls remained undervalued, their worth likely far exceeding initial estimates. Thus, he turned to Carter and instructed, Mr. Carter, please relocate them to my study. He retained a ping-pong ball-sized black pearl in hand, examining it closely. Very well, my lord. Perhaps, let's first allow Dorsey to sample it. If it proves toxic, we can discard it. And the shells? I want to thoroughly clean the inner surfaces to check for any signs of transformation into jade. In my homeland, jade-like clams are considered precious gems, one of the 7 treasures of Buddhism. In the West, clams, pearls, coral, and amber are celebrated as the 4 great organic gemstones. A jade-like clam represents the whitest material on Earth, formed from the inner shell's transformation. Given the clam's massive size, it should possess some jade-like characteristics. However, List soon realized his error. Despite its enormity, the clam's interior bore no signs of jade transformation. It dawned on him that a living clam could not be jade-like. Such a transformation required time, akin to the millennia needed for jade to form from sedimentary processes. Jade-like clams were those that had perished and were subsequently buried in sand, gradually evolving over countless years. Without jade transformation, crafting jewelry was impossible. Yet, List's imagination sparked a novel idea. "Mr. Carter, what if we fashioned it into a bed?" At that moment, he envisioned the animated Disney mermaid princess, who always seemed to sleep within a shell. Chapter 88. What is the value of the black pearl? The shell of the giant clam is immense, measuring over 2 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in width. List, who has been steadily growing and is now nearing a height of 1.85 meters, could still comfortably sleep within its shell. However, this suggestion was merely a casual remark. The peculiar shape of the clam shell, resembling great waves, is not suitable for use as a bed. He instructed that the clam shell be placed at the entrance of the castle, serving as a magnificent sculpture. It must be noted that the hollowed and cleaned clam shell possesses a certain aesthetic appeal. Carter brought the black pearls to the study. Yet aside from a small black pearl in List's hand, the others were nowhere to be seen as they had been concealed within the spatial gem nestled against his chest. For he preferred to keep his valuable possessions close. Thus, when Carter presented a glass of juice, he expressed his astonishment, saying, "My lord, I distinctly placed the black pearls on the shelf, yet they seem to have vanished. I have hidden them, so do not be surprised," List replied. "Very well." Carter did not press further about the whereabouts of the black pearls. As the steward, it was not his place to know. His duty was solely to serve his master and manage the daily affairs of the castle. Sipping his juice, List gradually developed a fundamental understanding of the black pearls over the course of a few hours. Their magical essence is abundant, rivaling that of gemstones produced by dragons. However, unlike the continuous flow of magical energy from gemstones, the magic of the black pearls appears to require human replenishment, which he could not provide as he lacked water attribute magic. The black pearl he was toying with, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, constantly emitted waves of magical energy. This emanation was distinctly different from that of dragon gemstones. In his own terms, he distinguished between the two. Dragon gemstones function more like a stable magnetic field formed by magic, not dissipating outwardly. In contrast, black pearls resemble a radioactive substance, continuously radiating magical energy, and over time, one could sense the depletion of their magic. Thus, fundamentally, black pearls are of a considerably lower tier than dragon gemstones. A dragon gemstone could fetch 700 or 800 gold coins without difficulty, whereas, as Marcus had indicated, a black pearl might only sell for about 10 gold coins. Yet, who could ascertain the exorbitant price a pearl the size of a basin might command? He believed that those affluent nobles, as fervent in their pursuit of treasures as in their collection of antiques, would be willing to pay in dragon coins. A single dragon coin is worth 10,000 gold coins, making it exceedingly rare for nobles who are not particularly wealthy to possess them. Lost in such contemplations, he felt an unsettling anticipation. It seemed to him that the reward for this smoke task was the most substantial he had encountered so far. While the rewards were not overly lavish, they were as good as free money, tangible and real. Thus far, he had completed 18 tasks without deciphering the patterns of their occurrence or the nature of the rewards. Nevertheless, most task rewards held significant value. If one were to assess their worth, the rewards from creatures like Thor and Benedict could be valued at several hundred gold coins. Productivity rewards, such as the elf worm, might be worth 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins. Although the elf worm is indeed remarkable and rare, its 10-year lifespan presents a considerable limitation. The black tulip, flame mushroom, and dragon stallion might carry a value of 1 dragon coin, which is quite acceptable. Meanwhile, techniques like the Eye of Magic could be firmly valued at 3,000 gold coins. Items such as maize grass, smoked grass, and ultra-small nitrate mines, with a population of 50, are more challenging to quantify, but are also considerably valuable. As for the intangible dragon's information, that is another matter entirely. The most valuable asset is the gemstone from the intangible dragon, a treasure with its own spatial attributes, deemed priceless. Yet, these rewards either require extended development to fully manifest their value, suffer from various constraints that inhibit their worth, or simply bring misfortune upon their possessor, such as the spatial gem, which must remain concealed to avoid calamity. However, the black pearls are different. They hold great value, collectively. The 16 black pearls of various sizes could easily fetch upwards of 10,000 gold coins. The crucial aspect is that they can be sold separately, as they are not a match set, but rather individual entities. Should I sell them or not? List pondered for a moment before deciding to take out one of the larger black pearls, akin to the size of a sea bowl, to test the market. Carter had mentioned that August 19th is Levis's birthday and inquired about suitable gifts. He would be attending a birthday banquet at the Tulip Castle. A selection of high-quality seafood would suffice as a gift, and it would be an opportune moment to inquire whether they might be interested in purchasing black pearls. Given that the Tulip family is known for their affinity for water attribute magic, which should create a demand for black pearls, perhaps I could enlist the services of a mage to help forge a magical item, and in turn, I could learn how to utilize the black pearls effectively. It remains uncertain whether there are mages on Coral Island, but the Tulip family would undoubtedly have connections to them. If the price is right, List planned to sell a few black pearls to gather some gold coins, which he would then pass on to Levis to assist him in acquiring serfs. The serfs in the town are inefficient in their farming, which has been a source of dissatisfaction for him. Currently, he is unable to procure plow oxen, and research into plowing techniques will take time. Thus, he could only produce more shovels and hoes to enable all the serfs to work the land more efficiently. This would also allow him to free some serfs from farming to engage in other trades. If he could sell the pearls at a high price, he could then purchase calves, colts, lambs, and premium feed for the pregnant mares. While he was at it, he could also renovate the castle, ideally constructing a heated bed. As winter is fast approaching, and in an era devoid of central heating, one must rely on a heated bed for comfort. Such foresight could aptly describe List. Although summer had only just begun, he was already contemplating the challenges of winter living. The merchant caravan from North Valley arrived in Flower Town before 8 o'clock in the morning. After a hiatus of over 8 months, merchants once again entered Flower Town. In the past, merchant caravans would accompany tax knights, visiting each quarter of the year except during winter, which meant 3 visits annually. This time was no exception. The grand caravan swiftly captured the attention of all the town's residents, who set aside their tasks to come and observe. Particularly captivating were the clowns who had set up a stage and begun performing comedic acts, drawing the vast majority of the town's inhabitants to watch. The sounds of laughter and cheer could be heard even from the castle. "Maisie, please summon Mr. Carter," he instructed the maid who was cleaning. "Yes, my lord." Before long, Carter arrived, saying, "My lord, did you call for me? The town is quite lively today. Inform everyone in the castle that they may take the day off if they wish, and there is no need to remain in the castle. They can go to the town to watch the comedic performance or purchase some snacks and relax. You are indeed a generous nobleman. I will convey your message to the servants. That includes you as well, Mr. Carter." Carter chuckled. "I shall decline, my lord. Let the young servants enjoy your generosity. The castle requires someone to oversee its affairs, and you cannot be without the assistance of your servants." Chapter 89. Affording the full Mrs. Abbey. "My dear Lily and I are preparing to visit the town to witness a comical performance. Will you accompany us?" Aaron moved the substantial pieces of giant clam meat from the basket to the outside of the castle to dry. Dorsey consumed a hefty piece of clam meat yesterday and not only remained unharmed, but thrived energetically. Thus, clam meat is indeed consumable. Oh heavens! Why must the master be so generous as to grant you a holiday? Mrs. Abbey busily arranged various spices on the kitchen counter, asserting that if you enjoy the role of a maid, you ought to remain dutifully in the kitchen, as there is always a mountain of tasks to attend to. Mr. Carter conveyed the master's orders. Lunch merely requires a single serving of fried steak, while the servants can subsist on beans and bread, requiring little effort. Little Lily was also handling the clam meat. A giant clam weighs over 500 pounds. Once the 300 pounds of shell is discarded, there remains over 200 pounds of meat. Mr. Carter, much like the master, consistently indulges you young servants who shy away from hard work. Such leniency is unbecoming of a proper steward. In my youth, the kitchen was a bustling hub, and not for a moment did I find idleness. That is the attitude a kitchen maid ought to possess. Ahem. A cough from Carter at the doorway interrupted her thoughts. He had approached unnoticed. "While I appreciate your dedication to work, Mrs. Abbey, you need not remain so tense. Why not indulge in a leisurely stroll to the town with the young ones, as it is a rare occasion when a caravan arrives?" My apologies, Mr. Carter. I did not intend to offend you. Mrs. Abby felt a twinge of embarrassment for her earlier remarks, having been caught in the act of speaking ill. No matter. In fact, if you perceive my leniency as praise, I shall gladly accept it. Go on now. Join Aaron and little Lily for the comedic performance in town. The mere thought of those gestures brings a smile to my face. That simply cannot be. I must prepare lunch for the master. Before Mrs. Abby could refuse, Carter interjected. Consider it a task I am assigning you. Enjoy yourselves for a couple of hours. Ha. Well said, Mr. Carter. Aaron joyfully seized Mrs. Abby's arm, urging, Come on, Mrs. Abby. I can hardly wait to see the jesters. Little Lily tugged at her other arm. Yes, let us go. Observing the lively scene of the three, a smile crept upon Carter's lips. Compared to working at the Earl's estate, the castle in this little town is busier. Yet life here is far more vibrant. The youthful exuberance invigorated him, making him feel inexplicably younger than the previous year. Hearing footsteps, he turned to see Mrs. Mawson. Have Macy and the others already headed to the town? Yes, along with Tom and Thomas. Mr. Carter, are you not joining them? Mrs. Abby, Aaron, and little Lily are changing clothes to go see the comedic performance. I believe you should accompany them. As for the castle, I shall remain to attend to the master. You know, with Thomas gone, the master will require a footman to fetch him water. Then I shall stay as well. Should you need anything, just call for me. Surely you do not wish to miss the festivities? At my age, I prefer to avoid the commotion, not seek it out. Do not say such things, Mrs. Mawson. I feel as if I am growing younger by the day. Carter puffed out his chest, striving to appear more sprightly. Indeed, young Carter. Annie, have the tomatoes been sold? John Bear approached his stall. Located in the southwest corner of the town, a spacious area had been cleared for the caravans that arrived, facilitating trade and commerce. A few wooden toilets were constructed outside. The patrol and town clerks repeatedly shouted, by order of the Lord. No one is allowed to relieve themselves in public. Violators will face fines and corporal punishment. If you wish to use the facilities, follow the directional signs to the toilets outside. The circle below with an upward-pointing arrow indicates the men's restroom, while the circle above with a cross below denotes the women's restroom. Do not confuse them. John had long since grown accustomed to these proclamations. He hadn't defecated in the streets for quite some time. His home was equipped with a privy, and all waste was collected there. Once it matured into compost, it would be used to fertilize the tomato fields. This was the Lord's agricultural wisdom. Farmers utilizing this method would see yields increase by 20 to 30%. Previously, town officials had organized the collection of waste. Now, however, no one could gather it. Every household retained their refuse for their own fields. Following a bountiful harvest, the gracious and generous noble lord would only collect taxes based on a fair proportion, unlike the former tax collectors who sought to seize every last bit of the serf's harvest. Since the noble lord's arrival, John felt not only his fortunes had improved, but that of his neighbors as well. Undoubtedly, he was the luckiest. The noble lord rewarded him with a narda for nurturing tomatoes that birthed tomato bugs. John, are you not heading to work with the construction crew today? Annie inquired of her husband. With little farming to be done, he had been laboring with the crew for a copper coin a day. The construction crew has taken a holiday. No one wishes to work today. They have all come here, to the marketplace. John pointed to a nearby figure. Look, there's Winger. He is out shopping with his son as well. Very well, then, I shall go watch the comedic performance. Once I finish selling my tomatoes, I too shall indulge in the spectacle. It has been ages since I last witnessed one. John hesitated, then added, By the way, Annie, as I was passing by, I saw someone selling kittens. I wish to buy one. You know, now that we have stored enough grain, the mice have begun to multiply. Those filthy thieves are always stealing our food. Is that so? Someone is selling kittens? Then wait for me here. Once I finish selling the tomatoes, we will go together to select the most adept little hunter. After a moment's pause, John continued. Actually, I was also thinking of purchasing a foal. I want little Jack to learn to ride early, so he can join the noble lord's retinue of knights sooner. Oh heavens, John. Do you have any idea how much a foal costs? 50 silver coins. But Annie, it is a foal. John eagerly explained, if we miss this chance, who knows when we might afford a horse again. I wish to cultivate tomatoes for the noble lord for a lifetime. Yet little Jack is not interested. He wishes to become a knight. However, John, you must understand, while we can afford 50 silver coins, a foal requires substantial daily sustenance. A horse consumes the equivalent of several people's rations. Can we truly sustain one? I can. John declared with unwavering conviction. Our tomato fields provide us with a stable income. I can also work. I consulted the foreman of the construction crew, who is an assistant to Lord Isaiah. He informed me that work will only increase in the town. The noble lord has grand ambitions to rejuvenate it. As long as I can maintain employment, we shall be able to afford a full. Are you serious, John? Of course. Trust me, Annie. Annie gazed into her husband's steadfast eyes and ultimately could not bring herself to refuse. Very well. But you must assure me that we will not be overwhelmed by the full, correct? I promise. Chapter 90. Attitude towards life. Lister initially had no intention of disrupting the lively atmosphere of the town, but ultimately succumbed to temptation and ventured into the commercial district, where he attended a comedic performance. The jester entertained the audience by tossing small balls, breathing fire, and performing acrobatics. To him, these antics were rather mundane. Yet the townsfolk clapped joyfully, prompting Lister to consider showcasing a traditional Chinese trick. 3 immortals returned to the cave to share the allure of his ancient culture with these otherworldly beings. However, he dismissed the thought, as a noble must uphold his dignity. In a world where sorcerers existed, magic seemed rather commonplace. After the show, he departed from the commercial area and made his way to the town hall, wishing to spare the townspeople the discomfort of being in the presence of their lord, which rendered them timid, even reluctant to speak loudly. Although he had left, his mind remained preoccupied with the affairs of the merchant caravan. He listened intently as Isaiah reported on the prices of goods brought by the caravan, particularly those related to production and daily necessities. A young colt costs at least 50 silver coins. Is that not exorbitant? He inquired, furrowing his brow. To put this in perspective, I once procured a serf from Levis for merely 20 silver coins. Indeed, it is quite steep, my lord, Isaiah replied. Coral Island is far removed from the mainland, lacking suitable pastures for breeding, and thus the price of horses remains persistently high. Even the horses from Blue Dragon Island are similarly priced. On the mainland, a young colt might only fetch a few silver coins. Lister understood the reasoning, yet he was reluctant to accept that he had given old Grellant 3 gold coins, initially believing it would afford him a substantial haul of goods. Now it appeared that he could scarcely acquire 6 young colts with that sum. How many livestock offspring did the caravan bring? He asked, feeling a pang of disappointment. He had hoped to procure all the livestock, but that now seemed a distant dream. It was likely that ordinary residents lacked the financial means to make such purchases as well. 5 young colts, 2 calves, 3 lambs, 8 piglets, 6 puppies, 5 kittens, and 10 rabbits, Isaiah listed. Yet, my 3 gold coins seem insufficient to acquire many of these animals. At that moment, he fervently wished to sell the black pearl in order to buy livestock, as meat was the most nutritious sustenance he desired to consume daily, excluding seafood. Without livestock in his territory, how could he, as lord, secure a regular supply of meat? While 3 gold coins would hardly procure many animals, it could facilitate the acquisition of numerous other goods, as the caravan had brought a wealth of local specialties. However, I instructed old Grellant to prioritize the purchase of horses. The 5 young colts require 2 gold coins and 50 silver coins, which would deplete the castle's treasury entirely. Lister contemplated his remaining 2 gold coins, pondering whether to part with them today for the sake of securing some livestock. Isaiah chuckled and remarked, My lord, I reviewed the transaction records, and old Grellant only purchased 2 young colts. The other 3 were bought by someone else. Who might that be? Lister inquired. John the Stilt, who bought one. You may recall him as the tomato farmer. I rewarded him with a gold coin. Clearly he could afford it. The other 2 were purchased by the Blair family and Marcus, who borrowed the funds from Galtier. Lister's spirits lifted as he realized he could still acquire all the horses, even if they did not belong to the castle. As long as they remained in Flower Town, he could requisition them whenever necessary. Yet soon, he chuckled at himself, recognizing his narrow focus on the limited livestock brought by this caravan. Once he sold the Black Pearl for coin, he could procure livestock from other cities, as he had originally intended. With sufficient gold coins, what was there to fear in obtaining his desires? Isaiah, what do you estimate the caravan's total transactions will amount to today? He queried. I believe it could reach 6 gold coins, Isaiah replied. With such a transaction volume, many merchants are likely already preparing for their next visit. Indeed, merchants are akin to flies, always drawn to profitable opportunities, Isaiah observed, his tone laced with disdain. This reflected the aristocratic perspective towards the common folk, characterized by an unparalleled sense of superiority and a desire to suppress any rising ambitions among them. Nobility would not permit any class to threaten their dominion. At times, merchants could provoke the nobles, as some possessed wealth surpassing that of the aristocracy. The adage that money can open doors had led to instances where nearly bankrupt nobles married their daughters to merchants or took merchant daughters as noble wives, resulting in such humiliating events. Lister chuckled softly. His sentiments regarding merchants aligned with those of the nobility. They must be supported, yet simultaneously kept in check. Upon returning to the castle, he arrived just in time for lunch. Although he had instructed the kitchen to prepare a simple steak, the meal was as lavish as ever, featuring meat, vegetables, mushrooms, seafood, milk, and white bread. "Has Mrs. Abby not gone out shopping?" he inquired. "You should inform her that I am not considering a raise for the time being, and she need not exhaust herself. She deserves a life of her own." Despite having adjusted to noble life and grown fond of it, Lister retained a modern sensibility and kindness. He wished for even his servants to lead lives of their own, rather than dedicating themselves entirely to their lord. Life should not be solely about work, but should encompass joy, laughter, and family. As Carter served Lister his meal, he remarked, "For the cook, the kitchen is life. For the servants, the castle is life. My lord, you need not constantly concern yourself with us. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west, while servants toil from dawn until dusk. Life is simply about everyone fulfilling their roles." His words held profound wisdom, leaving Lister momentarily speechless. His thoughts diverged from those of the era, for he inherently pursued freedom. Yet the notion of class distinction was deeply ingrained in the hearts of all in this alternate world. If servants did not labor, could they still be considered servants? And if nobility did not indulge, could they still be called nobles? Thus, Lister refrained from countering or correcting Carter's sentiments. Instead, he felt a twinge of guilt. Yet a sense of satisfaction washed over him. If everyone shared such thoughts, the lives of noble lords would be rendered even more stable and comfortable. What exemplary citizens they would be. Having just finished lunch, Lister intended to amuse Dowson and Benedict before indulging in an afternoon nap. Suddenly, Gaultier arrived, riding from the town. Upon seeing Lister, he presented a metallic bottle shaped like a wine flask. "My lord, take a look at this." It was discovered by fishermen from Oyster Bay along the shore. They believed it to be made of gold, but I have inspected it, and it does not appear to be gold. Chapter 91. The Unopenable Bottle. The metal bottle, resembling a vessel designed for high-end spirits, is strikingly unique. Its hue is a golden yellow, akin to the color of gold coins, yet slightly tinged with brown. Intricate carvings adorn its surface, enveloping various motifs that appear to depict an abstract representation of the sun and a grand tree, alongside a bow and arrow, a stringed instrument, a bear, and a soaring eagle. Overall, this metal bottle resembles a precious art piece favored by the aristocracy for collection. He tapped the bottle with his fingers, producing an unusual sound that was not characteristic of metal, more reminiscent of plastic. Nevertheless, it was evident that this brown-yellow vessel was indeed metallic, possessing the tactile qualities of metal. "Professor Goltai, what metal do you believe this is?" Lister inquired while shaking the bottle. It seemed empty, devoid of any sound. Goltai raised his hands in resignation. "Gold, silver, copper, iron. This is unlike any metal I have encountered. I am unable to discern what it is." "It lacks a bottleneck," Lister observed. It appeared to be a single entity. Where the neck should have been, he had scrutinized it closely and found no seams, unable to twist it open. Lister attempted to turn it himself, but it indeed would not budge. The bottle had no cap and was thoroughly a singular piece. "What do you suppose is contained within? Perhaps a fine wine?" "Dreams do not always manifest, Professor Goltai. I doubt there is any liquid inside." Goltai laughed heartily. "Ah, one can always indulge in a bit of fantasy before it is opened." "Indeed, my lord." Once Carter had departed, Lister gestured for Goltai to take a seat. He inquired, "How is the trading with the caravan progressing?" "All is proceeding smoothly. Since you initiated the development of Flower Town, providing numerous jobs with fair wages, the townsfolk have gradually accumulated some surplus, allowing them to select small goods at the caravan stalls. The merchants have nearly sold out half of their wares, and even a few coins were tossed onto the stage of the comedic performance. The comedic shows are typically funded by the caravan to attract customers. Free performances where delighted audiences might toss coins onto the stage to reward the hard-working jesters. Given the town's poverty, it was surprising that anyone had indeed thrown coins to reward the clowns. Who were the individuals who tossed the coins? "I only witnessed one person throw coins, your kitchen maid, Aaron the Four-Fingered." Erin the Four-Fingered? Lister was not well acquainted with this kitchen maid, rarely encountering her throughout the day. Kitchen maids held a lowly status, forbidden from ascending to the upper floors, appearing in the main hall, or presenting themselves before the noble lords. His understanding of Erin, gleaned from Carter the steward, suggested she was a straightforward and cheerful young woman. Young people are often quite generous, he remarked. Goltai wished to retort that Lister was also young, at merely 16, younger than the maid. However, he refrained, recognizing that Lister possessed a maturity and composure typically attributed to middle-aged individuals, allowing others to overlook his somewhat juvenile visage. Perhaps this was the innate gift bestowed by noble lineage, Goltai often mused. Initially, Goltai had followed Lister to Flower Town with the intent of merely serving as an advisor, seeking to partake in the bounty. At his age, he had long ceased to hope for the revival of his family's fortunes or the restoration of noble glory. Yet, unexpectedly, Lister transformed Flower Town and altered Goltai's perspective on idling away his days. Freya's pregnancy was merely a catalyst. Goltai understood that ultimately, it was Lister's will that dictated the actions of those around him. After all, a mere illegitimate child hardly warranted such significance. What noble has not sired a few bastards? For the sake of familial harmony, many noble illegitimate offspring remained serfs for life. Professor Goltai. Noticing that Goltai had drifted into thought, Lister called to him. Goltai straightened in his seat. You have my attention. As an official overseeing the caravan's transactions, it is imperative to ensure that every exchange is fair, prohibiting unscrupulous merchants from exploiting the common folk, and likewise preventing patrols and clerks from unlawfully seizing the caravan's goods. Rest assured, I emphasize this daily. The promotional efforts must be executed diligently, advertising that Flower Town welcomes newcomers with the most favorable tax conditions. Furthermore, we must inform the caravan of our future development plans, showcasing the layouts for the commercial, workshop, and residential districts, allowing them to envision the bright future of Flower Town. As you wish. After bidding farewell to Goltai, Lister did not retire for a midday rest, but instead proceeded to his study, where he pondered over the metallic bottle on his desk. This message in a bottle captivated his interest. He focused for a moment and summoned the smoke task. Task completion. Reward. Drifting bottle from the sea. Task. The unopenable bottle. The incomprehensible script signifies a disparity in knowledge, yet does not imply an impossibility of resolution. An old cobbler, blind and ailing, might be willing to exchange a son for a certain book. Task reward. Unknown book. As anticipated, the metal bottle discovered by the fisherman was indeed the reward for the smoke task. The task involving the caravan's 3 gold coin transaction had been accomplished long ago. However, upon seeing the new task, a bemused expression crossed Lister's face. The unopenable bottle refers to the drifting bottle I cannot open. The incomprehensible script suggests there may be a note within, possibly in a foreign language. Yet what on earth is this subsequent task about? Delivering a son to the old cobbler? If his wife were in the bloom of youth and grace, Lister would not mind bestowing upon him a son along with a hat. However, during the previous census, he had scrutinized the details of the town's artisans. He distinctly remembered this old cobbler, a widower with no relatives. He had arrived in Flower Town 10 years ago, seeking alms, and had since settled down, reviving his cobbling skills. How could he possibly gift a son to such an individual? Delivering a son. Perhaps my thoughts are askew. I should first have someone investigate the old cobbler. He rang a bell to summon Carter. My lord. Carter, please send a message to Professor Goltai, instructing him to investigate the old cobbler in the town, ensuring the information is detailed. If he encounters any difficulties, he may offer assistance. Carter responded, My lord, perhaps you should consult Jesse. He is quite familiar with the old cobbler. Jesse? Jesse, formerly the assistant to the castle's steward, had recently been promoted to footman, primarily responsible for external errands. My lord, you summon me? Despite becoming a footman, he still felt somewhat awkward in Lister's presence, unsure of where to place his hands. Lister inquired directly, You are well acquainted with the old cobbler? Tell me about him. Are you referring to Uncle Phil? I became acquainted with him while visiting the cobbler's shop to have my shoes repaired. Uncle Phil is blind, which makes his work quite challenging. His health has been deteriorating, so I often visit him to lend a hand. I heard that the old cobbler desires a son. Chapter 92. The old cobbler's collection. Does Uncle Phil desire a son? Jesse paused momentarily before nodding, as if recalling, Yes, I have heard him lament about not having a son, lamenting that when he falls ill, there is no one to care for him. Lister glanced at Jesse and suddenly inquired, If I remember correctly, You are an orphan, are you not? Indeed, my lord, Jesse replied earnestly. I was raised in the orphanage of Coral City, thanks to the generosity of the Tulip family, which has allowed us orphans to survive. The orphanage serves as a refuge for abandoned children, as unfortunate accidents often leave commoners with children to care for, to exhibit their benevolence. Some affluent nobles establish orphanages on their estates, taking in orphans who, upon reaching adulthood, serve directly in the castle. Jesse is one such orphan. Is the old cobbler in his shop at the moment? Lister asked. Yes, my lord. I had considered asking Uncle Phil to accompany me for a stroll, but he declined. Then, Jesse, accompany me to see the old cobbler. I have some matters to discuss with him. Certainly. I shall prepare your horse at once, my lord. Outside the castle, in the modestly constructed rest area of the stables, Philip and Xavier stood guard, as their duty as squire knights did not afford them the luxury of a holiday. Upon seeing Lister mount his fiery steed, they each mounted a sturdy horse and followed him toward the cobbler's shop. Every small town typically boasts a cobbler, a craftsman dedicated to the creation and repair of leather goods, including shoes. There are various specializations such as helmet makers, armorers, saddlers, drum makers, bag makers, leatherworkers, and shoemakers, with shoemakers being the most common. In the town of Floral, the old cobbler, Phil, specializes in shoes. In larger cities, shoemakers are often prosperous freemen, as the craftsmanship of a pair of shoes commands a considerable price. However, in small towns, the situation is rather bleak. Few can afford leather shoes, and cobblers merely scrape by. The majority of serfs and freemen wear wooden shoes or straw sandals, and many go barefoot. Is that you, Jesse? Came the old cobbler's raspy voice from the workbench, where he was deftly mending a pair of shoes despite being blind. Yes, Uncle Phil. Lord Lister has arrived and wishes to speak with you. Ah, Lord Lister, greetings to you, the old cobbler stammered, hastily rising from his chair and bowing, his hands trembling nervously as he greeted the nobleman, much like any commoner would. Lister surveyed the cramped, dimly lit shop, noting its dilapidated state. The roof revealed glimpses of the sun above, much like the old cobbler himself, who exhibited signs of age and decline. Old Phil, do not be anxious. I am here merely to converse with you. The old cobbler's clouded eyes betrayed no emotion. Yet Lister sensed that his hands had ceased trembling, not as if his nervousness had subsided, but more like a performance had come to an end. The earlier anxiety might have been feigned, for it is well understood that nobles often relish witnessing the trepidation of commoners. The elderly man had long learned to navigate life as trials. My lord, it is an honor for old Phil to converse with one as noble as yourself. You settled in Floral Town 10 years ago as a beggar. Then from where do you hail? I was born on Dodo Island, my lord. Dodo Island? That is an ungoverned, desolate isle located further north of Coral Island. It is home to a flightless bird called the dodo, which cries out as if shouting its own name. And there is a particularly towering tree with a fearsome name known as the skull tree, bearing fruit referred to as skull fruit. The skull tree? Indeed, my lord. The fruit appears white from a distance, resembling the skulls of humans. However, they are quite palatable, and the island's natives subsist on them. The dodo also feeds on skull fruit, yet the meat of the dodo is notoriously unpalatable, making life on the island exceedingly harsh. The mention of the dodo reminded Lister of the extinct dodo bird on Earth. He wondered whether the dodos here were of the same species. How did you journey from Dodo Island to Coral Island? As a native, where did your ancestors originate? Lister inquired. There are still many undeveloped islands surrounding the Sapphire Duchy, and Dodo Island is likely among them. I am a native of Dodo Island, yet I know not whence we came. We have lived there for as long as I can remember. Then, following a volcanic eruption on Dodo Island, the skull trees were largely destroyed, and with no food left. We had to carve canoes from the trees and drift across the sea. It was during this time that I washed ashore on Hot Spring Island and became an apprentice cobbler. The old cobbler had fled alongside others, eventually arriving in Floral Town. This tale of hardship was rather mundane. Nobles placed considerable emphasis on their serfs. In essence, the old cobbler's life was not one of dramatic twists and turns, nor was he particularly storied. His blindness had merely occurred naturally while in Floral Town. The only noteworthy aspect of his life was his identity as a native of Dodo Island. Lister meticulously inquired about Dodo Island, discovering it to be a small isle with fewer than 300 native inhabitants, ultimately devastated by a volcanic eruption. Aside from a few remaining skull trees, it held little potential for development. He felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that the individual mentioned in the smoke mission would possess an air of mystery, Yet he turned out to be an ordinary native. Determined to fulfill the mission and obtain the promised book, Lister intended to bring Jesse along, envisioning a scenario where Jesse, an orphan without family, could bond with the widowed cobbler, thereby forming a father-son contract. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. Why should he follow the path laid out by the smoke mission? He was no puppet. He could directly request the book from the cobbler instead of relying on completing a task to obtain it. How many books could the old cobbler possibly own? Lister doubted it would be many. Thus, he boldly declared, "Old Phil, I have heard that you possess a collection of books. I wish to purchase them from you." Upon hearing the Lord's request, the old cobbler felt compelled to comply, promptly responding, "Yes, my lord, I do have a collection of books, though I possess only one. I shall present it to you at once." With that, he hunched his back and, with Jesse's assistance, retrieved a wooden box from a cabinet filled with shoes. "Jesse, the book is in the box. Quickly, present it to Lord Lister." Jesse opened the box and extracted a hefty tome, handing it to Lister. A glance revealed that the book was not printed but handwritten, its cover adorned with serpent script and another foreign language. While the foreign text remained unfamiliar to him, he recognized the serpent script, Diary of Philip, Scion of the Sun. Chapter 93. Descendants of the Sun in the Realm of Steel Ridge. The common script employed is serpent script, which is also utilized by the Duchy of Sapphire as a vassal state. Beyond the serpent script, the continent boasts a multitude of languages and scripts, such as the wind tongue of the Eagle Kingdom, the rock script of the Furnace Fortress Kingdom, the high luminary script of the Empire of Eternal Radiance, and the dragon language of the Blue Dragon Empire, among others. Lister, lacking proficiency in foreign languages, found himself unable to comprehend the peculiar script above. Upon closer inspection, it resembled not so much writing as it did a distorted depiction of little figures. The Diary of Philip, Descendant of the Sun, an oddly titled tome, piqued his curiosity. "Old Phil, what language is this strange writing?" he inquired. "I do not know, my lord. In truth, I am illiterate. This book is a relic from a native of Dodo Island. He was my dear friend, and we shared a canoe, but he perished at sea, leaving behind this book, which I have kept as a memento," Phil explained. "So it is a relic of sentimental value. Once I have perused it, I shall return it to you." No, my lord. It is an honor for old Phil that you find value in his collection. I hope you will accept it." "Thank you, my lord. Old Phil's leather shop is thriving now." "Very well, I shall purchase it. Old Phil is willing to offer it to you, my lord, as a token of respect. I graciously accept your homage, yet I must still provide you with compensation. Let Carter present 3 silver coins to Jesse. Though no book can truly be worth 3 silver coins, it is indeed a relic of commemorative significance. Jesse, please give these 3 silver coins to old Phil as payment for this book, and tell him that I greatly admire his stories. Should he wish to add anything, he is welcome to do so at any time." "Yes, my lord." After Jesse departed, Lister did not immediately open the book but instead summoned the smoke task. Changes were afoot. The task had transformed. Initially, he harbored a sense of mischief, intending to provoke the smoke task, declaring that he would not merely be a puppet led by strings. Yet, deep down, he was apprehensive that such actions might lead to the loss of the smoke task, whether it be a golden finger or a shadowy puppeteer. It was beyond his capacity to refuse. Moreover, there was no need to refuse. Thus far, the smoke task had proven wholly beneficial, facilitating his rapid development. Even if a hidden force lurked behind it, it was likely beyond his capability to resist. If resistance was futile, then he would embrace the experience. It appeared that while he might toy with the smoke task, the task itself would remain unperturbed, continuing in its course. This also served as evidence that the rewards for these tasks were not mere fabrications. They existed in their own right. Perhaps one day, he would come to understand the significance of the smoke task's existence. For now, he would relish the advantages it bestowed. With an open heart, he cast aside the trivial worries that plagued him, leaving only a profound sense of joy. The new task's reward revealed a familiar term, new species. Previously, there had been 2 tasks involving new species. The new variety of tulip had yielded the potion of the black tulip, and the new mushroom species had brought forth the potion of the flame mushroom. What might this new species of thorn bring forth in terms of potions? Is the nutrition insufficient? Tomorrow, I shall have the serfs transport the prepared compost to nourish the thorn worm properly. Alas, there is a tinge of regret. The thorn worm has already lived for 8 years, signifying that it has but 2 years of life remaining. He waved away the serpent script and opened the first page, revealing a rather abstract depiction of the sun. Being handwritten, the sun was not perfectly round, and the rays surrounding it were triangular brushstrokes. Within the sun, various erratic stripes were present, resembling a child's doodles. On his grandfather's back, there existed a similar tattoo. He had mentioned that his father bore the same design. I had questioned him, "Why do I not have it on my back, nor does my father?" He replied, "Our ancestors have forsaken us. We can no longer bear the sun's image." I did not comprehend the meaning. 500 years have elapsed, and the sky ship has not arrived. Gazing at this poem, it seemed that the author's grandfather felt abandoned, hence refraining from tattooing his son. Is this how the descendants of the sun came to be? If the records hold truth, the natives of Dodo Island must be descendants of the great nobility of the continent. Only the great nobles, particularly those of royal lineage, would be exiled for their transgressions. Lesser nobles would face death for their mistakes. Yet, lacking a tradition of recording history, it is likely that after a century, the royal family would forget these exiled descendants. On the first page, a painting accompanied by a poem read, "From this day forth, I shall document each day, so that when I grow old, I shall not forget like my grandfather did, his stories lost to time, nor where we came from. My son shall understand, through my diary, the interesting experiences his father once had." Philip, descendant of the sun, chapter 94, the last entry of the diary, February 15th, 119 of the Grand Duchy. This marks the commencement of the first diary entry in the diary of Philip, descendant of the sun. This year signifies the 151st year of the Sapphire Grand Duchy, which implies that this diary began 32 years ago. List calculated simply. The Sapphire Grand Duchy lacks a precise official calendar, nor does it adhere to the calendar of the Steel Ridge Kingdom. The concept of history is not prevalent in this alternate world, generally. People harbor little thought regarding past events, and the notion of learning from history is nearly non-existent. The intricacies of the noble system are reflected in the structure of knightly fiefs, encapsulating the idea that my vassal is not my vassal, and my lord is not my lord. For instance, List's lord is the Count of Coral Island, yet not the Grand Duke of Sapphire. Consequently, as a subject of the Count, he is under no obligation to heed the Grand Duke of Sapphire. The Sapphire family holds no command over him. To him, his true homeland is Coral Island, not the Sapphire Grand Duchy. His affections lie with Coral Island, not with the Grand Duchy. All nobles are lords. Even a king is merely a larger lord. Thus, a widespread sense of patriotism cannot naturally arise. List's thoughts meandered. He continued to peruse the diary. The entries detailed a sunny day spent climbing trees and gathering fruit. 10 human skull fruits, felling 3 trees, digging foundations, and preparing to construct a house. He organized the knowledge his grandfather imparted to him. In the sun script, signifies I, for I am a descendant of the sun, as my ancestors proclaimed. This represents a highly distorted form of writing. It appears quite complex, resembling a painting, as if a small being with wings dances exuberantly while holding a peculiar object. Each character is akin to a painting. What an eccentric script this is. I dare say, with such a writing system, one could study for 100 years and still not master 500 characters. List mused. Of course, this was an exaggerated statement, yet undeniably, the so-called sun script is intricate. The subsequent pages of the diary are filled with trivial records of daily life. Picking fruits, chopping wood, building houses, exchanging goods with others, and encountering various beasts. However, each diary entry concludes with a sun script notation. I, father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, big, rice, earth, sky, land, horse, flower, 10, painting, and so forth. Some terms were elaborated upon by Philip. For instance, rice refers to a certain grain, horse signifies a unicorn, and flower denotes a sunflower, objects his grandfather spoke of, yet he had never seen. A unicorn? Could such legendary creatures truly exist? List expressed skepticism. He even questioned the validity of the sun script itself. It merely seemed a collection of childish drawings. He suspected that perhaps Philip's grandfather had idly concocted these symbols to amuse his Navi grandson. The thick diary primarily chronicles Philip's mundane existence on Dodo Island and his instruction in the sun script. Regrettably, one entry detailing an affair with a noble lady was discovered by her mother, who threatened to kill him. Thus, with the noble lady's assistance, Philip escaped the island. He refrained from disclosing the island's name, claiming he did not wish to tarnish the noble lady's reputation. Aside from these narratives, the diary occasionally recounts stories told by Philip's ancestors, predominantly his grandfather. Tales such as their ancestors nurturing a herd of 2-headed dragons, shooting down the sun from the sky, drawing extraordinary power from well water, residing in cities formed by trees, and befriending wolves, bears, eagles, and tigers, immersed in the beauty of music. His grandfather referred to their ancestors as the children of the sun. This raises a question: why would the children of the sun shoot down the sun? Patricide. The stories are fragmented and vague, largely because Philip wrote in a very concise manner, fearing he would run out of ink and thick parchment. As he progressed, the entries became sparser, even recorded every few days. Half of the thick parchment had already been filled. Perhaps he realized that this diary could not capture every trivial detail of his mundane life. He mused that the title could be changed to Private Teaching Records of the Sun Script. As Liszt prepared to close the diary, he could find no connection between it and the unopened bottle. He contemplated simply smashing the metallic vessel to discover its contents. However, as he closed the book from back to front, he suddenly noticed, out of the corner of his eye, that the last page was not blank. He casually flipped it open and discovered yet another diary entry, or perhaps a reflection. My last words. Before his passing, my grandfather told me that if one day a golden bottle were found washed ashore, it would be a letter from our ancestors. They possessed a method of sending messages across the sea, and the enchanted bottle would traverse the ocean guided by our bloodline. By merely applying a drop of blood, one could open the bottle and retrieve the letter. This is Philip, descendant of the sun's testament to his descendants, hence its placement at the diary's conclusion. After reading it, Liszt felt a surge of unease. The bottle Philip spoke of must surely be the one the fisherman found on the beach, now resting on his desk. Does this not imply that Philip and his grandfather's tales are indeed true, that they are the exiled descendants of some noble lineage? Is the sun script genuine? The text alludes to the unopened bottle, the incomprehensible writing, and the necessity of a book for guidance. Undoubtedly, this book is the key. Seizing the bottle, Liszt exited the study. My lord, are you departing? Not yet. I should head to town to witness the farce. You know how the youth are drawn to revelry. No need to search for him. I shall take Philip and Xavier to the cobbler. With that, he hastily left the castle, accompanied by 2 knightly retainers, making his way directly to the cobbler's shop. Chapter 95. The thirst of the thorn bug. Old Phil, pierce your finger. I require you to smear your blood upon this exquisite golden vial, Liszt commanded with unwavering authority. Philip was already deceased, and the remaining inhabitants of Dodo Island were uncertain in number, with the elderly cobbler before him likely being one of them. Whether he bore the bloodline of the sun's descendants remained a mystery, yet there was nothing to do but attempt it. Though the old cobbler was perplexed, the Lord's command was imperative. He pricked his finger with a needle, allowing his blood to flow and staining the beautiful vessel. Liszt had already invoked his magical eye, fixating intently on the metallic drift bottle. The moment the blood made contact with the metal, his swirling pupils widened in astonishment, for he beheld a wondrous scene. It seemed as though the blood had awakened the bottle's latent magic, which coursed along the engraved patterns, swiftly delineating images of the sun, a great tree, a bow and arrow, a lute, a majestic eagle, and a bear. A figure composed of lines emerged from the bottle, grasping a bow and aiming an arrow at the sun. Another figure, also formed of lines, appeared, cradling a lute and playing gently beneath the great tree. The eagle perched upon the man's shoulder, while the bear nestled against the woman. The magical patterns on the bottle were vibrant and animated. Suddenly, the arrow struck the sun, which began to fall, and a well fashioned from lines materialized, erupting with a fountain that surged toward the bottle's opening. With a crisp snap, all the magical lines dissipated, and the metallic bottle revealed no trace of magic. Its previously seamless opening had cracked. Liszt gently tugged, and the lid came off. He tilted the bottle downwards, and out tumbled a delicate, thin piece of parchment, rolled into a small stick. Unfolding the parchment, Liszt discovered a line of figures, more accurately, a line of sun script. He recognized the figures, but could not discern their meaning, leaving him with many perplexities awaiting resolution. Nonetheless, he feigned calm, rolling the parchment back up and glancing at the old cobbler. Old Phil, are you related to Philip? I do not know, my lord. Perhaps we are. Philip once mentioned that we are both exiled criminals. In truth, they were likely kin. Observing the old cobbler's stooped form and weathered visage, Liszt felt compelled to fulfill the previous mission's obligations by ensuring the old cobbler at least had a son, or at the very least, orchestrating a contract between him and Jesse. From both a moral standpoint and in aid of the task, it was the right course of action. What do you think of Jesse? Jesse is a fine lad. He always comes to assist me with tasks, diving, sweeping. Thanks to him, the cobbler's shop has a much more pleasant aroma. Are you aware that Jesse is an orphan? I am aware. Have you considered that the two of you might forge a contract as father and son? What? The old cobbler appeared visibly startled. Jesse is a servant of the castle, and I am merely an old cobbler. He has the means to live better. I do not wish to burden him. My lord, Jesse is a sensible child. He enjoys working in the castle and is diligent. I will instruct him to refrain from visiting me, lest I hinder his duties. He feared that his relationship with Jesse displeased the lord. You misunderstand. I do not intend to blame Jesse. It is merely a suggestion. List suddenly felt that engaging in such matters felt somewhat unbecoming of his noble status. As a lord ought not to concern himself with the trivialities of common folk. He rose to leave the cobbler's shop, stating, "This matter is for you to decide. I shall entrust it to Mr. Carter to oversee. Whether it comes to fruition is merely a suggestion." Upon returning to the castle, he casually mentioned it to Carter, then dismissed the trivialities and focused on translating the message from the drift bottle. Referring to Philip, the diary of the son's descendants, he matched each figure with its corresponding meaning. Soon enough, he had translated the note. The tower has collapsed, the tree city is ablaze, and XX has perished. The son of the sun shall ascend with the flames. You, children lost in the world, are free. The XX represented a set of Sanskrit. Yet the diary provided no corresponding explanation, and the artistic style was quite abstract, leaving List unable to ascertain its specific meaning. However, he could surmise that it likely indicated the homeland of the sun's descendants, perhaps a kingdom or a continent. This suggested that the drift bottle bore grave tidings. Which noble from which land claimed to be the son of the sun? List had perused countless knightly novels, yet none contained records of the sun's descendants. As he caressed the parchment in his hands, a sudden realization struck him. This nation might not belong to the continental realm. The paper on the continent was typically crafted from thick animal hides, difficult to preserve and inconvenient for writing. However, the parchment he held was remarkably thin and delicate, a technology not yet seen on the continent. Moreover, the Sapphire Principality was the first nation to establish itself overseas. List pondered a possibility. Could it be that the sun's descendants were not denizens of this continent, but rather resided across the azure waves? The eastern coast of Flower Town faced the azure sea, while beyond it lay the fabled Devil's Sea, a treacherous expanse that no one could navigate. Legends are not always to be trusted. If this parallel world were indeed a planet, then, analogous to Earth, the so-called Devil's Sea might merely be a vast ocean. Beyond that ocean, there could very well be another continent. Between continents lies an untraversable ocean. Perhaps another land also harbored humanity. He placed the metallic drift bottle into his gem space, leaving the lid off to prevent it from sealing shut. The lightweight parchment was also stored alongside Philip, the diary of the sun's descendants. Now it was time to shift his focus to the thorn bug. The 8-year-old thorn bug, unwilling to succumb to solitude, longed for a chance to strive. List sensed that this particular thorn bug was indeed distinct from the others. He ventured into the insect room cared for by Carter, where he found the thorn bug slumbering soundly in its box, capable of sleeping for 24 hours a day. A faint mental connection allowed List to maintain awareness of his spirit insects at all times. Little one, I can sense the heavy gloom that envelopes you, as well as your fervent desire for evolution. Although I know the hope for your transformation is slim, I am still willing to assist you to the best of my abilities, not merely for the sake of thorn potion or the completion of the smoke task. Gently stroking the thorn bug's grayish-white body, List spoke to himself. The thorn bug seemed to sense List's presence, opening its tiny, sesame-sized eyes and turning to gaze at him. Among the 7 spirit insects, it was the least appealing, possessing a duller hue compared to the others and a more elongated, sturdier form. Insects born from shrubs and trees often appeared coarser than those from herbaceous plants. Its black eyes revealed nothing. Yet List could feel the thorn bug's affection and docility towards him. I have instructed Goltai to halt the recent supply of compost to various villages. As long as your insect grass can absorb it, they will prioritize its use for you. Chapter 96. Offenders shall be severely punished. The thorny insect grass is located on the edge of a cow farm adjacent to Thorn Ridge, nestled within a modest thicket of brambles. The name Thorn Ridge derives from the abundance of small thorns that encircle the area. However, these thorns seldom grow in large clusters. Instead, they appear in scattered patches. Lister has conducted an investigation and speculates that the reason for this is that the thorns, being shrubs without a prominent trunk, tend to grow in a clustered, diminutive manner. The precise term for the thicket should be thorn bush grove. The towering trees at the grove's edge block sunlight, thereby restricting the growth of the shrubs. The thorny insect's dissatisfaction likely stems not only from insufficient nutrition, but also from the limited area for the brambles to expand, as the trees hinder the growth of the thorn bushes. To the south of the thorny insect grass lies the cow farm. Lister cannot afford to uproot the pasture to cultivate worthless thorns. Thus, he plans to organize a logging team to fell the trees surrounding the thorn bush grove, allowing for the expansion of the brambles. The more thorns there are, the wider the influence of the thorny insects, enabling them to gather more pheromones and increasing the likelihood of evolution. Yet, he understands that the probability of the thorny insects evolving is extremely low due to the scarcity of thorn varieties and the difficulty in collecting pheromones. While he cannot ascertain the fundamental reason behind the evolution of the sprite insects, it is often observed that the more diverse the plant species associated with the fungus insects, the greater the potential for their evolution. The quantity of plant growth also contributes to the likelihood of sprite insect evolution, a principle grounded in experience. The tulip family, through generations of cultivation, has amassed a vast array of tulip varieties, which has enabled them to breed the grand sprite and several smaller sprites, as well as 8 sprite insects. Of course, this does not imply that the thorny insects are entirely devoid of opportunities for evolution. Dreams are worth having. Who knows what may come to fruition? I will do everything within my power, and the rest depends on whether the thorny insects are truly unwilling to accept their fate and dare to challenge it. After gently patting the thorny insect, Lister departed from the insect chamber. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the leader of the North Valley City merchant caravan arrived at the castle to bid farewell to Lister. The leader, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard named Gabriel, bowed deeply, stating, "Esteemed Baron, under your governance, Flower Town has radiated a brilliant glow. I am grateful for your generosity and kindness. The merchant caravan has enjoyed a wonderful day in Flower Town." Now, Gabriel takes his leave. "Are you satisfied with the transactions made in the town?" Lister inquired with a smile. "Very satisfied, my lord. The members of the caravan are beaming with the joy of their harvest. We sold far more goods than anticipated and acquired some local specialties from Flower Town. I personally find the commercial district's environment delightful, free from the nuisance of manure." Then, "Gabriel, does the caravan have plans for its next visit?" "Not yet, but I believe the road to Thorn Ridge is now safe, and the caravan will not delay for long. Perhaps in a month. We shall return laden with goods to trade in Flower Town. Flower Town always welcomes the caravan's arrival." "Thank you, my lord." Gabriel bowed again and exited the castle, leaving with a heart full of joy, the sound of gold, silver, and copper coins clinking together. Shortly thereafter, old Galantai came to report on the shopping situation. 3 gold coins, along with 2 young ponies and a plethora of items, were entrusted to the steward, Carter, to be placed in the castle cellar. Lister, disinterested in such mundane matters, proceeded to the stables to inspect the young ponies. The 2 young ponies, recently born, were timid and huddled in a corner of the stable, afraid to move about. They were both ordinary breeds. One was chestnut, and the other a light brown. Even without knowledge of horse breeding, Lister could discern that they were not suited for the battlefield. Are they mares or stallions? Take good care of them. Ensure they are not bullied by the other horses. Yes, my lord. Lister then circled around a separate enclosure where several pregnant mares were feeding on bran and peas, showing no signs of change yet. The fire dragon horse approached him affectionately, extending its head over the fence. Lister reached out to pat it, eagerly anticipating whether its foal would be as magnificent as the dragon horse, or perhaps even more splendid, possibly infused with the bloodline of magical beasts. At the evening banquet, a celebration of the caravan's successful trading in Flower Town also served as a moment for reporting. "My lord, this transaction yielded a total of 7 gold coins, 63 silver coins, and 12 copper coins. According to the low tax rate you established, we collected a total of 18 silver coins and 15 copper coins in fixed stall taxes and a 20-to-1 transaction tax," reported Isaiah. Taxation on merchant transactions is a common practice. Typically, lords impose a tax rate of 1/10 of the transaction amount on visiting merchant caravans. Some stringent lords may even impose a 1/5 rate. To attract merchants, Lister significantly reduced the tax rate in Flower Town. He established 2 standards, a fixed stall tax, which required 1 silver coin regardless of the transaction amount, and a 20-to-1 transaction tax, which calculated taxes based on the total transaction amount. This provided merchants with a choice, allowing them to decide whether the fixed tax was more beneficial if their transaction exceeded 20 silver coins, or if the variable tax was preferable for lesser amounts. Currently, the merchant tax revenue in Flower Town is minimal. Lister has no intention of profiting from this. Instead, he plans to use these funds to develop the commercial district, ensuring the construction of stalls, parking spaces, livestock areas, as well as timely renovations of inns and restrooms. Additionally, wells and drainage systems must be meticulously planned. And although time is ample, he hopes for swift completion. Rest assured, my lord, Galantine nodded in agreement. Carl, discuss today's security issues. Are they free citizens or serfs? 1 thief and 1 extortionist are free citizens. The remaining 3 are serfs. Lister turned to Galantine. Galantine promptly replied, My lord, you place great importance on the merchant transactions, promoting them repeatedly, yet there are still audacious commoners who flout regulations. They must be punished severely. I propose 50 lashes for the serfs and confiscation of all their possessions. For the free citizen thief, 10 lashes and a 10-fold fine, with those unable to pay being reduced to serfdom. Proceed as you see fit, Lister acquiesced. In the absence of formal law in the town, his will is the law. Those who defy his edicts must face the consequences. To break the law is to invite greater punishment. Chapter 97. The perpetual failure of the flame mushroom cultivation as dawn broke the following day. The latrines of each settlement bustled with serfs laboring to retrieve compost. This compost was carried by the serfs towards the dairy farm. The disbanded logging team reassembled, arriving early under the escort of the night squad to the thicket where the thorny fungi were located. Marcus, equipped with feathered arrows, scoured the bushes to ensure no magical beasts lurked nearby before turning to Gautai with a nod. Sir, the area is secure. That is reassuring. Gautai turned to the serfs, bellowing, Get your spirits up and commence your tasks. You've received the Lord's coin, and anyone found slacking will face my wrath. He emphasized, Remember, do not touch the thorns. Fell every other tree without exception. The serfs responded affirmatively and began their work. Uncertain of the rationale behind the tree felling, they complied with the town officials' orders, motivated by the prospect of earning 2 copper coins for the day. Shortly after, the dung collection team arrived, and Gautai busily directed the serfs to fertilize the thorns. The finance officer, Isaiah, followed closely, tasked with calculating each serf's remuneration. After tallying the workforce, he recorded the figures on thick parchment. Stretching, he engaged Gautai in casual conversation. What do you think the Baron is contemplating? Why this particular attention to the thorny fungi? I am uncertain, yet the Lord's actions are always purposeful. Gautai, you are increasingly invested in Flower Town. Why not? This place is thriving. I may very well spend the latter half of my life here. Developing it is undoubtedly beneficial. I cannot abide the barren countryside, but the fertile lands hold countless delights. Indeed, no one favors poverty. For the Lord's sake, and our own, we must strive forth. Gautai glanced at his old friend, who lately seemed inclined to follow Lister. I suppose. Among the town officials, Gautai, Blair, Carl, and Marcus had all become followers of Lister. Isaiah, as the only remaining official yet to pledge allegiance, felt the weight of expectation. Gautai said little, leaving the final decision to Isaiah. Let us investigate the thorny bushes for any unusual specimens. The Lord noted that the thorny fungi have been restless. Perhaps there have been changes in the thicket. What are we waiting for? I must search diligently. Should I discover a potion-producing thorn, how splendid that would be. By the way, has the flame mushroom cultivation in Mushroom Town yielded any results? Gautai shrugged. It is not so simple. All attempts to cultivate the flame mushroom with various ingredients have failed. Were it not for the flame mushrooms still growing in the crooked-necked Bob's shed, we might have ruined our chances entirely. The Lord places great importance on the flame mushrooms. I am at a loss as to how to report this. The cultivation of the flame mushroom was mired in difficulty. Gautai had mobilized all the Mushroom Town cultivators, distributing flame mushroom seeds for them to nurture. Regrettably, all efforts culminated in failure. Rumor had it that crooked-necked Bob had become obsessed, remaining sleepless in his shed, observing the flame mushrooms grow, yet failing to comprehend why his shed could cultivate them while others could not, resulting in the seeds withering away post-reformulation. Perhaps we should inform the Baron. He might have valuable insights. Why do you say that? Gautai, do you not find the Baron remarkably knowledgeable? He possesses a wealth of understanding, with a perspective broader than ours, capable of perceiving the vastness we cannot. Is that truly how you view the Lord? In truth, it was Marcus who expressed this admiration. The aspiring noble knight harbored great reverence for the Baron. Galtai pondered for a moment. Perhaps I should indeed report to the Lord. The flame mushroom matter is beyond my capacity to resolve. His desire to showcase his abilities and secure a position as an advisor was overshadowed by the realization that failure could lead to dire consequences at Lister's hands. Given the significance of the potion to a lord, at noon, Lister surveyed the thicket of thorny fungi, checking on progress and inquiring about any unusual thorn varieties. The officials had no discoveries to share, and Lister, utilizing his magical eye, also found nothing amiss. He had confirmed that the smoke task could not conjure rewards from thin air. Rewards were tangible entities within this world, attainable through diligent exploration, even without tasks. This revelation afforded him considerable choice. He could opt to complete the task, allowing the smoke task to deliver rewards effortlessly. Or he could bypass the task altogether to directly acquire rewards, refreshing new tasks in the process. He even contemplated the possibility of task failure. Uncertain of the penalties that might ensue, whether rewards would be withheld or if other repercussions awaited. Perhaps, one day, he might explore the consequences of failure, though it was prudent to fulfill tasks whenever feasible to avoid adverse outcomes. Shaking his head, Lister resolved not to dwell further. Since no anomalies in the thorns could be discerned, he would have to await the completion of the task to procure new thorn varieties. Galtai approached, my lord. There may be issues in cultivating the flame mushrooms. What issues? Lister's concern heightened. We assigned all the mushroom cultivators to nurture flame mushroom seeds, yet none have succeeded. It seems the flame mushrooms can only thrive in crooked-necked Bob's shed. We cannot ascertain what distinguishes his shed from the others. Nearly a month has passed. Lister sensed a significant problem. He had been monitoring the situation, allowing the serfs time to resolve matters, as a lord ought not labor incessantly. However, he had not anticipated that a month would pass without progress. The distributed flame mushroom seeds showed no signs of viability. Under normal circumstances, mushroom cultivation is swift. Spores germinate within days, transforming into fruiting bodies in less than 2 months. Yet the flame mushroom seeds, mycelium, were utterly non-viable. The serfs had altered various ingredients and environments to no avail. Lacking specialized scientific talent, Lister resolved to accompany Galtai to Mushroom Town for a field investigation, hoping to deduce the issue through his own insights. Upon arriving at Mushroom Town, they encountered crooked-necked Bob, whose bloodshot eyes and haggard form betrayed his torment. He fell to the ground, trembling. My lord, I am a failure. I have been unable to cultivate the flame mushrooms for a month. Lister refrained from approaching Bob, instead inquiring into the cultivation process in detail. After listening intently, he scrutinized the flame mushrooms and employed his magical eye to uncover the root of the problem. He observed a few flame mushrooms growing amidst the mushroom ingredients and examined the flame mushroom seeds within the newly prepared ingredients. He noted a perplexing discrepancy. Under normal circumstances, the cultivation of flame mushrooms involves a process of magical condensation. This includes the flame mushroom seeds themselves, which continuously gather magical energy. However, after inoculation, the flame mushroom seeds and the new ingredients were unable to condense magic and gradually lost their magical essence. What could be the cause of this? Chapter 98. Speculations on flame mushroom cultivation. The dissipation of magical energy was evident to List. He was not a sorcerer and could not delve into the fundamental reasons behind this phenomenon. However, as a scientifically minded traveler, he possessed unique insights. What distinguished the shiitake mushroom substrate from the new substrate? According to the peculiar Bob, the growth conditions for most mushrooms were largely similar, with only slight variations in temperature, humidity, and nutrient ratios. The fact that flame mushrooms could thrive in shiitake mushroom substrate indicated that they were not entirely averse to it. Despite extensive experimentation with various ratios of the new substrate, flame mushrooms had yet to flourish, suggesting that the issue did not lie with the substrate itself. If it was not the substrate, then what could it be? After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that the primary difference between shiitake mushroom substrate and the new substrate was the presence of shiitake mushrooms themselves. The shiitake mushroom farm had been cultivating shiitake mushrooms for many years without any other mushrooms encroaching, yet the flame mushrooms emerged, implying that they were likely a variant of the shiitake mushroom. This mutation might not represent a completely independent new species. but rather a symbiotic variant that coexisted during the growth of shiitake mushrooms. Mushrooms are fungi, and fungi are invariably diverse and peculiar. The mycelia of shiitake and flame mushrooms might have an interwoven and mutually beneficial relationship. Thus, he proposed, Master Gultai, please inform the serfs involved in the cultivation to mix the flame mushroom spores with the shiitake spores and see if that yields results. Mixed cultivation? Gultai was somewhat perplexed, yet complied without hesitation. Upon hearing List's words, Bob was invigorated. My lord, I shall attempt mixed cultivation at once. I am determined to cultivate flame mushrooms for you. List solemnly warned, ensure that the shiitake mushroom shed remains undisturbed. Do not jeopardize the growth environment of the flame mushrooms. It is acceptable if their cultivation proceeds more slowly. I have not yet reached a level where I must rely on potions to enhance my combat energy. However, if all the flame mushrooms perish, I will be driven to madness. 5 days swiftly passed. Each day, List would stroll through the thorny cordyceps thicket, observing the progress of fertilization and logging. The logging team, having acquired a set of sharp axes from the blacksmith, exhibited significantly enhanced efficiency. The trees surrounding the thicket had all been felled, effectively clearing the area of any trees susceptible to the influence of the thorny cordyceps. The fire dragon horse grazed quietly on the weeds, though it was pregnant. Its condition appeared normal, and according to Marcus, riding it during these months posed no issues. In the box, the thorny insect lay comfortably on the jade powder, wriggling contentedly. Over the past few days, List had distinctly sensed the heightened excitement of the thorny insect, which seemed perpetually in a state of exhilaration. This was unusual, as typically, the emotional fluctuations of sprite insects were minimal. Despite their fantastical nature, they were still fundamentally insects and could not be expected to display emotions vividly. Could it be that this little creature genuinely desired to evolve? The thought crossed his mind, but he swiftly extinguished it, recognizing the improbability of success. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment, it was prudent to avoid unrealistic fantasies. At that moment, Blair, the supervisor, approached him. My lord, have you made any discoveries? Blair hesitated before speaking. I may be overreacting, but numerous thorny seedlings have appeared around the thicket, sprouting from the ground like grass and growing to the length of a finger. Raising an eyebrow, List followed Blair to examine the seedlings. Indeed, in the clearings where trees had been cut down, tender thorny seedlings emerged from the leaf litter, looking vibrant despite their youth. These thorns were not akin to Earth's varieties. They were merely thorny shrubs, reaching a height of no more than a person, non-toxic, and devoid of flowers or fruit. Their reproduction relied on the continuous extension of their roots, yielding new seedlings. Strictly speaking, thorns belonged to the category of weeds and wild trees, and the thorny insect was simply a wild sprite. In the untrodden wilderness, a handful of naturally occurring sprites would inhabit the dense thickets. However, the wild flora was chaotic, and the probability of sprite insect propagation was exceedingly low, far inferior to the quantities produced by human cultivation. Moreover, the varieties of wild sprite insects were unpredictable. They could range from weeds to toxic fruit trees, offering limited utility. The primary value of the thorny insect, once contracted by humans, lay in constructing hedges. Particularly among the nobility, hedges were planted around estates to separate the aristocracy from the common folk. In Flower Town, the thorny insect held little significance, as the castle grounds had been transformed into a horse farm, rendering any hedges unnecessary. Nevertheless, it was still a sprite insect, and List was determined to cultivate it. Did all these thorny seedlings sprout in the past few days? He inquired, gently pulling up one of the seedlings. It was delicate, yet devoid of any magical energy. Initially, he had not paid much attention. Blair shook his head. Not only did I overlook it, but none of the serfs noticed either. It seemed as if they sprouted overnight. List scrutinized the seedlings closely. They were indeed not the imagined magical thorns, merely ordinary thorny seedlings. He resolved to summon the smoke task to assess the situation. And as the smoke twisted into serpentine script, he realized he had completed the task and received the reward of fast-growing thorn species. This indicated that the task of nourishing the thorny cordyceps had been fulfilled, though the reward was somewhat disappointing. He had not received the magical thorns, but merely a variety that could grow rapidly. What use do I have for fast-growing thorns? List sighed inwardly, acknowledging that not every smoke task yielded bountiful rewards. He resolved to move on and examine the newly released task. With the torment of the fruit-thieving monkeys eliminated, the coconut trees can finally bear mature coconuts. However, one particular coconut seems to be markedly different. Please investigate the reason behind this anomaly. Reward: 1 sprite insect. Upon reading the task, the earlier feelings of regret dissipated swiftly, replaced by excitement. What made this coconut distinct? Because it was nurturing a coconut sprite insect. Familiar patterns and familiar rewards arose in List's thoughts as he shifted his focus from the thorny seedlings to Blair, stating, "Continue the fertilization efforts in the thicket. But cease logging for now. Instead, shift focus to constructing a fence. Keep a close watch and document the growth of these thorny seedlings." As you wish. A moment later, List found himself at the oyster settlement. In the coastal area, a vast square remained, featuring a small hill constructed from colorful shells, symbolizing the local seafood specialty. Along the eastern coastline, clusters of tall coconut trees flourished, and near the oyster settlement stood a group of coconut trees, beneath which a slightly larger house and yard served as a training ground for the fruit-thieving monkeys. The finest serfs responsible for training the fruit-thieving monkeys resided here, having been liberated from fieldwork and dedicated to the training and nurturing of the monkeys, becoming esteemed coconut farmers. "My lord." Upon seeing List, the coconut farmers knelt in reverence. "Rise, please. You have been training the fruit-thieving monkeys for some time now. Are they capable of climbing trees to harvest the fruits?" Chapter 99. The exceptional coconut palm along the eastern coast, stretching several kilometers, stand a total of 171 coconut palms of varying sizes. The smaller trees reach only a few meters in height, while the largest, the very tree that witnessed the fierce battle between the wind falcon and the fruit-stealing monkeys, towers nearly 60 meters tall, leaning toward the sea. Lysd, mounted on his fiery dragon steed, sought refuge in the shade of the tallest coconut palm. He speculated that if a spirit bug were indeed to be birthed, it would surely be from this majestic tree. The cordyceps here were far grander and more vibrant than ordinary flora. In the past, he would have had to methodically search each tree to ascertain the presence of cordyceps. But now, with the ability to wield his magical eye, he simply gazed towards the top of the 60-meter palm. A subtle change unfolded in his view. A faint azure magic flowed through the crown of the tree. Though not entirely clear, it was sufficient evidence. The traces of magic confirmed his expectations. This coconut palm had indeed transformed into a cordyceps host. My 8th spirit bug is on the verge of arrival. However, this particular spirit bug seems to be quite high up. Lysd pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding against climbing the tree himself, as it would compromise his lordly dignity. He turned to the nearby fruit farmer. "You are Giggs, the overseer of the fruit-stealing monkeys' training grounds, correct?" Giggs nodded hurriedly. "Yes, my lord. Are you capable of climbing trees?" "Indeed." "Then ascend this tree with care, ensuring not to damage the bark. Investigate if there is anything unusual about the coconuts," Lysd instructed. "Yes, my lord." Without hesitation, Giggs began his ascent, utilizing both hands and feet to scale the tree. Though not as agile as the fruit-stealing monkeys, he managed to reach the crown steadily. Moments later, Giggs descended and reported, "My lord, it is quite peculiar. There is a coconut that appears to be perfectly ripe, exuding a remarkably sweet aroma. And it is extraordinarily large, about the size of a basin. A normal coconut is typically the size of a bowl, but now, the appearance of a basin-sized coconut undoubtedly concealed a spirit bug within." Lysd smiled. "Giggs, remember, this tree is a cordyceps host, and the coconut is nurturing my spirit bug. You all must guard this tree diligently. Do not touch the coconuts, and observe them daily. Should the coconut crack open, notify the castle immediately. Understood?" Giggs nodded softly. Lysd focused his thoughts and summoned the smoke task. Feeling somewhat lightheaded, he realized he had just completed a smoke task half an hour ago, and now another one was being fulfilled. Such efficiency was remarkable. As anticipated, the serpentine script formed from smoke read, "Task completed. Reward, coconut tree spirit bug." In an instant, a new task materialized. The merchant caravan has brought a new type of milky bread, which has ignited the creativity of the baker, Raynal, who wishes to create a novel bread. Perhaps adding some meat would be a splendid idea, yet he is troubled that he can only sell black bread. Please assist him in developing this new bread. Reward, sunken treasure. Sunken treasure? Lysd's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of treasure. Few things could rival the thrill of discovering a hidden fortune. This task was imperative to complete. Raynal aimed to craft a new bread by incorporating meat. Was he attempting to invent meat floss bread? The culinary scene in this world remained rather primitive, limited to the processing of basic ingredients: roasted meat, grilled fish, boiled eggs, boiled meat, pan-fried steak, and tossed salads. Sauces had been invented, with a penchant for slathering them on everything. Milk was primarily used for cheese and pudding, often stuffed with minced meat. Most appalling was the tendency to encase whole ingredients in a paste and bake them, a dish erroneously dubbed pie. Mrs. Abby had previously excelled at crafting a dish known as mushroom pie, which involved mixing flour, sugar, and oil into a paste, then tossing whole mushrooms inside and baking them until cooked. Lysd found it difficult to appreciate such pies, feeling they insulted his palate and even his intelligence. Yet, too often, he had to endure the torment of such dark culinary creations, lamenting why he had never pursued culinary studies at a cooking school. Bread was the staple food of this world, consumed by all, from kings to serfs. Nobles feasted on white bread, while the impoverished settled for black bread. The nobles had refined tastes, yet the limitations of the chefs meant that after many years, white bread remained white bread, and black bread remained black bread. It was perplexing. Quickly dismissing his thoughts, he conveyed a few instructions to the fruit farmers, then mounted his steed and departed from the oyster settlement. His knights had already gone to inform Galtai. The protection of the coconut tree's cordyceps did not require Lysd's direct involvement. He decided to visit the bakery in the small town to observe the lives of the common folk. The bakery was prominently situated in the town, a rare two-story wooden structure. The first floor sold bread, while the second housed the baker's family. The bakery provided two main services, selling various types of black bread and offering baking services. Not all serfs could afford black bread. Many came merely to use the bakery's oven, bringing their own ingredients to bake black bread. Raynal was a free man, among the wealthiest in the town, reputed to possess a fortune of 5 gold coins, undoubtedly the richest in Flower Town. However, some claimed that the old drunkard was the true wealthiest, having sold his blacksmith shop to the lord for 3 gold coins. Though he had a penchant for fine wine, his blacksmithing skills still afforded him considerable wealth. At that moment, Raynal stood by the oven, awaiting the next batch of bread while lost in thought. He was one of the few in town who could regularly taste white bread. Recently, he had purchased some of the milky bread brought by the merchant caravan and had savored its delightful and unique flavor. It had awakened in him the desire to create even more delicious bread. Could I craft even tastier bread? In the past, he would never have entertained such thoughts, as even if he succeeded, no one in town could afford it. But now, circumstances had changed. The road to Thorn's Ridge had been opened, and the castle's merchant caravan ventured out for trade almost every 3 days. He could easily accompany the caravan to sell his bread, if only he could reach North Valley City, where many nobles resided. Moreover, I could sell to the lord himself. Raynal recalled the day the caravan arrived, when he had met Mrs. Abby and learned that she could only make the simplest white bread. Surely, the lord must grow weary of monotonous white bread, especially since most of the caravan's milky bread had been purchased by the castle. Just then, he heard his wife's voice calling urgently, "Raynal, come quickly. Did you hear? The lord is here."